Chapter 093. He will relentlessly cling to her for a lifetime. Ysaphini. Her brother possesses SS-level combat prowess. The foremost commander of the galaxy, endowed with the ability to maneuver mechanized units in battle. He possesses an innate capability to obliterate all advanced intelligent products, reigning as the sovereign of the Moon Comet system. Throughout the cosmos, none dare to provoke him, let alone that inconsequential organization of shadow robots. Is he truly that formidable? Then she can rest assured. Indeed, sister. Yue Zongshan leaned closer, winking at her with starry eyes in a playful manner. Yue Zongshan is exceptionally powerful. Perhaps he will assist you in vanquishing the shadow robot organization. He certainly will. Ysaphini declared, smoothing her exquisite long hair, her expression tinged with shyness. I heard from Yueling that her brother has harbored feelings for me for quite some time. This time, I shall beseech him for vengeance, and he will undoubtedly acquiesce. Suddenly, Yue Zongshan, who had been the subject of rumors, exclaimed, Miss Ysaphini, I implore you to maintain your dignity. His tones suddenly turned sharp, his demeanor becoming exceedingly grave. Yue Zongshan commander has never had anyone he fancied, at least, not prior to today. How can you be so certain? Ysaphini felt a tinge of displeasure, for his tone was excessively harsh. Setting aside the fact that she was a distinguished S-class female, possessing an allure that captivated countless admirers. Simply with her celestial singing voice, she had become a sensation throughout the galaxy, amassing numerous fans. Even the most exceptional males would find it natural to be enamored with her. Su Mian Tang also felt perplexed. Why was his reaction so extreme? He appeared quite anxious. Yue Zongshan glanced at Su Mian Tang, fearful of perceiving skepticism in her eyes. I am merely a fan of the commander. So he is but a little admirer, unable to bear the thought of his idol having affections for another female? Ysaphini could comprehend, yet she proudly lifted the corners of her mouth. I shall soon prove it to you. Yue Zongshan's gaze darkened. He found this mermaid somewhat bothersome, and he looked up, his eyes sparkling as he inquired, Sister, do you believe what she claims, or do you trust my words? Su Mian Tang couldn't help but chuckle. His tone resembled that of a child vying for affection. Nevertheless, he did appear quite young. Obedient and innocent, he curled up beside her, his honey tea-colored tousled hair brushing against her hand, resembling a timid yet adorable rabbit, continually enticing her palm. She could not resist extending her hand to ruffle his hair, as if teasing a pet. What advantage is there in believing you? The head is a spot of utmost sensitivity for the commander. Even his mother forbade anyone from touching it since childhood, and others could not encroach upon it in the slightest. There was an instance when the enemy struck his helmet with an energy gun, and in a fit of rage, he annihilated his entire clan. Yet, at this moment, he felt no trace of revulsion or anger. Instead, a delightful tingling sensation coursed through him, akin to an electric thrill, and he yearned for more, not just of his head, but of his entire being. His voice suddenly trembled, transforming from a fierce battle rabbit into a pitiful little bunny, toyed with at the whim of its master. The helpless expression he wore, unable to resist, only fueled Su Mian Tang's playful spirit further, as she ruffled his hair again. What is it? Sister. There is. Yue Zongshan's honey tea-colored eyes glistened with a hint of moisture as he gazed up at her, looking utterly pitiful, while his firm fingertips were already pressed tightly against her palm. Do not touch him any further, for he may lose control and, in the presence of others, pounce upon her, tearing her apart and devouring her. Unable to articulate? Then it seems Ysaphini is indeed correct. Of course I can. There is. He will cling to her for a lifetime. I will always believe in my sister. Trust begets trust, indeed a manifestation of childlike innocence. Oh, Su Mian Tang smiled warmly as she extended her pinky finger towards him. Then I shall believe in you as well. The moon fairy gazed at her slender, fair knuckles, almost instinctively entwining her own finger with it. Let us make a pinky promise, never to change for eternity. Ysaphini observed the two in their delightfully serene bubble, a barrier seemingly erected that prevented any outsiders from interjecting, and felt an inexplicable sense of disquiet. Su Mian Tang appeared to regard the young boy merely as a small pet or younger brother, jesting and playfully teasing him, her affection as pure as a handful of clear water. The boy, seemingly naive and innocent, occasionally revealed a piercing gaze that fixated on her, profound and fervent, brimming with a primal male desire and possessiveness that was more fearsome than that of a predator eyeing its prey. Especially when he had just proclaimed, I will always trust my sister, akin to saying, I will always adore my sister. As he entwined his fingers with hers, his touch subtly laden with ambiguity. One must be cautious not to underestimate a benefactor hiding their true strength. With her years of emotional experience and intuition, she sensed that this boy was far from ordinary. Just as she contemplated offering a warning, she heard a commotion at the entrance. Su Mian Tang. Yueling hurriedly descended from the aircraft, her eyes lighting up with surprise as she spotted Su Mian Tang, and the exquisitely handsome, obedient young boy beside Su Mian Tang. Who is he? Why does he seem so familiar? Just as she was about to inquire with curiosity, a thought struck her like a thunderclap. Could he possibly be her brother? The only male with SS-level combat prowess in the herbivorous lineage since time immemorial, possessing an innate dual form, one as an ordinary human and the other as a mechanized warrior. Upon reaching adulthood, he would develop the world's most intelligent, resilient, agile, and striking mech, a transformation that has persisted to this day. Perhaps due to the mech's strikingly handsome appearance, he has never reverted to his former self since then, causing her to nearly forget how he originally looked until she spotted that distinctive beauty mark beneath his left eye just now. However, even if his appearance has changed, how is it that her once fiercely cool brother now seems to have transformed into a docile and obedient little pet beside Su Mian Tang? Chapter 094. Love at first sight. Yueling could hardly believe her eyes, and with a hint of disbelief, rubbed them. Eager to confirm her sight when Isafini excitedly dashed forward and embraced her. Yueling, you're here? How wonderful. I was just kidnapped by shadow robots. And I was truly terrified. At that moment, she sensed the unique telepathic technique of the Yu family. Pretend not to know me. It was a message from her brother. The figure before her, oh no, this youth, was indeed her brother. What had transpired in just one evening? How had he transformed so dramatically? Had the intelligence corps been attacked? Su Mian Tang also approached, greeting her warmly. Long time no see, Yueling. I'm sorry to trouble you right away. This is... She reached out to pat Yue Zongshan's head, which left Yueling utterly stunned. No one was allowed to touch her brother's head. Anyone who dared would meet their demise. Even their mother was forbidden to do so, yet Mian Tang had done it without hesitation. Moreover, her brother appeared to be relishing the moment. Had the intelligence corps truly been compromised? Had he become a fool? Brother, you. Say it again, and you're dead. Yueling thought to herself. All right. That familiar tone confirms he isn't even attacked. Rather, he is willingly indulging in this. But why? She glanced at Su Mian Tang. Could it be? There was only one possibility. Her brother had fallen for Mian Tang at first sight. Only those enamored would afford such exceptions. Brother, what do you think of Mian Tang? Before she could finish her sentence, he responded with a soft affirmative, as if he had anticipated her question. Yueling's heart raced with excitement. She knew it. Mian Tang was so gentle, beautiful, and adorable, no male could possibly resist her charms. Her brother was no exception. Just the other day, he had adamantly declared that he would never meet, let alone fall for any female, and now he was being proven wrong. Sister-in-law, she exclaimed joyously, throwing her arms around Su Mian Tang. Yue Zongshan's lips curled into a subtle smile. For the first time, he found his sister's exuberant chatter quite delightful. However, Mian Tang appeared bewildered. What's going on? Why is Yueling calling me sister-in-law already? Yueling, what's the matter? Nothing. Yueling forcibly suppressed her bubbling excitement, grasping Mian Tang with one hand and Isafini with the other. I'm just so thrilled to see you both. I'm a bit incoherent. By the way, you just referred to him as? She deliberately glanced at her brother, awaiting Su Mian Tang's introduction to gauge the depth of their relationship. Surely, they hadn't mutually declared their love at first sight, had they? Her thoughts were overly ambitious. Su Mian Tang merely replied in a neutral tone. Yes, just a passerby we encountered on the street who acted heroically. A passerby? Yue Zongshan's gaze dropped, his eyes wavering as he regarded her. In her mind, he was merely a passerby, an inconsequential passerby. Yueling couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the situation. She had thought that someone as powerful as her brother could effortlessly capture the heart of any female, yet here he was, transformed into a docile little bunny for Mian Tang, and still failing to gain her favor. Truly, her goddess was extraordinary, perfectly poised to humble her brother and temper his usual pride. Oh. Su Mian Tang observed the boy's eyes flickering with emotion, resembling a heartbroken soul. She feared he might shed tears like Isafini, prompting her to consider changing her approach to comfort him. Unexpectedly, Yueling yanked her away. Mian Tang, Isafini. This street is quite filthy. Let us not converse here. Let us hurry back to my home. With that, she summoned a flying vehicle. Ever since Su Mian Tang referred to him as a passerby, Yue Zongxin had been fixated on her, his gaze unwavering from the flying vehicle, inside it, and then beneath it. Everyone sensed his unusual demeanor, particularly his intelligence core, yet this time, it provided no data analysis. His emotions were far too complex. The chaos of his heart, disrupted by the girl's dismissal, stirred feelings of annoyance and frustration. He felt an urgent desire to possess her but was equally afraid of exposing his ulterior motives and driving her away. He wished for her to focus solely on him, to converse with him, yet had to endure and maintain his current facade until he could penetrate her heart. His emotions were so intricate that they nearly burned out the CPU of his intelligence core, far exceeding the machine's analytical capabilities.
Wow.
How beautiful! Upon descending from the flying vehicle, Isafini exclaimed. Even after witnessing numerous grandiose structures, Su Mian Tang was taken aback by the sight of Rockefeller Castle. The Gothic spires reached toward the heavens, with towers and castle walls shimmering with vibrant colors, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Under the moonlight, the castle complex resembled a majestic mountain range, boundless and unfathomable. The Disney castle she had once admired seemed like a mere toy in comparison. Entering the ancient castle, the mysterious family crest, resplendent murals, exquisite sculptures, and delicate artistic furnishings transported her to the Renaissance era, each element a testament to the owner's elevated taste and status. As Isafini had mentioned, Yue Zongxin was the master of the Yu family, the sovereign of the Yu comet system. Thus, this place was akin to the imperial palace of the Central Star, differing only in political structure and cultural expression. Yueling instructed the servants to prepare a banquet to welcome the distinguished guests. Isafini, brimming with anticipation, tugged at her sleeve and asked, Yueling, where's your brother? Is he home now? Is it convenient to meet him? She slowly turned her somewhat stiff gaze toward Yue Zongxin. Meeting his cool gaze, she resolutely shook her head. He isn't here. Then where is he? Upon hearing that she had been kidnapped, I came to seek his help. He has already set off. I don't know where he is now. Really? He went to rescue me? Isafini clasped her heart, fluttering with excitement, and proudly turned to the boy. Did you hear that? Your idol has never met me, yet he is willing to risk himself for my sake. What else could it be but affection? Because of Yueling's loose tongue, the misunderstanding had escalated, and she dared not lift her gaze to meet her brother's chilling stare. In truth, for him, destroying the shadow robot organization was trivial, it hardly constituted a risk. She attempted to mitigate the situation, hoping to salvage some semblance of understanding. I know he is the most formidable. Isafini's eyes sparkled with admiration, her anticipation to meet him heightened. This was a disaster. Not only had she angered her brother and caused a misunderstanding for Isafini, most importantly, would Mian Tang also. Chapter 095. The stench of love. Yueling cautiously glanced over, only to find Isafini wearing a face of sudden realization.
No wonder.
When I brought you out of the experimental base, I noticed that all the robots around us were in ruins, and after such a long time, they haven't pursued us. Could they have already been destroyed? Sister. Fearing a misunderstanding, Yue Zongxin was about to clarify when he heard her continue with relief. If your brother truly destroyed the shadow robot organization, that would be wonderful. Not only should Isafini be grateful to him, but I should be too. Yue Zongxin looked at her, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle smile, appearing genuinely pleased. Sister, is destroying the shadow robot organization significant to you? Of course, she replied earnestly. They have kidnapped and tormented Jun Qingyin for many years. It remains a wound in his heart, and the pursuit has never ceased. If I knew that this organization was obliterated, I can't even imagine how happy he would be. Moreover, the sooner such an evil organization disappears from the world, the less threat there will be for the high-ranking orcs. Yue Zongxin lowered his gaze and issued a command through his intelligence core. Bring that skunk here. Yes.
Phew.
Thankfully, Mian Tang hadn't overthought the situation. Yueling, apprehensive that they might continue their previous topic of conversation, hastily redirected their attention, exclaiming, You all have yet to dine. You must be famished. Come, you simply must sample the renowned delicacies of the moon system. Wait, Su Mian Tang interjected, causing Yueling to tremble slightly. Mian Tang, do you have something to say? Yueling wondered if she intended to interrogate her brother about his connection with Isafini. Surely, there was nothing between them. It was her fault for meddling in matters of romance. If her brother, who had finally developed feelings for a female, had his prospects ruined by her, she would undoubtedly face his wrath, and she could never forgive herself. Yueling, is there a medical room here? Yes, she nodded. Panic etched across her face as she gazed at her. Mian Tang, are you injured? Where? Let me see. Not me. But Su Mian Tang turned her attention to Yu Zhongxian, only to realize that, in her nervousness, she had yet to inquire about his name.
Me? Sister?
Yu Zhongxian's eyes sparkled with a sudden brightness. The gloomy feelings that had settled upon him moments before dissipated instantly. It seemed she had indeed been thinking of him.
Aha.
Yueling exclaimed, Brother, are you hurt? She struggled to connect those words, for he was endowed with an indomitable physique. It's not that serious. A little medicine for my sister will suffice.
Ah.
So this was his true intention? To think her brother, entranced by love, would resort to such tactics, feigning weakness and illness to elicit care from Mian Tang, was exceedingly cunning. In an effort to make amends, she hurriedly instructed a servant to fetch the medicine box. Mian Tang, there are supplies inside. Then come and sit down. Su Mian Tang accepted the box, extracting iodine, cotton balls, gauze, and ointments to promote circulation and reduce swelling, donning sterile gloves and appearing quite professional. Meanwhile, Yu Zhongxian sat timidly beside her, seemingly fearful, drawing so close that their garments brushed against one another before he was satisfied to stop. Sister, will it hurt? Not at all. I shall be very gentle. That's good, for I am a bit frightened. Do not fear, just remove your clothing. Yueling gasped. Is this something I should be hearing? As she poured them both cups of tea, she overheard Su Mian Tang inquiring about his age. How old are you this year? I have just turned 18, Yu Zhongxian replied. Yueling's hand trembled, nearly spilling the tea, as the phrase just turned 18 replayed in her mind. Brother, how shameless you are. Not only pretending to be weak but also to be younger. You are clearly 22, 4 years older than Mian Tang, and yet you call her sister. And your family? Yu Zhongxian's demeanor shifted, his head lowering slightly, his voice becoming barely audible. There is no one left at home. It is just me. Yueling stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Brother, you do not need to sacrifice our entire family for a romantic relationship. I am sorry. I did not know, Su Mian Tang quickly apologized. What is your name? I have no name. Yu Zhongxian shook his head. I am merely a stray in the city of sin. They call me pariah, vermin, unwanted filth. Enough. Su Mian Tang could no longer bear to listen and interrupted him. How can such a handsome and kind-hearted young man have such a tragic background? If sister does not mind,
You may call me that.
how could I not mind? Those are deeply derogatory terms. I do mind. Su Mian Tang gazed at him with sympathy. What is your beast form? Yu Zhongxian froze momentarily. Beast form? Such a personal question is typically posed only among interested parties, where relationships have reached a certain level. Could it be that she is starting to take an interest in me? An adorable floppy-eared rabbit. A floppy-eared rabbit? Su Mian Tang's eyes fluttered as her amber irises shimmered. Indeed. A little rabbit, and such a charming one at that, quite reminiscent of him. Yu Zhongxian, curious about her reaction, found himself unwittingly captivated by her luminous gaze, feeling as though he were enveloped in a resplendent starry sky, utterly entranced. He was so close to her that he could discern the gentle curve of her neck, collarbone, and even the subtle contours of her chest, all merely a tilt of his head away. The faint fragrance of tulips lingered in the air. How could such a breathtaking female exist in this world? Such enticing pheromones? And such a splendid person? Each detail relentlessly tested his patience, stirring an insatiable yearning within him. May I call you Little Ear? Of course. No matter what she called him, even those unspeakable names, as long as they flowed from her lips, he found them delightful. Then he gazed at her tentatively. Little Ear will no longer be alone, correct? Su Mian Tang paused in her application of the ointment, grasping his meaning. An orphan, adrift without a home, certainly lacked a sense of security. However, remaining by her side was perhaps not appropriate. Is there a scent of romance in the air, Finny? Yueling and Isfini, indulging in gossip, glanced toward the sofa. Not that I can detect. Isfini shook her head. I only sense the aroma of a scheme.
Indeed.
Yueling nodded in agreement. Brother S. current demeanor resembles that of a fox spirit from a myth, enchanting and delicate, seeking to deceive and devour an unsuspecting scholar. Chapter 096. How delightful. I feel the stirrings of romance. All done, Su Mian Tang declared, raising her head slightly, inadvertently meeting his deep, pool-like eyes, which flickered with a hint of fervor. Little Ear, what troubles you? Yu Zhongxian snapped back to reality, quickly shifting to a clear, innocent gaze. His expression bashful as he lowered his head and murmured, "I apologize. Sister is so beautiful that I inadvertently became entranced." It was as if the earlier, aggressive glimmer in his eyes had merely been an illusion. Su Mian Tang chuckled lightly, such sweet words. "Would you like to taste?" The phrase sprang to mind instinctively. Yu Zhongxian furrowed his brow, massaging his temples, pondering what was happening. His mind, relentlessly bombarded, mused. How tantalizing. "I feel the onset of romantic thoughts. Miantong, dinner is ready."
All right.
The four of them took their seats. At the grand rectangular table, capable of accommodating 100 guests, Yu Zhongxian chose to sit close to Su Miantong. He stood to assist her, pulling out her chair, laying down a napkin, slicing steak, serving soup, and preparing sauces, each action executed with the utmost grace, attentiveness, and skill. "Thank you." Su Miantong savored a spoonful of pumpkin cream soup, relishing his meticulous care, yet feeling a tinge of confusion. "Little ear, you seem quite knowledgeable about dining etiquette?" According to his words, having wandered in the City of Sin since childhood, he would have had little opportunity to interact with the elite, let alone master such intricate social customs. Yu Zhongxian hesitated momentarily with his knife and fork. Yueling also froze, slowly raising her head, anticipating her brother to slip up. However, he maintained his composure, responding without a hint of embarrassment. "To survive, I once forged an identity and worked as a servant among the nobility for a time. However, once they discovered my origins, they looked down upon me and dismissed me."
Ah, I see.
Yueling's realization dawned upon her. Just a brief period was enough for him to excel, indicating not only intelligence, but also diligence. Su Miantong silently noted his commendable qualities in her mind. Yueling quietly consumed her salad, having never realized how adept her brother was at weaving tales. Isfini repeatedly glanced toward the entrance, asking, "Yueling, is your brother not back yet?" Yuling hesitated momentarily, her gaze inadvertently meeting the insinuating eyes of the person across from her. Swiftly, she replied with keen wit, "He will not be returning. He just sent a message via his holographic communicator, stating that the military has been assigned a mission that will not conclude for at least several months."
Ah?
The thought of being unable to see the person she longed for left Isafini feeling somewhat despondent, rendering the culinary delights on her plate rather insipid. Several months. What an interminable wait. Then, why don't you tell me about your brother? What sort of person is he? Him. Yuling discreetly glanced up at the boy who was constantly clinging to the girl beside him. In the past, she would have confidently claimed to know her brother better than anyone else, but now, she felt it best to refrain. He had become too much of a stranger. He is quite multifaceted, difficult to describe. Multifaceted? Intriguing. For example? For instance, knowing that her brother's heart belonged solely to Mian Tang, and that he could no longer cast his gaze upon anyone else, Yuling sought to divert Isafini from delving deeper into the matter. "Let us start with you. Isafini, with your beauty, sunny disposition, and considerable fame, what kind of male would you be inclined to favor?"
Well.
Isafini cupped her face, seemingly lost in thought, her demeanor taking on a hint of shyness. "I might be a bit different from ordinary females, so please don't mock me. I promise I won't tea. I'm drawn to the aloof, ascetic types who seem untouched by the mundane world."
Uffed.
Despite her promise to stifle laughter, Yuling could not contain herself. Primarily because none of those three descriptors aligned with her brother. She felt a wave of relief. Such lofty standards, I doubt many could meet them.
Who says?
Isafini countered. "What about General Islani from the Central Star System? Are you familiar with him?" "Of course. He is renowned as a war god in the interstellar realm. I believe he embodies the qualities I admire." Upon hearing this, Su Mian Tang momentarily froze. Was the General Islani, they spoke of the very same individual she knew? The Central Star System, the war god, it seemed there was no other. However, aloof? He was quite the opposite, brimming with an enticing charm. Ascetic? He was the sort to prance around in the nude before her during the day or whisk her away to an icy glacier to compel her to sleep in his embrace. Especially lately, a peculiar memory had surfaced in her mind, one involving the devil fruit she consumed on the fruit planet and the outrageous actions of the Say tiger. Once he returned, she would undoubtedly have to teach him a lesson. As for being untouched by the mundane world, that was laughable. He sampled everything she created. "Isafini, do you know him?" Yuling inquired with curiosity. "I do not," Isafini replied, shaking her head. "Then how do you know his character?" "I recall a time when I was performing a concert at sea, and a military unit passed overhead. Almost all the military males gazed upon me, except for him. That aloof, ascetic figure left an indelible impression on my mind.
Ha ha ha.
Your preferences certainly diverge from those of ordinary females. You must be so accustomed to being pursued that you value those who disregard you. Yet, perhaps those notions were merely a beautiful illusion. Su Mian Tang set down her knife and fork, prompting Yu Ling and Isafini to glance at her with curiosity. An illusion? Indeed. Although Lan Lan possesses many admirable qualities, they're certainly unrelated to what I just mentioned. What do you mean? By the way, Mian Tang, I almost forgot, you are also from the Central Star System. So surely you do not know the war god? The three of them were deeply engrossed in their discussion at the dining table, yet Yu Zhongxian's expression unexpectedly darkened, especially upon realizing that the subject of their discourse was the formidable rival identified by the intellect of the brain. Sister, do try this bread I have prepared for you. He intentionally interrupted their conversation. Yu Ling seemed to catch a whiff of a sour scent, opting to smile in silence. The Duchess has arrived. Suddenly, a guard's announcement resonated from outside, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects. Duchess Hilary, having heard that her son brought the illustrious star Isafini home, assumed everything was proceeding as she had envisioned, and was so overcome with excitement that she could not sleep. In the dead of night, she insisted on coming to see if it was indeed true. However, upon entering the dining hall, the first figure her eyes fell upon was neither Isafini, nor her son transformed into his human form, nor her youngest daughter. Instead, it was a female seated at the far end of the long table, dressed in an unbelievably understated, yet captivating manner.
Who is she?
How could someone be so strikingly beautiful? Good evening, Duchess. Isafini offered a graceful curtsy. Hello. You must be Ling Heiress Idol, the renowned star Miss Isafini. Indeed. I am delighted to have you as a guest in our home. She offered a slight smile, then swept past her children, making her way directly towards Su Mian Tang. Chapter 097. I only want her.
Su Mian Tang Rose.
But before she could even offer a greeting, Duchess Hilary grasped her hand gently, lifting her up. No need for such formalities, beautiful miss. May I ask your name?
I am Su Mian Tang. Su Mian Tang?
What a lovely name.
Wait.
As she spoke, the Duchess suddenly appeared to recall something, her fingers freezing in place.
Su Mian Tang?
ISNT that the female, without pheromones that Ling Er mentioned? How could this be? She was so breathtakingly beautiful, with such an extraordinary presence. Yu Zhongxian observed the intertwining of their hands, a subtle curve of her eyes hinting at a smirk. Their mother, known for her graciousness and poise, who valued decorum, would never engage in physical contact without reason. This indicated that she, too, was quite taken with her. Just as Duchess Hilary was lamenting, she spotted her son in his original form, fixating on the young woman before him with an unprecedented intensity of fervent joy, causing her heart to skip a beat. Could it be? Is my son not enamored with Isafini, but rather with her? This seemed plausible, given her dazzling presence. She was the first person he noticed.
Yet.
Absolutely not. Yu Zhongxian sensed her mother's telepathic warning, instantly furrowing her brow. Why not? Because she is a female without pheromones. Had it been any other child, she would have allowed them to pursue their desires, but he was different. He was the pride of the herbivorous species, bearing the honor of the family, and it was utterly unacceptable for him to be paired with a female devoid of pheromones. It would be disastrous. With that, she turned to approach Isafini. Even if she has no pheromones, I still want her.
You.
Duchess Hilary was infuriated, having discerned his little trick. Just as she was about to expose him, she heard the latter half of his declaration. Moreover, she is an SSSS-level female. What? Duchess Hilary nearly twisted her waist in shock. Su Mian Tang, noticing the situation, quickly supported her. Duchess, are you all right?
I am fine.
The usually elegant and composed Duchess Hilary had never lost her composure to such an extent. She regarded the young woman before her with incredulity. Could she truly be the legendary SSSS-level female, recently born in the Central Star System, the supreme being? No wonder her beauty and demeanor were so otherworldly. I knew it. She could not possibly be a female without pheromones. Yu Ling was profoundly shaken by this revelation, rendered momentarily speechless.
Mian Tang.
To think you are an SSSS-level female, what does that even mean? It is akin to being almost divine.
Ah.
I'm going to lose it. Why am I not a male? My brother is getting a free pass. Esteemed Miss Su Mian Tang, Duchess Hilary altered her previous demeanor. her expression filled with excitement as she grasped her hand. Might you accompany me on a tour of the castle after dinner? Of course, Su Mian Tang nodded. It would be my honor. Unbeknownst to her, she always felt that the Duchess's demeanor towards her was excessively warm, particularly as she lingered to share dinner, attending to her with meticulous care, like a devoted little ear. Could it be that, similar to Queen Jenny, she had discerned her pheromone level? After dinner, the group began to tour the castle. From the magnificent moat to the majestic towers, traversing the inner courtyard and weaving through the gardens, they finally arrived at the gallery housing countless exquisite artworks. Here, Su Mian Tang was captivated by a painting depicting the silhouette of a man. More precisely, it illustrated a man merged with machinery. His body was adorned with hard, sharp silver armor, a pair of mechanical wings that were both elegant and swift, radiating an icy metallic sheen. Above his head, a sensor displayed a string of neural codes, walking alone on a battlefield shrouded in smoke, exuding an insurmountable sense of technological intimidation, overshadowing the threats of conventional weaponry. Noticing her unwavering gaze on the artwork, Yu Zhongxian felt her heart begin to thump heavily. Sister, do you like this painting? Indeed, it is quite unique. This was painted by the most renowned artist from Comet U, for my son. Duchess Hilary approached, observing her son's delight at the praise, and couldn't he help but smile. It is also my favorite piece. They truly shared a special bond. Amidst the plethora of exquisite and costly artworks, only this one had captivated her attention. Was this not a celestial union? This was Yu Zhongxian, the foremost commander of the stars, a fusion of beast and machine. No wonder he possessed the unparalleled ability to obliterate all high-end intelligent products.
Yet, she wondered what his face looked like.
At that moment, a servant rushed in, carrying a cage. What is that foul odor? The group wrinkled their noses in distaste at the unpleasant smell. Your Grace, this was just delivered from the troops. The commander specifically instructed that it be presented to a Miss Su Mian Tang as a greeting gift.
Me? Su Mian Tang inquired, puzzled.
What is this? The servant unveiled the cloth covering the cage, revealing a skunk. This is Dr. Lauren, the leader of the Shadow Robot Organization. Dr. Lauren?
Su Mian Tang gasped in astonishment.
Yu Zhongxian had indeed dismantled the Shadow Robot Organization. But why would he entrust the leader to her? It seemed he was aware of their enmity, yet they had never met. What sort of greeting gift was this? The commander mentioned that he witnessed Miss Su Mian Tang rescuing Mrs. Finey at the experimental base and was greatly impressed by her intellect and courage, hence he entrusted Dr.
Lauren to you. I see.
Su Mian Tang accepted the cage, her heart filled with gratitude. It's a pity he isn't here, otherwise I would personally thank him. Please convey to him that I truly appreciate this gift. Duchess Hilary glanced at her son with a significant expression. Very well. However, I believe you will meet again. Is it you who wishes to harm me? Isfini, upon hearing Dr. Lauren's name, rushed forward, ready to unleash her pheromones to eliminate it, only to be stopped by Su Mian Tang. Finny, let it live for now.
Why?
It's a wicked devil. Chapter 098, Wiping Tears with Bunny Ears. Su Mian Tang replied, because there is someone who has suffered far worse at its hands and would want to deal with it personally. Who was this person that had suffered more? It seemed to hold great significance for her. Yu Zhongxian slightly furrowed her brow.
All right.
Isfini withdrew her hand. Listening to my savior, it's indeed too lenient to let it die like this. Once there's a resolution, you must inform me. Of course. Shall we take a photo? Isfini retrieved her light brain. I want to document this beautiful moment to share on my social media account, both to reassure my fans and to celebrate my narrow escape, the successful dismantling of the Shadow Robot Organization, and my encounter with my saviors and you wonderful friends. Absolutely. Yuling posed enthusiastically, while Su Mian Tang remembered Queen Jenny's words to conceal her identity as much as possible on the interstellar superstar's social media. Being too conspicuous would only attract unwanted attention, so she revealed only one hand. The photo didn't turn out well. Mian Tang, you stand in the middle. Isfini reached to pull Su Mian Tang closer, but Yu Zhongxian subtly interposed herself. Perhaps not? With a sister so beautiful, exposing her on a major social platform would bring her much unwanted disturbance. An SSSS-level female, surely the admirers would be countless across planets. Indeed. Isfini nodded in agreement. Su Mian Tang regarded the young man beside her. Such a considerate little ear should no longer wander.
Mian Tang.
Later we'll take a few photos privately to keep in a confidential album. I promise it won't be leaked. Include me. The three females began to photograph amidst the vast castle, experimenting with various angles and poses, until Duchess Hilary finally called a halt after half an hour.
Ling er.
You've been too playful and have forgotten to properly entertain our guests. Miss Su Mian Tang, Mrs. Finey, it's getting late, and you must be quite fatigued. I have arranged rooms for you. Shortly, a servant will escort you. Sounds good. Miss Finey readily agreed, but Su Mian Tang declined. Thank you for your kind intentions, Duchess. But I must return. Return. The group exclaimed in unison. Isn't it too soon? You've just arrived. Why not stay a couple more days? Tomorrow is Monday. I have work. Moreover, if she were absent for too long, the males around her would worry. Thankfully, before her arrival, she had posted an update about catching up on sleep over the weekend, so she anticipated no disturbance, but if she failed to appear during work hours, her light brain would surely prompt concern. Mian Tang, you're exceedingly diligent. Even with work, you're so punctual. I've only just met you. We haven't had enough fun yet. Yu Ling and Isfini flanked her, entwining their arms around hers, while Yu Zhongxian quietly positioned herself behind them. Though Duchess Hilary wished to retain them, she understood that should an SSSS-level female emerge from their nation, she would be anxious even to step outside the planet. Moreover, her son seemed quite capable of keeping her by his side. No worries. When the holidays arrive, I'll come to visit you, or you can come to Central Star. It's a promise. Mian Tang, once this interstellar tour concludes, I must take you to the sea. There's an abundance of fine wines, beautiful scenery, and handsome males that I'm sure you'll adore. The three reluctantly parted ways, and as they approached the spacecraft, Su Mian Tang turned to Yu Zhongxian. Little ear, do you still wish to wander? The implication of her words was clear. Not at all. The young man immediately raised his head, his eyes sparkling with clarity. He had known she would take him along. Unexpectedly, the girl shifted her gaze to Yu Ling. May I ask you for a favor? Mian Tang, why are you being so polite with me? Don't mention just a single favor. Even if it were 100, I would do my utmost.
Well.
Little ear is clever, kind, attentive, and diligent. Could you arrange a stable job for him on Comet U?
What?
The air instantly became tense. Yu Ling's expression froze, and the light in Yu Zhongxian's eyes dimmed. She hadn't intended to take him along? What could be done now? Yu Ling felt a wave of embarrassment, scratching her head, regretting her earlier eagerness to agree. Her brother would surely scold her. Brother? She attempted to look to him for help, only to be met with a scene of sheer terror that made her tremble all over. Su Mian Tang, puzzled, followed her gaze and saw. To the side of the youth, two snowy white, fluffy long ears unexpectedly sprouted from his head. These ears, slightly drooping, elegantly adorned his lovely visage, just perfect for wiping away the large, crystalline tears cascading from his honeyed, teary gaze. Sister no longer wants me. He was actually crying, and using his ears to dry his tears. How utterly unfair. Su Mian Tang's heart instantly felt as if it were being tightly grasped, leaving her momentarily speechless. It was hard to determine whether she was enchanted or frightened. Yu Ling exclaimed, Brother, please don't do this, I'm scared. Isfini remarked, suddenly. I understand the allure of younger men. Being bullied to tears while calling for his sister is simply too exhilarating. Duchess Hilary commented. Indeed, he is my son. I haven't. You want to abandon me. Yu Zhongxian lowered his head, pearls of sorrow falling one by one, causing Su Mian Tang to hastily retrieve a handkerchief to wipe his tears. Does my sister also despise my identity? Like everyone else, do they think I?
No.
Su Mian Tang interrupted him. I merely believe that as a moon comet inhabitant, it would be better for you to remain here. I don't want to. Yu Zhongxian shook his head, crying as he clutched her hand tightly, his slightly reddened, shattered gaze evoking deep sympathy in anyone who beheld it. I don't want to stay on Moon Comet. There are only bad people here. Yes, Yu Ling stammered, utterly flabbergasted. In the Moon Comet system, the status of males is indeed quite low, particularly for someone in his unique situation, facing discrimination wherever he goes. Sister, please let me accompany you to Central Star, okay? I just want to stay by your side. He pleaded with a quivering, tearful voice, gently brushing his fluffy long ears against her palm, gradually breaking down her defenses. I can wash clothes, cook, sweep the floor, and clean windows. I can do it all. All right.
Su Mian Tang, utterly defenseless, nodded.
Really? A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Yu Zhongxian's moist eyes brimming with tears. Yet he hadn't finished speaking. He truly could do everything, including. He fixed his gaze upon her intently. Thank you, sister. I will strive to survive in Central Star and not be a burden to you. Chapter 099. No one is more important than you. The flying vehicle had vanished without a trace. Yuling was still processing the events, slapping her own face in disbelief as she glanced at her mother. Mother, don't you think brother is a bit too frightening? He has two faces. Having grown up together for so many years, she had never seen him cry. Now, tears flowed freely. The esteemed commander of the interstellar fleet was simply too terrifying. What's wrong with that? Duchess Hilary was not only unfazed but rather pleased. It was normal to put in some effort to please an SSSS grade female. Her son had finally grown up. Central Star, Royal Palace. Ever since Isfini was kidnapped, Jun Qingyin had begun investigating the case. Upon gaining some leads, he saw a photo on Isfini's social media account featuring a hand belonging to Tang Tang. In a flash, his mind went blank, trembling fingers dialing the girl's communicator. But after 1, 2, 3 attempts, no one answered. Frightened, he propelled his combat capabilities towards the Jiuqing Villa area. How could Tang Tang be with Isfini? Had the shadow robots abducted her too? What had they done to her? He couldn't even dare to think. Meanwhile, within the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, Lu Silly, who was closely monitoring the shadow robot incident, was also alarmed, rushing to Jiuqing Villa area. Fortunately, when they arrived at the destination, Su Mian Tang was just stepping down from the flying vehicle. Mian Tang.
Tang Tang.
The two rushed forward, embracing her tightly. Just returned home. Su Mian Tang found herself lifted off the ground by two males. What's wrong with you? Tang Tang, are you alright? Countless questions morphed into profound worry. Jun Qingyin carefully examined her body, while Lu Silly maintained some rationality, noting that her health monitoring bracelet indicated all her metrics were normal, except Mian Tang. Why were you featured in Isfini's star chart? Su Mian Tang replied, just my hand was visible, they could recognize it? It's a long story. However, Your Highness, I brought you a gift. A gift? With a flourish, she raised the cage, unveiling a panicked skunk inside. Lauren, the leader of the Shadow Robot Organization. A demon who had tormented him for years. Even if transformed to ashes, he would still recognize him. The Shadow Robot Organization had been entirely eradicated by the Moon Comet System's commander Yu Zhongxian, and now, he had gifted the mastermind, Dr. Lauren, to me, allowing you to deal with him personally. Farewell, enemy, an opportunity to take revenge. Jun Qingyin had thought he would be overjoyed. But upon realizing that Tang Tang had risked herself to obtain it, his heart felt as though it were being pierced by needles, causing unbearable pain. It turned out that in his heart, hatred had long since been replaced by love. Everyone and everything paled in comparison to a single hair of Tang Tang. Lu Silly frowned, casting a reproachful glance at him. His obsession had nearly placed Mian Tang in danger. Tang Tang, Jun Qingyin held her tightly, almost embedding her within his body. Please do not put yourself in peril for me again, all right? No one is more important than you. Su Mian Tang felt his trembling form and choked voice, slightly taken aback. Big Lion, are you about to cry? She hadn't expected that her infiltration into the Shadow Robot Organization would frighten him so much. She reached out to ruffle his hair, solemnly promising, all right. From behind, Yu Zhongxian emerged from the flying vehicle, inadvertently witnessing this scene. So it was Dr. Lauren who was meant for him. The Crown Prince of the Central Star System, one of her suitors. His expression darkened. Suddenly, he regretted giving this gift, having unwittingly tailored a wedding dress for another. After listening to the young girl recount the events of the past 2 days, Jun Qingyin and Lu Silly noticed a strange boy stepping out of her flying vehicle. Mian Tang. Who is he? This is the little ear I just mentioned. Su Mian Tang waved from a distance. Little ear, come here. Let me introduce you. This is the director of the National Academy of Sciences, Lu Silly. This is His Highness the Crown Prince of the Empire, Jun Qingyin. Yu Zhongxian approached, his demeanor polite yet restrained. Hello, brothers. He was the herbivore who had assisted Tang Tang in the City of Crime. He appeared rather weak. Lu Silly, seeing his youth and orphan status, held no malice, but nonetheless, being a male residing in a female's home was rather inappropriate. You are Little Ear? Come back with me to the Scientific Research Institute, shall we? The Scientific Research Institute? Yu Zhongxian seemed unfamiliar with the term, mumbling it a few times before suddenly looking alarmed, tugging at Su Mian Tang's sleeve and hiding behind her. Sister? Is it the kind of place that performs experiments on little rabbits? No, I don't want to go. I'm scared. Su Mian Tang laughed. Director, please don't frighten him. He is quite timid. Lu Silly dismissed his fears, but Jun Qingyin sensed a peculiar aura, though he couldn't quite place its uniqueness. It appeared to be just an ordinary little rabbit. Then let us return to the palace. The palace was indeed a possibility.
Su Mian Tang stroket hatchin.
About to glance at Yu Zhongxian when she saw him trembling even more. In the palace, I once wandered the streets and was beaten by the palace guards. Seeing them makes me anxious. Anxious? Then let us not. Let us temporarily reside here for a few days. Once you secure a desirable job, you may move out. I shall make the arrangements. Before Jun Qingyin could finish his sentence, Yu Zhongxian interjected, "No need to trouble the two of you. My job is quite simple, rather ordinary, and easily attainable. By the way, where is Rongrong?" Su Mian Tang inquired with curiosity, having not seen him for a while. Jun Qingyin diverted his attention, stating that he had placed a barrier on Zhu Feng, and until Rongrong reached S-level, he would not emerge. S-level?
How could that be?
The last time he forced himself was due to being humiliated by Catherine. What could possibly motivate him this time? Had Catherine troubled him again?
No.
Then I shall go find him.
Tang Tang.
Jun Qingyin grasped her wrist, explaining that Huarong likely felt inadequate due to his low rank and was spiraling into a dilemma. He needed more time to calm down and gain clarity.
All right.
Su Mian Tang clenched her hands anxiously. Chapter 100. Fondness. Profound fondness. After Jun Qingyin and Lu Silly departed, Yu Zhongxian slowly lifted his head to gaze at their retreating figures, yet he still clutched the corner of Su Mian Tang's clothing. He had long been aware of the numerous and formidable rivals, but he hadn't expected them to be so vigilant. It seems he must exert even greater effort. Sister, do the brothers not like me very much? Not at all. They have been quite enthusiastic in helping you find a job. But they all wish for me to leave you. Perhaps they are still unfamiliar with you, hence their unease. Do you trust me, sister? Of course. Su Mian Tang took hold of the wrist of this boy who exuded insecurity and led him toward the villa, saying, "Come in, little ear. Here. You can feel as if you are at home." Yu Zhongxian looked at her hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips.
All right.
Xiaomi sensed her presence from afar, flitting out to greet her. Upon seeing Yu Zhongxian, it curiously circled around him twice, and just as the screen was about to display the word rabbit, it abruptly paused, as if seized by some invisible force, before buzzing joyfully with flapping wings. A super handsome guy has arrived. He seems to match the master perfectly. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Su Mian Tang had never witnessed Xiaomi so exuberant, chattering away as if it had gained intelligence. Had it secretly upgraded while hiding it from her? Intrigued, she examined the system, but found nothing amiss. "It seems it likes you very much." "I like it as well," Yu Zhongxian replied, a smile gracing his lips as he discreetly lowered his fingers from behind and walked into the villa. However, just as he crossed the threshold, his smile faltered. "Sister, is this truly your home?" "It's rather." That familiar phrase. Su Mian Tang immediately turned vigilant, only to see him gazing at her with envy, exclaiming, "It's so large." Bingo. This is the reaction a normal person should have. She felt a sense of gratification as her four-story, grand villa was finally acknowledged, oblivious to the coldness in the depths of the boy's eyes. "Did the brothers purchase this villa for you?" "No, it was provided by the Female Protection Agency. So it's even state-funded." His expression turned even colder. "Once I earn money, I'll definitely buy a larger one for you." "No need. I am quite satisfied with this place." What is there to be satisfied with in such a small space? Yu Zhongxian frowned. Yet, not long after, he was met with an unexpected revelation. The home as sofa, curtains, carpets, cushions, and even the air were saturated with the sweet scent of the girl's pheromones, creating an ambience that felt akin to paradise. Making him wish to transform into a floppy-eared rabbit and roll about. It was too comfortable, and he longed to remain there for eternity. It seemed that a smaller space had its benefits, preserving the fragrance. "Little ear, take some time to familiarize yourself with the room. I will water the potted plants."
All right.
Yu Zhongxian walked to the study, scanning the titles of the various books she often read with his intelligent brain. He moved to the hall, saving the image of her handwritten painting from the wall, and then to the kitchen, where he discovered a box of peculiar white objects. "Sister, what is this?" "Sugar." "Sugar?" "Nothing extraordinary." Just as he was about to set it down, he heard her add, "I made it myself. It's called cotton candy." He immediately picked it back up. "May I have a piece?" "Of course." The boy curiously unwrapped a piece, placing it in his mouth, expecting a taste comparable to that of the finest from the castle's nutritionist. To his astonishment, it was rich and soft, dense and smooth, a sweetness he had never encountered before, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Sister, it's so sweet. I'm glad you like it. I like it very much. This piece of candy evoked feelings akin to her, surprising and sweet, always leaving one unprepared. Sister reads, paints, gardens, and even makes candy. She is simply a treasure of a woman. May I take a few more pieces? Of course, there are plenty. He greedily stuffed several into his pocket and made his way to the balcony, where he stumbled upon a true treasure. On the clothes rack hung several delicate lace undergarments belonging to the girl. His intelligent brain almost immediately calculated the size. 36C. 36C? His honey-colored eyes involuntarily narrowed. How could she possibly support that with such a slender waist? An exaggerated and enticing image surged forth in his mind, igniting a fervor within him. Warning! Severe alert! Male hormone levels detected to be rising rapidly. Please control immediately, or else. Huh? Why is the master showing no reaction? Su Mian Tang was watering the potted plants when she suddenly seemed to recall something, pausing momentarily before sprinting towards the balcony like a sprinter. Little ear. You cannot go to the balcony. It was already too late. The boy stood on the balcony, staring intently at the two undergarments above. Do not look. She rushed over. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly gathered them up. Yu Zhongxian obediently averted his gaze, yet his eyes gradually drifted from the undergarments to her chest. Unable to suppress a gulp. How ample! Especially as they quivered with her every movement, resembling. Su Mian Tang stood on her toes and swiftly covered his eyes with her hand. Little ear, where are your eyes wandering? Such a young boy, yet so improper.
Sister.
Yu Zhongxian's eyes were enveloped in her soft palm, casting him into darkness. And his imagination ran wild, leading to a wicked smile tugging at his lips. I was referring to the scenery outside. What are you talking about? Su Mian Tang turned her head to see. Outside, on a slender, delicate fruit tree branch, hung two plump, ripe peaches. You had better truly be referring to them. That night, Yu Zhongxian lay in bed, hands cradling his head, reminiscing about the girl's alluring shyness, a foolish smile spreading across his face. So tempting. I want to tease her. Intelligent brain assessment. Lovesick face. Intelligent brain analysis. Not that there is no reaction, but rather that he has given up on treatment. The boy tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and waved his hand, instructing Xiaomi to stealthily enter the master's room and record the girl's sleeping visage for him. Watching the serene and beautiful little female in the live stream, he gradually grew restless, experiencing an unbearable reaction. When would he be able to sleep beside her? The next day, before Su Mian Tang headed to work, she retrieved 50,000 star coins from her locker. Little ear here. Sister, what is this? Yu Zhongxian received the money. Momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend. This is for your living expenses. You can take some time to familiarize yourself with the environment of Central Star over these few days. You may purchase some necessities at the supermarket. There is no rush to find a job. If you run out of money, just ask me. From a tender age. The Moonlight Immortal bore the weight of his family's honor and decline, and upon receiving money from a small female for the first time, he found himself at a loss for how to react. This sensation was both sweet and unfamiliar, imbued with a peculiar sense of belonging, akin to a beloved male in the embrace of the matriarch of his household. Gazing at the star coin in his hand, his heart, which had once felt fragmented, suddenly collapsed like a row of dominoes, overwhelmed by emotion. Sister, is this your way of keeping me? Chapter 101, CEO of an SS-class corporation.
Su Mian Tang.
This is called sponsorship, not keeping. It's the same. The youth dashed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, releasing the torrent of affection that surged within him. Su Mian Tang was momentarily taken aback. Little ear, you sister? Thank you. I suddenly feel as though I have a home. So it was gratitude. She couldn't help but affectionately pat the little bunny's head. If you wish, you may temporarily consider this place your home. I wish to. Yet he desired not just a temporary abode, but a permanent one, yearning for her to be his mate for all eternity. Well then, I shall seek employment during the day and return in the evening to cook for you.
All right.
Just as Su Mian Tang left the house, the Moonlight Immortal took flight towards the battleship, watching her enter the National Academy of Sciences before heading straight for the moon comet.
Brother?
Upon seeing him, Yuling was taken aback. Didn't you go to the Central Star with Mian Tang? How come you're back so soon? Did they discover your true identity and send you back? Close your crow's mouth. Moonlight Immortal squinted, a dangerous expression causing Yuling to immediately fall silent. Fortunately, he was in a good mood today, not only refraining from reprimanding her, but also tossing her a piece of candy. Your sister-in-law gave it. Sister-in-law? Mian Tang? She eagerly tore it open, her eyes widening with astonishment as she savored the delightful taste of cotton candy. Is the candy from the central star really this soft and sweet? She made it herself.
Wow.
Your sister-in-law is amazing. She is beautiful and talented, truly a fairy. Her heartfelt praise caused the corners of the man's eyes to crinkle, as if taking pride in her words. Brother, is there more? I want to eat more. Don't be greedy. Moonlight Immortal ignored her. There were only 6 pieces in total, hardly enough for him. Just give me 1 piece. How can you call me greedy? You're too stingy. I see your pocket bulging. There must be dozens in there. This? Moonlight Immortal casually pulled out 50,000 star coins from his pocket. This is pocket money your sister-in-law gave me. Yuling was left dumbfounded. Brother, with candy in one hand and money in the other. Are you becoming a kept man at the Central Star? Brother, have you been sponsored? He spoke with an air of pride. At the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, Su Mian Tang was conducting experiments when her secretary, Oliver, suddenly knocked on her door. Researcher Su, I apologize for the interruption. But the director wishes to see you in his office. Do you have time? I do. She removed her gloves, paused her experiments, and followed him. Inside the office, Director Lu Silly was intently reading the documents while wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Director, Researcher Su has arrived. Good, you may leave now. He nodded indifferently, and once Oliver had exited, he promptly shut the door tightly. Director, is there something you need? Su Miantong noticed his serious demeanor, assuming it was a matter of great importance. To her surprise, once the door was closed, he produced an ice cream cone from behind him. Strawberry flavor, your favorite. Thank you. Su Miantong's eyes sparkled as she accepted it. Director, how did you know I liked this flavor? Last time, I saw you receive some from the Gemini. Just a guess. Please have a seat. She had just taken a bite when he pulled her down into a chair. This is the director's seat. Being summoned to the office, fed delicious treats, and occupying his chair, it felt reminiscent of a melodramatic television show where a spoiled employee engages in a clandestine romance with a cold superior. It was all rather thrilling. Just as she was about to rise, his words halted her. Miantong, ever since your new inhibitor development theory was published on the Academy's official website, many individuals have actively applied to participate. Here are the lists and data of those who were systemically screened. The Academy has decided to begin trials with a select group. Please take a look. All right. She accepted the documents, flipping through them with diligence. Upon reaching the end, she froze. Qin Yanzhou, CEO of the Qin Group, the largest arms supplier in the galaxy. Age 26, S-class male, large feline beast man. Note, according to professional medical assessment, there is a recent possibility of delayed differentiation into an SS-class male, requiring close monitoring. Blood and pheromone matching status. Hundreds of females in the galaxy have a compatibility score of 40, qualified, or above. Required degree of new inhibitor. Urgent, approaching estrus. Special note, suspected criminal history. In mere lines of text, she uncovered numerous enigmas. Director, why is this person on the list? He completely does not meet the criteria for the new inhibitor candidates. The first batch of new inhibitors is primarily targeted at males with a pheromone compatibility score below 40, with a maximum of 100 candidates. Without the inhibitor, they could face life-threatening situations at any moment. Yet this individual has a compatibility score exceeding the qualified threshold with hundreds of females, yet he filled an urgent for the inhibitor requirement? Lu Silly lowered his gaze. It is him. Who is he? He is the galaxy's largest arms dealer, with immense family wealth and power. Perhaps this is why he was an exception. Especially as the Central Star and X-Planet are currently at war. This concerns crucial national security. I see. Given his outstanding qualifications, why not directly match him with a suitable female? That remains unclear. Lu Silly shook his head, his brow slightly furrowing. However, this individual is very dangerous. Dangerous? The last line states, suspected criminal history. As far as I know, the circulated version on the StarNet is that he pushed an adult female into the water at the age of 6, nearly causing her to drown. He was once wanted by the galaxy's female protection agencies, but due to his family's overwhelming influence, the matter was ultimately buried. He harmed a female at merely 6 years old? It's either a misunderstanding or he is a hypermale. If it's the latter, if he successfully evolves into an SS-class male, unable to withstand the estrus period and descending into madness, who knows how many lives he would endanger. Chapter 102, The Male Dodgy. It seems he indeed desperately needs the new inhibitor. Su Miantong extracted his personal information and placed it at the front of the stack. Director Liu, on Wednesday, These volunteers will come to the Academy for blood sample collection. It is imperative that all staff remain vigilant and proceed with caution. What is the director worried about? I fear they could lose control at any moment. Others may be fine, but if they were to harm you, his words trailed off. Perhaps he was startled by her sudden disappearance and appearance in the photograph with Isfine yesterday. He subconsciously viewed her as a female devoid of pheromones, requiring protection under his wings, forgetting entirely that she was now an SS-class female, the supreme being. Even the strongest SS-class combat males in the galaxy would bow obediently before her. Apologies. Lu Silly lowered his gaze, inadvertently catching sight of her rose-petal-like, plump lips, adorned with remnants of the still-melting ice cream, which he gently licked away, swallowing slowly. His deep purple irises tightened suddenly, shimmering with intensity. In that moment, he no longer wished to shield her under his protective wings. Instead, he yearned to pin her beneath him, fiercely. A soft rustle of footsteps echoed from outside the door, momentarily restoring his scattered senses. This was the office. What was happening? Ever since he encountered her, the self-control and chivalrous decorum he once took pride in had crumbled, leaving his mind awash with illicit thoughts. If the last bout of desire had been provoked by her pheromones, now, even the mere sight of her was enough to elicit a response. The man's breath began to quicken with agitation. Yet, the girl remained blissfully unaware of the danger. Holding an ice cream cone, her smile radiant, akin to a captivating phoenix flower in full bloom. What about the others? Director, how heartbroken would they be if they heard you say such a thing?
Mian Tang.
Lu Silly found himself unconsciously leaning over the girl's chair, completely enveloping her with his tall frame, his imposing demeanor causing Su Mian Tang to momentarily freeze. You are unlike the others.
I know.
She was a female. Mian Tang, why do you always call me director? Because we are in the research institute. Do you see me as merely the director? Outside of the institute, am I just an inconsequential passerby like those on the list? His voice grew slightly hoarse, and his expression became increasingly stubborn, invoking memories in Su Mian Tang of his terrifying demeanor during his last episode of Desire. He was a different person from his usual self. Surely, the individuals on that list had not yet succumbed to their urges, yet he had succumbed first. Who was truly the more dangerous one? Of course not, Director. Are you well?
Yes.
He was well. A flicker of delight crossed Lu Silly's eyes at her response. It seemed that every time she called him Director, it was merely a playful jest. Yet, Mian Tang, I must say. The man leaned closer, his warm, disordered breath cascading over her cheeks, his gaze fixated on her luscious, crimson lips as if he would devour them at any moment. Su Mian Tang was certain he had entered a state of arousal. Recalling the last time, in Laboratory 1, when he had been reckless and wild, fearful that the commotion would alert Secretary Oliver outside, he hastily raised his hand and activated the pheromones SSSS-4 type calming pheromones. A wave of intoxicating phoenix flower pheromones surged forth, overwhelming Lu Silly and transforming him into a beastly form without resistance. Su Mian Tang, cradling the massive red fox in her arms, felt a tinge of embarrassment. I'm sorry, Director. I miscalculated the dosage. I only intended to release a little to ease him, but it seems I overdid it. Immersed in the rich, sweet SSSS-grade female pheromones, Lu Silly had lost all rationality, driven solely by deep-seated affection and primal desire, burrowing desperately into her embrace. To win her favor, he occasionally lifted a paw, rolled over onto his back, and waved his fluffy, fiery tail around her arm. This clingy, enticing demeanor bore no trace of the dignified king of Qingqiu or the authority of a director. He was, in essence, a charming and beguiling creature. Unable to resist the temptation, Su Mian Tang reciprocated, first caressing the radiant phoenix flower mark on his forehead, then playfully tapping his round nose, tugging at his pointed ears, and stroking his glossy, delicate fur. Finally, he presented his large, fluffy, vividly red fox tail before her, as if inviting her to indulge. Su Mian Tang suddenly recalled the part of him that transformed back into human form, her mind momentarily short-circuiting. Are you sure this is permissible to touch?
Mian Tang.
I beg you. The red fox shyly buried its head in its body, utterly embarrassed. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the office door was thrust open without warning. Director, I've made a discovery. Professor Heller rushed in with a stack of documents, only to be met with the sight of Su Mian Tang, who, in a panic, swiftly shoved the red fox beneath the desk. As their eyes met, the first thought that flashed through both their minds was, "Not you again?"
Researcher Su?
What are you doing here? And seated in the director's chair, no less? I also came to find the director. When I discovered he was not here, I began to look over the documents. As Su Mian Tang stuttered through her lie, a sudden, involuntary moan escaped her lips. It turned out that the red fox, displeased with her distraction while playing with it and conversing with another male, had nipped gently at her finger with its sharp teeth. Professor Heller was taken aback. He slowly glanced down beneath the desk, where a bright red fox tail was impossibly visible, belonging to the director. His glasses nearly slipped off his nose in shock. They, in that position, were actually playing in the office. I mustn't intrude.
Eek.
He fled without looking back, leaving Su Mian Tang weakly waving after him. Professor. It's a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Last time it was in the laboratory, and now it's in the office. Each encounter more thrilling than the last. And now he had transformed into a beast. It was utterly absurd. She had completely forgotten that this was a workplace. It seemed he needed to choose a moment to have a serious conversation with the director. He had not always been this way. As the end of the workday approached, an older researcher from the new inhibitor development group approached Su Mian Tang with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Group leader, I apologize for the interruption. But may I take a moment of your time to discuss something? Of course. Su Mian Tang set aside her current task. Senior Rogers, what is it? Do you know about the Balenciaga fashion show? It is the most renowned runway in the Central Star System, and this year, a top model named John, who happens to be my nephew, debuted there. The girl listened, her expression somewhat bewildered. I'm sorry, but I'm not very familiar with the fashion industry. That's quite all right. Rogers shook his head and began to introduce his nephew. John is an exceptional A-grade male avian beast man. Not only a well-known model in the galaxy, but also comes from a well-off family, boasting over 1 million followers on the Star Network. However, he has had little luck in finding a mate. Recently, I heard that our group is developing a new, safe inhibitor, and he became interested. Unfortunately, his qualifications do not meet the criteria for the initial batch of inhibitor candidates, so I wanted to invite you to dinner tonight, hoping to privately obtain a sample in return. He spoke with some embarrassment, aware that this request violated institute regulations. Moreover, she was a distinguished female. It was indeed quite presumptuous. Yet, he could not refuse his beloved nephew's plea. Faced with his request, Su Mian Tang was unsure how to decline. On one hand, he was a senior with decades of experience at the academy. On the other, he was a key member of the group. Tonight? Yes. Tonight, he just finished a runway event and is returning to Central City. I'll first send a message home to check. She had promised Little Ear that she would return home for dinner. All right. Rogers nodded eagerly, interpreting this as a sign of opportunity. He knew the group leader was the kindest of females. In the Nanqing Villa district, having just returned from the Comet, where he had spent the day learning culinary skills from a 9-star chef in the castle, the commander was in a delightful mood upon receiving a call from his beloved little female. Sister, have you finished work? Not yet. Then, sister, are you missing Little Ear? Seizing the opportunity to be endearing, Su Mian Tang smiled. Yes, I was wondering if you would be cooking. I'm currently preparing the ingredients. Today, I'm going to make you flame pancakes, lobster bisque, and milfai. He was halfway through a sentence when he was interrupted by the girl. Little Ear, just make enough for yourself. I want to be home for dinner tonight. Why not? The excitement in Yu Zhongxian's heart was instantly extinguished. She wasn't coming back. What was the point of cooking then? There's an invitation. An invitation? In the midst of the month, the celestial honey tea caused her pupils to narrow slightly, instinctively recalling the males surrounding her. Is it your brothers inviting you out for a meal? No, it's a work-related dinner. Work? According to his investigation, she was the only female at the Central Stars Institute of Scientific Research. Still, they're males. Oh. The youth slightly drooped his head, casting aside the ingredients and spatula in his hands, his voice imbued with palpable disappointment. Su Mian Tang seemed to perceive a once-spirited little rabbit, now deflated by her mere words. Succumbing to sorrow. Little Ear, even when I'm not home, you can still prepare delicious meals for yourself. No need. Yu Zhongxian shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Dining alone feels so lonely, akin to being homeless once more. In truth, he had long grown accustomed to enduring hunger at night. Upon hearing this, Su Mian Tang was struck by a singular thought. Take him along. She turned slightly to glance at Rogers. Senior, may I bring one more person with me? Of course, absolutely. All right. Little Ear, would you mind accompanying me to the dinner? Sister is bringing me along? Yu Zhongxian's delicate face brightened instantly, his eyes sparkling. as if his long rabbit ears might spring forth from his head once more. How wonderful! You're the best, sister. I love you the most. Su Mian Tang was unexpectedly charmed once more. After ending the communication, she sent him the time and place of the invitation, and upon finishing work, she took her sampling tools and flew over. To her surprise, upon arriving at the restaurant, she spotted the youth already enthusiastically waving at her from a distance. Sister, over here. He had arrived ahead of time, even changing into a new outfit. Clad in a minimalist white t-shirt that subtly showcased his defined collarbone, complemented by a light blue casual jacket adorned with a metallic chain around his neck, and a transparent rhinestone in his left ear alongside a beauty mark beneath his left eye, he appeared strikingly handsome, almost breathtakingly so. One might mistake him for a top-tier celebrity sneaking out for a rendezvous. Little ear, why did you come so early? I couldn't wait to dine with you, sister. He rose to pull out a chair for her. Sister, where are your colleagues? Not colleagues. Su Mian Tang explained the sampling matters. Yu Zhongxian nodded in understanding.
Oh.
So it's an unfamiliar male, huh? And he's late too. If I were him, I wouldn't dare let such a beautiful sister wait. Su Mian Tang chuckled. After all, she had only just arrived. Upon hearing the brief information about John, Yu Zhongxian immediately sought further details in his smart brain, extracting a crucial piece of information: male model. He feigned to pull out his light brain. Sister, this brother named John is a supermodel, quite adored by females. He shared an image from his light brain with Su Mian Tang. In it, John was embracing several female models for a photo, the scene exuding intense allure. Doesn't he have a great physique? Average, Su Mian Tang replied with candidness. It was hard to believe that she would one day evaluate a top male model from a planet boasting billions of inhabitants in such a manner. Yet the figures she had previously encountered, the imperial twin stars, the director of the institute, the interstellar war god, the crown prince, and the youngest king, all possessed physiques far superior. It was her fault for having seen too many exceptional specimens. What about compared to Yu Zhongxian? The youth suddenly inquired. Su Mian Tang was taken aback. What brought him to mind? He's my idol. Of course, there's no comparison. He is a perfect blend of beast and machine. A perfect existence. Yu Zhongxian was momentarily stunned by such high praise. Then, does sister like him? Like? I barely know him. How would I know if I like him? However, I am quite curious and wish to bring him into the lab to see whether he is human or machine. A little rabbit awaiting dissection fell silent. After a moment, he gently leaned closer to her ear, his tone mischievous. Sister, I've heard he possesses the emotions of a beast and the body of a machine, able to express fervent love while fiercely performing without rest. Su Mian Tang didn't know why, but upon hearing the phrase without rest, her cheeks flushed suddenly. Forever, without rest? She stuttered in disbelief. Indeed, like a perpetual motion machine. Forever, a perpetual motion machine, then his partner. That's why he is unparalleled on the battlefield. His energy is limitless. Yu Zhongxian exclaimed with admiration, noticing her cheeks had turned crimson at some point, curiously asking, Sister, why is your face so red? Did you think of something? I wasn't thinking of anything.
Su Mian Tang vehemently denied.
So, it's about fighting, she mused. Wondering when her thoughts had become so impure? The deliberately provocative youth leaned closer again, revealing his sharp little fangs. Really, sister? Of course. His warm breath brushed against her ear, sending tingles through her earlobes, making half her face feel slightly numb, prompting Su Mian Tang to hastily change the subject. How do you know all this? The youth didn't respond, merely picking up a napkin. Sister, let me tie it for you. Soon you'll know. Sir, please follow me this way. A voice called from the entrance. Su Mian Tang looked up to see the male from the earlier photo. It must be John. Just off a runway show, John hurried to the rendezvous in his outfit, not even having time to change, recognizing the importance of not keeping a distinguished female scientist waiting. Following the time and place sent by his uncle, he arrived at the restaurant about 10 minutes late, only to be captivated by a stunningly beautiful young female seated at the table. His uncle had only mentioned she was a female researcher, but he had not anticipated her beauty, which left his heart racing. It felt as though he had fallen for her at first sight. As an exceptional Class A male, he had been spoiled by his family since childhood, looking down upon Class A and below females. Likewise, females above Class A often dismissed him, leaving him single for many years, preferring to use suppressants rather than settle. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself here, enchanted by a coveted female. He wondered what her pheromone level was, If it was below Class A, he would be willing to make concessions.
Hello, I am Su Mian Tang.
The head of the new suppressants research group, Su Mian Tang, stood to greet him. Hello, I am John, a model for Windwalker fashion. Esteemed female, you are truly stunning. Since entering, John's gaze had not strayed from her face, and he leaned down to offer an intimate kiss on her hand, but before he could extend his hand, it was firmly grasped by another. Hello, I am Little Ear. Yu Zhongxian's eyes glinted coldly as he regarded John, the warning in his demeanor unmistakable. Yet John dismissed him with a mere glance. A herbivorous beast man? His rank was so low he couldn't even sense any combat strength, daring to assert his claim? Truly laughable. He wondered what this beautiful and intelligent female saw in him. A pretty face could not offer protection. Only someone as outstanding as himself deserved to stand by her side. All right, he replied dismissively, releasing Yu Zhongxian's hand to extend his own toward the girl once more. However, Su Mian Tang had already taken her seat, methodically pulling out her sampling toolkit. You must be Roger's nephew, correct? I've gathered the basic information, and I need to ask a few more details later. Let us start with a blood draw, for a sample. Esteemed Miss Su Mian Tang, I have just returned from afar, and have yet to dine. How about we converse while we eat? It would deepen our understanding of one another. What dishes do you fancy? Please order freely. Tonight, I shall treat you. As John spoke, he casually brushed his hair aside and lightly winked at her, a gesture he frequently employed to express affection towards his admirers. Typically, females found this quite endearing, and he believed she would too. Regrettably, Su Mian Tang not only failed to catch the signal but also raised her brows in satisfaction, remarking that it was indeed necessary to fast before a blood draw. Yu Zhongxian couldn't help but smirk, nearly losing her composure. Oh, well then, we can chat while you draw the blood. Excuse me, could you make way? He deliberately approached the young man beside him, using the blood draw as an excuse to ask for his seat. You can sit across from her. Just as Su Mian Tang was about to speak, Yu Zhongxian stood up and said, It's all right, sister. Let him come over. I can sit anywhere. The lowly orc proved to be quite perceptive, and John felt a swell of pride. The little one was always so well-behaved and considerate. Su Mian Tang gazed at him, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she donned her gloves. Mr. John, please extend your left hand. All right, John replied, but instead of complying, he placed a sensor on the table, designed specifically to control the latest model of an aircraft developed in the central galaxy. He removed the watch from his right wrist, adorned with a circle of diamonds, valued at over 1 million star coins. He slightly loosened a few buttons of his suit, revealing the luxurious jewelry around his neck and his well-defined chest. Su Mian Tang suddenly recalled what Senior Grace had said about him being a bird-type orc. Until now, she had assumed it was the kind that flew in the sky. Now it appeared. Are you of the peacock species? How did you know? John exclaimed in surprise. Was his aura truly that distinctive and unique? It is quite evident, Su Mian Tang replied. Yu Zhongxian smirked, sister. You certainly know how to insult without using foul language. I am the rarest and most beautiful green peacock orc on the central planet, and I am only 29 this year. As he spoke, he silently inched closer to the girl. With every inch he drew near, the young man's expression darkened. There's no need to get so close. Just extend your wrist, Su Mian Tang remarked. Just as her words fell, a robotic waiter approached with a tray, politely pouring a glass of red wine over John's head. Sir, please enjoy your drink. Su Mian Tang gasped and quickly withdrew the syringe, fearful of contamination. John, now drenched and humiliated before the girl he admired, was furious. What the hell are you doing? How dare you spill a drink on a guest? Bring your manager here. Brother. Yu Zhongxian trembled at his fierce demeanor, quickly pulling Su Mian Tang closer. He so scary. Come over here. I'm afraid he might harm you. His words only fueled John's rage further. How could they blame him for the robot's malfunction? What kind of absurdity was this? Just as he was about to unleash his frustration on the boy, he noticed the girl staring intently at him. Oh no! In his fury, he had forgotten to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. Today us females all favored tender and considerate males. I apologize. I hope I didn't frighten you, he said, taking several deep breaths to suppress his anger as he directed his apology toward Su Mian Tang. I was just a bit overwhelmed. I'm not usually like this. What's going on? The restaurant manager rushed over. Just as John was about to argue with him, Yu Zhongxian said with a smile, It's nothing. My brother just had a moment of stress. Meanwhile, the robot chimed in, I was so scared. I'm leaving now. The manager. What's wrong with your robot? That language program doesn't exist. He's about to explode. Chapter 105. Do you think you're worthy to seduce her? Mr. John, are you alright? Su Mian Tang observed him, resembling an overinflated pufferfish, hesitating with the syringe in her hand. Can we still proceed with the sampling?
Yes.
For her sake. John held back his emotions. He was considerably more compliant this time. However, in the presence of such an exquisitely beautiful female face, he gradually found himself distracted, unable to suppress the urge to display his allure. Miss Su Mian Tang, I haven't had the chance to properly introduce myself. I currently work for the largest fashion company on the central planet, serving as their signature model. And I just received the title of Best Male Model at the Balenciaga show. Mr. John, there's no need for introductions. Simply provide your recent health reports, medical history, detailed symptoms of your first estrus period, and whether you've used any suppressants to Senior Ragus. He will relay the information to me. Su Mian Tang articulated her request clearly, and John understood her intent. It seemed she was not particularly interested in him, yet he had no intention of giving up. Females were notoriously difficult to pursue, especially one as stunning as she. He could only imagine the multitude of males vying for her attention. While she might not favor his character, she could hardly refuse his physique. As a top male model on the planet, he was utterly confident in his body. With that thought, he lifted a glass of red wine in her direction. Beneath the table, he discreetly slipped off his shoes, extending his toes to brush against her skirt, attempting to caress her leg. However, just as he removed his shoes, the young man across from him leaned forward, curiously picking them up. Hey, whose shoes are these? How did they end up under our table? Su Mian Tang lifted her head, and in that instant, John exploded with rage. That little brat. Time and again, he had thwarted his attempts. He felt an overwhelming urge to strip the boy of his skin. Furious, he stood up, snatching the shoes from the boy's hands and storming towards the restroom, desperate to avoid revealing his distorted expression to the enchanting female. Su Mian Tang watched as he wore one shoe and left the other off. Sister, he is so unhygienic. He took off his shoes while eating. It smells awful. Yu Zhongxian grimaced at the thought of having touched the shoe moments before, unable to bear it any longer. Sister, I'm going to wash my hands. I'll be right back. Su Mian Tang silently picked up a glass of cola to calm her nerves. In the restroom, John splashed water on his face to subdue his inner fury, all the while cursing the restaurant, the robot, and Yu Zhongxian. He was entirely unaware that the latter stood at the entrance, illuminated by the bright lights, casting a long shadow on the cold floor.
Damn.
After rinsing his face, John spat out the water, only to turn around and find Yu Zhongxian there, revealing his fierce demeanor.
Well.
He came right to me before I even had the chance to confront him. You little brat, daring to spoil my plans again. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, he was taken aback when the boy suddenly lunged at him, gripping his neck with one hand and lifting him off the ground. You. His face flushed instantly, struggling to breathe. Suspended in midair at nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, his legs flailing helplessly, his eyes bulging. How is this possible? He is just a lowly herbivorous orc. How can he be unaffected by my combat prowess? He looks like a mere boy. How can he possess such strength? The hand around his neck was like a hardened mechanical grip, as if a slight increase in pressure could snap it. What kind of wild chicken are you to think you're worthy of seducing her? Yu Zhongxian slowly lifted his gaze, eyes flashing with a chilling intensity. A countenance rife with sardonic mischief, starkly contrasting the recently innocent and fragile visage of a youth, transformed him into an entirely different being, sending chills down John's spine. What manner of monstrosity was he? In the vastness of the cosmos, only males with combat prowess of S rank or higher could conceal their aura. Could it be? He parted his lips, yearning to confess his wrongs and plead for mercy, yet it was far too late. Under the oppressive weight of formidable power, he was on the verge of revealing his true form as green feathers began to sprout from his chest and arms. The vibrant hue of these feathers was rather striking. They would make splendid shuttlecocks for his sister. With that thought, he reached out to pluck them. No, please. John trembled in fear, gritting his teeth in pain. Yet the youth showed no sign of halting his actions. I beg you. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Su Mian Tang had finished her cup of cola, yet the two had not returned. John's behavior was increasingly peculiar. Their absence was one thing, but where was little ear? Wasn't it merely a trip to the restroom? Suddenly, as she lowered her gaze, she recalled the electrifying atmosphere that had enveloped them just before their departure. Surely they hadn't gotten into a scuffle in the restroom? Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed over. Yu Zhongxian was engrossed in tugging at peacock feathers when he suddenly detected a familiar scent. Abruptly, he released his grip, tore his own clothing, and doused his face with water from the faucet, leaving himself drenched, before curling up in a corner. This series of bewildering actions left John in a state of utter astonishment. What on earth was happening? In the next moment, Su Mian Tang arrived in haste, only to be met with a scene that left her aghast. John, baring his teeth in a fierce grimace, was glaring furiously at the corner, where the disheveled, soaked youth clutched his head, eyes reddened, trembling incessantly. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Brother, I was wrong, I was wrong. I will never approach my sister again. I beg you, please don't strike me. John. Su Mian Tang momentarily gasped for breath, little ear. Chapter 106, My Delicate and Helpless Inner Chamber. Sister. Sister, you've finally come. Upon seeing her, the youth rushed over, embracing her tightly as though she were the beacon of life. Su Mian Tang felt his trembling form, the droplets cascading from his hair, and the euphoric tone of his voice, igniting a surge of anger from the depths of her heart. She fixed her gaze on John, enunciating each word. Did you do this to him?
No, no, no.
John frantically waved his hands. It wasn't me. It was him, it was him. He charged at me, seized my throat, lifted me up, and even plucked my feathers. And, with the evidence against him so clear, he still attempted to frame Little Ear? Little Ear was so fragile that even a gust of wind could topple him. How could he possibly lift you? Nestled deeply in her neck, the youth greedily inhaled her fragrance, nodding gently. He is indeed the most delicate, in need of his sister's protection.
No, no, no.
He is not weak at all. He must be at least an SS rank male to conceal his aura. SS rank? There are only a handful in the entire central galaxy, let alone on the moon comet. What is he saying? He is merely pretending. It is all an act. Truly, he not only assaulted me but also warned me to keep my distance from you. Otherwise, he would pluck all my feathers and toss me into the sea to feed the fish. Miss Su Mian Tang, you must believe me. He is deceiving you, lurking beside you with ill intent. His words became increasingly incoherent, and Su Mian Tang, losing her patience, raised her hand to activate her pheromones. Those who bullied her would pay the price. Unexpectedly, the youth grasped her hand. Sister, I'm so cold. Let us go home. He does not deserve to bask in your pheromones. The warmth of his touch jolted Su Mian Tang back to her senses. She nearly forgot that he was the nephew of Senior Ragas. I will no longer develop a new type of suppressant for you. Take your blood samples yourself, or I shall discard them.
Su Mian Tang.
John attempted to explain further, but the girl had already turned to leave. He watched as the boy, firmly holding her hand, affectionately nuzzled her cheek, beaming with joy as he nestled beside her, and he recalled the stark contrast of the earlier scene, resembling a devil, causing him to stumble back in fright, collapsing onto the ground. Why does she not believe him? One day, she would surely regret it. He had only lost a few feathers. However, she might very well be deceived and left with nothing, not even tears to shed. Wednesday. Imperial National Academy of Scientific Research. New suppressant development team. How many volunteers have arrived? Over 500. A long line had formed outside the academy early in the morning, and the remaining individuals were booking appointments online, which might continue until the afternoon. David was entering iris information. Hair and blood samples must be sent to the laboratory immediately to avoid excessive exposure and contamination. The entire team was busily engaged in an orderly manner when suddenly, the tone of Brooke, who was in charge of contacting the volunteers, darkened. This is bad. What happened?
Su Mian Tang inquired.
The Qin Group has just sent word. Their CEO, Mr. Qin Yenzhou, has arrived at the Central Star's temporary residence, Crystal Tower, from the multiple rounds of special stars and requires an urgent meeting there. He has no time to come to the research institute and demands that we send someone within 2 hours to collect samples. Otherwise, the opportunity will be lost. As he finished speaking, all members of the team erupted in anger. Lost opportunity? What audacity! Does he take our National Academy of Scientific Research for a subordinate?
Indeed.
He implored us to develop a new suppressant for him, not the other way around. He should not assume that his family's power allows him to command everyone. But he truly can. A senior professor furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. The Qin family is the largest arms supplier in the galaxy, nearly monopolizing the industry. Angering them during conflicts between planets and their rivals is far from advantageous. There have been precedents. The Persian Star, for instance, was cut off from weapon supplies due to infringing upon the interests of their group, leading to an onslaught from neighboring nations that resulted in its annihilation. The reason they could breach the volunteer pilot list was a special request from the National Cabinet, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, all team members fell silent. In the face of national security, even the highest-ranking scientific research institution had to bow its head. Su Mian Tang paused her work, removed her gloves, and declared, "I'll go." Fred, Enzo, and Lanlan were fiercely engaged on the front lines. The rear guard and reserves must not be compromised. "Team leader, you're going?" The group was astonished. Even if someone must go, sending an ordinary staff member would suffice. It was truly beneath you, the esteemed founder of the new suppressant, to go yourself. "You all have your own tasks to attend to. My program is still ongoing, no need to rush, and besides, I can handle any unexpected situations." Indeed, such a self-important and arrogant conglomerate would likely be very picky if they had any objections to the new suppressant or posed tricky questions. A regular staff member would not be able to manage it, leaving them a handle to grasp against the Empire, which would be disastrous. "Then, team leader, you must be cautious. It's fine. It's just sample collection." She quickly gathered her sampling tools and departed via an aerial vehicle. The Qin Group S stipulation was within 2 hours, but just the journey alone would take an hour and a half. In the final moments, Su Mian Tang arrived at the destination, Santos City, Crystal Tower. The tower stood majestically atop a towering peak, crafted entirely from nanomaterials, shimmering like the stars, exuding a brilliance akin to diamonds. She stepped inside the summit conference room. One of the subordinates, having received the news, approached the man seated at the central throne and whispered, "Master, the personnel from the Institute of Science have arrived." Su Mian Tang entered the crystal tower. Guided by a servant to the reception hall, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. She discerned that this place resembled a fortress more than a residence, and even the attendants were strikingly different. Clad in dark combat uniforms, their imposing figures held the latest firearms, evoking the image of terrorists ready to incite chaos at any moment. Yet, their speech was rigid, devoid of emotion, resembling a cadre of robots. As evidenced by her third inquiry, "Excuse me, Mr. Qin Yanzhou, when will you arrive? Please wait." They uttered those words of patience, yet had never sent anyone to hasten the process. Despite the promise to complete the sampling within 2 hours, they were now significantly overdue. Perplexed by their demeanor, Su Mian Tang prepared herself for a prolonged wait when, suddenly, a scene materialized on the holographic projection screen. Chapter 107. "Excuse me, Mr. Qin, is there any distinction?" The door to the top-level conference room of the Crystal Tower swung open abruptly, and a group of dapper businessmen emerged, engaged in lively conversation. At the center of the throng stood a tall, handsome man, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, exuding an air of authority. His features were sharp and defined. With thin lips and a straight nose, his clean-cut visage more captivating than his striking appearance. He radiated an undeniable aura of dominance, a natural gravitas that could be felt even from behind the screen. His attire was particularly remarkable. Although the central star in July was neither hot nor cold, he was enveloped in layers. Clad in a bespoke aristocratic suit, the metallic buttons fastened neatly to his chin, his short hair pressed under a military cap, and the sleeves extending to his wrists, he wore black gloves made from advanced materials. Apart from his face, not a single inch of skin was exposed, adding an aura of frigid elegance to his already imposing presence. The image on the holographic screen vanished in an instant, and a commotion arose outside the reception hall. The door slowly opened, and dozens of attendants bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Master!" Su Mian Tang turned to find herself locking eyes with the man from the earlier projection. At that moment of visual connection, Qin Yanzhou appeared momentarily taken aback. Within the vast, cold reception hall sat a petite female. Her long hair cascaded like a dark waterfall. Her eyebrows arched like distant mountains, and her amber eyes sparkled with a myriad of stars. Her nose was elegantly shaped, and her full, rosy lips resembled rose petals glistening with morning dew. Her alabaster skin, illuminated by the light, was strikingly radiant. Despite being surrounded by the brutal armaments of the Crystal Tower, she resembled a captivating flower blooming amidst ruins, exquisite, yet utterly incongruous. A fleeting glimmer passed through his dark eyes, and his brows furrowed. "Why is there a female present?" "A female?" The steward, upon hearing the word female, immediately tensed. He cast several uncertain glances. Indeed, who would have thought that within the National Institute of Science on the Central Star, there existed a female? This was a rarity throughout the entire interstellar realm. Was she truly an employee of the Institute, or was she someone deliberately brought in? After all, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Could there be a hidden agenda? Without awaiting a response, the man turned to leave. Su Mian Tang, puzzled by his sudden departure, rose from her seat. Master? If I am not mistaken, may I inquire if you are Mr. Qin Yanzhou? Her voice was clear and melodious, resonating distinctly within the weapon-laden, masculine atmosphere of the Crystal Tower, effectively halting the man in his tracks. He ignored her, but it was the steward who spoke first. Who are you? Hello. I am an employee of the National Institute of Science on the Central Star, assigned today to collect samples for the development of a new type of inhibitor for Mr. Qin. The esteemed National Institute of Science cannot possibly have female employees. I suspect you were sent by the government. The mention of the government made Su Mian Tang quickly grasp his implication, her brows knitting slightly. The Imperial National Institute of Science is connected to the Star Network, and all employee information is publicly accessible. If you doubt it, you may verify it online. The steward, however, remained unconvinced. He had been in the Central Star for many years, well aware of the situation here. Females were scarce, males numerous, females revered, males subjugated. The status of females had long been exalted, treated as treasures from birth, with no education, let alone employment in a place symbolizing the Empire's highest intellectual achievements. It was utterly absurd. Is it truly so? Once he saw the official photo on the website, his hand trembled, disbelief etched across his face. Master, she is indeed an employee of the National Institute of Science, not only an employee but a core researcher and, importantly, the founder of the new type of inhibitor. He had presumed that the Central Star was employing beauty as a strategy for military contract negotiations, only to discover that the founder of the new inhibitor was present. How could this be? It seemed he needed to reassess his understanding of females on this planet. The steward was astonished. Yet, Qin Yanzhou merely cast a dispassionate glance at the girl's identification photo displayed on the steward's holographic device and uttered two words: change her. Change her? Su Mian Tang distinctly heard his words, her brows furrowing deeper. Why? They are already aware of my identity, yet they are unwilling to believe it? If they are unwilling to accept me, why sign up for the new inhibitor research project? Suddenly, she recalled Lu Silly's earlier warning. This man is dangerous. He once pushed an adult female into the water at the age of 6, nearly drowning her. To harm a female at such a young age, did he harbor disdain or even discrimination against females? Mr. Qin, I have heard that you plan to leave the Central Star after the meeting, but the journey from here to the Institute of Science takes an hour and a half. I fear you may not make it in time. For the sake of the new inhibitor, he was willing to wait. Qin Yanzhou, with his raven-black lashes fluttering, attempted to speak, but was startled by his own newfound patience towards a female. He quickly turned to leave. The steward issued orders to fetch a male worker instead, stating that their master could wait, but time was of the essence, and they must complete the task within 2 hours. Another 2 hours? Su Mian Tang's eyes narrowed slightly. Watching the man's resolute retreat, it seemed he had made a firm decision. It was likely not feasible. According to the new inhibitor pilot program, all volunteers' information must be gathered by tonight and sent to the laboratory for research and production. If delayed, they would have to wait for the next batch, 3 months later. Qin Yanzhou's pace abruptly halted. 3 months later? His personal physician had warned him that he could enter a state of estrus at any moment, and if he lost control, it could lead to a mental breakdown, jeopardizing the differentiation of his SS level. Can't you wait a little longer? The steward's expression was displeased, his tone stern. Yet the young woman showed no sign of retreat. No. What is the meaning of this? How could she, even when the government of the Central Star had shown them deference, dare to adopt such an audacious attitude? Moreover, it was not that the master was unwilling to allow her to collect samples, rather. Furthermore, even if a different person were to be brought in, these samples would ultimately end up in my hands, and I would personally develop the inhibitor to be administered to you. Su Mian Tang continued. May I ask, Mr. Qin, is there any distinction in this? To continue self-deception, he was compelled to acknowledge that he was utilizing the very female he looked down upon to create the substances. Chapter 108. Tachycardia. Into my hands, to be personally administered into your body. Each of her words struck like a sharp blade, invading Qin Yanzhou's being, sending tingles down his spine, quickening his breath, and causing his body to tremble, as if undergoing a reflexive response. He swiftly removed his gloves to examine the reactions on them, only to find nothing. A slight sense of relief washed over him. How could this be? The butler, clearly infuriated by her words, suggested, I recommend you first speak with your government before returning. Before he could finish his sentence, he observed the master unexpectedly approaching her. Wasn't he forbidden from ever coming into contact with females? Even within 100 meters of the living quarters, the mere presence or scent of a female was strictly prohibited. What could this mean? Was he really going to confront her? The central star system is an immense entity amidst the stars, home to numerous exceptional S-class males, including the renowned SS-class General Islanti. It was rumored that a new SS-class prince had recently emerged from the royal family, each one a formidable opponent. If the master were to harm their most cherished female, particularly one as outstanding and beautiful as her, it would undoubtedly provoke a furious retaliation, far more severe than the incident from over a decade ago. As the butler contemplated intervening, he was taken aback to see the master voluntarily sit before the girl. How could this be possible? Su Mian Tang felt a sense of relief upon witnessing his change of heart, alleviating much potential trouble. She opened her toolbox, donned her gloves, and commenced the sampling procedure, only to notice that despite his presence across from her, the man had not met her gaze even once. It was as if every second spent in this space was a testament to his struggle against revulsion. She too averted her eyes, retrieving a sterile vacuum tube and a device needle, preparing to draw blood. "Mr. Qin, please extend your arm." Qin Yanzhou's body stiffened, hesitating to move. Su Mian presumed he was indecisive about which hand to offer. The left hand. Upon her instruction, the man slowly extended his left hand, surprisingly feeling nothing at all. The butler, observing the scene, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning when the master had become so compliant, especially towards a female. "Please remove your gloves and roll up your sleeves to expose your wrist." Aware of his distaste for her, she meticulously verbalized each step without making contact. Yet to her astonishment, her simple request elicited an unusual reaction from him. His dark gaze flickered with an intensity that suggested she had made an excessive demand. "Draw it like this." He spoke, his voice cold yet magnetic. Su Mian was left bewildered. After years of research, it was her first encounter with such an unreasonable request. Drawing blood through clothing? What an absurdity! Not only was it unhygienic, but how could she even locate a vein? Did he assume she possessed X-ray vision like a golden retriever? "I'm afraid I cannot see your veins this way." "Then let us change."
All right.
Hearing him propose to switch, Su Mian quickly interjected, "Let me try again." As her colleagues had warned, he was indeed a difficult heir, relishing in testing others while possessing a temperament as unpredictable as the weather. Lowering her head and holding her breath, she drew upon years of experience and intuition, slowly guiding the needle through the fabric toward his wrist. The first attempt was unsuccessful. This was to be expected, as it was a delicate task and visibility was compromised. She reassured herself internally and withdrew the needle, attempting a second time, only to fail again. A third attempt resulted in failure, as did the fourth and fifth. She lost count of how many needles had pricked him in that silent living room, where not a sound could be heard, yet Su Mian was growing increasingly flustered, her breathing becoming erratic. Compared to drawing blood, she now resembled a murderer. Behind the man stood a group of imposing thugs clutching weapons and firearms, ready to execute her at a moment's notice. The silence in the living room stemmed from the collective astonishment of onlookers. The master had allowed a female to poke him repeatedly, as if he were merely a lifeless scarecrow, oblivious to the pain of countless needles. "Forgive me," she stammered, her confidence from earlier dissipating as she dared not meet his gaze. "My primary role is that of a researcher, not a physician. So, I am not well-versed in the art of phlebotomy, especially not through clothing." He remained silent, his expression unreadable. And she surmised he had yet to harbor any murderous intent. Summoning her courage, she attempted to insert the needle once more. "You're still going to try?" As the experimental subject became akin to a pincushion, the butler could no longer bear to witness this. The master, a figure of immense worth and unparalleled dignity, should not be subjected to such indiscriminate jabs by a mere female.
How excruciating.
Yet, the master issued no command for her to cease. Qin Yanzhou's demeanor remained calm. He felt no pain, and as the girl lowered her gaze, he gradually directed his attention toward her, his dark eyes filled with countless questions and inquiries. Why, he pondered, did she not react with anger to his unreasonable request? Why apologize for the possibility of causing him pain? Were not females inherently selfish, capricious, and unreasonable in their whims? Su Mian, having failed to insert the needle yet again, sensed the growing agitation of the butler and bodyguards nearby, who seemed eager to draw their guns and aim them at her head. "I've thought of a splendid idea," she exclaimed, her face lighting up as she lifted her head. The shimmering amber in her eyes pierced through the depths of his cold, enigmatic gaze, causing a momentary ripple of surprise and prompting him to avert his gaze as if caught off guard. Mr. Qin, I believe I have a method to quickly locate your veins. May I proceed? Qin Yanzhou offered no response, seemingly oblivious to her words. Yet his heart raced within his chest, beating faster and heavier as he slowly pressed his hand against it. Was this an instinctive reaction? With his silence implying consent, Su Mian Tang grasped his hand. The moment her fingers tightly enveloped his gloved hand, Qin Yanzhou's mind went blank, his ability to think dissipating as his heart raced erratically. A female had touched him. Chapter 109. The Obedient Snow Leopard. His first reaction should have been to pull away, to shake off her hand, yet he failed to do so in time. A being on the cusp of transforming into an SS-class warrior, the fastest beast man on land, could not evade the grasp of a seemingly fragile female. Or perhaps he simply did not wish to escape. In the living room, the gathered servants, bodyguards, and butlers stood in stunned silence. For over a decade, no female had dared to touch the master, and now one had appeared once more. Oddly enough, the master showed no sign of rage or aggression. He did not unleash his combat prowess to dispose of her, nor did he even attempt to pull away. Had he truly not experienced an allergic reaction? As everyone remained engulfed in confusion, Su Mian Tang's next action left them utterly astonished. With a swift motion, she not only grasped the master's hand but also raised her arm to strike him. First, she had jabbed him with a syringe, and now she was hitting him? Was this little female truly courting death? With each strike, Qin Yanzhou's dark pupils trembled with intensity. Even through the glove, he could distinctly feel the delicate softness of her skin, the gentle force of her hand. Rather than experiencing pain or humiliation, he found himself inexplicably exhilarated, yearning for more. What madness was this? Enough. After several attempts, Su Mian Tang finally located the slightly protruding vein on his wrist. She picked up the syringe and, with a sense of satisfaction, deftly inserted it. This time, the crimson blood surged forth from the vein like water, flowing smoothly into the sterile vacuum tube. She exhaled a subtle sigh of relief, feeling a bit more at ease as she looked up at the man, only to find him flushed, breathing rapidly, and beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he were in considerable discomfort. What could be the cause of this? Could it be due to her actions? A robust man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, reduced to such a state by her mere 2 strikes? How feeble. Hastily, she withdrew the syringe, extracting just enough for testing. Mr. Qin, are you all right? She inquired with concern. Clearly, he was not well. Not only was he exhibiting various physical abnormalities, but his complexion was also alarmingly red. His handsome face slightly bowed, with sweat trickling down his chiseled features. The butler, witnessing this, was struck with panic, fearing that the master was experiencing a severe allergic reaction. All instigated by the reckless actions of this female researcher. Miss, you must leave at once, he declared sharply, preparing to expel her, only to be interrupted by the man's somewhat hoarse voice. It's fine. Fine? Despite his condition, he insisted it was fine? Su Mian Tang was equally astonished, unable to comprehend what affliction he might be concealing. As long as you're fine, she replied, somewhat incredulously, nodding as she securely stored the blood sample before retrieving a transparent sealed bag from her toolkit. Could you please provide me with a strand of hair? Fresh. With a follicle attached. The man slowly removed his hat and plucked a single ash-colored hair from his head, placing it onto the table. Su Mian Tang observed, her expression wavering. Was this hair dyed, or his natural color? Mr. Qin, it would be best if the hair were from your beast form. That would yield the most authentic data. Her words sent ripples through the gathering in the parlor. Everyone present stared at her in astonishment. They swore they had never encountered such a bold female, audaciously testing the limits of the master, who, remarkably, tolerated it thus far. Yet, to transform into a beast form? Surely, that was beyond the pale. It was akin to a strange female demanding a strange male to strip before her, especially in the presence of so many witnesses. Such actions were tantamount to teasing, humiliating, and belittling. Each element struck at the master's vulnerabilities. This time, there would be no escape for her. The master would surely demonstrate the ruthless nature of a powerful figure in the Star Trace Consortium. Upon hearing the words transform into beast form, a cruel, violent light erupted in the depths of Qin Yanzhou's boundless eyes, as if an old scar had been ripped open, causing him excruciating pain. He slowly raised his gaze. Incredulity etched on his features. Indeed, she was just like those other females, equally audacious. The girl suddenly raised her hand, firmly covering her eyes. Her delicate face entirely concealed within her palm, with only her long, raven-black hair cascading down. "Don't worry, I can't see anything," she declared. In that moment, she resembled the chinchilla cat they kept at home, raising its fluffy, pink-padded paws to cover its round eyes, momentarily causing his fierce gaze to flicker. The thought of adorable sprang to mind, a term he had never before associated with a female. In an instant, he departed the parlor. The guards, anticipating a violent confrontation, were left bewildered. He left, just like that, so easily forgiving her? The butler was equally astonished. This female had provoked the master to such a degree. Yet he remained unperturbed. It seemed he had transitioned from wariness to curiosity, beginning to assess and ponder her uniqueness. What was it that set her apart? Su Mian Tang felt a gust of wind rush past her and curiously lowered her hand, only to discover that Qin Yanzhou had vanished. Had he been frightened away by her? Was her request truly unreasonable in front of medical personnel? Just as she was deep in thought, the man returned, appearing before her with astonishing speed, almost without warning. She recalled that his beast form was that of a large feline, and he moved with the swiftness of a leopard. He placed a strand of hair back onto the table. The room fell into complete silence. His obedient compliance was utterly uncharacteristic of the master they knew. Su Mian Tang picked up the hair and immediately made her assessment. A snow leopard, also known as the Yinging monster or jumping leopard. This primal beast form primarily inhabits the snowy highlands and is referred to as the king of the snow mountains, since it is an endangered species on Earth. She had only seen it in documentaries. Its entire body was covered in fluffy, snow-white fur, interspersed with black, gray, or ash-colored spots, making it irresistibly cute, akin to dandelion seeds, evoking a desire to cuddle. Their penchant for chasing their tails and rolling in the snow made them exceptionally beloved. However, these features bore no resemblance to him. The only similarity might be his cold demeanor, akin to that of an iceberg. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Qin. We have one final task, collecting iris information. You need only gaze at me." Chapter 110. She is his medicine. Just to look at her? This was perhaps the most challenging task of all. Qin Yanzhou's long fingers twitched, tightly clenching together. Su Mian Tang retrieved the instrument from her toolkit, adjusted the parameters, and prepared to capture the iris information in mere seconds. However, she discovered that the moment she spoke, he averted his gaze even more resolutely. His cold, deep black eyes stared fixedly into the distance, as if she were something tainted and unworthy of his attention. She had encountered discrimination against females before, but never such vehement disdain. "I apologize, Mr. Qin, but please look at me." She enunciated each word, fearful he might not hear her clearly. Yet, the man merely fluttered his long, dark lashes without any intention of turning his face. Su Mian Tang paused, rephrasing her request. "Please turn your face toward the machine." This time, he slowly turned his head, cautiously acquiescing to her request. Upon turning, he was met with the gentle curve of her dark brows and the shimmering warmth of her amber eyes, as if struck by an arrow, causing him to flinch away in panic. "Su Mian Tang. I'm sorry, I wasn't ready yet." Did he truly need to look as though he wished to gouge out his own eyes for a mere glance? On the count of 1, 2, 3. I will raise the machine. 1, 2, 3. All set, sir. Look this way. Qin Yanzhou, holding on to the last vestiges of trust he had in her, turned his face once more. This time, although her dazzling eyes were obscured by the device, he still beheld her fair, rosy complexion and the elegant curve of her nose, prompting him to glance away again. Just as Su Mian Tang was about to press the button, "Mr. Qin, your speed is too swift. The instrument is registering residual images. Please look at the screen for at least 3 seconds to ensure a successful verification." 3 seconds or more. Is that acceptable? Let us try again. Su Mian Tang coaxed with an exceedingly gentle tone, rendering refusal nearly impossible. Qin Yanzhou held his breath slightly, making one last attempt. This time, he found himself captivated by her luscious, rosy lips, glistening with an alluring sheen, resembling rose petals blooming under sunlight, inciting an irresistible urge to taste their sweetness. Uncontrollable images flashed through his mind. Qin Yanzhou nearly expended all his self-control, yet after only 2 seconds, he bowed his head. "Su Mian Tang, does he have ADHD? How could a dignified CEO prove more difficult than a child?" Her patience had entirely evaporated, and she prepared to take matters into her own hands. What could possibly be the issue? Qin Yanzhou furrowed his brow, lifting his head with a profound sense of self-loathing, only to be met by the radiant visage of a youthful girl, her features magnified before him. She reached out, as if to cradle his face, her dark pupils widening, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. Yes, just like that. Maintain it. Su Mian Tang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as she withdrew her hands and lifted the device to record his iris information. In those brief yet interminable 3 seconds, Qin Yanzhou found himself captivated by her starry eyes, rosy lips, and beaming smile, enduring the overwhelming impact of her exquisite beauty while feeling a tempest of emotions stirring within his chest. Deep within his eternally frozen gaze, it seemed as if something was silently fracturing, melting away. Observing a female did not seem so daunting after all, yet it also felt incredibly challenging. It was difficult to tear his gaze away. Finally, it was over. What should have been a sampling process completed in mere minutes had inexplicably dragged on for half an hour.
Su Mian Tang exhaled deeply,
feeling a sense of accomplishment even greater than completing a formidable experiment. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Qin. The sample has been successfully collected. Given your esteemed status as a guest of our central star, the development sequence for the new suppressants will be prioritized, and it will be completed within a fortnight at the latest. Our research institute will send someone to deliver it to you. Will you be coming by then? The first thought that flashed through Qin Yanzhou's chaotic mind was this. Aware of his aversion to females, particularly to her, Su Mian Tang did not linger, gathering her belongings and preparing to leave. I shall take my leave now.
Goodbye.
As she picked up her toolbox and turned to depart, she unexpectedly stood up too abruptly after sitting for too long, her legs slightly numb, causing her to sway unsteadily as if she might topple to the ground. Watch out. In an instant, Qin Yanzhou rose, catching her firmly in his embrace. Rather than gratitude, Su Mian Tang's initial reaction was one of astonishment. This man, who detested females so vehemently, was actually helping her? In the parlor, everyone gasped in unison, as a scene more terrifying than the master being pricked or touched unfolded. He had actively embraced a female. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? This would be entirely reasonable for any male, given her extraordinary beauty. However, not for the master. The girl, slightly taken aback, lifted her gaze, inadvertently meeting the man's serene and profound dark eyes. Her luscious red lips parted, ready to express her thanks, but in the next moment, she was unceremoniously shoved away.
Ah!
Su Mian Tang stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, only to be abruptly pulled back by an unseen force, as if by sheer combat prowess. Was he truly assisting her, or was he merely toying with her? As Qin Yanzhou stabilized her with his combat strength, he trembled, desperately covering his mouth and nose with his hands, his gaze shifting from confusion to a deep-seated fear. The scent of pheromones wafted from her, jasmine. Fresh and fragrant, a single whiff was enough to purify the soul. Mr. Qin. Once steady, Su Mian Tang turned to him, perplexed, only to find him exhibiting an exaggerated reaction. What is wrong? Nothing at all. He shook his head, yet his tall, elegant form retreated, his eyes filled with urgency and caution, as if he viewed her as a predator, the source of all evil. Su Mian Tang glanced down at herself. There was no unusual odor, only the scent of flowers. Why was he repulsed as if he had encountered a stinging insect? Did he find her repugnant because they had inadvertently touched? The sense of discrimination and disdain was unsettling her. With a cold expression, she turned silently and exited the parlor, oblivious to the handkerchief she had inadvertently dropped, fluttering to the marble floor. The silhouette of the girl with the toolbox gradually receded, disappearing into the towering crystal tower, while the man's profound gaze remained fixated upon her. She had departed. The atmosphere began to dissipate. He should have lowered his guard, yet his heart felt hollow. Master. The steward, alarmed by his prolonged stillness, rushed over to check for any signs of an allergic reaction. In the past, whenever a female approached or attempted to engage with him, he would break out in red rashes, inexplicably and resistant to any remedy. The most renowned physicians in the galaxy surmised that this was likely a psychological issue, suggesting that only by overcoming the childhood trauma could he return to normalcy. Alas, an unfortunate childhood requires a lifetime to heal. To this day, the master had not recovered. Rather, his condition had worsened to the point where no female was permitted within 100 meters. Thus, when he had first seen Su Mian Tang, his aversion was entirely understandable. Yet, just moments ago, That little female had touched him, struck him, and even embraced him, and he had remained unresponsive, not even breaking out in a single rash. The steward was astonished. Could it be that the master had found his antidote? Chapter 111. Sister, please feel free to command Little Ear. After a considerable time, Qin Yanzhou finally regained his senses, his gaze gradually settling upon the marble floor, specifically on the handkerchief the girl had left behind. He approached it, bending down to pick it up. As his fingertips brushed against the soft fabric, he paused, his keen sense of smell detecting the rich jasmine fragrance emanating from it, enough to send him into a state of delirium, urging him to steer clear of it, yet his hand involuntarily reached for it. In the center of the pale pink, delicate handkerchief was intricately embroidered a blooming and vibrant West gardenia flower, as breathtakingly beautiful as its owner. Team leader, you're back. Team leader, why are you so late? Team leader, did you meet the CEO of the Qin Corporation? How did it go? Did he give you a hard time? As soon as Su Mian Tang returned to the research institute, her team members swarmed around her like warriors returning from battle, eagerly awaiting her summary of the encounter. It was manageable, but I want to be going again. Everyone was taken aback. Even the usually gentle and composed team leader was unwilling to return, indicating just how formidable the opponent was. Especially since she was a beautiful female, typically afforded privileges everywhere, was Qin Yanzhou truly unmoved? Noticing their anxious expressions, Su Mian Tang smiled reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, let us send a different male next time. He should be much more pleased." The crowd, this statement is rather loaded. What if we're even more reluctant to go? In the evening, at the Jiqing Villa district. Sister, happy after work. As soon as Su Mian Tang pushed open the door, a large bouquet of pink tulips appeared before her, their vibrant hues and plump petals exuding a delightful fragrance. How beautiful! She happily accepted them, leaning down to inhale their scent, the refreshing aroma dispelling the unpleasantness of the day spent in the crystal tower, leaving her heart filled with a profound sense of happiness. Thank you, Little Ear. She smiled brightly, only to be momentarily taken aback. What is Little Ear wearing? From the ground up, he was clad in glossy, custom-made short boots, black fitted pants, and a bodysuit made of minimal fabric, showcasing the well-defined and sturdy lines of his youthful physique. Adorning his arms and neck were metallic, punk-inspired accessories, yet he sported a small pink belly pouch at his chest. On the pouch was a round, adorably plump, honey-colored lop-eared rabbit, and as he turned slightly, she noticed a short, fluffy tail behind him, along with long rabbit ears, one perked up high, the other drooping slightly. She couldn't discern if they were part of his being or mere decoration. This is, quite frankly, a rabbit boy. Oh no, a bunny boy. Little Ear, what are you doing? Cosplaying? Little Ear, what on earth are you doing? Su Mian Tang was left stuttering in shock. The young boy mimicked the alluring gestures from the accompanying video while purchasing the attire, slightly curling his fist to form a heart shape as he bowed to her, saying, "Sister, please feel free to command Little Ear." In an instant, the girl appeared as though struck, covering her mouth tightly. This little rabbit was undeniably transgressive, far too enchanting. It was simply tempting enough to lead one astray. He, the Moonlight Immortal, continued his movements while observing her reaction. During the day, he had deliberately retrieved data from the Central Intelligence regarding the masculine traits favored by females of the Central Star: gentle, gentlemanly, obedient, and docile. Yet not overly rigid or dull. It was essential to occasionally create moments of romance and surprise, to engage in playful, private excitement, thereby maintaining a sense of novelty that would firmly capture the female's affection, ensuring she would no longer yearn for wild males outside, but instead cherish only him. Thus, he had conceived of this disguise. Little Ear, where did you learn this set of moves? Quickly take it off. Unexpectedly, the girl's response starkly contrasted with his expectations. Su Mian Tang felt her breath quicken, her cheeks flushed, her heartbeat erratic. She was unsure whether it was from the cuteness or the provocation. Moonlight Immortal observed her, her body stiff and gaze distant, two rosy clouds blooming on her cheeks, her amber eyes shimmering with a dazed, helpless light. Such an excessively innocent reaction made one's heart flutter. His intention had been to dress this way to seduce her, to make her unable to resist devouring him. Yet now he found himself equally seduced, desiring to leap forward and savor her entirely. Watching her beneath him, shy and whispering alluringly, the boy's honey-colored eyes sparkled with mischief. His voice turning clear and soft, his expression imbued with innocence. "What's wrong with this outfit? Sister, this apron is something I bought online specifically to cook for you." An apron? This was clearly a risque cosplay outfit. Had he been deceived? As expected, there were always those unscrupulous individuals attempting to fool her pure little rabbit. Su Mian Tang felt a surge of anger. If sister dislikes it, I can take it off right now. Moonlight Immortal lowered his head, a look of disappointment crossing his face as he reached to remove the garment.
Hey.
Su Mian Tang, sensing the impending action, hurriedly intervened. Don't take it off here. Then, she realized her hands had inadvertently landed on his exposed abdomen. Do you believe me when I say this is a coincidence? Moonlight Immortal glanced down, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Sister, you must really like it, right? I didn't. Don't wrongfully accuse me. She immediately recoiled as if spring-loaded, her gaze darting about. Unexpectedly, Little Ear, though slender and frail, had such a well-defined physique. Wait, what was she thinking? Moonlight Immortal chuckled softly, gradually advancing towards her, pressing her against the doorframe. Though clad in a low-key rabbit butler outfit and possessing a timid and gentle disposition, Su Mian Tang inexplicably felt an intense sense of dangerous pressure. What are you doing, Little Ear? Don't come any closer. Sister, do you really not like it? Chapter 112. Like. Su Mian Tang panicked, realizing she had blurted out a slip, and quickly corrected herself. No, I don't like it. Moonlight Immortal's gaze brightened, his smile deepening. So adorable. How can one be so charming? How could someone be so irresistibly cute? His hand gradually pressed against the doorframe, casting a long shadow over her petite figure, leaving her with nowhere to escape, and then, with a heart full of longing, he leaned down. Suddenly, a loud gurgling sound erupted. Su Mian Tang, pondering how Little Ear had become like this, was startled by the sound of her own stomach growling. I haven't eaten all afternoon at the Crystal Tower. I'm hungry. Moonlight Immortal paused his movements. Still saying you don't like it? Your stomach is growling. Isn't that a sign of hunger, wanting to eat me? Little Ear. Before he could finish, Su Mian Tang's mind was filled with alarm bells, blushing and flustered as she interrupted him. Who taught you to say such things? Clad in a rabbit butler costume, posing in a wall slam, and uttering such inappropriate words, who had corrupted Little Ear? What's wrong? The suddenly fierce boy looked pitiful, as if unaware of his wrongdoing. Sister, aren't you hungry and wanting to eat the food I made?
Huh.
Su Mian Tang's lips twitched. Was he implying to eat the food? Moreover, Moonlight Immortal reached out and plucked a dry leaf from her hair. There's a leaf in your hair, let me help you. He wall-slammed her, because of a leaf in her hair? With a sudden rush, Su Mian Tang's face turned a deeper shade of crimson than the most vibrant sunset. What a colossal misunderstanding. How embarrassing. She was indeed hungry, yet she had allowed such lewd thoughts to take root in the mind of this innocent little rabbit. What's wrong, sister? Moonlight Immortal leaned closer, eyes twinkling with mischief. What are you thinking about? Su Mian Tang firmly covered her face, utterly ashamed to face him. Her voice barely a whisper. I wasn't thinking of anything. I might just be a bit daft from work. Don't mind me. Not mind you. He found that impossible. But I want sister to eat the dinner I made. The boy restrained the impulse to ruffle her hair and took her hand, leading her towards the dining room. When Su Mian Tang beheld the table laden with an array of delicious dishes, all shyness and embarrassment vanished without a trace, replaced by the awakening of her appetites, as she silently swallowed. Little Ear, did you make all this? It's far too lavish, isn't it? Sister, come and try it. Moonlight Immortal seated her at the table, picked up the utensils, and began serving her. This milfai. Do you like it? I like it. I absolutely love it. Su Mian Tang nodded as she ate. This time the declaration of her fondness was heartfelt. Enveloped in layers of pastry, the milfai was filled with an abundance of vegetables and succulent chicken, exuding a delightful aroma. The rich broth infused with shrimp, crab, and shellfish was intensely flavorful and smooth. The exquisite pairing of foie gras and black truffles danced upon her famished palate. There were also perfectly roasted lamb chops that harmonized the virtues of herbs and lamb, accompanied by golden, crispy fried potatoes. All of it rendered her unable to resist, leaving her wanting more. Little Ear, your culinary skills are extraordinary. How did you learn? I learned from the smartest intelligence in the world. If sister likes it, I'll keep cooking for you. Moonlight Immortal gazed at her eyes, slightly squinted in satisfaction from indulgence, her thick lashes curled, resembling a beautiful ragdoll cat. A profound sense of fulfillment arose within him. He wanted to keep feeding her endlessly, filling her up completely. Sister, as the boy once again brought a spoonful of creamy soup to her lips. Su Mian Tang suddenly realized he had been serving her all along, dressed in the rabbit butler outfit, as if she were truly his master. Little ear, you don't need to fuss over me. Sit down and eat together. Okay. He sat closely beside her, his fluffy ears brushing against her arm. Su Mian Tang almost reflexively reached out to touch them, to see if they were real. Cough. Little ear, why don't you change into something else? Sitting beside her in this manner left her momentarily unable to discern whether he was human or food. To capture a female's heart, one must first win her stomach. Moonlight Immortal understood this well. From that day forward, he began to actively learn about the cuisines from various places across different planets, creatively preparing meals for Su Mian Tang, including drinks, salads, and snacks. Moreover, he took on all household chores, just as he had initially promised. Ever since his arrival, little Honey had become unemployed. After indulging in a hearty meal, Su Mian Tang languidly reclined on the sofa, feeling as though she had gained some weight recently. It was not her fault. She could only blame the delectable dishes prepared by shortstory. When she initially brought him to Central Star, her intention was to help him become self-sufficient. Yet within less than a month, she found herself becoming quite spoiled by him. With meals prepared, clothes washed, and blankets aired, she was attended to in every way. Even the command of the robot was no longer a task she needed to undertake herself. This could not continue. Just as she contemplated asserting herself, the young boy approached from behind. Sister, are you tired from work? Let me give you a massage. All right. He had acquired a delicate technique from an unknown source. His skills were impressive, and the pressure he applied was just right, providing immense comfort and effectively alleviating her fatigue. However, the last time he had massaged her calves, he suddenly dashed into the restroom, claiming he had eaten something bad and needed to expel it, emerging an hour later. Since that incident, he had never brought up massages again, but today, with his rare good mood, she found it impossible to decline. Just the shoulders, then. Okay. Since that last massage, where he had inadvertently stirred feelings within himself, Yu Zhongxian was cautious in his approach, yet he yearned for that sensation once more. His palms finally made contact with the soft, delicate skin of the girl, and his fingertips trembled as he struggled to redirect his focus, determined not to repeat past mistakes. Sister, do your brothers also cook, do the housework, and give you massages like me? No, they are all busy with their work, Su Mian Tang replied, shaking her head. However, they do send things my way. Her four-story, spacious villa had indeed begun to feel cramped under the constant influx of gifts. Oh, your brothers are so impressive, capable of many things, unlike me, who can do nothing but worry about you. As he spoke, he leaned down to nuzzle his head against her shoulder affectionately. Su Mian Tang couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to touzle his hair. Indeed, none could match his sweet tongue. Just as Yu Zhongxian was about to speak again, he caught sight of her lifting her hand, the neckline of her attire wrinkling, revealing an astonishingly tender and ample cleavage that made his pupils constrict. Shortstory. Su Mian Tang suddenly lifted her head. Yu Zhongxian's breath hitched, as if caught in a compromising position, and his ears flushed a deep crimson. What's wrong, sister? Chapter 113. Happy birthday. Have you noticed that I've gained weight recently? Not at all, Yu Zhongxian frowned, sister. You are very slender. Had he not known how splendid her figure was, he might have suspected her weight indicated malnutrition, 46 kilograms for a female, yet possessing a 36C bust. He could hardly fathom how things would appear if she gained a little more weight. Thus, he resolved to fatten her up a bit. Buzzing. Nearby, Xiaomi interrupted, flying over to correct the data for its owner. Responding to the owner, your current weight is 467 kilograms. Before it could finish its sentence, the young boy swatted it aside. Sister, you're the same age as me and still in your growth phase. True, perhaps I still have some growing to do, but... She mused, being so well cared for every day, enjoying delicious food without any exercise. It's like being a rice bug, I might soon be useless. I need to exercise. Shortstory, do you have any recommended exercises? Exercise? Yu Zhongxian raised an eyebrow, as if struck by an idea, and suddenly withdrew his hand. Sister, wait for me a moment. Moments later, he dashed downstairs with a shuttlecock in hand. This is for you. What a beautiful feathered shuttlecock.
Su Mian Tang exclaimed,
her eyes lighting up as she touched the vibrant and smooth feathers, but as she did, a sense of unease crept in. Why does this material feel so much like the feathers of a green peacock? Shortstory, where did you get the materials? From the Star Internet, it's widely available. Are you joking? The green peacock is a critically endangered species. Yes, but it's just plastic imitations, don't worry, sister. I'm going to tidy up the backyard now. You can try it out right away.
All right.
Su Mian Tang nodded, but after he left, she hesitantly retrieved a long green peacock tail feather that she had tucked between the pages of a book. This was something she had plucked from a green peacock during a visit to the animal planet with Lanlan, and the texture was strikingly similar to that of the shuttlecock. Could there truly be such a realistic counterfeit product available on the star internet? Suddenly, John's warning echoed in her mind. He had not only struck her, but also warned her to stay away from him. Otherwise, he would pluck all my feathers and toss me into the sea to feed the fish. Miss Su Mian Tang, please believe me. He is disguising himself, deceiving you, lurking by your side with ill intentions. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she plucked a feather and took out a spark. The burning of protein would produce the scent of singed feathers, entirely different from polyethylene. With a snap, the orange flame flared to life. And as she leaned closer to the feather, suddenly, the boy's clear, cheerful voice rang out from outside. Sister, I've finished tidying up. Come quickly, let us compete. She looked up, and against the radiant sunset, she spotted his beaming face, her heart swelling with warmth as it seemed to encompass all of him. In an instant, she felt a pang of guilt and extinguished the spark. What was she doing? Xiao Erdwa had been so kind to her, and yet she was doubting him. With a decisive toss of the spark aside, she grasped the shuttlecock and smiled. All right, I'm coming. In gratitude for the exquisite meals the young boy had prepared for her over this period, Su Mian Tang wrapped up her work at the Research Institute early, purchasing ingredients to bake a cake. As Yu Zhongxian returned from the Moon Comet, carrying a large bag of fresh produce, he stepped inside to find a pair of familiar shoes. Sister, you're back. Why are you home so early today? He joyfully rushed into the kitchen, where he found the girl in an apron, busily attending to the oven. Sister, what are you doing? You're cooking yourself? Xiao Erdwa, come here. Once she had completed her task, Su Mian Tang presented him with a beautifully wrapped box tied with a bow, a sense of mystery and ceremony enveloping the moment. A surprise for you. What is it? Let us see. He untied the bow and uncovered a meticulously crafted cake adorned with cream, depicting a small floppy-eared rabbit, his beast form, alongside the words Happy Birthday. Birthday? Today ISN to your birthday. Indeed, she replied. Didn't you mention that you've been wandering since childhood, never celebrating a birthday, and you don't even know when it is? So from now on, today is your birthday in Central Star. I see. Suddenly, he realized that every casual remark he had made had been etched in her memory. Regret washed over him. Why today? Because today is also my birthday. Perhaps it was fate. She vividly recalled that her own birthday was approaching before she arrived here. However, with the myriad differences between this place and Earth, including the very laws governing time and space, she could only rely on instinct to make an educated guess. Yu Zhongxian's eyes sparkled with honey-colored light upon hearing the word birthday, and the final vestige reminding him of his own identity crumbled completely. It was utterly shattered. She had unwittingly chosen to align his birthday with hers. Born on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. This was the most beautiful promise within their vows. From this moment forth, they would be the closest of companions in this world. Taste it. See if you like it? Su Mian Tang delicately lifted a corner of the cake with her finger, intending to bring it to her lips, but the young boy, lost in love, swiftly took her finger into his mouth, swirling and sucking it. The warm, moist sensation sent a shiver through Su Mian Tang. I meant for you to taste the cake. Not my finger. Sweet. Sister's finger is even sweeter. The youth's brows and eyes curved in a playful arc, a glimmer of triumph flashing momentarily. Perfectly captured by the girl. So you're deliberately teasing her, are you? She seized the remaining cream nearby and smeared it across his face.
Ha ha ha.
Now you're a flowery rabbit. After her mischief, she darted away, only to be swiftly caught by the boy, who deftly ensnared her slender waist and held her firmly in his embrace, retaliating with a playful smear of his own. Now you've turned into a little flower cat. Ha ha ha, it tickles little ears, let me go.
No.
As the two of them laughed and frolicked, they were blissfully unaware of how intimate their positions had become. Suddenly, Su Mian Tang felt something pressing against her from behind, and she turned her face in confusion to look at the boy. What is that? Yu Zhongxian froze entirely.
Let me see.
Curiosity piqued, she reached out. Yu Zhongxian's voice took on a terrified pitch. Sister, don't. Chapter 114. The Fishing Hook. Why is he so anxious? She was determined to uncover what it was. Su Mian Tang grasped him, And just as Yu Zhongxian attempted to flee, she pulled out a mechanical figurine from his pocket.
Wow.
What an exquisitely crafted figurine. An AI-generated face, silver armor, enormous wings, an intelligent core, digital weaponry, and a body that glowed and radiated heat, all in a steampunk style. It was simply both cool and striking. Su Mian Tang had never encountered such a beautiful figurine before. Intrigued, she played with it for a moment, lifting its armor and adjusting its wings. Finally, she looked up, curious, and asked Little Ears, "What is this?" But the boy had his eyes tightly shut, his eyelashes trembling, beads of sweat forming on his cheeks, and the hand that held her waist tightened as if he was desperately enduring something, in great distress.
So,
It was this she referred to. He had thought. Little Ears, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm fine. After a considerable time, Yu Zhongxian finally regained a steady breath. Does sister like it? This figurine. I like it. She turned it over, staring at its back, suddenly feeling it looked somewhat familiar. But where have I seen it before? At the Rockefeller Castle.
right.
In the Moon Spirit Family's museum, there was a painting depicting Yu Zhongxian. How do you have his figurine? He is my idol. Yu Zhongxian took out his mini figurine and began showcasing its features. He is a natural-born mech warrior, possessing an indestructible body. The intelligent core in his head can gather information, control, and destroy all advanced intelligent products, commanding mech troops in battle. He has a pair of silver wings behind him, enabling him to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, unaffected by any harsh environments, even floods and flames. By pressing this button on the left, you can freely control the state of his wings. When extended, he can fly. As he spoke, he released his grip. The figurine soared into the air, striking a pose that was both graceful and impressive. How cool! Su Mian Tang couldn't help but exclaim. Although she had heard many legends about this interstellar commander, she still found it hard to believe that a beastman's body could merge with machinery. Is he truly entirely mechanical? What about there?
What?
Yu Zhongxian looked at her in shock, as if doubting his own ears. Yet, her expression was so innocent and pure, even while asking such bold and personal questions, it was akin to inquiring about the weather. Well, it could be. Rarely. His gaze shifted awkwardly, wavering. How big is it? Is it as big as yours? Yu Zhongxian was even more astonished. She not only asked but did so, with such detail. And how does she know about his? Should be, I suppose. Like. His bashful gaze gradually fell upon a thermos cup nearby.
Ah?
Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Su Mian Tang shook her head in disappointment. It's so big. Yet it has a cold, mechanical texture, such a waste. It's not cold. You can adjust the temperature as needed. Yu Zhongxian hurriedly explained, and the girl, smiling, reached out to ruffle his hair, saying, I still prefer your ears. They are large, furry, and warm. Yu Zhongxian, so she was referring to his ears. What about that button on the right? What does it do? Su Mian Tang continued to ask in confusion. The boy, however, felt a surge of heat rising within him, silently grinding his molars. Was she being deliberate or merely oblivious? She was driving him to the brink of madness, with his mind spiraling, and she appeared completely unaware. It was driving him insane.
Huh.
Su Mian Tang, the master fisher, raised an eyebrow. Yu Zhongxian took a deep breath, recalled the figurine, and continued to lovingly explain. I infused combat power into this figurine. As long as someone presses the button on the right lightly, no matter the time or place, I will arrive at the first opportunity. Really?
Su Mian Tang exclaimed in surprise.
Does sister look down on the combat power of this humble beast man? Of course not.
She denied it.
I just think if it has this function, it would make a perfect gift. So special and romantic. It could be given to someone very important or a beloved person. As she pondered, the boy gently placed the figurine in her palm. Sister, I have been crafting this figurine for a long time, specifically to give to you, and it just happens to coincide with today. Happy birthday. He gave it to her?
Su Mian Tang froze momentarily.
Seeing her unresponsive, Yu Zhongxian assumed she didn't like it. Sister, don't you like it? I do. Su Mian Tang treasured it. Tucking it away with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. I also have a gift for you. Ta-da! From behind her, she produced a champagne-colored gift box. Upon opening it, there lay a pair of sports wristbands, one adorned with a tulip and the other inscribed with Little Ears exclusive, clearly a personalized design. Did sister prepare this just for me? Yu Zhongxian lifted it and brought it to his nose, inhaling a faint, alluring scent of pheromones, instantly gripping it tightly with excitement. Not only is it personalized, but she also made it herself. do you like it? I love it. This surely isn't just a pair of matching wristbands.
Is it?
The tulip represents her, while little ears represents him. Together, they signify that she belongs to him. Yu Zhongxian's eyes narrowed with satisfaction as he immediately took it out and donned it. From now on, little ears will wear it every year, every month, every day, every moment. Be careful not to wear it out. I want to. The boy replied, when suddenly, his intelligent core seemed to sense something, and he looked outside. Sister, look at what's outside. Su Mian Tang, puzzled, turned to see a breathtaking spectacle unfolding in the sky. It was a drone performance. Gleaming machines floated in the pitch black. Tranquil night, like twinkling stars, forming various shapes, whether words or patterns. Just as she looked up, it fortuitously transformed into happy birthday. What a coincidence. Surprise sparkled in the depths of her eyes. Yu Zhongxian smirked lightly, his fingers waving gently. Perhaps it's just our good fortune, running into someone else celebrating a birthday, who also launched drones. Beneath the night sky, the advertisers testing the drone effects? What a sight. So beautiful. Su Mian Tang rested her hands on the railing, mesmerized by the performance. Not only did it display happy birthday, but there were also flowers, candles, and cakes, and finally, it even formed an image of a girl with hands clasped together, bowing to blow out candles. She couldn't shake the feeling that it looked remarkably like her. Little ears, don't you think? She turned her face, only to find the boy mimicking the drones in the sky, lighting candles and placing them on the cake, carefully cradling it as he stepped towards her. Chapter 115, Lovesickness. Sister, make a wish?
Okay.
She closed her eyes, a touch of emotion washing over her. Her hands pressed together in reverence, mirroring the celestial tapestry above. I wish for little ear to reside safely at the heart of the central star, joyfully embracing each day. She hoped to forever remain as little ear's elder sister, sharing in her company. The young man gazed at her with deep affection, perhaps making a wish of his own. Together, they celebrated a heartwarming birthday under the flickering candlelight and the grandeur of an unmanned drone performance. As they began to tidy up the remnants of the celebration, Yu Zhongxian suddenly noticed the girl clutching her abdomen and rushing into the washroom, her expression contorted in discomfort. Sister, what's wrong? He quickly followed. I'm fine, really, she insisted. Is it something you ate? No, truly, it's nothing, Su Mian Tang reiterated, and as she stepped out of the washroom, her gaze immediately fell upon the young man waiting outside. Little ear, I'm really okay, don't worry. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Yu Zhongxian activated the health diagnostic scan in his smart device. The result indicated menstrual cycle.
I'll fetch some medicine for you.
What kind of medicine?
Su Mian Tang inquired.
Puzzled. Leafin. It was a medication specifically designed for female menstrual discomfort in the interstellar realm, known for its safe and side-effect-free composition. But how did he deduce that? Surprised by his attentiveness, Su Mian Tang managed a wry smile and grasped his hand. Really, it's unnecessary. It will pass shortly. Her physical constitution was generally robust, and each menstrual onset only brought about half an hour of discomfort as a forewarning. Seeing her insistence, Yu Zhongxian resumed his search for alleviation options within his smart device. Keep your abdomen warm? He pondered. In the next moment, he transformed into his beast form. Little ear? Su Mian Tang's breath caught in her throat, taken aback by his unexpected cuteness. Before her sat a round, fluffy little rabbit, bathed in a honey tea hue, its soft fur contrasting with its long, pure white ears that drooped slightly, almost enveloping its entire body, exuding an overwhelming adorableness. With a bound, it leapt into her hands, landing with remarkable agility, and curled up, wrapping itself in its ears as it nestled against her abdomen. How adorable! Little ear, are you trying to be cute? Unfortunately, the girl completely failed to grasp his intentions, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she yearned to pet him. Having learned her lesson beforehand, she cast a glance at the protective membrane on the back of his neck, assuring herself, then eagerly opened her arms, like a mischievous imp, gleefully squishing and molding him repeatedly. Don't touch. My ears are very sensitive. My belly even more so. She even neglected his feet. The poor little rabbit, flipped onto its back, felt dizzy and overwhelmed by the delightful torment. Yearning to revert to human form and retaliate, but seeing her slightly furrowed brow, it resolutely held back. As the play continued, Su Mian Tang gradually grew weary. Cradling the warm little rabbit in her arms, she drifted into a comfortable sleep. Yet, Yu Zhongxian found himself in a predicament. Since the day he entered the villa, he had dreamt of sleeping beside the girl, and now that his wish had come true, he had not anticipated such a scenario. In the stillness of the night, he gradually reverted to human form, gazing down at the exquisite girl nestled against his chest, her serene sleeping face a stark contrast to her rather unrefined position. Her arms entwined around his neck, and her legs draped over him. He could distinctly feel her softness and the silkiness of her skin. With each breath, her pheromones wafted like an intoxicating flame, igniting a fervor throughout his being, a tantalizing torment. The ultimate temptation continually challenged his resolve, and with the slightest lapse in judgment, he yearned to pin her beneath him. However, the moment his hand stirred, she emitted a discontented hum, nearly driving him to madness. Little enchantress. Yu Zhongxian held her tightly, a blend of agony and ecstasy intertwining, rendering him unable to sleep. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that he could no longer withstand it, stealthily retreating to his room, resignedly reaching for the covers. Sister, 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 sister. As dawn broke, casting a pale light, the rustling shadows of trees danced, while the dimly lit room was filled with his hoarse, urgent breaths, intertwined with the undulating figures, drowning out the smart device. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, on the island of Ginsalis, a tall, distinguished man clutched a handkerchief tightly, deeply inhaling the scent of a begonia flower nestled within. His voice hoarse, yet tenderly calling out the girl's name, Su Mian Tang. Since returning from the Crystal Tower, Count Brooklyn and Lady Qin had sensed something was amiss with their son. He often appeared distracted, losing focus during meals, conversations, and even meetings. This was highly unusual. He was known for his tireless work ethic, approaching his career with seriousness and meticulousness, yet here he was, zoning out during such a crucial summit. What could possibly be the reason? Upon careful observation, they discovered the source of his distraction, a handkerchief. Each time he lost focus, his gaze would invariably drift to it, a soft, delicate lotus-pink cloth embroidered with a flower, seemingly feminine in nature. But how could he possess something meant for a female? He could hardly bear to hear of such things. It was utterly impossible. The couple summoned his personal steward for an explanation. Corella, what has been troubling the master lately? He seems lost and disengaged. Is he ill? The notion of an S-class male, on the verge of evolving into an SS class, falling ill was quite unfathomable. The steward hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge, as no one could truly fathom their master's sentiments. It seems he is lovesick. Lovesick? He confirmed, recounting the events that transpired at the Crystal Tower, especially the details of their master's interactions with Su Mian Tang. Count Brooklyn and Lady Qin were left dumbfounded. In this world, their son had encountered and become infatuated with a female. Was this the manifestation of the beast god, blessing the Qin family lineage? Regardless, they were determined to find her. The next day, Su Mian Tang awoke refreshed, stretching lazily as she heard the faint sound of running water outside. Curiously, she ventured out to find a certain little rabbit washing the bed linens. Little ear, why are you up so early doing laundry? Isn't their washing machine?
No.
It's not convenient, he replied. What is inconvenient about it? She questioned, approaching him. Yu Zhongxian suddenly shielded the sink, his movement so pronounced that half his body was obscured. Sister, don't come over. Su Mian Tang remarked. Why are you so protective? So anxious? Is there something on the bed linens? Before she could ponder further, the young man interrupted her. Sister, aren't you going to work? You'll be late. In the past, he would cling to her, ensuring she had finished breakfast before sending her off, yet today he issued a merciless dismissal, not once glancing her way. Could it be that she had overplayed her hand with him yesterday? The little rabbit certainly bore a grudge.
Got it.
Breakfast is on the table. She found it amusing that he was coldly preparing breakfast while simultaneously feeling angry. Su Mian Tang couldn't resist giving his head a playful ruffle one last time before leaving. Yu Zhongxian froze momentarily. She's teasing me again. He could no longer contain himself, yet he feared turning to face her, worried that the intoxicating thoughts and images from the previous night would resurface. Silently, he gazed at the linens in the water, contemplating a serious question. When could he revert to his original form? How could he confess? And how could he do so without risking her rejection? Imperial National Institute of Scientific Research. Chief, the first batch of new inhibitors has been successfully developed and is currently being bottled. When shall we distribute them? Immediately. Su Mian Tang picked up the inhibitor labeled with the name Qin Yanzhou. This box, have Alan deliver it.
All right.
No sooner had she spoken than the photon communicator on the experimental table suddenly chimed, announcing, Researcher Su, there is a couple outside who wishes to meet with you. Who? Mr. Brooklyn, the chairman of the Qin Group, and Mrs. Qin Su, the parents of Qin Yanzhou. What could they possibly want with her? Upon hearing this, the members of the group began to murmur among themselves. The chairman and his wife? Aren't they incredibly high-profile, requiring appointments even with government officials? Why have they chosen to come here to see the team leader today? Indeed, if there were urgent matters, they could simply relay them through the quantum brain. There would be no need for a personal visit, as has always been the case. Could it be that they are here to cause trouble? I sense an ominous atmosphere. Team leader, did you inadvertently provoke them during your last visit to the Crystal Tower? Provoke? She had never even met them. At most, she had administered a few injections to their son. However, Qin Yanzhou, being a grown man, would have no need to report a minor grievance to his parents, nor seek to settle accounts with the institution. Team leader, you absolutely must not meet with them. Who knows what their intentions might be? Indeed, let Alan go. That's not advisable. Alan is merely an A-grade male, while the Qin couple are both S-grade. We ought to inform the director. Yet, the director has gone to Blue Water Star for a lecture and will not return for 3 days. It's all right. They may simply be concerned about the new inhibitor's composition and wish to investigate. Su Mian Tang removed her gloves. Please escort them to the reception hall. Team leader. Don't worry. The young woman left the laboratory and walked toward the reception area, fully expecting to face a barrage of stern inquiries from the Qin couple, mentally preparing herself for the encounter. To her surprise, Mr. Brooklyn and Mrs. Qin Su, clad in formal attire, knelt and clasped their hands in greeting upon seeing her. This was the most solemn form of etiquette on Central Star, typically reserved for benefactors or members of royalty, let alone for individuals of their esteemed status. Su Mian Tang was momentarily taken aback, helping them to their feet. Mr. Brooklyn, Mrs. Qin Su, what is the meaning of this? You are the developer of the new inhibitor.
Miss Su Mian Tang?
Mrs. Qin Su raised her head. Upon seeing her for the first time, she understood why her son had been drawn to her, longing for her presence. She was simply exquisite, possessing an aura so unique that it captivated the heart. Indeed. Brooklyn continued, respected Miss Su Mian Tang, we have come today specifically to offer our apologies. Apologies? We are aware of the incident involving Yanzhou's sampling during your visit to the Crystal Tower, and we sincerely apologize for his behavior and attitude at that time. Hoping to earn your forgiveness. Su Mian Tang was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that they would come in person for such a trivial matter. This was completely at odds with the image of the arrogant, haughty, and cold-blooded tycoon often portrayed in rumors. They appeared rather gentle, amiable, and exceedingly polite. It's quite all right. I didn't take it to heart. I am astonished by your beauty and kindness, yet I cannot help but defend my son. He did not mean to treat you in such a manner, but rather, he harbors an underlying affliction. Affliction? I wonder if Miss Su Mian Tang has heard the rumors concerning him from the outside world. At the age of 6, he pushed a female into the water, nearly causing her to drown. I have heard a little. However, that is not the whole truth. As Mrs. Qin Su spoke, she mournfully covered her face. On the verge of tears. Yanzhou is our eldest son, and the sole heir of the Qin Group, an S-grade male, exceptionally gifted and remarkably capable, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, it is precisely because of his immense value and excellence that he has become the target of jealousy and covetousness. Over a decade ago, our business rival, Abigail, faced defeat in competition, and her family fell into bankruptcy overnight. In her desperation to rise again and to take revenge against us, she resorted to kidnapping Yanzhou, attempting to forcibly mark him, a mere 6-year-old child. He was so young that he couldn't even wield his combat power. Despite his resistance leaving him battered, his gland protective membrane was still damaged. But in that moment of destruction, his high-level combat power instinctively resisted low-level pheromones, allowing him to unleash tremendous strength that sent Abigail crashing into the nearby sea. This is how the subsequent rumors emerged, leaving Yanzhou with a permanent affliction. Since then, he has developed a fear and hatred of females, rejecting their presence entirely. His condition became so severe that even the slightest contact with a female or the scent of their pheromones would cause him to break out in rashes, and sometimes even lead to shock. Over the years, my husband and I have sought the help of renowned interstellar physicians, but none have been able to cure him. The doctors claim it is a psychological issue. Only by overcoming the shadows of his childhood and his fear of females can he fully recover. Yet, the unbearable rumors from the outside world have only exacerbated his condition. I see. Su Mian Tang suddenly had an epiphany. She now understood why he had insisted on changing personnel upon first encountering her, why he had refused to meet her gaze during the sampling process, maintaining a cold demeanor, and even hastily pushing her away after accidentally embracing her. It turned out that his actions were not rooted in disdain or aversion to females, but rather stemmed from a profound psychological trauma. She felt a surge of guilt for having misjudged him and held onto her prejudices. Did my contact with him that day cause him any harm?
No.
Mrs. Chin Su shook her head fervently.
Why?
This is precisely what we wish to know. Could it be due to the level of your pheromones? Su Mian Tang furrowed her brow as she listened to them continue, in addition to physicians. Over the years, we have enlisted the help of many high-level females, including several S-grade individuals, even your queen. Yet, even their rich pheromones could not approach him. Not even Queen Jenny? It seemed that pheromone level was not the determining factor. You are the only exception thus far. Brooklyn could not contain his thoughts. Miss Su Mian Tang, we came today not only to apologize but also with a personal request, to ask for your assistance with Yanzhou. Assistance? If it were a physical injury, she could consider it, but for psychological trauma, even pheromones would not suffice. No, we do not require anything extravagant. We only ask that you be willing to approach him and befriend him, helping him to overcome his fear of females from the bottom of his heart. Yes. We would not ask you to toil in vain. Should you agree, all the wealth and treasures of this world, any rare items you desire, we shall present to you with utmost sincerity. Here is a check. You may fill in the amount for the deposit, and it will be deposited immediately. Mrs. Chin Su produced a check from her bag and offered it to her. Su Mian Tang caught a glimpse of the numbers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million. This was merely the deposit. She suddenly felt as though she were in a drama, where the domineering mother offered 5 million to a naive girl to leave her son, while Mrs. Chin Su was offering her 100 million to seek out their son. No need. She immediately declined. Mrs. Chin Su, you are far too generous. It is not a matter of money. Indeed. The couple looked perplexed.
Su Mian Tang hesitated.
Since the high-level females they had previously engaged had not yielded results, she could hardly expect to do better. It might even worsen his condition.
Miss Su Mian Tang.
Seeing her about to refuse, Mrs. Chin Su's tears began to flow. Yanzhou is not merely the sole heir of the Qin group. He is our life. If he remains in this state, we do not know what meaning life holds for us. Please, I implore you to save him, as if you were rescuing that wretched child of merely 6 years. If only you would grant him your mercy, we are willing to do anything. As she spoke, she seemed poised to kneel, which startled Su Mian Tang into hastily supporting her. Madam Qin, please do not act in such a manner. Allow me some time to contemplate this. Very well. A number of members from the newly formed inhibitor research team, fearing for their leader's well-being, discreetly gathered outside the parlor to eavesdrop. They heard nothing, yet witnessed the leader bidding farewell to the Qin couple, who bestowed upon her a deep bow, quietly slipping a check into her pocket. How could this be? That couple is none other than the heads of the foremost financial empire in the galaxy, the Qins. The check was issued by the Galactic USB Bank, in figures amounting to billions. After seeing them off, Su Mian Tang turned to find her team members, who were huddled in the corner, their eyes wide with disbelief. What are you all doing? Leader, you managed to win over the Qin couple? Truly, you must be a deity. Leader, what do they intend to do with such a sum? Surely they do not wish to buy your life. On the island of Jinsalizi, the head of the family instructed to closely monitor the movements of Miss Su Mian Tang. Today, she had uploaded a video on the official website of the Central Star Academy of Sciences, detailing the usage of the new inhibitor.
Play it. Yes.
On the holographic projection, the young lady stood in a stark laboratory, her raven tresses tied high, donning protective goggles and a suit, demonstrating the operational methods with the inhibitor. While the visuals were striking, her expression was one of intense concentration, meticulous in her task, and the video was brief, clearly a work obligation, memorized after a single viewing. However, the man standing tall before the screen watched it repeatedly, his focus unwavering, akin to a statue, leaving the butler perplexed. No matter how captivating, having watched it so many times, he should have memorized every expression and detail. After a moment, the butler couldn't help but interject. Sir, the meeting with Prince Charlie is about to commence. Is there any news regarding the new inhibitor?
Yes.
The Academy has just relayed that it has been completed and will be delivered tomorrow. By whom? The butler hesitated for a moment before realizing the inquiry concerned the messenger, understanding that the gentleman was keenly anticipating Miss Su Mian Tang. Alas, The message indicated it was a male researcher named Alan. Upon hearing this name, Qin Yanzhou's previously enigmatic gaze dimmed considerably. Indeed, she would not be coming again, would she? His dark lashes fell gently, the fingers gripping the camellia silk handkerchief tightening slightly. Surely, his previous demeanor had driven her to abhor him, wishing never to see him again. For the first time, the tycoon who could effortlessly manipulate the business world felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over him. The jasmine scent lingering on the handkerchief gradually faded, much like her presence in his life, and the thought of it sent a dull ache to his left chest. Is the conflict between the Central Star System and the X-Star System still ongoing? Indeed, it rages on fervently. The draft contract states that the Qin Group shall permanently and gratuitously sponsor all military supplies for the Central Star System's war, without any cap. What? The butler, who had never once questioned the head's decisions, felt a chill run down his spine at the utterance of those words. Permanently, gratuitously, without any cap. This would be a deal starting in the trillions, with no upper limit in sight. Was the head doing this merely to please Miss Su? He vowed this would become the most colossal expenditure in pursuit of a beloved across the galaxy, enduring for countless millennia. In the Jiqing Villa district, Su Mian Tang, contemplating whether to aid Qin Yanzhou, suddenly received several calls from the bank. She answered one. Hello, is this Miss Su Mian Tang?
Yes. Esteemed Miss Su.
Your account balance has reached its limit of star coins as of 1750. We will dispatch personnel to your residence tomorrow to process the latest transactions.
Wait.
The girl, halfway through her lollipop, halted abruptly.
What?
The bank's storage limit has been reached? What kind of obscure terminology is this? Is this a scam call? She suspiciously glanced at the number, which indeed was official. What is the storage limit? 99,999,999,999 star coins. What? You say what? Who made the deposit? Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the remittance department belonged to the Qin Group. Before she could express her shock, the Academy's holographic communicator chimed in. It was Professor Heller. Typically solemn and serious, with little humor for his subordinates, he was now laughing heartily on the other end, showering her with praise. Researcher Su, I had no idea you were not only exceptionally talented, but also a hidden billionaire and philanthropist. The Academy feels incredibly proud and moved to have you as a talent. When we next document our history, you will certainly be featured on the first page.
Why?
Need I explain? You have donated a building to the Academy, located in the prime area of Central City, boasting over 100 floors. And I've heard the construction cost nearly $1 trillion. Such monumental achievements warrant a charitable recognition event at the Academy. No, a month-long celebration. A building? $1 trillion? In my name? Could it be the Qin Group's doing again? She was still processing this information. Suddenly, the Ministry of National News from the Central Star released 3 joyous announcements to the public regarding the Beastmen. Special thanks to the Qin Group for permanently providing all military supplies to the Central Star System without charge, becoming the planet's closest partner. The selected comments underneath read, shocking. The amount of resources needed for a war starts in trillions. Poverty restricts my imagination. I know nothing of the power of the galaxy's foremost financial empire. Military supplies cannot simply be purchased with star coins. In wartime, star coins hold little value. Did someone rescue Qin Yanzhou's life? Hundreds of billions, trillions. Su Mian Tang was utterly bewildered by these astronomical figures. The Qins, were they the snow leopard family or the golden leopard family? It seemed her previous commitment to Madame Qin no longer required consideration, given their determination. She could indeed give it a try. In the Jinsalisi Palace, Count Brooklyn and Madame Qin were equally astonished by their son's grand gesture. They had merely presented a check for over $1 million, requesting Su Mian Tang's assistance with his psychological ailments. Was their son now attempting to marry into the Central Star? His generosity was soon rewarded. They quickly received a message from Su Mian Tang, agreeing to their request and promising to do her utmost to help him. Though the outcome remained uncertain, the couple smiled with relief. For them, any amount of star coins was merely a fleeting number, utterly insignificant compared to their son's health. Madame Qin joyfully reached out to her, eagerly anticipating their meeting. At 10:20, a high-level executive meeting of the group was convened. At 11:30, discussions regarding contracts with Duke Benjamin of Valenstar were scheduled, and at 1:00 p.m., there was a golf game at Lingyun Yefeng that Prince Henry had reserved in advance. Within the main hall, the butler was reporting the day's itinerary. Qin Yanzhou donned his gloves, ready to depart, but before he could cross the threshold of the grand hall, he was halted by the approaching Madame Qin.
Son.
She approached with a gentle smile, attempting to grasp his hand, but he subtly stepped back, avoiding her touch, leaving her hand awkwardly hovering in the air. A pang of sorrow welled within her. Initially, Yanzhou had been willing to engage with her, but as his condition worsened, even she was forbidden to touch him, not even through gloves. To a mother, being unable to caress her beloved son speaks volumes of anguish. Fortunately, a savior had now appeared. Mother, do you have something to discuss? Yanzhou, are you heading to work?
Yes.
Work is never-ending. Let's postpone today's schedule for now. I recently met an exceptionally talented female who I would like to introduce to you. Upon hearing the mention of a female, Qin Yanzhou's brows furrowed in irritation. For years, his mother had gone to great lengths to search for high-ranking females across the stars, bringing them before him in hopes of alleviating his condition. Yet, each one left him feeling repulsed, heightening his aversion to the opposite sex. Despite this, she remained undeterred, persisting in her efforts. I refuse to meet her. Are you certain? Madame Qin's tone was sharp, lacking the usual gentle persuasion she employed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Absolutely. He resolved that he would not grant her a shred of dignity in this matter. Whoever it may be. Whoever it may be. What a pity. Qin Yanzhou disregarded her, turning to leave. Behind him, Madame Qin remarked wistfully, "What a shame that Miss Su Mian Tang is so exceptional." What? He barely had time to process her words when a familiar, melodious voice rang out, causing him to lift his gaze almost instinctively. "Hello, Mr. Qin. It's nice to see you again." Outside the grand hall, the girl stood with her cascading dark hair framing her delicate, fair face, her bright, expressive eyes glimmering with warmth. Her lips were rosy and her teeth pearly white. She was no longer clad in the cold, sterile work attire, but rather adorned in a soft, flowing white gown that elegantly accentuated her slender figure. At that moment, standing at the threshold, she resembled a pure jasmine flower, radiating warmth and sunlight. Unexpectedly stepping into the cold hall and his heart, causing his pupils to constrict, unable to tear his gaze away. Is it really her? She has returned. Is this merely an illusion? A mirage conjured by longing, akin to a dream. Miss Su Mian Tang, you've come? Madame Qin approached her, beaming with delight. Yes. I am here to deliver the new type of suppressants to Mr. Qin, but I heard just now that he has something urgent to attend to. Before she could finish, the man immediately refuted, no. Madame Qin was taken aback. Hearing is one thing, seeing is another. It was her first time witnessing her son so intently focused on a female, so overtly excited and contradictory. It was simply astonishing. This only solidified her belief that Miss Su was his salvation. Suppressing her excitement, she grasped Su Mian Tang's hand. Yes, Yanzhou has a very busy schedule today. He said no matter who it is. Mother. He interrupted her forcefully, his expression fierce, yet his dark eyes betrayed a hint of pleading, hoping she would cease her words. He was unaware that his mother's guest was her, nor did he know that she would be willing to return. And he wished not to leave her with a negative impression. Chapter 119. Only you. Madame Qin, sensing his distress, refrained from teasing him further and immediately changed her tone. But if it's you, then I shall cancel all my appointments and personally welcome you. Please, you two have a good chat. I shall not intrude. Her last words were spoken softly, as if afraid the man might overhear. Su Mian Tang nodded, carrying the medical box as she approached him. Mr. Qin. Here is your new type of suppressants, 3 vials of 15 milliliters. The specific usage instructions are in the manual, and your physician can refer to the video from the Scientific Research Institute. As she drew nearer, a delicate fragrance of jasmine enveloped him, purifying him entirely. His fingers trembled slightly, tempted beyond measure, and he fought against the urge to cover his mouth and nose. Yet, he still could not bear to look directly at her. His focus fixated on the suppressant she held. Miss Su, could you assist me with the injection? Right now?
Yes.
Su Mian Tang was taken aback by his request. Firstly, she had previously administered an injection to him rather clumsily. Did he not fear the pain? Secondly, even if these were new suppressants, they should not be injected casually during or after the onset of his heat. Upon realizing how foolish his request sounded, a flicker of regret crossed Qin Yanzhou's dark eyes. He merely feared she might leave, seeking a way to prolong her stay, even if just for a few minutes, enough for him to savor the moment. However, his usually sharp mind felt as if it had rusted before her, unable to function. I misspoke, I meant next month. He corrected himself. Typically, such a request would be utterly unacceptable to Su Mian Tang, but her intentions today were different. That's perfectly fine. she agreed. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes as he abruptly lifted his head, meeting her gentle smile, his mind momentarily blank. So beautiful. Would she come again next time?
How could she be so kind?
Just like last time when she acquiesced to his unreasonable request. Her kindness only fueled his shameless desire to pursue further. His fingers tightened slightly as he tentatively suggested, as a token of gratitude, "May I invite you to lunch?"
10 o'clock.
Lunch together? She had initially intended to propose that he take her to the island to enjoy the natural scenery, but switching the sequence was also acceptable. All right, thank you. Qin Yanzhou instructed his servants to prepare the meal. Su Mian Tang initially thought that his invitation to lunch was a signal of goodwill, a gesture to bridge the distance between them, making him less cold than before. However, to her surprise, in the grand dining hall, the opulent Baroque-style long table stretched over 100 meters. She sat at one end, while Qin Yanzhou occupied the other. Those with even slight myopia would struggle to see each other, let alone converse. Suddenly, an image flashed in her mind of the CEO waking from his vast bed every morning, a distance of 800 meters. It seemed he truly intended to treat her to a meal. Yet, she had just enjoyed a hearty breakfast prepared by Xiao Erduo that morning, her stomach still full, leaving her without appetite. However, her perspective changed when the dishes were served. Once again, she experienced the lavish style of the elite. Dozens of servants elegantly entered, each bearing trays, and soon, the table was laden with an array of appetizers, main courses, side dishes, soups, and desserts, filling the 100-meter-long table to capacity. It turned out he had not chosen such a large table without reason. "Mr. Qin, do you have any other guests today?" "Only you." Only at a safe distance could Qin Yanzhou dare to raise his gaze and meet hers, unabashedly taking in every detail of her features and form. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Su Mian Tang was astonished. It seemed excessive. Wouldn't it be a bit wasteful? Qin Yanzhou had never contemplated the notion of waste, but since she expressed concern, he replied, "I merely wished for Miss Su to sample the specialties of Drolent Star. Any leftovers will be consumed by the servants." "That's good." Su Mian Tang set aside her ingrained belief of cherishing every grain and picked up her serving chopsticks, beginning to sample the dishes. 5 chefs stood by her side, each taking turns to introduce the unique characteristics, flavors, ingredients, and methods of each dish. The crimson flame mushroom soup was crafted from the rarest mushroom species on the planet, utilizing only the most tender parts beneath the cap, with mere grams available for consumption. The dragon scale fish, caught 5,000 meters beneath the waves of Kubo Star, had its head, tail, and innards removed, preserving only the exquisite crescent-shaped flesh on either side of the gills. The fairy's tower was the most exquisite dessert in the entire galaxy, boasting purity surpassing even that supplied to royalty. The extravagance was indeed remarkable, and it tasted divine. As she lifted a piece of the fairy's tower and took a bite, an involuntary cry of pain escaped her lips. What happened? In the next instant, Qin Yanzhou was at her side, his speed astonishing. The slender fingers of the man clad in black gloves gently grasped her chin, compelling her to involuntarily raise her head. Mouth agape, her expression taut with apprehension. Yet, nothing was scrutinized. Instead, what he beheld was striking. The girl's exquisite lips resembled rose petals, flushed and full, while her moist, delicate tongue peered forth, soft and tender, as if a mere touch would cause it to flow, inciting an irresistible curiosity about what could ensue. Forbidden images flashed rapidly through his mind, and Qin Yanzhou furrowed his brow, his breath growing heavy, his fingertips trembling, before he almost instantly released her. It was as if her suffering had been entirely transferred onto him. Su Mian Tang was left bewildered by his reaction. "It's nothing. I just accidentally bit my tongue a moment ago. It hurts a bit, but there's no blood." "Very well." After a prolonged silence, the man, still turned away from her, finally responded. If one listened closely, they could discern the tremor in his voice, accompanied by a hint of self-reproach. What was he truly thinking? How could he be so base as to resemble a shameless brute? Despite the sumptuous delicacies before her, Su Mian Tang, with her modest appetite, had barely sampled much. And within mere minutes, she set down her chopsticks. "Thank you very much for your hospitality today, Mr. Qin. I thoroughly enjoyed my meal." Was it to end so soon? Were the dishes insufficient? Seated quietly at the far end of the long table, the tall man awaiting her farewell gradually appeared forlorn. So much so that when Su Mian Tang warmly invited him for a stroll on the island to aid digestion, he bowed his head, remaining silent and reluctant to respond. Chapter 120. Greedy Thoughts.
Ah.
Had her request crossed a line, inciting his displeasure? It seemed she ought to be more patient and take a gradual approach. As she took a napkin to wipe her mouth, preparing to bid him farewell, the butler hastily leaned in to remind the man beside him, "Master, Miss Su wishes to invite you to visit the island." At such a crucial moment, how had the master become so distracted? What? Qin Yanzhou quickly lifted his head, his gaze flickering as if seeking confirmation. Su Mian Tang remarked, "The dining table is indeed quite long. It seems conversations can't be heard clearly."
Yes.
"If you are unwilling, I am willing," he responded with such swiftness that even the typically taciturn butler couldn't suppress a smile. His reaction felt reminiscent of a wedding ceremony where the officiant inquires about one's lifelong loyalty and the answer is given even before the vows are complete. It was hard to fathom that the usually aloof, formidable, and cold master could exhibit such an uncontrollable moment, resembling a youthful lad unable to conceal his feelings. "Very well." Su Miantang's eyes sparkled as she said, "Let us go." Just as she felt they might finally draw closer, after all, a stroll necessitates walking side by side. Before them was a group of guides presenting the sights. To the left stood a servant holding an umbrella, mirroring the one on the right, who bore refreshments. Behind them lingered a contingent of staff and bodyguards, poised and ready. Yet, the protagonist, Qin Yanzhou, remained on the periphery of the crowd, standing farthest from her as if he were merely a passerby. Su Mian Tang inexplicably felt like a favored concubine on an outing, akin to an imperial consort carrying a royal heir, requiring the care of many with each step. "Mr. Qin." She turned her face, glancing at the man's back, only to retract her gaze swiftly. Isn't there a bit too many people? It feels somewhat suffocating." Qin Yanzhou immediately gestured for everyone to step back. Yet he remained at a distance of 5 meters behind her, akin to a bodyguard, merely ensuring the umbrella hovered overhead.
Su Mian Tang glanced upwards,
Suddenly perplexed by his attitude towards her. He seemed welcoming, yet not entirely so. He appeared willing, yet reluctant. What a contradictory man he was. As she walked, she pondered, completely oblivious to the cobblestones beneath her feet. A misstep sent her tumbling forward.
"Careful."
The usually agile man, momentarily lost in the elation of being invited by a woman, was a beat slow, and his outstretched hand meant to catch her instead grasped her dress and the strap beneath it. In that instant, the air felt as though it had solidified. Qin Yanzhou's dark eyes widened, his fingers freezing in place. Su Miantang's mind went blank, rendering her immobile. The awkward atmosphere lingered for several seconds before, with a soft thud, Qin Yanzhou released his grip first. The elasticity caused the girl's delicate bosom to quiver, mirroring the intensity of his unfathomable gaze. Su Miantang's face flushed with a visible crimson, particularly as she noticed the man gazing down intently. After a fleeting moment of shock and confusion, a flustered mix of shame, regret, and self-reproach surfaced on Qin Yanzhou's stern visage. In a state of disarray, he knelt before her, head bowed in apology. "I am truly sorry, Miss Su. It was unintentional. Please, punish me as you see fit." To behave in such a manner towards a woman was utterly despicable, shameless, and outrageous, even more so as he found himself unable to avert his gaze. She must surely detest his base nature. While Su Miantang felt a tinge of embarrassment, it was more due to the bizarre nature of the incident rather than directed at him. After all, he had meant well in attempting to assist her. However, witnessing his grave and sincere apology dissipated any lingering resentment within her. "It's all right, I almost stumbled just now, so I appreciate your support." She attempted to feign ignorance, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. "This island is quite vast. Perhaps it is not the best for walking. Shall we take a hovercraft to view the scenery instead?" "Very well." Qin Yanzhou discerned her intent to change the subject and summoned 2 hovercrafts, though he dared not meet her gaze, especially after wow. In the air, the view indeed expanded significantly. Standing on the hovercraft, Su Mian Tang surveyed the archipelago around her. The scenery here was unlike any she had encountered before, boasting a unique tropical rainforest charm. Towering, lush mountains, magnificent waterfalls cascading from cliffs, rare creatures wandering amidst the caverns. The refreshing sea breeze and golden beaches scattered with colorful shells. In the distance, even a volcano loomed. It inexplicably evoked a romantic feeling within her. "Mr. Qin, could you enlighten me about the various landscapes?"
"Of course."
For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qin Yanzhou sensed a hint of intimacy in her cheerful tone, causing him to draw closer, slightly anxious, yet exhilarated. Upon returning to the palace, Madame Su heard from her attendants that her son and Su Mian Tang not only shared lunch, but also took a stroll together, their laughter ringing out joyfully. In an unusually good mood, she decided to play golf atop the mountain, but as she swung her club, she overheard her attendants chattering excitedly about something in the sky. Goodness, am I seeing things? It's the first time I've seen a female so beautiful beside the master. Indeed, even from just a profile. She's enough to enchant anyone. They appear to be a perfect match. The beauty and the handsome man. My heart is aflame. Madame Su lifted her head to see. In the sky, on the hovercraft, a pair of figures, her son and Miss Su Mian Tang. One exuded a commanding presence, while the other, with flowing hair and graceful stature, appeared like celestial beings descending to earth, so captivating that one could scarcely look away. In her heart, a greedy thought suddenly sprang forth. Initially, she had merely sought Miss Su Mian Tang's aid in treating her son, but now she fantasized about her becoming her daughter-in-law, the future matriarch of the Qin family enterprise. She is incredibly gentle, beautiful, intelligent, and kind-hearted. The mere thought of her becoming my daughter-in-law fills me with immeasurable joy, truly a blessing accrued from past lives. I hope my son can muster some courage, overcome his psychological shadows, and win her heart. My only concern is her pheromone level. Regardless, it cannot possibly rival Yanzhou's combat prowess, especially since the physician has indicated he is on the verge of evolving into SS rank, the most formidable level in existence, matched only by Queen Jenny. However, he harbors no interest in her, hence a union is utterly out of the question. Thus, she summoned the Shadow Star Guard, deciding to inquire into Su Mian Tang's status. This is Mo High, and the two eventually found themselves at the seaside. The endless expanse of sand resembled luxurious satin, the grains glistening like gold, soft and delicate to the touch, prompting the young lady to remove her shoes and frolic. Ah, this feels wonderful, Mr. Qin. Want to join me? Mr. Qin lowered his gaze, observing her snow-white, tender feet, akin to pure crystal, and his thoughts of comfort swiftly shifted to a different subject. He turned abruptly and departed. No need. I shall fetch Miss Su a cold drink. As he left, he also took her shoes to the side.
Su Mian Tang stared in astonishment.
She had not anticipated that he, born into a prestigious family and surrounded by servants and bodyguards, would exhibit such thoughtful attentiveness. However, her impressions soon changed. When Qin Yanzhou returned with 2 cups of cold drinks, he witnessed the young lady running towards him, her dress lifted, long hair flowing, her voice a flurry of panic. Mr. Qin, please, save me. She even called his name, Qin Yanzhou. Chapter 121, A gentle blow will alleviate the pain. He had taken her shoes, leaving her barefoot and being pursued by a large black scorpion. If she stopped for even a second, she would be stung. Qin Yanzhou was momentarily struck by her calling his name, but quickly regained his composure upon seeing the scorpion trailing behind her. Since it was a non-venomous rainforest scorpion, he refrained from unleashing his combat prowess, instead waving his hand to shoo it away. However, he inadvertently allowed its stinger to pierce his clothing and prick his flesh. Qin Yanzhou, Su Mian Tang exclaimed, gripping him tightly. You've been stung. His body stiffened momentarily as he attempted to pull his hand away, but found it ensnared in her firm grasp, so tight that all his attention was drawn to it, rendering him oblivious to the pain. It's nothing, he reassured. What do you mean, nothing? Su Mian Tang frowned, recalling his remarkable pain tolerance. Having endured numerous injections without flinching, surely he wouldn't feel a scorpion sting. But the scorpion is venomous. Just as Qin Yanzhou was about to clarify that it was harmless, she insisted he return to tend to the wound, warning him of the potential spread of toxins.
Treatment and bandaging?
He suddenly recalled the last time she had collected samples for him, the tremor of her skin when she held his hand, the exhilarating sensations, and the sparks flying between them. He nodded.
All right.
Upon arriving at the palace, he heard her call out, Doctor, please check him. He has been stung by a scorpion. What kind of scorpion? The doctor inquired, and after Su Mian Tang described it, a creature as long as a human forearm, entirely black with a tail of 5 or 6 segments and 8 legs, complete with 2 large pincers, he chuckled. That is the most common rainforest scorpion on the island, also known as the Peter scorpion. It is non-venomous and harmless, often kept as a pet due to its docile nature. However, the size you described suggests it might be a scorpion king. Docile? Su Mian Tang frowned skeptically, doubting they were speaking of the same creature. Then why was it chasing me so aggressively? And why did it sting Mr. Qin? According to your description, it was likely attempting to claim you as its master, but was thwarted by its owner, hence its retaliatory behavior. Su Mian Tang bit her lip, frightened. Even if it had caught her, she would never consider adopting it. She was terrified of cold-blooded creatures, scorpions, lizards, turtles, and even frogs. Snakes, especially those adorned with vibrant patterns or peculiar shapes, could render her unconscious on the spot. Indeed, it was the scorpion. The doctor examined the wound, noting only slight redness and swelling, assuring her that it would have healed soon if left alone. Rest assured, given the Master S combat level, this minor injury is less severe than a cat scratch, he comforted. Yet, noticing the beautiful young lady's worried expression, he took out some gauze and began to wrap the wound with a semblance of professionalism. The man sitting nearby had remained silent and expressionless since the doctor entered, having assumed she would tend to him. This island should not have a hospital at all. As the doctor bandaged the wound, he wondered why it suddenly felt so cold atop his head. Had he inadvertently hurt the master? Meanwhile, Su Mian Tang was unaware of the man's thoughts. She was focused on her purpose and dared not touch him too closely, fearing it might backfire and provoke his aversion. Moreover, she believed he had been stung by a venomous scorpion and, not knowing which serum to use, deemed it best to leave it to a professional. All done. Thank you, doctor. After the private physician departed, she curiously looked down at the gauze wrapped around his wrist, gently poking it with her fingertip. Is this sufficient? Is it truly non-venomous? Do you feel any discomfort? Yes. Indeed, he felt discomfort, emitting a painful grunt. Su Mian Tang quickly withdrew her hand, anxiously looking at him. Did I hurt you? The man merely turned his head slightly, a hint of crimson blooming at his ears. Su Mian Tang. So, it wasn't pain, but rather shyness. Just moments ago, he had shown no hesitation in dispatching the scorpion, but now, a mere gentle poke through the gauze caused his ears to flush. She had not anticipated that this cold and ruthless tycoon harbored such innocence. Amusement began to stir within her. If it hurts, I can blow on it for you. Blow? Yes. Qin Yanzhou looked astonished. Before he could respond, the young lady lowered her head and delicately blew on his wound. Her warm and gentle breath, intertwined with the fragrance of jasmine, enveloped him, sending delightful shivers throughout his body, stirring his senses. Especially paired with her words, a gentle blow will alleviate the pain. As if coaxing a child. Never before had he been treated with such tenderness, affection, and indulgence by a young lady, igniting within him an unprecedented wave of sweetness and long-buried feelings. This sudden revelation was both foreign and exhilarating, leaving him feeling shy and almost compelled to flee the scene. Su Mian Tang watched as the man vanished abruptly. Had she overstepped and frightened him away? Yet, it was merely a gentle blow on his arm. Chapter 122. Alone Together. Qin Yanzhou was absent for a full 10 minutes. Su Mian Tang glanced at the time. It was time to return to the research institute. However, before she did, she should bid him farewell. While she waited, the sound of a cat meowing echoed from upstairs. Meow, meow. She looked up to see a pure white Persian cat perched on the high steps, curiously observing her with its fluffy tail held high. Then, it leaped down and into her arms. What a beautiful little cat! With her short, pointed ears, glimmering green eyes, and an adorably round face, complemented by her fluffy, snow-white fur, she appeared almost like a little princess. Just as she was about to play with her, a memory of her previous awkward encounter with Huarong flashed through her mind. To be on the safe side, she retrieved her holographic device and began scanning. This software distinguishes between ordinary animals and beast men, typically displaying only a few words, yet this time an entire line appeared. Kinkajou cat, Chloe, the beloved pet of Qin Yanzhou, CEO of the Qin Group, a superstar in the pet world of Durant. Chloe? Meow. Chloe responded to her. You're quite the celebrity, aren't you? She affectionately stroked the cat, who tilted her little head and comfortably nestled into her embrace, purring contentedly. Princess Chloe. Meanwhile, upstairs, a servant hurriedly descended to search, only to find the cat lounging in the lap of their esteemed guest, rubbing affectionately against her, a sight that astonished him. Chloe, known for her aloof demeanor, typically ignored strangers, especially females due to her master's influence, yet here she was, burrowing into the girl's arms as if craving attention, purring sweetly. It was utterly remarkable. He quietly retreated. By the window, a refreshing sea breeze caressed her face, the warmth of the soft sofa beneath her, and the delightful presence of a beautiful cat in her hands lulled Su Mian Tang into a peaceful slumber. Chloe, too, lazily drifted off to sleep beside her. Fearing that she might wait too long, Qin Yanzhou composed himself and returned. As he entered the grand hall, he spotted the young woman curled up on the sofa, cradling Chloe. Her exposed feet were smooth and white, her long legs elegantly proportioned, resembling a piece of exquisite art, slightly bent and exuding a tender curve. Her rear was rounded and pert, tapering sharply at the waist, creating a silhouette that seemed to beg for a gentle grasp. He dared not gaze further. Her figure was sensuous and alluring, captivating enough to ignite impure thoughts in even the most upright male. Raising his gaze, his dark eyes fell upon her face, which wore an exquisite, tranquil expression in sleep, as if enchanted, drawing him closer, ever closer. When he was but a breath away, the intoxicating scent of jasmine wafted toward him, alluringly potent in her slumber, overwhelming his senses and rendering his willpower feeble. Unable to resist, he reached out to caress a lock of her hair, bringing it to his nose to inhale deeply, like a desperate addict, his tall frame nearly collapsing over her, trembling. Having savored her scent, he yearned to kiss her cheek, even to caress her. "Little cat, may I steal you away?" The slumbering girl murmured something in her sleep, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it struck him like a thunderbolt, jolting him back to reality, causing him to retreat hastily. What was he doing? What was he even contemplating? To take such indecent liberties while she lay in peaceful repose. He was losing his mind. He had to admit. He had developed feelings for her. He had fallen for a female, the very kind he had loathed and abhorred the most, betraying the weak, helpless version of himself from the past. Yet, he found himself unable to resist, and within him festered an insatiable desire for possession. He wanted her to be his. Every inch of her, every strand of hair belonged to him, Qin Yanzhou. With this thought, he cast a sharp glance at his pet, Chloe, contemplating tossing her aside, so the girl could embrace him instead. A snow leopard would surely be more comforting to hold than a cat, wouldn't it? Yet, he was too large. Would she even like him? The awakening of love, the agony of betrayal, and the inexplicable jealousy stirred a tempest of conflicting emotions within him, like a raging fire consuming his reason. What was he even thinking? She was so exceptional, surrounded by countless admirable males. How could she possibly be interested in him? A tainted man? Perhaps she merely regarded him as an eccentric client. He slowly removed his coat and draped it over her, then vanished from the hall in an instant. Half an hour later, Su Mian Tang awoke from her nap, only to realize that Qin Yanzhou had yet to return. She had a test in the afternoon and could not linger any longer. Rising, she noticed a coat slipping from her shoulders. It was Qin Yanzhou's. Had he come back? Where was he now? Suddenly, the powerful sea winds battered the glass outside, and the weather on the island shifted dramatically, transforming from clear skies to a thick blanket of clouds. Light rain began to fall, weaving a veil of damp mist through the air, darkening the once bright sky to a deep charcoal hue. Gently placing Chloe down, she gazed out the window, where, amidst the inky fog, she discerned a tall, striking figure standing alone, silent and still as an isolated island. Was that Qin Yanzhou? Why was he standing outside in the rain? She recalled that snow leopards were notoriously clean creatures, averse to getting wet. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yanzhou had lost track of time outside, oblivious to the changing weather, feeling only the icy droplets striking him, extinguishing the fiery turmoil within. Yes, how could Miss Su possibly fancy someone like him? He needed to face reality. As for himself, he should keep his feelings well hidden, sparing her the taint of his existence. Suddenly, he heard light footsteps behind him, causing his body to tense immediately. It was her. Su Mian Tang approached him, holding an umbrella, needing to tiptoe just slightly to shield him from the rain with her towering height of nearly 6 feet. "Mr. Qin, I'm leaving. I must go." The words echoed in his mind like a mantra. He dared not turn to face her, his sharp brow furrowing, lips twisting into a bittersweet smile that resembled more of a cry. Was she here to bid him farewell? If she left, she would never return. He struggled to respond, but his throat felt parched and dry, unable to produce a sound. He did not want her to go. "However, when I come tomorrow, may I have a moment alone with you? The kind where we aren't disturbed by anyone." Tomorrow? Alone? Qin Yanzhou's mind buzzed, momentarily blank. He suspected he had misheard her. Slowly turning to face her, his dark eyes locking onto hers without blinking. "Tomorrow? Yes. Mr. Qin, do you not welcome me?" "No, that's not it." He had simply never anticipated that she would want to meet him again, and to be alone together, undisturbed. It was unmistakably an invitation for a date. She was asking him out. She did not dislike him. She did not find his eccentricities off-putting. In an instant, all his previous turmoil, anxiety, and pain dissipated into nothingness. He felt like a child suddenly rewarded, his face alight with hope as he sought her confirmation. Really? Really? Do you not believe me? Su Mian Tang extended her pinky. Let us make a promise. Slowly, Qin Yanzhou extended his finger, the damp, cold fabric of his gloves entwining with hers. Su Mian Tang lowered her gaze, knowing that tomorrow, she wanted him to remove those gloves, to begin normal physical contact between the sexes. Clinging to her pinky, Qin Yanzhou held on tightly, as if her grip had ensnared his very soul. The two remained oblivious to the passage of time as they stood in the rain, their fingers entwined. A scene far more beautiful and romantic than any landscape on the island. That evening, Su Mian Tang played with her moon fairy figurine in the backyard, twisting its intelligent brain and pressing its wings, watching it soar gracefully through the air, commanding with an effortless elegance. Unable to resist, she propped her chin on her hands, delighting in its charm. How stunning it was! No wonder little ears idolized it. She adored this gift and yearned for more, such as a little golden eagle soaring in the sky, a snow wolf racing through the mountains, a red fox perched atop the peaks of Qingqiu, a cub of a white tiger, a pitiful golden retriever languishing in its cage, and an adorably floppy-eared rabbit that could easily lift its own ears. Most of all, she could vividly imagine a fluffy panda waddling out of the bamboo grove. So utterly adorable. Wait, a gift? Yes, she could give a present to Qin Yanzhou. Gifting was the best way to bridge the gap between people. Perhaps, upon receiving it, he would regard her as a friend, his very first female friend. Yet, he was so wealthy and had seen everything. What should she give him? Sister, dinner's ready. The boy's head peeked out from the kitchen, calling out, but saw that the girl remained unresponsive, lost in admiration for the figurine above. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of jealousy, jealous of his own feelings. Sister, do you really like this figurine so much? His voice, tinged with disappointment, broke the silence. Su Mian Tang turned to him, a smile gracing her lips. Yes, it's so handsome. What's wrong? Wasn't it a gift from him? Why did he seem somewhat unhappy? It's nothing. The moon fairy suddenly lowered its head, poking its fingers together in a dejected manner. I was just wondering if you only liked powerful males like the moon fairy, and not something weak like little ears. As Su Mian Tang observed the fingers of the figurine coming together, she thought, is it trying to be cute? How could that be? Each had their own merits. Really? Then can you let me play with my beast form a bit longer? The moon fairy and little ears deserve equal treatment. The smart brain replied, I feel like my master is about to split. Is that okay? Did you put on the protective film? Yes, I did. Then let us go. Who wouldn't he adore such an eager floppy-eared rabbit, extending its fluffy, adorable ears for a pet? By the way, little ears, I have something to take care of tomorrow night, so I might be late returning. You can cook for yourself. No. I want to wait for you to come back and have supper together. With that, he transformed back into his beast form, fearing to waste even a moment. All right. Su Mian Tang chuckled indulgently, extending her hands to playfully tease the little rabbit that loved to act cute. After a while, the moon fairy, legs weak and eyes glazed, limped toward the room, as if under the influence of some intoxicating elixir, nearly unable to stand, yet still managing to add, but the moon fairy is indeed very handsome. Su Mian Tang couldn't help but laugh at his antics. Did he want her to like this figurine or not? As she reached to summon the moon fairy back from midair, intending to store it in her box, she inadvertently caught sight of a tear mole at the corner of his left eye, identical to little ears. Her smile faltered, and she paused for a few seconds, shaking her head. Had she truly been confounded? How could she connect such vastly different individuals? Since Su Mian Tang's departure, the butler had witnessed the usually aloof and reticent master, known for his cold demeanor, actually smile. How enchanting his smile was. During meals, he saw him smile again. In discussions about collaborations, he witnessed yet another smile. As he perused documents, the master smiled once more. Eventually, it became routine, no longer surprising. However, during a nighttime inspection of the island, when he saw the master standing alone at the seaside, smiling at a dark rainforest scorpion in his hand, it still sent shivers down his spine. Miss Su, could it be that you've placed some curse on the master? This symptom is far more severe than lovesickness. Qin Yanzhou's smile persisted until the afternoon of the next day, when the girl arrived. Miss Su. Perhaps due to the occasion, she had dressed up, looking even more captivating than usual, enchanting and mesmerizing. making it difficult to gaze directly at her. You're here. Yes, Mr. Qin, you look so handsome today. It's the first time I've seen you in formal evening attire.
So do you.
He slightly averted his gaze, fingers twitching. Dinner is ready. Following her request, all the servants on the island had been dismissed, ensuring that no one would interrupt them. In the spacious hall, it was just the two of them, a private space belonging solely to them. After speaking, he turned to take his seat at the same spot as yesterday, but his cold, black, technological gloves were suddenly caught by the little female. He looked down in surprise, confirming that she was holding not his arm or wrist, but his hand. Qin Yanzhou. Wait a moment. What is it? His voice trembled slightly. The girl noticed, but he did not forcibly withdraw his hand, which was a good sign. She opened her palm. Qin Yanzhou slowly opened his own. Close your eyes. Do I have to close my eyes again? She thought. What for? After hesitating for a few seconds, Qin Yanzhou obediently complied. So well-behaved. Su Mian Tang's lips curled up as she placed something in his palm. All right, you can open your eyes now. Qin Yanzhou opened his eyes to find a small, pristine, exquisitely crafted, plush leopard head resting quietly in his hand. A snow leopard? What is this? So adorable. It's even cuter than when I first saw Chloe. This is a gift for you, handmade by me. It's called the Love Leopard. You can wear it around your neck or string it on your wrist. Do you like it? Upon hearing Love Leopard, Qin Yanzhou's face flushed crimson. Did this gift carry a deeper meaning, or was he overthinking? After all, her demeanor was so composed and untroubled. I like it. I like it very much. It was the first time he had received a gift from a female, especially one he cherished. The CEO, who had encountered countless treasures and priceless artifacts in the universe, carefully placed the leopard head in the pocket of his formal attire, close to his heart. I will cherish it well, just as I cherish you.
All right.
Su Mian Tang happily took her seat, picking up her knife and fork. Qin Yanzhou, may I arrange tonight's itinerary? Unbeknownst to her, her address for him had shifted from Mr. Qin to Qin Yanzhou, and with each utterance, it made his heart flutter. After dinner, let us go to the mountaintop to stargaze, shall we? And bring Chloe. He readily acquiesced to her requests, but upon the last one, he paused. Chloe? Why her? Because I like her. The mention of like caused his long lashes to droop, casting a cool shadow over his deep-set eyes. It seemed that no cats should exist on this island, especially not one that could easily capture hearts at a glance. What's wrong? Don't you want to bring her? Isn't she your beloved pet? Or did he harbor possessive feelings towards Chloe, disliking others touching her? No, I'm just curious.
Meow meow.
Unbeknownst to her, Chloe, who was about to become a stray cat, heard someone calling her and curiously poked her head out from upstairs before swiftly darting into Su Mian Tang's arms, seeking affection. Watching as it licked her arm with its little tongue, raised its tail, rubbed against her cheek, and looked up at her with a pleading expression, meowing for praise, was utterly endearing. Qin Yanzhou tightened his grip on the knife and fork, and to his astonishment, black and white speckled fur began to emerge on his arms. He longed to transform into his beast form, to nuzzle against Chloe, to lick her, to cling to her. Alas, his tongue bore barbs, and he feared that he might inadvertently harm her, given her delicate skin. Once he evolved to SS level, such concerns would surely dissipate. Yet, his tail was exceedingly thick and long, capable of enveloping her entirely, far more entertaining than Chloe's. Realizing that jealousy had led him to fantasize about vying for affection with a pet was a regression to a primal state, akin to a lowly animal. Qin Yanzhou furrowed his brow, summoning his fighting spirit to suppress his desires. Chloe, how utterly adorable you are. Your enthusiasm suggests you wish to return home with me? He yearned for it, yet suppressing such feelings proved to be a formidable challenge. He envisioned the embraces, the caresses, and the praises, all rightfully his alone. The interminable and arduous meal finally came to an end. At 8 o'clock, the boundless night sky loomed, thick as a curtain, adorned with countless stars that sparkled like precious gems, their brilliance dazzling and resplendent. How beautiful! Su Mian Tang gazed up, cradling Chloe, her face alight with fascination. The air here was pristine, devoid of any floating particles, enveloped beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, where every star seemed within reach, as if one could pluck them from the sky. Qin Yanzhou, do you like stars? Indeed. Yet, he did not gaze at the stars but rather fixated on her. Observing her enchanting profile, her amber-hued eyes reflecting the myriad of starlight, more radiant and captivating than any celestial body. And you? The girl suddenly turned her face, piercing through his deception. Qin Yanzhou, caught off guard, instinctively turned away, but she grasped his tie, forcefully pulling him before her.
Wait.
Qin Yanzhou, your eyes are so beautiful. In an unexpected moment, their gazes locked. Upon seeing her eyes, Qin Yanzhou's heart raced, his mind buzzing, rendering him incapable of action or thought. She was unaware that such intimate eye contact felt akin to a spiritual kiss. Even more astonishingly, this was only the second time he had locked eyes with a female since he was 6 years old. The first was her, and now again it was her. All his unique experiences were bestowed upon him by her. This time, however, the proximity was so intimate that it rendered him utterly unmoored. As if he could lean in and kiss her luminous eyes, her exquisitely charming face, her cheeks adorned with a gentle smile, all vividly etched in his mind. In the night sky, the most beautiful and brilliant star appeared to have fallen into his gaze. Indeed, Su Mian Tang sincerely praised him. To her surprise, she failed to notice that his eyes were black, akin to finely crafted obsidian, captivating under the starlight, reminiscent of earthlings yet inexplicably evoking a sense of closeness within her. The lofty air of the interstellar empire seemed, at that moment, to be nothing more than an ordinary friend. I like you so much. Her words resonated. Suddenly, a surge of warmth flooded Qin Yanzhou's brain, as if his very blood were rushing to his head. His dark pupils dilated, trembling with incredulity and excitement as he gazed at her, caught in an indescribable frenzy. Did she just say that? Did she like him? Was he imagining things? He had been so anxious and thrilled that he hardly processed her words, only catching the last fragment, a muddled, disjointed "I like you." He feared it was merely a figment of his infatuated imagination. Suppressing his heart, which felt as if it might explode, he stammered, "Is it true? Really? Of course."
Su Mian Tang replied cheerfully.
His eyes were undeniably beautiful. She had no need to fabricate lies to achieve her goal of helping him.
Miss Su.
Qin Yanzhou, will you continue to call me Miss Su? The juxtaposition of "I like you" followed by "will you still call me Miss Su?" was enough for even the most emotionally obtuse to grasp her meaning. Qin Yanzhou felt as though his heart might truly burst. The little female he adored could not only be close to him, but also reciprocated his feelings. How could such a wondrous thing exist in this world? It felt like a dream. Fate had never favored him so generously. He feared this might be a dream, wishing desperately to leap from the mountain into the sea to awaken from this blissful reverie. Chapter 125. It is not permissible. They had met thrice, dined together, enjoyed leisure activities, exchanged gifts, and now shared the experience of stargazing. Even if he did not regard her as a friend, surely they were closer than mere strangers? Mr. Qin, Miss Su seems rather distant. Su Mian Tang raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Wait, what is wrong with you? Why had he suddenly buried his head so low? Nearly into his clothing? For a grown man, this display was rather endearing. Qin Yanzhou, believing she was pursuing an answer, the man, overwhelmed with excitement and unsure of how to react, spoke in a muffled, husky tone from within his garments. I do too. He liked her. Oh, how he liked her. He yearned to confess his feelings, to express how much he adored her and wished to be with her, yet feared scaring her away. Thus he endeavored to restrain himself, opting for the most subdued expression of his emotions. Su Mian Tang asked, "What do you mean? Could you please lift your head to speak?" "All right." After a moment, Qin Yanzhou obediently raised his head. The myriad of stars illuminated the mountains and fields as brightly as day. And Su Mian Tang immediately noticed his flushed face, as red as a freshly cooked shrimp, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. In her arms, Chloe was equally startled, her fur standing on end, as if she no longer recognized her owner. "Qin Yanzhou, what has happened? Have you transformed from a snow leopard into a pink panther?" His eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if overwhelmed by some profound emotion. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to the CEO of the Qin Corporation, but rather resembled a small kitten yearning for affection. Qin Yanzhou turned his head. Had he truly lost his composure, providing her with a source of amusement? "Could you wait for me? I wish to take a trip to the sea." "What for? To become a seal?" Su Mian Tang laughed heartily, cradling Chloe, taking a while to compose herself. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Why are you blushing so? I merely wish for you to call me Su Mian or Tang Tang."
Tang.
Tang Tang. Before she could finish her sentence, the man tilted his head and repeated her name 3 times, his deep, gentle voice almost whispering the name of a beloved. Su Mian Tang was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to gradually guide him to call her Su Mian Tang, yet he had directly addressed her by her nickname. It appeared that the therapeutic effect had been remarkably effective. Since he had shown such progress, a reward was in order. She mysteriously retrieved 2 lollipops from her pocket. Look. What is this? Qin Yanzhou looked on, puzzled. What is this? This is a lollipop, made by my own hands. I'll share one with you. Upon hearing that she had made it herself, he reached out eagerly, but she suddenly closed her palm, playfully teasing him.
Tang Tang.
Hee hee, if you want the candy, you must first agree to one request. Qin Yanzhou misheard, thinking she meant he could have Tang Tang, and his heart, which had just calmed, began to race once more. You agree without knowing what the request is? Be careful of regretting it. I won tea. As long as it's from you, I'll accept any request. Really? Su Mian Tang lowered her gaze, observing the black technological gloves he wore, which seemed to have become part of him, completely restricting him. If he were to take them off, would that signify he was finally lowering his defenses against females? Remove your gloves. Her voice, cold and detached, seemed to command as if instructing him to shed his clothing, causing the tall man to freeze in place. For a full 2 minutes, he remained utterly unresponsive. Unwilling? Su Mian Tang slowly raised an eyebrow. In Qin Yanzhou's mind, a vivid memory surfaced from when he was 6 years old, crawling out of a muddy pit, only to be mercilessly kicked back in. He had desperately shielded his neck with his hands, but they were pried open painfully, as if being broken. His deep, dark eyes were filled with endless terror and trembling. If you're unwilling, then so be it. The lollipop is gone. I shall take my leave. With that, the girls stood to depart.
No, Tan Tan.
For reasons unknown. The gruesome images of demons feasting on flesh in his mind paled in comparison to her simple declaration of intent to leave. In a moment of desperation, Qin Yanzhou's expression shifted, and he painfully removed his gloves, seizing her arm. Tang Tang, don't go. Su Mian Tang halted in her tracks, lowering her gaze to his hand. Had he truly removed his gloves? She was aware that this was a cruel act towards him, yet without such cruelty, his psychological scars might never heal. Qin Yanzhou, your hands are exquisite. Having been deprived of sunlight for so long, his hands were as pale as cold jade, with distinctly defined joints, long and proportionate. Yet imbued with a sense of strength, the veins beneath his thin skin intricate and prominent. Realizing he had indeed removed his gloves and was now grasping her, Qin Yanzhou started to retract his hand in panic, but unexpectedly, his palm was firmly held by the girl. He emitted a soft groan, sensitive and pleasantly surprised. After years of being concealed beneath gloves, his hands had never touched a female before. Now, being held tightly by her, the sensation was soft and tender, igniting a response in his body before his mind could comprehend it. You are performing wonderfully, Su Mian Tang generously praised him, handing him a lollipop as a reward. Here's a piece of candy for you. Qin Yanzhou believed that finally, she might let him off the hook. However, to his astonishment after giving him the candy, Su Mian Tang did not release his hand but instead sat closer beside him, their clothes brushing against one another, their hands interlinked, so close that he dared not even breathe. Just as he thought this was as close as they could be, the girl suddenly leaned in, her breath warm against his ear, her tone teasing. Now that you've removed them, let's play a thrilling game, shall we? Thrilling? Qin Yanzhou's pupils dilated in an instant. Nightmarish visions flashed through his mind.
No.
That's not permissible. Having only just made contact with a female, merely holding her hand was already overwhelming. He feared that embracing her would send him into a frenzy, losing control entirely and causing her to faint. Chapter 126. It was unbearable. Just as Qin Yanzhou contemplated fleeing, Su Mian Tang spread her palm, lightly tapping her fingertip in the center, sending a jolt through his body. Shall we play a word-guessing game? Guess. A word? It was merely a word-guessing game. Not what he had feared. His face flushed crimson, as if he might bleed, utterly mortified to face her. How could he have thought of such things? Is that all right? The girl's voice shifted from inquiring to a playful tone, rendering him unable to resist. Yet, even this seemingly simple game was enough to drive him to the brink of madness. Let us begin. Su Mian Tang, delighted by his compliance, slightly lowered her head, one hand clasping his palm while the other wrote in his palm with her fingertip. Her nails were soft and round, her touch gentle. Yet on the sensitive skin of a man who had long been isolated from the world, each stroke felt like a surge of electricity. As her fingers pierced his skin, igniting his blood and racing into his bones. It coursed through his veins, stimulating every nerve ending, leaving him exhilarated to the point of losing control.
Done.
The first character she wrote in his palm was Qin.
Take a guess.
I don't know. Qin Yanzhou shook his head, drenched in sweat. The mere stimulation was nearly overwhelming, his entire focus consumed by that single point, leaving him no thoughts for guessing.
What?
You can't guess this?
Su Mian Tang express surprise.
To facilitate interaction, she had deliberately chosen a character he was most familiar with. The intelligent master, who has excelled since childhood. Could you really not guess? Surely you're not pretending? It's Qin, your surname. If you guess wrong, you can't switch places. We continue until you get it right. Again. Qin Yanzhou's trembling hand wished to retreat, but did not. For the second time, Su Mian Tang wrote yen in his palm. Surely this time he could guess it? Following the sequence should lead him to the answer. Yet Qin Yanzhou still shook his head, his throat dry, his scalp tingling, as if a fierce beast were approaching, invoking an instinctive sense of primal dominance. Had he truly been pretending? Or was he genuinely unable to guess? Su Mian Tang chose to trust in his inherent goodness and tried once more. This time, it was evident she wrote Zhou. Yet Qin Yanzhou still shook his head, his breathing heavy, sending a wave of tension through Su Mian Tang as if a fierce predator drew near. He was indeed pretending. How could she have believed that a merchant's nature was pure and innocent, this cunning snow leopard? Su Mian Tang narrowed her eyes slightly, resolved to teach him a lesson. This time, as she wrote in his palm, she exerted her full strength, as if inscribing the character deep within his heart, compelling Qin Yanzhou to nearly stifle a groan. Tang, please don't punish me so. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. He felt as if he might explode.
Mew.
Perceiving danger, the anxious Chloe nestled against the girl, her fur bristling. Suddenly, she spotted a large rat leaping from her master's body, instinct kicking in as she lunged to catch it. To her surprise, in the next moment, she was swiftly tossed aside by an even faster snow leopard.
Mew.
She emitted a sharp cry, startling Su Mian Tang, who quickly stood. Chloe.
Mew.
Chloe, unexpectedly thrown aside, landed in the grass. Though her assailant had restrained their force, she was unharmed. Yet her once pampered heart shattered at the realization that her master had tossed her aside. Master, you threw me. Typically, she would at most be ignored, but this time. Mew, mew, mew. She tilted her pitiful, round face upward, persistently voicing her grievances to Su Mian Tang, as if to say, Master is wicked. From now on, I shall follow Mama. Su Mian Tang felt a pang of sympathy, rushing over to pick her up. Chloe, are you alright? Does it hurt? As she petted her, checking for injuries, she furrowed her brow and looked toward Qin Yanzhou. Qin Yanzhou, what's wrong? Her slightly reproachful tone shifted to one of concern. Sitting at the edge of a precipice, the man hung his head, visibly trembling, large beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, as though he were experiencing a severe stress response. Could it be that her eagerness for physical contact had backfired? Don't worry, I'll take you back. She activated her light brain to summon a flying vehicle, but before she could turn, her hand was suddenly grasped tightly by his large palm. He slowly lifted his head, his handsome features glistening with sweat, his dark eyes reflecting the myriad stars above, gazing at her with a fervor that seemed to ignite a fire within. It's Tang.
What?
Su Mian Tang was momentarily taken aback. The character you wrote is Tang. That word had been deeply etched into his heart, an indelible mark that would never fade for the rest of his life. Su Mian Tang had not anticipated that, at this moment, he would still be guessing words, and moreover, he had not even guessed his own name correctly, yet he had managed to deduce his own. You.
Tang.
Hold your tongue. I shall take you back for treatment. No need. What do you mean no need? You are trembling, and you have perspired profusely. I, Qin Yanzhou, slightly loosened my trembling hand. It was your touch that caused it. Su Mian Tang remarked, You speak as if I were a rogue. Stay seated, do not move. It shall soon pass. Fearing she might misunderstand, Qin Yanzhou paused momentarily before adding, Wait until I can exercise a modicum of restraint before you touch me again. Su Mian Tang replied, Now it sounds even more so. Her temples pulsed slightly as she embraced Chloe and gradually lowered herself, declaring no need.
Today,
she would not resort to any measures. Why? Upon hearing this, Qin Yanzhou swiftly turned around, fearing she was angry and no longer wished to touch him, his inky eyes fluttering with anxiety. Su Mian Tang met his panicked gaze and wondered if she had inadvertently caused him some trouble. transitioning from complete avoidance of contact with females to an addiction to it. Clearly, the latter was far more terrifying. I fear you may become overstimulated. I will not. Qin Yanzhou shook his head. I will not. That is good. However, observing his current symptoms, she dared not easily reach out to him again, fearful of achieving the opposite effect. Today, removing his gloves and engaging in any form of contact had already been a significant advancement. Then let us quietly gaze at the stars together. She placed Chloe on her lap, leaned back with her hands behind her, and relaxed as she beheld the dazzling stars above. As she continued to gaze, she found herself leaning against the man beside her, her arms tightly wrapped around his robust waist. Just moments ago, Qin Yanzhou had restrained his desires. Yet feeling the soft embrace of the girl and her delicate fragrance ignited a tempest of emotions within him, causing his heart to race as if engulfed in flames. She had actually embraced him. Is this moving too swiftly, Tang Tang? He had already rejected her once, fearing that another refusal would lead her to believe he was incapable, perhaps even causing her to leave. To fail to satisfy a female as a male was to be deemed worthless. Thus, he let his dark lashes lower, a glint of ferocity igniting within his gaze.
Tang Tang.
Can you endure for 7 days? Do you prefer this environment outside? Is it too harsh? Fear not, I shall strive to control myself, to avoid losing my reason and causing you harm, but do not be overly proactive. A slight movement from you, and I may lose control. Upon finishing, his eyes had already turned red, and he slowly turned to look at her as if she were his prey. Oh, I feel uncomfortable. The bed is too hard. It is quite intolerable. The girl, lost in her dreams, grumbled in discontent, and her words fell like a downpour upon Qin Yanzhou, drenching him from head to toe. It turned out, she had fallen asleep. Chapter 127. The Little Rabbit's Triumph. What was he truly thinking? Since meeting her, what occupied his mind daily? Qin Yanzhou felt both embarrassed and vexed, yet the desires ignited by his imagination had overwhelmed his reason, spiraling out of control. He fixated on the delicate visage of the girl so close to him, and after a prolonged struggle, he finally could not resist and enveloped her slender waist, drawing her tightly into his embrace. Indeed, the mere act of a simple hug sent shivers throughout his being. Yet it was still insufficient. The man leaned down, his lips, hot and feverish, descended upon her face with a chaotic urgency. Tang Tang, Tang Tang. I like you so much, truly, what should I do? Her tranquil slumber was disrupted as the girl let out a soft moan of dissatisfaction. Qin Yanzhou paused momentarily, fearful of waking her. He reined in his fervor, but only held her tighter, seeking to alleviate the unexpressed desires within him. However, the more he sought relief, the more fervent he became. Ultimately, he rose, cradling her in his arms, and slowly made his way toward the grand hall. Beneath the starry sky, a male and female figure, accompanied by a small kitten, cast elongated shadows behind them. It was 10:30 at night when Su Mian Tang finally stirred from her slumber. Where was she? Groggily surveying the opulent hall around her. She rubbed her drowsy eyes and glanced at the clock. Oh no! It was nearly 11. She had promised Little Ear to return home for the supper he had prepared. She hurriedly lifted her skirt, summoned her flying device, and sped off toward the Jiqing Villa area without delay. She had already surpassed the agreed-upon time. Little Ear must have gone to bed, right? He was so obedient and well-mannered that he wouldn't be like Lon Lon, stubbornly waiting at the door and going crazy when he finally arrived. Indeed, upon reaching the Jiqing Villa area, she found it shrouded in darkness, all the lights extinguished. He must have already fallen asleep. She tiptoed inside, careful not to awaken him, but unexpectedly, as soon as her foot crossed the threshold, the lights of the 4-story villa illuminated instantaneously. Su Mian Tang looked up to see the boy standing at the kitchen door, half of his figure engulfed by shadows while the other half basked in light, his expression dark, reminiscent of a popular meme, captioned, "I shall always watch you, forever." A shiver ran through her. A Little Ear, you are still awake? It was one thing to be awake. Standing there in the dark was quite frightening. Thankfully, he was handsome. Otherwise, she might have mistaken him for a ghost. Sister, why have you only just returned? Not only was his expression dark, but his voice was also chilling, as though he intended to devour her for her lack of promise. I apologize, Little Ear. I was caught up with work and returned a bit late. How about I come in early tomorrow and prepare supper for you? No need. As he emerged from the shadows, holding a spatula, his demeanor and tone were exceedingly somber. The supper has already been reheated several times. It is no longer appetizing. His words deepened Su Mian Tang's guilt. Little ear, what must I do to appease your anger? Is sister going to make amends for me? His eyes sparkled with excitement, glancing down at her, and the earlier darkness seemed merely an illusion. Su Mian Tang sensed the possibility of reconciliation through an apology and nodded, yes, whatever you desire. After all, he would not make any unreasonable demands.
Then,
The boy tossed aside the spatula, transforming into his beast form without hesitation. The meaning behind his recent frequent invitations for her to touch him was unmistakable. Su Mian Tang was taken aback, yet somewhat charmed. She had anticipated he might take this opportunity to make an outrageous request, but instead, he merely wished for her to play with his beast form. How could such an adorable floppy-eared rabbit be either a punishment or a reward for her? Little Ear was indeed obedient and endearing. She gently lifted him, stroked his ears, and walked into the study, carefully placing him on the desk. In the dead of night, she decided to play with him thoroughly. However, as soon as she extended her hand to caress the nape of his neck, the usually clingy little rabbit, who would nuzzle and plead for affection, suddenly collapsed onto the desk without any warning. His long ears stood erect, his limbs stiffened slightly, and his honey-colored irises trembled rapidly. Overwhelmed with panic, the entire rabbit seemed to slump on the desk like a blanket, unable to be lifted. He even emitted a rare squeak, as if struck by some terrifying force, on the verge of fainting.
Ah!
Yu Zhongxian could hardly believe it. Was this the SSSS-level female pheromone? Having previously experienced healing, he had secretly peeled back a corner of the protective layer these past few days, finding it immensely pleasurable and increasingly addictive. But he had not anticipated that a mere hint of a false mark could feel so euphoric. Just unintentionally releasing a thread of it sent exquisite sensations coursing through him, blurring his awareness and nearly inducing hallucinations, driving him into a frenzy where all he could think about was ruthlessly claiming her. Little Ear, what is wrong? Su Mian Tang cried out in alarm, swiftly retracting her hand, panic rising within her. She feared she had inadvertently overstimulated him to the point of collapse. A piercing scream, accompanied by the withdrawal of pheromones, brought the Moonlight Immortal's sanity back to the forefront. In the next moment, he transformed into human form, his eyes glowing crimson, trembling as he gazed at the young girl, as if he had committed some unforgivable sin. Sister, this is terrible. What happened? I just took a shower, removed the protective film, and forgot to reapply it. Chapter 128, Consecutive Confessions. Forgot to apply the protective film? Does that mean she marked you? Su Mian Tang's mind momentarily crashed. Sister, it's all my fault. The boy lowered his head, raising his hand with an expression of impending tears, as if forgetting something so crucial was a grave error. It must be that the night was too late, and he had waited too long, becoming drowsy.
Su Mian Tang interjected.
I know you didn't mean to, sister. You always remind me about Little Ear, but today must have been exhausting at work, causing you to overlook it. But sister, you are so exceptional, beautiful, surrounded by powerful males. You surely would not take notice of a mere Little Ear, a weak herbivorous beast man of low rank. Rest assured, I would never speak of this, so as not to tarnish your reputation. Forget it, I will take my leave. Once marked, in Little Ear's eyes and heart, there will be only you, sister. I will think of you every day, cling to you, and that will surely become a burden. Little Ear will pack his things and wander off tonight, never to appear within your sight again. Even if the heat arrives, causing an unbearable ache for pheromones, driving me to madness or even a tragic end, I shall not disturb you. Alas, I will no longer have the chance to cook for you, clean, do laundry, wipe the windows, read with you, plant flowers, play games, or transform into beast form just to bring you joy. Sister, I am leaving. Thank you for your care all this time. There will be no future. His voice choked at the end, two fluffy ears suddenly sprouting atop his head as he turned to depart.
Wait.
Su Mian Tang grasped his wrist firmly. After a few seconds of silence, as if having contemplated deeply, she said, Little Ear, stay. I will take responsibility for you. The promise was hers to uphold. The reminder was her oversight. And the person was her plaything. She could not just abandon him at the first sign of trouble. Not to mention, if he left, he would have to endure the very fate he had just described, a thought too dreadful to entertain. In truth, knowing his earlier intense reaction was merely due to forgetting to apply the protective film, rather than being toyed with to the point of shock, brought her some relief. Is that true? The corners of the Moonlight Immortal's lips curled with a wicked grin, a hidden delight and satisfaction coursing through him. He had already been marked by her. The most loyal of contracts, unbroken until death. From this moment forward, he belonged solely to her. They would never part again, never. Sister, thank you. You are too wonderful. The best person in the world. He abruptly turned, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Su Mian Tang was overwhelmed by the boy's fervent strength, his essence filling the air around them, while his unabashed confession echoed in her ears, causing her cheeks to flush. Little ear truly adores you, sister. You are so beautiful.
So fragrant, so alluring.
I wish to see you every day, to hug you, and to kiss you. Su Mian Tang thought to herself, is this merely a false marking? The time has been so brief, yet it has such an impact. As she pondered, she felt him burying his head into her neck. Inhaling deeply as if quenching a long-held thirst, emitting a deeply satisfied hum that seemed to say, finally obtained, I can now indulge openly. Why do I feel like I've fallen into a pit? Little ear, is your midnight snack heated again? I think I can smell it. Don't move, sister. Hold me a little longer. Midnight snacks cannot compare to your fragrance. You are delectable. In the following days, Su Mian Tang continued to visit the island of Jinsalis punctually. She walked alongside Qin Yanzhou through the refreshing and romantic coconut groves, collected colorful shells on the golden beach, rode a speedboat together, played golf, took photos at the cascading waterfalls, and chased Chloe across the endless lawn. Free and unrestrained, they reveled in each other's company, appearing as if they were celestial lovers detached from the world.
Here.
On the cruise, Su Mian Tang offered him a lollipop. This is a new flavor.
New?
Yes, try it. She watched him eagerly as Qin Yanzhou unwrapped the candy and placed it in his mouth. His expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. How is it?
Su Mian Tang.
Anticipating a humorous reaction, was taken aback. Lemon flavor. Why no reaction? Not sour? Qin Yanzhou shook his head, sweet, very sweet.
How could that be?
Su Mian Tang doubted she had mistaken the flavor, curiously unwrapping another piece and tasting it.
Ugh.
So sour. Her small face contorted in displeasure, and beside her, the man let out a deep, rich laugh. Well, Qin Yanzhou, you great deceiver. She reached out to strike him, but Qin Yanzhou caught her hand, lightly caressing her delicate skin. No, it is truly sweet. With her, no matter what they did or ate, he found everything exceedingly sweet. Humph. Su Mian Tang remained unconvinced. Withdrawing her hand to lean against the railing, gazing at the undulating sea, reflecting on the Qin couple's request and Qin Yanzhou's recent behavior, feeling her mission was nearing completion. From his initial resistance and disdain towards her, he had gradually stopped avoiding her and even begun to approach her, naturally allowing their eyes and bodies to meet. Albeit still shy. Now, he even joked with her. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. And she believed that soon he would fully recover and be able to interact with other females again. By the way, Qin Yanzhou, there's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? I haven't had the chance to thank your parents, Mr. Brooklyn and Mrs. Qin have generously provided military supplies for Central Star and donated a building in the city center to the Academy of Sciences. It is truly too generous. I could never repay them. However, the 100 billion star coins in my account cannot be accepted any longer. I will apply for a return to the bank in a few days. Please inform them.
Why?
Qin Yanzhou's expression changed, a look of surprise crossing his face.
Tang Tang.
Do you not like his money? His mother had said that if a female liked a male, she would surely enjoy spending his money. Because they have given far too much. I cannot bear it, nor do I need it. Qin Yanzhou gazed at her. But those were given by me.
Huh.
Su Mian Tang turned to meet his gaze. You gave them? The 100 billion in deposits, the 1,000 billion building, and the trillion starting military supplies. Those were all from you?
Yes.
Su Mian Tang pondered. If it were the Qin couple spending such enormous sums to seek her help in treating their son, she could understand. After all, parental love is the greatest in the world, and it is normal to pay any price. But why him? Suddenly, noticing the fervent fire of love burning in his dark eyes, the girl's gaze flickered, drifting towards the roiling sea. There, the waves surged and swelled. He too. Chapter 129. You must spend my money. Why are you giving it? Her voice quivered. There is no reason. Qin Yanzhou lowered his head slightly, contemplating whether to tell her that he had fallen for her the first time they met, fearing she might think him a pervert. I simply want to give. Su Mian Tang's lips twitched slightly. If she were to believe such a statement, it would indeed reveal her naivety, for that amount could reach trillions. Just as she pondered this, an overwhelming wave of potent male pheromones enveloped her from behind. Qin Yanzhou extended his hand, gently resting against the railing, completely encasing her petite form in his embrace, appearing as though he were holding his beloved from behind. The atmosphere aboard the cruise ship quickly became charged with intimacy. Qin Yanzhou, what are you doing? Su Mian Tang could feel the heat radiating from him, his fervent gaze, his warm body. I fear the ship may capsize, so I must protect you. For the first time, Qin Yanzhou's face flushed, his heart racing, yet he found himself unable to restrain his actions. But this massive cruise ship could never capsize. If you're going to fabricate a reason, at least make it a plausible one. After being fervently confessed to by the boy who had harbored feelings for her for who knows how long, she noticed that the once pure and deeply affectionate scion of a wealthy family now regarded her with an unsettling gaze. At that moment, Su Miantang's emotions mirrored the vast, tumultuous sea before her, an unrest that refused to settle. Indeed, the errant heir soon revealed his true colors. He leaned slightly forward, his tone almost playful as he whispered into her ear, Tang, I wish to spend all my money on you. I possess thousands of banks in the central star system, with branches throughout the galaxy. I shall transfer shares to you shortly. That way, you will have funds wherever you go. I cannot possibly spend that much. You must spend it regardless. How remarkable it is to encounter someone who insists on making others spend money. In just a few days, everyone on the island, from the servants to the Qin couple, sensed the astonishing transformation in Qin Yanzhou. His demeanor was no longer as cold, his work ethic less frantic. He would daydream, laugh, and pay heed to his attire, ensuring it conformed to feminine aesthetics. He even made a point of greeting Madame Qin Su in the palace and removed the technological gloves he had worn for years. Madame Qin Su observed this with immense satisfaction, shedding silent tears of joy. This was the very image she had longed to see in her son as he grew. That day, due to Abigail's interference, it had taken 20 years to arrive, but fortunately, it had finally come to pass, all thanks to Su Mian Tang. She must reward her handsomely. While planning a grand banquet, Madame Qin Su suddenly received a confidential report from the family's shadow guards. Upon opening it, she read, To Madam Chairman, we have been tasked to investigate the true identity of Miss Su Mian Tang, who is the newly emerged SSSS-level female from the Central Star System, the supreme being of the universe. Upon seeing the designation SSSS-level, Madame Qin Su's legs went weak, and she gasped, nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be steadied by a nearby attendant. Madam, are you all right? What happened? And nothing. She shook her head, dazed. And it took her a full half-hour to regain her composure. Miss Su is actually an SSSS-level female, the supreme being of the universe. No wonder a person like Yanzhou, who would suffer severe allergic reactions at the mere sight of females, would fall head over heels for her. No wonder she possesses the confidence to save him. In the past, to address her son's ailment, she had kept a close watch on high-ranking females in the galaxy, and upon discovering any exceptional S or SS-level individuals, she would spare no expense to invite them to her home for assistance. Yet, even the mere sight of them would elicit disgust from her son. Over time, she grew disheartened, believing that no matter how high their rank, they would be of no use, and thus ceased her efforts in that direction. To her astonishment, the one who ultimately saved her son turned out to be a high-ranking female. Even more surprising was that she was of SSSS rank. It is widely known that whether in pheromones or combat prowess, a single rank higher can overshadow all lower-tier beasts. Moreover, she had skipped 2 tiers. A miraculous occurrence in the world. The wonders and strength of pheromones were realms far beyond the comprehension of mere S-levels. However, as she held the report, another worry began to gnaw at her. Being merely an S-level, any casual marking of a male lord would suffice to make them devoted followers for life.
Now,
with Yanzhou's closeness and infatuation with Miss Su, if everything unfolds as she envisions, if the two share mutual affection and understanding, culminating in a future partnership, how splendid that would be. Yet, if Miss Su does not reciprocate his feelings and merely views him as a client for healing, what then would become of him? Her hand trembled at the thought, unable to bear imagining such a fate. Any male who has been in contact with an SSSS-level female would find it impossible to accommodate any lower-tier female in their heart. In this lifetime, it must be her and her alone. Suddenly, she was at a loss, grappling with whether she had genuinely healed her son or inadvertently pushed him deeper into despair. Desperately clutching the report, she intended to seek out her son, only to find that he had come to her instead. Mother. Before Qin Yanzhou could even utter a greeting, Madame Qin Su rushed over, report in hand, her excitement palpable. Son, you have finally come. What are you smiling about? Is there something joyful? Qin Yanzhou lowered his head, somewhat bashful. He had embraced Tang Tang for an extended period, so long that he still felt a bit dazed, losing his composure in front of his mother. Is it related to Miss Su? The experienced Madame Qin Su instantly discerned his current state, immersed in the sweetness of love, unable to extricate himself. She tentatively inquired. Son, your mother knows you like Miss Su, and I like her very much as well, but do you think she likes you? Chapter 130. The thoughts are overwhelming. Qin Yanzhou recalled their romantic moments atop the mountain, gazing at the stars, playing games, and confessing to one another. A warm flush spread across his handsome face. Really? Madame Qin Su was overjoyed. Wonderful. You must see this. Saying so, she handed him the report. As Qin Yanzhou opened it and saw SSSS-level, he was momentarily stunned, not because the girl was of such a high rank, for she was undeniably intelligent, beautiful, kind, and gentle, the most exquisite existence in the world, making her level entirely reasonable. What astonished him was that an SSSS-level female would take an interest in him. How fortunate he felt. A jolt of electricity surged through him, sending tingles to his heart, which swelled with elation. Just moments before, he had held her for what felt like half an hour, and he was already content. Yet now, thoughts of her began to flood back. Madame Qin Su, lost in her excitement, became somewhat incoherent. Her son was saved, truly saved. Not only him, but their entire Qin family would take pride in welcoming such a noble future matriarch. Yanzhou, in your future interactions with Miss Su, Tang Tang, you must take good care of her, cherish her, and ensure she suffers no grievances or displeasure. If you have any uncertainties or lack of knowledge in your first romance, do not hesitate to ask your mother. An SSSS-level female is a treasure of the world, deserving the admiration and affection of all beings in the galaxy. Yet Tang Tang remains so humble, even taking to heart such a small request and executing it flawlessly. In terms of both character and rank, she is utterly perfect. Regrettably, she had never given birth to a precious female herself, which had long been a source of lament. Little did she expect that in the grand scheme of fate, there existed such a wonderful daughter-in-law, moving her to tears. Upon Yanzhou's future union with her, she would undoubtedly treat her like the jewel of her eye. Qin Yanzhou nodded resolutely. Regardless of whether she was an SSSS-level female or an ordinary female without pheromones, he would tenderly care for and protect her for a lifetime, ensuring she would never face any storms, let alone suffer any grievances. In the Royal Palace, the East Palace, the conflict on Planet X is under close scrutiny, as efforts to enhance the combat capabilities of the reserve army are underway. Alongside the delicate balancing of disputes among various factions within the court, technological policies are being formulated, the old order is being overthrown, and new laws are being established as the Crown Prince, revered by the populace, steadily ascends to the pinnacle of power. With diligence and unwavering commitment, he has devoted himself to his duties, laboring tirelessly for several weeks. Finally, today, he finds a moment's respite. His first thought is to visit the enchanting female he has longed for incessantly. Yet, upon exiting the palace gates, he encounters Queen Jenny, seemingly there to seek him out. Mother, he greets, bowing before she can speak. All matters of state have been resolved this month, my son. He understands the gravity of the ongoing battle with their nemesis. With General Islandi and a cadre of distinguished officers bravely fighting on the interstellar battlefield, as the future sovereign of the nation, his mind should not be consumed by matters of affection. However, the thought of not seeing Tang Tang again drives him to the brink of madness. He yearns for her, longing for her presence every single day. Mere video calls and glimpses of her on the screen are utterly insufficient. He craves the tangible experience of seeing, feeling, and even touching her. This yearning is an agony that surpasses the torment of his previous confinement 1,000-fold. Queen Jenny smiles, having intended to discuss this very matter with him. His candid and unguarded admission reveals his desperation. Well, you have performed exceptionally well during this period, far exceeding both my and the court's expectations. You have garnered much praise from the citizens on the Star Network. Since you yearn for Tang Tang so dearly, why not go see her today? Really? He exclaims, hope igniting within him. Indeed. I intend to reward you. But I've heard that you signed Tang Tang's name on classified documents during cabinet meetings and that you have awakened from dreams calling her name. While I look forward to you assuming full control of state affairs, I would prefer that you do not lose your sanity over your yearning for her. Thank you, Mother. he responds, but before she can finish her sentence, he vanishes from sight. She shakes her head with a mix of exasperation and affection. So eager. I wonder if you'll frighten Tang Tang? With urgency fueling his every step, he races towards the Jiqing Villa district, his mind filled with visions of the beloved female. Before he even reaches the door, he activates his piercing gaze to ascertain what she is doing. And there she is. Tang, what are you doing? In the living room, the girl stands barefoot on a moonlit tapestry, her head slightly raised, toes pointed, arms naturally extended, her body poised. Her neck elongated, arms graceful, and delicate collarbone captivating. Below, her figure is perfectly shaped, soft and alluring, with a strikingly fair complexion that renders the crown prince momentarily entranced. His dual irises fixated on her form, shimmering with admiration. He knows he should not gaze, yet he finds himself unable to look away. Within moments, a warmth surges within him. He hastily turns his head, attempting to temper the intensity of his gaze, feeling a wave of self-reproach wash over him. After such a long separation, how could he allow himself to indulge in such thoughts of Tang Tang? Yet, as he chastises himself, his eyes betray him. Lifting once again to behold her, she has shifted into an astonishing pose, one that no beast could ever achieve. Standing sideways with legs together, she stretches into a perfect split, her long, straight legs astonishingly beautiful. Meanwhile, one leg bends slightly behind her. Her body arches back, her slender waist creating a breathtaking curve that allows the back of her head to nearly touch her toes. At that moment, he wonders if she has lost her mind, and he feels an overwhelming urge to rush in. But as he reaches the threshold, she stands up, casually glancing at her holographic device, exclaiming, "This is so easy." Before proceeding to her next movement, he is left astounded. How can Tang Tang's body be so pliant? The sheer softness of it ignites wild imaginings within him. He cannot help but contemplate how captivating she would be in bed. What is he thinking? He shakes his head vigorously, striving to rid his mind of those impure visions. Yet they become increasingly vivid. Has he been suppressed for too long? In a desperate attempt to cleanse his thoughts, he recalls the noble teachings he absorbed in his youth and the political knowledge he has recently acquired, vowing to himself to only steal one last glance before retracting his piercing gaze. Just one last look. Yet that final glance reveals the girl standing on the tapestry, her hands forcefully lifting one leg, embodying the pose of a golden rooster in independence. In an instant, blood rushes to his face, and his veins pulse with intensity as his eyes widen in disbelief. All his previously unwavering self-control and virtuous thoughts collapse under the overwhelming allure of her beauty, leaving him utterly ensnared. This pose is simple, not challenging at all. In the hall, Su Mian Tang practices yoga, casually flipping through her holographic videos, when suddenly, she catches a familiar scent. Is that the golden retriever? He is supposed to be occupied with state affairs. What brings him here today? Surprised, she rushes to the door. Just as she opens it, she finds Jun Qingyin standing there, dazed, his eyes sparkling, a suspicious redness on his nose. His Adam's apple bobbing rapidly as though he has been struck dumb by some captivating scene. Golden retriever, what brings you here?
Huh.
What is wrong with you? Chapter 131. It's really just a feather. As the girl's exquisite visage fills his view, Jun Qingyin regains some semblance of composure, hastily lowering his gaze, stammering, and nothing. However, as he looks down, his eyes inadvertently meet hers. Su Mian Tang gazes at him, noticing the subtle glow in his eyes. Is that the power of your piercing gaze? What could he possibly be doing outside her home with it?
Wait.
She squints, scrutinizing his guilty expression, the suspicious redness on his nose, and the erratic movement of his throat. Suddenly, she remembers his behavior during their competition at the palace. Could he have used his penetrating vision on her again? Quickly, she glances down at her fitted yoga attire, recalling the various poses she just executed, which revealed every inch of her body. Has he seen everything? In an instant, her face flushes a vivid red, rivaling the sun in the sky. Embarrassed, angry, and flustered, she rises on her toes and twists his ear, enunciating each word, Jun, Chung, In, you lecherous lion.
Huh.
The sound of her calling his name jolts him back to reality, and he realizes he has forgotten to retract his piercing gaze, leaving his sordid actions exposed. This is a disaster. Tang Tang, I was wrong. Tang Tang, please, my ear. Thus, the crown prince of the central star system finds himself led by a small female, her grip tight on his ear, into her abode. without even changing his shoes. He is unceremoniously shoved onto the sofa. The petite pink couch is entirely dominated by his tall and robust frame. Just as he attempts to rise, the girl leans in closer. Tang, what are you doing? Her stunningly beautiful face looms large before him, compelling his azure eyes to widen in astonishment, his throat working overtime. His mind is filled with memories of her impossibly soft body and the myriad of poses she had just performed. What do you think? Su Mian Tang smirks, using one hand to brace herself on the sofa as she inches closer to him. Naturally, I am going to punish you. Punish? She pondered. How would she punish him? Would it be through pheromones, or perhaps another method? Whichever it was, it felt akin to a reward, yet simultaneously a punishment. For even a slight display of her power could very well cost him his life. In the midst of their dangerously intimate posture, Jun Qingyin found himself unable to restrain his wild thoughts, nervously holding his breath in fear of startling her. Perhaps, he thought, he would not be punished after all. Su Mian Tang had initially believed that her actions would frighten him, yet to her surprise, his expression appeared rather expectant, even excited. Truly, he was a prince with audacious desires. Where should she begin? She furrowed her brow slightly, deep in thought. Anywhere, she mused. She desired him, everywhere. Jun Qingyin gently closed his eyes, signaling for her to kiss him first. He tilted his neck slightly, exposing the vulnerable skin at the nape, inviting her to peel away his defenses.
Oh.
How he longed for her pheromones. The last time he had been marked, the exquisite sensation had managed to dissipate years of pent-up resentment, allowing him to forgive the world. The pleasure was unparalleled, and not a day went by without him reminiscing about that feeling. What was he doing? Su Mian Tang was amused by the look of anticipation on his face, her heart fluttering as she turned to retrieve a bright green peacock feather from a storage box. Why was she taking so long? The prince was becoming impatient, beads of sweat beginning to form on his skin. Had it not been for his royal upbringing, with the strictest and most noble etiquette instilled in him from a young age, he would not have been able to endure even a moment longer. He would have forcefully pinned her beneath him, devouring her entirely. Su Mian Tang approached, twirling the feather in her hand, gazing at him. Your Highness, may I ask where you are most sensitive? Everywhere, he replied, his voice thickening as he felt the warm, gentle touch glide slowly across his chest, sending a shiver through him. His eyes snapped open, revealing the girl holding the feather. What is this? This is a tail feather from a green peacock I obtained on Animal Planet. Isn't it lovely? Indeed, it is beautiful. And now you wish to use it as a tool for flirtation? Oh, golden hair, were you just outside the door, peeking at me with those heavy eyes? Yes, Jun Qingyin admitted, his face flushing with embarrassment. Since you've confessed, you must accept the punishment. Are you not afraid of being tickled? Watch how I use this feather to tease you. Tickle me? Jun Qingyin paused, disbelief washing over him as he stared at her innocent expression, devoid of any wicked intent, falling into a long silence. So this was her idea of punishment, merely a simple act of teasing him with a feather. He had thought it would be something else entirely. Tang, do you truly wish to torment me? Shall I begin? Su Mian Tang was about to indulge her mischievous whims when his hand suddenly grasped hers, pulling her forcefully into his embrace, and in an astonishing display of speed, he pinned her beneath him.
Ah!
She gasped, caught off guard, sinking into the warmth of his solid chest and the softness of the couch beneath them. Golden hair, what are you doing? She looked up to meet his fervent gaze, his breath heavy and his eyes ablaze with desire, a deep blue reminiscent of a turbulent ocean, ready to engulf her entirely. Tang, I miss you so much. More than I can express. Not a single day passes without thoughts of you. I feel as though I am going mad. Chapter 132. A bit hungry. Su Mian Tang was overwhelmed by his fervent longing, her heart racing slightly. If you miss me, why not come and peek at me? Jun Qingyin's handsome face flushed with a hint of heat. I did not mean to. I was simply eager to see what you were doing. I never expected to witness such a tantalizing scene. By the way, he continued, as if recalling something, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a gift box, opening it with one hand, illuminating the room in an instant.
Wow.
Su Mian Tang gasped in astonishment, her eyes fixed on the fist-sized pearl radiating a dazzling green light. What is this? A luminous pearl. A luminous pearl? Such treasures truly exist in this world? Yes, this is a national treasure from the treasury of my planet. It emits a light as bright as the sun at night, illuminating hundreds of meters. I offer it to you. Will you forgive me? I can forgive you. But a national treasure for me? Isn't that a bit excessive? She raised an eyebrow. What is wrong with that? The entire central planet, the galaxy, and even I belong to you. Jun Qingyin lowered his head slightly, burying it in her neck, seemingly bashful. Only you are my one true treasure. Su Mian Tang's lips curled into a smile. Your Highness, you've only just regained your human form, and already you're showering me with sweet words. Is this innate? Or did you learn it from someone? The planets and galaxies are negotiable, but as for you, Tang, Jun Qingyin tightened his grip on her slender waist, eliciting a soft moan from her. I was just joking. He knew she would never truly reject him.
Tang.
Yet he did not loosen his hold. Instead, he pressed her firmly against him, caressing her, savoring her exquisitely soft body, his entire being trembling with intense desire. Tang. She was his destined mate. He adored her, craved her, and longed for her. Su Mian Tang suddenly recalled, golden hair. How goes the war between Central Star and Planet X? Very smoothly, he replied, his posture stiffening at the mention of war. That Aslanti, although a brigand, possesses vast combat experience. In less than half a month, he has seized nearly 60% of the territory in the X galaxy. Fred and Enzo have repeatedly infiltrated enemy lines, claiming the heads of several commanders and achieving remarkable military accomplishments. Reports from the front lines are promising, and with the Qin family providing military supplies free of charge, the annihilation of Planet X and restoration of interstellar peace is imminent. That is good to hear. Upon learning that Lian, Fred, and Enzo were all safe, Su Mian Tang felt a wave of relief wash over her, stifling a laugh at his somewhat awkward demeanor. Are you still sulking about Lian, stingy golden hair? I am not. Jun Qingyin turned his head away. If it weren't for the war, he wouldn't have cared at all. His displeasure stemmed from he loosened his grip around her waist slightly, hesitantly reaching into his pocket, as if making a momentous decision. Su Mian Tang noticed, and decisively pulled out the item herself. What is this? So mysterious? It was 3 gilded black envelopes, thick and weighty, inscribed with battle reports.
Tang.
Jun Qingyin instinctively reached for them, but, remembering his mother's teachings, he halted mid-motion. These are battle reports personally written by Aslanti, Fred, and Enzo. Battle reports? Aren't those classified documents? How did you manage to bring them out? Because, he said, slightly turning his head, his tone tinged with discomfort, they are written for you. For me? A battle report? Su Mian Tang was taken aback. She understood that there was no signal on the interstellar battlefield, making it impossible to send video transmissions or messages. So she had prepared herself for a period of silence from them. Yet, she never expected they would devise such a method to contact her. It was both amusing and infuriating. Clearly, the war was progressing quite favorably.
Indeed, Yun Qingyin nodded.
At first, he had thought they were merely 3 ordinary battle reports and had been curious about why they would use such an antiquated method to communicate, considering modern warfare typically relied on photon communication arrays. Upon opening them and seeing the words for Tang inscribed, with the contents encrypted for combat effectiveness, he realized they were not battle reports at all, but rather heartfelt love letters. He had intended to discard them, but his mother had seen them. The Empress admonished him, reminding him that as a male, he must not succumb to jealousy, but rather possess the magnanimity to embrace others, especially since his female sovereign was an SS-grade supreme being destined to attract numerous admirers. Given his status, he would inevitably find himself vying for the position of primary consort. He understood that he must lead by example, which is why he endured in silence. Upon hearing that the correspondence was penned by the 3 of them, Su Mian Tang reached out to open it, only to have it snatched away by Jun Qingyin, who tossed it aside. The man firmly grasped her delicate wrist, pressing it above her head, his eyes flickering with intensity and his voice strained. It was evident he was consumed by jealousy. Tang, please do not look at them. Focus solely on me, will you? He could tolerate her receiving the battle report, but he absolutely could not endure her reading love letters from other males in his presence. All right. Su Mian Tang regarded him with a hint of affection. Seeing her indulge him in such a manner filled Jun Qingyin's heart with sweetness. Tang, why are you so wonderful? He couldn't help but desire to push the boundaries a bit further. The young woman seemed to sense something, her eyelids fluttering. Your Highness, may I ask if you could rise now? After not seeing him for many days, to be met with his intense gaze penetrating her, and to be pinned on the sofa, especially after being threatened by the little golden retriever for so long, felt rather impolite.
No.
The usually obedient man today exhibited defiance, perhaps due to the overwhelming longing and desire he had suppressed for too long. Now, inhaling her alluring pheromones, embracing her exquisitely curvaceous form. He found himself on the verge of losing control. "I want you," so desperately. He lowered his head, nudging her forehead with his fervent gaze overflowing with ardent affection, pouring into her eyes. "Tang Tang, I miss you.
I know.
Tang Tang, I miss you so much. I know. Tang Tang, I want you terribly. I know." Su Mian Tang was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly such an expansion of phrases? Before she could respond, the man eagerly leaned in, capturing her ear in his mouth, his sharp teeth gently but possessively grazing her soft earlobe as if he truly intended to devour her. The sensation sent shivers coursing through the young woman, her beautiful neck arching slightly, her eyes widening. Oh, golden retriever. It seemed he was genuinely a bit hungry. "You, let go of my hand."
No. Tang Tang.
"You smell so delightful, so soft, so beautiful. I can hardly bear it." "Golden retriever, be obedient." Su Mian Tang patiently soothed him. "Release my hand first, and I promise to give you what you desire." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Jun Qingyin's spirit soared, his dual-colored eyes sparkling, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. "Tang Tang, did you promise to give it to him?" He could hardly fathom the exquisite pleasure that awaited him, and he was already overwhelmed with excitement. Su Mian Tang nodded, affirming her promise. The man instantly released her, his expression brimming with eager anticipation, which brought a smile to Su Mian Tang's face. Why was he so exhilarated? She had already marked him. Offering him what he desired was only natural. Chapter 133, Jealousy. Lost in thought, she raised her hand, unleashing her pheromones. A rich, intoxicating scent of peony suddenly enveloped the air, compelling the crown prince to tilt his head back, stifling a groan of yearning. The SS-grade fighting male, under the allure of this fragrance, felt dizzy and weak, utterly devoid of the will to resist. He reveled in the sensation, collapsing onto her, gradually transforming into a golden lion. "How does it feel?" Su Mian Tang raised an eyebrow. "Does it relieve you a bit?" After a long absence from witnessing his beast form, she could not help but reach out to tousle his thick, luxurious mane and massive head. Commanding and majestic, the golden retriever was truly handsome. When playing with others' beast forms, she had always been cautious, fearing damage, but with him and Lon Lon, she could treat them with abandon. No matter how roughly she played, they both relished it. Jun Qingyin could scarcely articulate a response, merely letting out a soft hum of pleasure. Delightful. So delightful. He felt as if he might soar. Her pheromones were both a life-saving elixir and a lethal poison. "That's good." Su Mian Tang observed him. "Now, can you rise?" With his human form already quite heavy, he had transformed into an overwhelmingly large lion, which felt as though it might crush her. "Rise?"
But
He still had not received what she promised him. Immersed in the sweet aftertaste of her pheromones, upon hearing her words, the man immediately perked up. His eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. "Tang Tang, are you going back on your word?" Su Mian Tang, however, grasped the meaning behind his deep blue gaze, her own expression one of bewilderment. "No, I have already given it to you, haven't I?" She glanced at her hands, wondering if perhaps the pheromone concentration was insufficient. That couldn't be. He had transformed into his beast form. Previously, in the office at the academy, when she had calmed Lu Silin, she had inadvertently miscalibrated her pheromone levels, causing him to shift into his beast form. Afterward, he had subtly mentioned his preference for a more moderate release next time, lest he perish from the overwhelming effects. After all, there was a significant disparity in their ranks. While he would willingly succumb to the ecstasy of her pheromones, it would be scandalous to have news of his demise circulate due to this, leaving her in an awkward position. Since then, she had been more cautious. Yet, just moments ago, he had expressed his overwhelming desire. After such a long separation, and being an SS grade, she had released a bit more than intended, and now. "Tang Tang, that's not what I meant." Jun Qingyin's eyes were filled with urgency. Su Mian Tang deciphered his implication. What could it be? Before she could finish her thought, she noticed him slowly lowering his gaze to her body. The implications were unmistakable. An extended silence lingered in the air for several seconds. Suddenly, Su Mian Tang grasped his intentions. Her face flushed crimson. What on earth was this great, lustful lion thinking? She swiftly covered his eyes, attempting to flee, but as Jun Qingyin reached for her, he found his hands transformed into paws. With fur sprouting across his body, he pondered, when had he shifted into his beast form? He was completely unaware. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, filled with naive innocence, Su Mian Tang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, golden retriever, you're so foolish. Upon hearing her laughter, Jun Qingyin realized she was the one playing tricks on him. Tang Tang, turn me back. He pleaded anxiously.
Su Mian Tang shook her finger.
No, why revert back? Are you planning something mischievous? This form is rather adorable. I quite like it. Hearing her fondness for his form brought him joy. Yet he felt it was inappropriate. Let us leave it as is. It's been quite a while since I've ridden a lion, ha. She laughed exuberantly, entirely oblivious to the imminent danger creeping closer. Tang Tang, you dare to tease him? Without further ado, he embraced his beast form. Jun Qingyin shook his head vigorously, succumbing to madness, and pounced upon her. Pinning her onto the soft carpet, extending his tongue to lick her hair, her face, her neck, with an unmistakable inclination toward more. No, that tickles. Su Mian Tang initially thought he was playing, but upon feeling the gleam in his eyes, she realized he might be thinking of more than mere play.
Beast!
She screamed, attempting to escape, but Jun Qingyin seized her by the nape of her neck. Who told her to trick him? Ouch! 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 Su Mian Tang cried out as he bit down on her nape. In a panic, Jun Qingyin released her immediately. He had engaged in battle. He would never harm her.
Would he?
As he leaned closer, his concern evident, the cunning young woman seized his ear.
Aha! Caught you!
Let's see if you dare to bully me again. In the grand hall, a lion and a girl joyfully chased and playfully tussled with one another. Su Mian Tang taught him yoga. And not only was he as strong as steel, unyielding, but all four of his paws seemed to move independently, causing her to laugh until her stomach ached. Su Mian Tang whistled at him, summoning him like a dog, which incited the prince to approach her, his tail curling in annoyance as he lay at her feet. Nuzzling against her legs, begging for a head pat, Su Mian Tang offered him cotton candy, and he joyfully rolled onto his back, exposing a soft belly. As if to repay her kindness, mounted upon him, with a feather in hand, she pointed towards the window, resembling a general commanding troops on the battlefield, exclaiming, "My noble golden retriever, charge forth and vanquish our foes." He raised his head haughtily, as if demanding a kiss to comply. As the two reveled in their delightful play, an unexpectedly clear youthful voice echoed from above. "Sister, I am back." Yu Zhongxian, cradling a vibrant bouquet of tulips and a bag of snacks favored by young girls, joyfully descended upon the top floor of the villa, only to witness the sight of a majestic lion and a charmingly delicate girl engaged in playful antics in the hall. Their intimate postures and radiant smiles instantly darkening his previously warm expression. It was him, the crown prince of the Central Star System, one of many suitors. How could a prince of a nation, brazenly in broad daylight, transform into a beastly form to be ridden by a young female, merely to win her favor? The audacity was beyond comprehension. And his sister, it seemed, was genuinely entertained by his antics. His palm gradually tightened, squeezing the bouquet so forcefully that the flowers wilted. His honey-brown pupils tinged with jealousy, glowing ominously red. Chapter 134. What is he pretending? The lion and the girl were so engrossed in their merriment that they failed to hear the boy's voice, yet they gradually became aware of the flickering lights above. Accompanied by a crackling electrical sound, the thermostat on the wall shot up from a normal 26 to an alarming 50, and various home assistants chimed in unison. "Why are you unhappy, master?" The once silent speakers suddenly blared out a rendition of Happy Breakup. Su Mian Tang quickly glanced at her fourth holographic device. An unsettling premonition coursing through her. "No. Please," she murmured, and as if responding to her words, the device that was on the verge of malfunctioning suddenly calmed down. "What is happening?" Jun Qingyin, sensing the anomaly, immediately transformed into his human form, enveloping the girl protectively in his aura, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Yet, nothing appeared amiss. Only a faint, familiar scent lingered in the air, reminiscent of a prior encounter. "It's nothing," Su Mian Tang exhaled in relief. Rushing to retrieve her holographic device, attributing the disturbance to a malfunction in the smart home control system, thankful that her device remained intact. She promptly disconnected it from the network.
Tang Tang.
Despite having been rebuffed numerous times, Jun Qingyin persisted. "Come back to the palace with me? This place is too small and insecure. Living here only brings you distress and causes me concern." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously erratic smart devices returned to normal as if the earlier chaos had merely been a figment of imagination. Su Mian Tang srukket, se. Just a temporary short circuit. Nothing to fret over.
But,
I have a health monitoring bracelet. She extended her wrist to reassure him. It will alert you at the slightest hint of an issue.
all right.
Jun Chengyin wished for her to reside in the palace, both out of concern for her safety and his own selfish desires. He had anticipated that upon seeing her today, he would alleviate his longing, at least enough to sustain him until the war concluded and he ascended to the throne. However, to his surprise, upon arrival, he found he did not wish to leave at all. Titles of prince and king meant nothing. He simply yearned to remain by her side, to laugh and play together until the end of time. Despite having exchanged kisses and embraces, and having shared their pheromones abundantly, he remained insatiable, as if under the spell of an addiction. So, Tang, will you accompany me to the palace tonight? There's an official banquet, and I would like to invite you for a dance. He lowered his head slightly, golden strands falling over his eyes, his fervent gaze filled with anticipation, evoking a memory in Su Mian Tang of the children with separation anxiety she had once helped, softening her heart. Coincidentally, I have sent someone to replace the villa's smart control system, he added, and to investigate the source of that familiar scent to eliminate any potential hazards. In truth, he merely wished to invite her without needing so many justifications. As Su Mian Tang was about to nod in agreement, a thunderous crash erupted from above, causing her to turn just in time to see Little Ear tumble down the spiral staircase. Little Ear, she exclaimed, rushing over in alarm. Is it him? Jun Chengyin's brows furrowed sharply at the sight of the youth. Why was he still here? Little Ear, are you alright? Are you hurt? Su Mian Tang knelt to help him up. The boy lay with his eyes shut, his clothes disheveled, his exposed arms and ankles bruised, and a red mark on his forehead from the fall. Yet, clutched tightly in his hand was a strawberry-flavored ice cream, miraculously intact, not a hint of melting. Sister. He gasped, his pallor evident, voice trembling as if in great pain. I went to buy your favorite ice cream, hoping to deliver it before it melted. But I rushed too much.
Don't speak.
Su Mian Tang, heart aching at his battered state, raised her hand to activate the SSSS-3 type healing pheromone. Is Tang actually using pheromones for him? Jun Chengyin was taken aback, his gaze toward the boy shifting from that of a mere beast with low combat power to something far more complex. What had he been doing all this time? As the girl tended to his wounds, Yu Zhongxian subtly wrapped his arm around her waist, silently signaling his possessiveness. Sister, he belongs to me. Su Mian Tang, however, assumed he was merely in pain, clutching her tighter. Jun Chengyin stepped closer, noticing the subtlety of his actions, his frown deepening as he was about to speak when Yu Zhongxian suddenly opened his eyes. Brother, hello. How do you feel, Little Ear? Su Mian Tang withdrew her hand.
Feel?
Great, absolutely great, especially since I am now in her arms, not his. The boy leaned against her shoulder, his grip tightening, though his voice still trembled. I feel much better, but it still hurts. Let us get you checked upstairs. But what about brother? Sister? I think I heard him invite you to the palace for a dance. Did I interrupt your date?
Me sorry, me fine. You don't need to worry about me.
Just leave me here for a few hours. I can crawl back on my own. What nonsense are you talking? Did you hit your head? Su Mian Tang worriedly touched his forehead, finding no fever. She then lifted her gaze to Jun Chengyin, golden retriever. I'm sorry, but I cannot attend the banquet with you tonight. Little Ear is injured, and I need to stay and care for him. Thank you, sister. He interjected before the boy could speak. Sister is so wonderful. I believe brother will understand, right? His voice, though weak and trembling, was gentle and considerate. Yet his expression was one of pride, particularly the slight curve of his lips that bore the semblance of a victor's taunt, instantly inciting Jun Chengyin's ire. What is he pretending? He raised his hand to unleash his combat prowess, but suddenly sensed that mysterious, peculiar aura once more emanating from him. It was illusory, fleeting. Who exactly was he? How could he conceal his aura? What were his intentions lurking beside Tang? The crown prince's azure eyes narrowed sharply, a tumult of complex and furious emotions swirling within. He could easily take a life with a single strike at this moment, yet he hesitated, glancing at the anxious girl beside him. The celestial maiden, sensing his reluctance to depart, was about to speak again when the man's expression returned to normal. He nodded slightly at the girl. Tang, I shall return to the palace now.
All right.
Su Mian Tang watched his retreating figure, a twinge of guilt stirring in her heart. She would contact him later. She would personally visit the palace when time allowed. Is he leaving so easily? The celestial maiden furrowed her brow as he vanished from sight, a flicker of suspicion creeping into her mind. Little Ear, let me assist you to the medical chamber. Okay. Chapter 135. You won't abandon me, will you? After Jun Qingyin exited, he did not leave the Jiqing Villa area, but instead activated his heavy eye power to scan the surroundings, observing the situation within. The girl assisted the boy into the medical chamber, and after a thorough examination and bandaging, they returned to their respective rooms, all appearing tranquil, until nightfall arrived. Using a cane and encased in a plaster cast, the boy limped into the back garden. He picked up a watering can, tending to the flowers while casting furtive glances at the girl's room, as if fearful of being discovered. Once the light in her room snapped off, he slowly removed the plaster and discarded the cane. He was indeed feigning. After shedding the plaster bandage, the celestial maiden pondered how to confess to the girl when a powerful force of combat suddenly surged from behind. The opponent had concealed their presence, so by the time he reacted, a grip had firmly seized his neck, slamming him against the wall. Crown Prince? The boy's gaze sharpened, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He truly had not departed. Who are you? Jun Qingyin's face hardened, veins bulging in his arms, as if he might snap the boy's neck at any moment.
Yet.
The boy remained astonishingly composed. I am Little Ear, your highness. Still pretending. He activated his heavy eye power to pierce through illusions, striving to unveil the boy's true nature. However, nothing emerged. He appeared merely as an ordinary young man. Unconvinced, he continued with his heavy eye power's deadly intimidation. This was the most harmful form of heavy eye power, innate and requiring no combat training, bestowed by the creator upon the Lion King, capable of emitting near 1,000-degree heat, akin to the blazing sun, melting all in its path. Even the most adept at disguise would reveal their true form under such formidable light. Under this terrifying radiance, the celestial maiden's neck, arms, and eyelids began to faintly shimmer with cold, silvery armor, and the intelligence core instantly switched to combat mode. Was this the legendary innate heavy eye power possessed by the Central Star's Crown Prince? Truly deserving of its reputation, after being confined in the East Palace for decades, it still exhibited such might? The celestial maiden's eyes narrowed slightly, taking on a serious demeanor. Jun Qingyin, witnessing the gradual emergence of the mecha form under his pressure, felt a shiver run through him. What is this? Are you an insectoid? Or a robot? Yet even the mightiest of insectoid kings, the most robust of creatures, would be melted by his heavy eye power. If he were a robot, how could he possess flesh akin to that of a beast? Moreover, his flesh seemed completely unperturbed by the heavy eye power, as if he were invulnerable. How could this be?
Speak.
He tightened his grip, his voice sharp. Who are you? What are your intentions lurking beside Tang Tang? Such a beautiful sister, with such potent pheromones. What do you think my intentions are? The celestial maiden's brows arched, a mischievous glint in his eyes, his tone dripping with frivolity, all of which filled Jun Qingyin with ire. He was aware that Tang Tang was an SSSS-level female. It seemed he had been plotting for quite some time. You despicable wretch, how dare you covet Tang Tang? You seek death. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and just as he prepared to unleash his combat power upon him, he heard the girl's voice from the villa. Little Ear, where have you gone? You're injured so severely. How can you be wandering about?
Tang Tang.
The man's fury surged, a burning fire within him, wishing to tear the boy to shreds, but forced to suppress it. He was right. He knew nothing of the boy's identity, origins, or motives, just as Tang Tang had been perfectly deceived. If he were to perish at the hands of this boy today, such truths would remain forever concealed, and the oblivious Tang Tang would only come to despise him. Imagining that scene was unbearable. Little Ear, can you hear me? How strange. Where could he have gone? Su Mian Tang searched from upstairs to downstairs, from the living room to the kitchen, and when passing the back garden, she caught a faint whiff of the golden retriever scent, puzzled as she pushed open the glass door. In an instant, Jun Qingyin vanished without a trace, leaving only the frail boy, slowly sliding down the wall. Little Ear, what is wrong? She rushed over, about to help him up when he suddenly lunged at her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. The girl froze. Little Ear, what is the matter? The celestial maiden buried his finely crafted face deep in her neck, his gaze profound as an abyss. Sister, you won't abandon Little Ear, will you? Why do you suddenly say this? Su Mian Tang found it somewhat amusing. Did he truly believe that just because he was injured, she would forsake him? Of course not. Never? The boy gradually lifted his head, meeting the distant glow of those blazing heavy eyes, a mocking smile curling his lips. You think you can make me leave my sister?
Dream on.
In this lifetime. I will cling to her tightly. Damn it, he would make him pay dearly for this. Witnessing that scene, Jun Qingyin's fury reached its peak as he dashed from the Jiqing villa area, racing towards the residence of the high priest of the beast god. Upon hearing of the crown prince's arrival, the high priest hastily roused from his slumber, kneeling in reverence. Old minister greets your highness. The high priest need not be overly formal. Please help me identify this person. As he spoke, he activated his heavy eye power, projecting the image he had just witnessed onto a holographic screen. Chapter 136, A Flaw Revealed. The high priest of the central star system, Selet, now over 800 years old, possessed knowledge of all ancient and contemporary matters, both celestial and terrestrial, and was one of the most esteemed elders within the royal family. Thus, when faced with uncertainty, Jun Qingyin sought him out first. Upon a mere glance, the high priest immediately recognized the figure on the screen. Isn't that the ruler of the Moon Comet system? The lord of the Yu family, Yu Zhongxian? Yu Zhongxian? Precisely. The high priest approached the holographic projection screen, scrutinizing it closely, nodding in affirmation. Your Highness, you have only recently regained your human form, focusing all your attention on war, and are thus unaware of the current circumstances in the star system. Approximately 22 years ago, the Moon Comet system was still under the dominion of the Covenant Federation, where the rulers were tyrannical and greedy, and the beast folk suffered greatly. As the most formidable family within the galaxy, the Yu clan, Duke Yu Xian harbored ambitions of rebellion, yet remained wary of several S-rank officials within the Federation. Everything changed with the birth of the sole SS-rank male with herbivorous attributes, Yu Zhongxian, by Duchess Hilary. He garnered nearly the entirety of the Beastman's support, as faith and authority gradually shifted towards him. By the time he ascended to the interstellar battlefield at the tender age of 14, the populace was astounded to discover his remarkable ability to command mecha units in battle, obliterating all advanced intelligent products. Consequently, every war he participated in was met with resounding victory, earning him the esteemed title of the Galaxy's premier commander. He decisively dismantled the Covenant Federation, establishing himself as the true sovereign of the Yu Comet, leading the Yu Comet system into the ranks of the 8 major star systems of the cosmos. More astonishingly, upon reaching adulthood, his physique evolved into a third form, a mecha warrior, in addition to his beast and human forms. In a video, glimpses of this mecha form could be faintly discerned, though not in its entirety. The complete mecha warrior could be described as the most intelligent, resilient, agile, and aesthetically pleasing entity in existence, far surpassing any robot or mechanical mecha crafted by beastmen or their scientists. When discussing Yu Zhongxian, the high priest could hardly restrain his accolades, oblivious to the increasingly dark countenance of the man behind him. The Yu Comet system, with its SS-rank combat prowess and third form, could easily conceal its aura and appearance, deceiving all. Dear priest, do you possess any further insights? Indeed, Selet pondered. There is more, your highness. He stepped into the inner sanctum of the beast god, retrieving a pearl resembling an eye. This is the celestial pearl, endowed with functionalities akin to surveillance equipment. Although not particularly special, it is naturally formed and beyond the control of any intelligent product. Over the years, while the Yu Comet system has maintained peace with the central star system, its rapid growth has made the queen wary of Yu Zhongxian's ambitions. Hence, she dispatched individuals to place this pearl within the Yu clan at the Rockefeller Castle to bypass intelligent control and monitor movements. If your highness wishes to acquire more information, you may inspect this pearl. Very well. Jun Qingyin took the celestial pearl, expressing gratitude to the high priest. As he turned to exit the grand hall, he abruptly halted. The high priest, puzzled as to why he suddenly showed interest in Yu Zhongxian, was taken aback when Jun Qingyin slowly spoke. Dear priest, if I were to confront Yu Zhongxian, what odds would I have of prevailing? What? Selet exclaimed, immediately struck with alarm. It dawned on him that since entering the hall, an aura of palpable killing intent had enveloped Jun Qingyin, and the holographic screen seemed to project a hand that was compelling Yu Zhongxian's mecha form, which appeared to belong to him. Your highness, you must not, Selet implored. Though you are both SS-rank males, he excels in controlling mechas and possesses an indestructible physique, renowned as an invincible adversary on the interstellar battlefield. The risks are immense. Even General Aslanti would find it hard to match him. Moreover, the planet is currently embroiled in a fierce struggle with its nemesis. You must not provoke a formidable foe. Please, prioritize your sacred body and the welfare of the citizens of the central star system. As he spoke, he performed a deep bow. Understood. After a lengthy pause, the man's voice was grave. Eastern Palace. Jun Qingyin grasped the celestial pearl, activating his dual-eye power to scrutinize the surveillance content within Rockefeller Castle. However, the footage regarding Yu Zhongxian was sparse, revealing little of significance. Just as he contemplated dismissing it and flying directly to the Qiuqing villa to expose Yu Zhongxian's identity to Tang Dang, he suddenly stumbled upon a crucial segment. It depicted a conversation between the matriarch of the Yu clan, Duchess Hilary, and Yu Zhongxian. "My son, you are unaware, but I have heard that the Central Star System has recently witnessed a miracle. An SSSS rank female has emerged, a supreme being of the world. I can hardly fathom how wonderful it would be if she were an RU comet, producing offspring of such superior genes and ranks. What a pity. Just wait. I shall bring that SSSS rank supreme female from the Central Star to you, to bear a litter of little bunnies, alright?" At last, the plot was unveiled. Approaching Tang Dang was merely a means to achieve such unscrupulous ends. How utterly shameless and despicable. Jun Qingyin's fury nearly caused him to crush the pearl in his grasp. For the sake of interstellar peace, he could not take action against him. However, this video was sufficient to ensure Yu Zhongxian would retreat from Tang Tong's side. Banished from the Central Star System. On Orion Star, at the Vesperlin Rehabilitation Center. Since more than a decade ago, Abigail, the head of the Locke Military Arms Group, had attempted to forcefully mark Qin Yanzhou but failed, resulting in significant physical and mental trauma, rendering her a vegetative state. The Female Protection Agency fulfilled its duties by placing her in the galaxy's finest rehabilitation facility, where she received meticulous care. After years of treatment, she finally regained consciousness, albeit with permanent disabilities, destined to spend the remainder of her life confined to a wheelchair. Initially, upon awakening, she struggled to accept her depleted wealth and her physical limitations, contemplating suicide to escape her plight. However, she received a letter from a loyal old servant. The letter revealed that after Qin Yanzhou was rescued, he developed a hidden ailment. He could not interact with females, nor even speak to them. Exposure would provoke an allergic reaction, potentially leading to shock. Madame Qin traveled extensively across the galaxy in search of renowned physicians, yet all remedies proved futile.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Upon reading this, she erupted into maniacal laughter, suddenly finding renewed purpose in continuing her existence. In the past, the Qin couple had left her with no avenues for survival, causing her to lose everything. Thus, she resolved to claim their most cherished son, the sole heir of the Qin group, ensnaring him in a torment of memories, spiraling him into despair, and leading him step by step toward oblivion. Such would be their retribution. She would not rest until she witnessed his destruction. Yet today, she received the latest news. "Miss Abigail, how do you feel?" A nurse entered, holding a letter. "Very well. The weather is splendid, and my spirits are high." "That's good to hear. I believe you'll be discharged soon. By the way, here is a letter for you." The nurse extended the letter, and Abigail eagerly accepted it, quickly tearing it open. Surely it would inform her of Qin Yanzhou's allergic reaction flaring up again. Had he perished this time? Her excitement surged, yet upon reading the letter's contents, she felt as though cold water had been thrown upon her. Chapter 137. Do you truly believe she cares for you? Madame Qin seemed to have procured a stunning female, one who could not only appear within Qin Yanzhou's line of sight but also approach him, converse with him, and engage in physical contact. Recently, the two had been frequently dating, resembling a romantic relationship. Qin Yanzhou was utterly infatuated with her. His demeanor appeared to have changed significantly, and his condition seemed to have improved. Even the gloves he had worn for over a decade were finally removed. The old servant observed that he appeared to be on the path to recovery. On the path to recovery? She shrieked, her face contorting in rage. How could he possibly recover? How could he easily return to normalcy? It was his parents who drove me to ruin. It was he who rendered me disabled for life. How could they so effortlessly attain happiness? She would not permit it. Absolutely not. The nurse, startled by her sudden outburst, was about to comfort her when Abigail declared, "I demand to be discharged. On the island of Ginsalis. Master, at 11:30. The CEO of Xingyu Technology has invited you to lunch at Wind Listening Pavilion to discuss the development of the Fire Meteor Core Energy. Shall we accept?"
Master? Master?
The butler inquired about the schedule, only to realize that the man behind the desk had zoned out, his gaze fixed intently on the holographic device in his hand, softly murmuring, "Tang Tang, will she come today?"
Misu?
"It seems unlikely. I have heard that the first batch of new inhibitors has been completely deployed. She needs to be in the laboratory, monitoring the data in real time." Upon hearing this, Qin Yanzhou regained his focus and swiftly withdrew the knuckles he had pressed against the dialogue box for quite some time. He could not disturb her. Tang Tang is a scientist, wholly dedicated and meticulous in her work. Should she be interrupted, it would surely displease her. He must learn to control himself and refrain from clinging to her too closely. Perhaps she does not appreciate such a needy male. With this thought, he was about to shut down his light brain, but in that fleeting moment, he hesitated. What if she sent a message? Let us go. Go where? The butler inquired. Taken aback. Anywhere. It felt as though the master was not heading to work, but rather merely seeking a distraction to numb his emotions. After just one day apart from Miss Su, he had already succumbed to this state. If they were to become partners in the future, would he not be kept on a tight leash? The butler couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. Let us first visit the wind listening pavilion. As the aircraft departed, a figure watched intently, then swiftly vanished behind a column in the grand hall. The Wind Listening Pavilion is a renowned outdoor garden restaurant, featuring various scenes and booths available only for esteemed guests who reserve in advance. At 11 o'clock, when Qin Yanzhou arrived at his destination, he did not encounter the CEO of Star Domain Technology, but rather a wheelchair rolling slowly toward him. Upon it rested an empty pant leg. Looking up, he was met with the terrifying visage of a female who had tormented him for over a decade, a face that resembled a malevolent specter. The man's obsidian eyes narrowed sharply. In an instant, memories flooded his mind. Being thrown into an icy abyss, the suffocating despair of having his mouth and nose covered, and the desperate cries for help as he faced force marking. He felt as if he were enveloped in tremendous pain and darkness. His whole body stiffened, veins dilating rapidly, breath becoming labored, skin trembling uncontrollably, and the health monitoring bracelet on his wrist began to emit alert tones. You are... The butler, upon seeing her, was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to recognize her. Abigail? You are still alive. Ha 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 ha. Are you glad to see me? Old butler. You still work for the Qin family? Abigail laughed heartily upon seeing them, especially at Qin Yanzhou's reaction. And young Master Qin, you've grown so much. Look at you. So handsome and charming. I must say, my taste has always been impeccable. I knew you would be a catch since you were 6. Ha ha. Do you still remember me from that icy prison? Shut your mouth. The butler scolded, turning to find the man displaying signs of an allergic reaction, desperately seeking medication, only to realize he had forgotten it due to his recent recovery. Oh no. Master, do you have any medicine on you? Medicine. Qin Yanzhou's mind was a blur, instinctively searching his body for any medication, only to find a lollipop instead. He looked down at the pink, strawberry-flavored treat. Suddenly, the radiant face of a girl flashed in front of him like a beam of sunlight, dispelling the dark and terrifying images in his mind, leaving only her brilliant smile. Her hand tightly grasping his, her long hair resting on his shoulder, her figure walking alongside him, and the refreshing, intoxicating jasmine pheromones. In the end, it materialized into a complete person, approaching the edge of the frigid abyss, smiling as she extended her hand toward him, her voice gentle and soothing. Qin Yanzhou, I have come to rescue you. Do not fear, come with me, all right? He felt as though he were entrapped in a kind of illusion. Slightly parting his parched and hoarse lips, extending his muddy little hand toward her, responding in a childish voice, okay. What? Master, you. The butler, initially frantic, noticed that all signs of the man's allergic reaction had vanished, and the data on the monitoring bracelet began to stabilize, ceasing its alarms. What is happening? Qin Yanzhou's breathing gradually returned to normal, and his rationality was restored. He lifted his gaze to meet the devilish depths of her eyes, no longer filled with panic or fear, but rather an overwhelming disgust and wrath. A trace of murderous intent began to rise in his palm. Abigail sensed the formidable power emanating from him, potent enough to extinguish her life with a mere flick, and she immediately panicked. Do you really believe that the female named Su Mian Tang genuinely cares for you? Chapter 138. Please don't abandon me.
Tang Tang?
How does she know Tang Tang? What is she plotting? Seeking death, Qin Yanzhou's eyes glinted with malice, his palm brimming with lethal force.
Ah!
Abigail's wheelchair was suddenly toppled over, leaving her sprawled on the ground like a stray dog, dragging a severed limb, struggling, crawling, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, her voice still erupted with manic laughter. Ha 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 ha. Is my observation correct? Have I struck a nerve? Earlier, she had clearly seen him displaying signs of an allergic reaction, but after touching something, he miraculously appeared unharmed. That item was small and pink, unmistakably a gift from a female. It seemed that the old servant was right. The little female brought in by that wretched Qin Su indeed possessed the ability to heal his years of torment. But while she could attack his body, she could still assail his heart. Qin Yanzhou, her features contorted in extreme malice. Do not forget, your glandular membrane has been damaged. If I recall correctly, it should be in the lower right corner, right? Ha 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 ha. That symbolizes a male's purity. Purity is the finest dowry for a male. In this world, what female would not mind, would willingly embrace a sullied male? Especially one as beautiful as Su Mian Tang. Ha ha ha. Her frenzied laughter echoed like a monstrous beast baring its fangs. Grotesque and derisive, slowly consuming him. The deepest scars hidden within his heart were suddenly laid bare, bleeding profusely. Qin Yanzhou felt a sudden chill coursing through his body. His hands trembling, struggling to maintain control over his own power, descending into profound panic.
No. No.
He does not. The butler gritted his teeth, glaring at her with unbridled fury. Abigail, even in your state, you still cannot remain quiet? Do you truly seek death? Ha ha. It is precisely because of this that I fear nothing. I have already been rendered a shadow of my former self by the Qin family. With barely a thread of life left, what is there to fear? It is you, the master, who should be afraid, worried about how to conceal your infidelity from Su Mian Tang, lest she discover it and reject you. Silence. He quickly turned to the man. Master, do not heed her nonsensical ravings. The doctor has examined you. Your glands are perfectly fine, and Miss Su is fully aware of all this. She knows indeed. Abigail interjected. Because she is not genuinely interested in you. She merely comes close because your mother has hired a doctor at a high price to treat your condition.
What?
In an instant, Qin Yanzhou felt as if struck by lightning. Abigail observed his reaction, her laughter swelling with pride. Ah, so you truly had no idea? Ha ha ha. What a pitiable creature you are. Why not ask your loyal servant beside you? He is in league with Qin Su and knows everything. As he slowly turned his face to regard the butler, the latter could not help but lower his head, betraying a hint of guilt. Miss Su was indeed the doctor hired by Madame, but she did not accept that payment, and no one anticipated that the situation would develop so swiftly.
No.
It is impossible. This cannot be. The depths of the man's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ha 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 ha. What is impossible? Qin Yanzhou, everyone knows the truth except for you. The pitiful fool. As Abigail's words hung in the air, her body was suddenly lifted off the ground, feeling as though her neck were ensnared by a steel cord. Tightening relentlessly, the terrifying sensation of suffocation washed over her, rendering her face a ghastly shade of purple. You have killed me, and all it will do is deepen Su Mian Tang's loathing for you, this unfaithful male who harms females. Before she could finish her sentence, a sickening crack echoed as her neck was twisted, and the last image her violet face beheld was the terrifying, beast-like gaze of the man. Master, the butler exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, the man vanished from sight. Chaotic sounds invaded his mind, while his boiling blood surged with raw emotion. At that moment, he resembled a true beast, devoid of reason or lucidity, consumed only by the urge to seek his mother. Yet, before he could reach the grand hall, he overheard a conversation. Madam, Yanzhou has visibly improved these past few days. He even removed his gloves, all thanks to the brilliant method you devised. Inviting Miss Su to treat him. Of course, Miss Su is an SSSS class female, the pinnacle of the world, effortlessly capable of conquering any male, let alone our son. Yanzhou's minor affliction is but a trifle for her. With a thunderous crash, the man's towering figure crumpled. The prior provocation from Abigail's words had failed to elicit a reaction, yet now, his exposed hands, neck, and face became rapidly covered in a dense array of crimson rashes, as if a calamity were spreading across him, obscuring his once familiar visage. His hollow eyes reflected a desolate wasteland, devoid of their usual brilliance. Before him, chaotic voices and images intertwined incessantly. Mr. Qin, may I have a moment alone with you tomorrow? A moment free from any interruptions. This is a gift for you. Handmade by me, called the Love Leopard. It can be worn around your neck or strung onto your wrist. Do you like it? Just a gentle blow, and the pain will subside. I adore it. By the way, Qin Yanzhou, there is something I forgot to mention. I've yet to properly thank your parents. She never truly cared for you. Her affection was merely a facade to fulfill your mother's high-priced request for a doctor to treat your condition. Which female would not mind, or even like a male so tainted? She knows, everyone knows, only you, poor fool, remain oblivious. In a daze, he seemed to slip into a hallucination. The girl, like a radiant sunbeam, reached out to him in the muddy ice pit, pulling the small, filthy version of himself out, blowing warmth into his hands, drying his body, illuminating his eyes, promising to forever be with him. Yet, upon seeing the membrane of his glands, her expression twisted into one of disgust. Broken. So, you were already tainted? However, it matters not, for I am merely here to treat you, not to love you. With that, she vanished from his world like a fleeting dream, regardless of how desperately he chased after her, calling out and pleading she would never return. His world was consumed by endless darkness. A piercing agony seized him.
No. Don't. Tang, don't leave me. Don't leave me.
Suddenly, he was engulfed in hysteria, his hands flailing aimlessly in the air, a scene reminiscent of a gravely ill patient seizing, nearly sending the Qin couple, who had just exited the grand hall, into a state of panic. Yanzhou? Yanzhou, what is happening to you? Why are you experiencing an allergic reaction again? Your body is covered in rashes, you're burning up. How did it get this severe? This has never happened before. Yanzhou, my son. They're astonished. Pained queries went unheard by Qin Yanzhou, who merely pulled out his holographic device, his fingers trembling as he frantically typed. Tang, where are you? Don't leave me. Don't abandon me. Please. Chapter 139. As long as I can be with her. Yet time and again, his video calls went unanswered, and his text messages sank into oblivion, the screen overflowing with notifications, including a reminder that the recipient had activated Do Not Disturb mode. He stared at the words, his eyes glistening with a blood-red hue. Tang has truly left. She has completed her mission and departed, never to return, just like in the hallucination. But without her, he would perish. He truly would. No, this cannot be. He must be with her, by any means necessary, through coercion, confinement, or even the most despicable of acts. Even if she despised him, found him repulsive, he needed to be with her. As long as I can be with her, that is all that matters. He repeated this phrase dully, almost in a trance. What? The Qin couple had not quite grasped the situation when he abruptly vanished from their sight. Yanzhou, where are you going? With his condition being this severe, it's dangerous to go anywhere. Quick, notify Miss Su. Imperial National Science Research Institute.
Laboratory número 3.
Group leader. Here are the latest monitoring data for Group C's volunteers. Alan handed the documents to Su Mian Tang, who accepted them and began to peruse them attentively. All values fall within normal fluctuation ranges, even showing improvements compared to Group B. Continue monitoring Group D and consolidate for a unified comparison. Understood. However, Group Leader, you've been working all morning, you should take a break. Otherwise, the director will punish us for your hard work. Again? The director has punished you because of me? And no, Alan stammered. Yes, but he wouldn't dare say it. Primarily, you finished all the tasks, so the director assumed we were slacking off.
Su Mian Tang smiled, glancing at the time.
Unbeknownst to her, it had already struck noon. All right. She removed her gloves and protective gear, stepping into the break room to sip some water. Only then did she remember to check her holographic device, and as she opened it, she was greeted by a flood of unread message notifications. Startled, she nearly dropped her drink. Clicking through, she found they were all from the same person, Qin Yanzhou. Tang, don't leave me, don't abandon me, please. I can't live without you, don't go, alright? The messages were nearly a repetitive jumble of fragmented words, evoking the impression of a misclick or suggesting that the sender suffered from some mental affliction. Her mind raced with alarm bells, and just as she was about to leave, a commotion erupted within the lab. Who are you? How did you get in here? Call security, call security. She pushed open the door to find a tall, imposing male figure, fully clad in protective gear, his ash-gray hair cropped short beneath a military-style cap. He wore black, high-tech gloves, identical to those he had worn when she first met him. The only difference was that today he also donned a mask and sunglasses, concealing every exposed inch of his skin. As she entered, he seemed to sense her presence, ghosting towards her, lowering his head to gaze deeply into her eyes. Even through the mask and sunglasses, Su Mian Tang could feel his heavy, labored breaths, his gaze burning with an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating. His body, tightly bound by clothing, appeared on the verge of bursting with restrained emotion, as if he were struggling to contain an overwhelming surge. Group leader, be careful. What are you doing? Seeing his approach, the team members assumed he intended to harm Su Mian Tang and promptly activated their combat readiness, rushing forward. The girl raised her hand to halt them. It's all right. Qin Yanzhou, what brings you here? What is wrong with you? Is he in heat? However, she did not perceive any particularly distinct scent. Qin Yanzhou? He is actually Qin Yanzhou, the CEO of the Qin Group, a figure of renown, brazenly infiltrating the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, dressed like a top-tier thug, startling them all. No, nothing. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yanzhou finally spoke, his voice hoarse and gravelly.
Nothing?
Yet his attire, his voice, his demeanor, and the multitude of messages he had dispatched clearly indicated otherwise.
You.
May I borrow a moment of your time?
Certainly.
Before her words even fully escaped her lips, the man's powerful arm enveloped her slender waist, whisking her away into the depths of the research institute with an air of dominance.
Allen Stot in bewilderment.
Sensing that this was not merely a request for time, but rather a demand for her very presence. Are you sure it's a request for time and not an abduction? Perhaps seizure would be a more fitting term. Oh no. Has the team leader been captured by the most fearsome arms dealer in the galaxy? Could there be danger?
Ah.
His speed was astonishing. Swift enough to render the landscape before her a mere blur, the winds at his side slicing through the air like blades. Su Mian Tang could only cling tightly to his muscular waist, burying her face in his chest, listening to the thunderous, rapid rhythm of his heartbeat, alarmingly fast and heavy. Time passed, though its passage felt indeterminate. Eventually, Qin Yanzhou set her down, his grip now a vice around her hand. When Su Mian Tang lifted her gaze, she beheld a ship resembling a fortress, enveloped in a special metal alloy and nano-coating, its hull outfitted with multiple propulsion nozzles and spiral wings. Equipped with the most advanced communication and energy-launching apparatuses, towering majestically into the sky. It appeared colossal and invulnerable.
Come with me.
Inside? Curiosity danced across her features as she wondered where this place could be. Yet the man offered no reply, holding her hand tightly as he resolutely guided her forward in silence. As they walked, an unsettling sensation began to creep over the girl. Before entering, they had to scan a mysterious family emblem, pass through infrared scans, be guided by robots, and navigate through numerous security measures. This procedure felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the palace that had once imprisoned the golden retriever, which had similar protocols. And here, the technology was evidently more advanced and secure than the royal palace, ensuring that even the most dangerous enemies could not escape. Chapter 140. Sincerity. It was not until they reached the ship's core, the classified area of the 9-tiered turret, that Qin Yanzhou relinquished her, turning to stride outward.
Wait.
Qin Yanzhou. The girl called out to him. What is this place? The man halted, his back to her, his voice raspy and deliberate, stating, This will be your home. My home?
Su Mian Tang surveyed her surroundings.
Apart from the array of advanced weapons and ammunition, the environment was stark and cold, hardly resembling a place conducive to habitation. I will have it customized to your liking, little by little.
No.
The most delectable food, the most exquisite dresses, and the most entertaining toys will be delivered.
Wait.
I will move in and stay by your side, never leaving you, ensuring you are never bored. As she listened to his musings, her thoughts drifted to the information on the light brain, as if she had fallen into a state of madness. Unable to extricate herself. Qin Yanzhou, are you alright? Her gentle concern abruptly halted the man's monologue. Qin Yanzhou's figure trembled slightly, the fingers encased in technological gloves tightening, creaking ominously. Time passed, and after a monumental internal struggle, he finally spoke.
Dan.
Were you sent by my mother to treat me? He already knew the answer. They had reached the stage, yet he clung to a glimmer of hope, yearning to hear her utter something different. Yes, don't you know? Her light-hearted words struck him like a thunderbolt, shattering the last vestiges of his rationality, extinguishing his final flicker of hope.
Truly.
It was true. The devil's words were indeed accurate. She had never harbored any affection for him. Everything had been a figment of his imagination.
Ha.
The man's tall, imposing figure suddenly convulsed violently, giving Su Mian Tang the impression that he was on the brink of collapse. She wanted to reach out to steady him, yet he gradually straightened, as if regaining composure. After a brief moment, he turned around, slowly removing his mask and sunglasses. In that instant, Su Mian Tang clearly saw the multitude of red rashes on his face and the oppressive darkness clouding his eyes. Qin Yanzhou, are you having an allergic reaction? Yet more terrifying than the allergy was the sinister, sickly gleam in his gaze, reminiscent of a frenzied beast. Each word he uttered was icy, cutting, and twisted.
Su Mian Tang.
From this moment forth, you are not permitted to go anywhere, not allowed to leave my side. You will remain with me always, forever mine. I will have you as I desire, do as I please, and you shall not resist, nor can you ever escape me, not in this lifetime. Until old age, until death, I shall never release you, never. Su Mian Tang, his reaction was not one of desire, nor merely a fit of madness. He had succumbed to darkness. The little snow leopard had transformed into a great black panther?
Why?
Was it simply because she had been sent by Madame Qin Su to provide treatment? She had thought he already knew of this, which is why he had never mentioned it. Qin Yanzhou. She spoke. The man ignored her. Striding directly toward the battleship ST shield system, opening the defensive black box to retrieve a pair of electronic shackles. No matter what she said or did, he would not show mercy, nor would he relent. Absolutely not. Seeing the familiar shackles, Su Mian Tang acknowledged, I was indeed sent by Madame Qin Su to treat you. But throughout this process, I have been sincere. Sincere? Upon hearing that word, the man's form froze abruptly. Every action she had taken, every word she had spoken had been genuine? As if reading the turmoil in his eyes, Su Mian Tang nodded, affirming. Initially, his disdain and contempt for females had unsettled her. But upon learning the reasons behind it and understanding his tragic childhood, she felt compassion. Through their time together, she discovered that his nature was inherently simple, sincere, and brave. And the sympathy she felt had gradually transformed into a profound tenderness. Such an exceptional individual should not have his life ruined by a demon. Nor should he be forever ensnared in shadows. She sincerely wished for his betterment, both physically and mentally.
No. Impossible. Impossible.
The depths of Qin Yanzhou's eyes flickered with an abyssal darkness. How could she possibly care for him? A filthy male. The twisted echoes of his own thoughts reverberated in his mind, relentlessly tormenting his nerves. You must be saying this to escape, right? Just like going on a date with him was merely to fulfill your mother's wishes. Su Mian Tang, do not harbor such delusions. I will never let you go. In this lifetime, you will be imprisoned here with me, forever, forever condemned to my side, never to see the light of day again. In an instant, he lunged toward her, his dark brows contorted in ferocity, his grip tightening around the iron shackles in a chilling clatter, resembling a beast poised to devour flesh and blood. Yet Su Mian Tang felt no fear. She understood the purity and goodness of his true nature. He was merely terrified of being hurt again. Hence the facade he wore to shield himself.
No.
She lifted her head, her pair of clear and transparent amber eyes fixated on him, as if she were laying bare her entire self before him, completely and unreservedly. She conveyed to him her sincerity, detached from all else. She silently asserted that he could hurt her at will, yet she believed he would not. If she were to strike him, curse him, or harbor hatred towards him, he might still endure, but facing such gentle yet resolute gaze was akin to being struck down by the sun's fervent rays, shattering all his facades into fragments. How could it be? How could you possibly harbor feelings for me? I am so tainted. You must despise and loathe me, do you not? Just as in the dreams. He suddenly lowered his head, resembling a child who had erred, reaching a trembling hand towards the nape of his neck, where the damaged membrane lay. His voice turning coarse and hoarse, as though his vocal cords had been torn asunder. Tainted?
Loathed?
How could he utter such words? Su Mian Tang's heart sank as she witnessed his actions, suddenly realizing the true crux of his psychological turmoil lay here. The Qin couple had informed her that during his childhood, when Abigail had attempted to forcibly mark him, the membrane had been damaged. She had not thought much of it. Yet little did she know the profound impact it had wrought upon him, instilling a sense of inferiority and fear to such an extent. Given his concern for this membrane, Su Mian Tang slowly raised her hand. Indeed, upon witnessing her pheromone-triggering gesture, a flicker of relief danced in Qin Yanzhou's ever-trembling gaze. Evidently, she detested him, loathed him. Especially since he now sought to confine and possess her, much like that previous demon, having uttered countless despicable and shameless words, undoubtedly inciting her hatred to the core. Repulsed beyond measure. She was an SSSS-grade female, the pinnacle of existence, capable of effortlessly ending his life with a mere thread of pheromone.
Kill him, then.
With a loud clang, the cold shackles slipped from his grasp, and he sank to his knees, bowing his head deeply, akin to a prisoner who had abandoned all hope. Reaching the end of his road, he could never confine her. In her presence, he only yearned for closeness, for an embrace, to bring her joy, to see her smile. And he couldn't bear to witness even a frown or a hint of sadness upon her face, let alone imagine her fear of him. With every fierce, Shameless words spoken to harm her, he felt an overwhelming urge to end his own life. Since he could not obtain her love, nor could they be together forever, then dying by her hand would also be a form of happiness. He quietly closed his eyes, awaiting the slaughter of his beloved's pheromones, anticipating death's arrival. Chapter 141. Fainting. However, the clock on the wall ticked away, second by second, and contrary to his expectations, the lethal pheromonal assault did not come. Instead, within the 9-tiered tower, a fresh and elegant scent of jasmine gradually wafted through the air, pure to the extreme, permeating his very being. First, it soothed his anxious, crumbling emotions, then gradually alleviated the multitude of rashes covering his skin. Finally, it merged with his blood, igniting a fervent heat within him, causing his veins to throb, his heart to beat heavily and passionately, beads of sweat emerging upon his skin, his mind filled with the enchanting, captivating voice of the little female, her visage, her form, a desire to embrace her, to topple her, to claim her. Even now, kneeling before her, he yearned to bend down and reverently kiss her feet. This sensation was so intoxicating, so exhilarating that he felt on the verge of losing control, unable to suppress a low growl as his eyes flew open.
Tang Tang.
As soon as his eyes opened, he was met with the sight of the girl's gentle smile. Qin Yanzhou, touch your nape. It was as if he were under her spell, obediently and numbly extending his hand to the back of his neck, only to discover that the membrane was intact. Completely so. She had not unleashed a killing pheromone upon him. Rather, she had employed a soothing, healing aura that restored his protective membrane to its original state. In that moment, it was as though a sharp sword had cleaved through the depths of his guarded gaze. That blade shattered the illusions that had tormented him for years, pulling forth the small, filthy child of his past and reintegrating him into his soul, rendering his life whole, just as the membrane was no longer flawed. He raised his head high, gazing at the dazzling, radiant girl, his eyes ablaze with an overwhelming love that threatened to spill over. You. Su Mian Tang intended to pull him up, but he swiftly ensnared her in his embrace. His strength so immense that it felt as though he would embed her within his very being, his face buried in her thick black hair, warmth radiating from him, his voice trembling slightly. Tang Tang, Tang Tang, Tang Tang. Tang Tang, I am sorry, I am so sorry. It's all right, everything is fine now. Su Mian Tang extended her hand, wrapping it around his waist and gently patting him as one would comfort a child who had been wronged. Although she was unaware of what had transpired to bring about such a change in him today, she vowed to remain by his side until he healed.
Tang Tang.
I carry none of her pheromones, nor has she marked me. That membrane was merely accidentally torn in the struggle. I am not tainted, not in the slightest. Yes.
I know.
She understood he was referring to Abigail. However, she wished to hear no more about her, to not witness him repeatedly unveil his wounds and wallow in sorrow. Qin Yanzhou, regardless of whether you possess that membrane, whether it is whole or torn, in my heart, you have always been the purest and most pristine person. She had no understanding of the impact her words would wield, only feeling as though he might crush her bones, rendering her breathless.
Tang Tang. Tang Tang.
How could she be so good? So wonderful? 100, 1,000, a myriad of times better than the goddess of his dreams. Even when he pushed her away, even when his protective membrane lay in tatters, even when he desperately sought to confine her, she never abandoned him. He truly loved her to the extent that he wished to give her everything. Qin Yanzhou, just as Su Mian Tang felt a wave of pain washing over her, nearly rendering her breathless, the man finally released her, allowing her to slump in his embrace, taking deep breaths. However, his gaze was firmly locked onto her slightly parted, luscious lips. Qin Yanzhou. As she attempted to speak again, her lips were suddenly ensnared by the man's. The girl's amber eyes widened in shock, meeting his dark gaze filled with profound, fervent emotions, sparks flaring in the air, erupting around them. It was his first time, devoid of experience, unsure of how to proceed, only clumsily and urgently kissing her, grinding against her soft lips, instinctively prying open her mouth, delving deeper. A wave of unfamiliar, intense masculine essence surged into her mouth, electrifying her entire being, sending chills down her spine. Before she could react, with a resounding thud, the man unexpectedly fainted against her.
Huh?
Just before losing consciousness, Qin Yanzhou's final sensory system exploded with stimulation. How could something be so soft, so tender, so warm, so sweet? On the island of Ginsalis, in the main hall, Dr. How is Yanzhou? Rest assured, madam, everything is normal. All physiological functions are stable and the allergic reactions have subsided. As for the fainting, the doctor glanced at Su Mian Tang with a hint of confusion. It seems he was stimulated by something. Miss Su, do you know what it might be?
Su Mian Tang liket her lips, her gaze shifting nervously.
No, I have no idea. Perhaps I released too much pheromone towards him? Surely. It couldn't be that he fainted from a kiss, could it? It's possible. The doctor nodded. Given the symptoms, it does seem to be caused by excessive emotional excitement. Blood rushing to the head, especially since the family head has been distant from females for so long that even a hand-holding would make him tremble, let alone being infused with pheromones. Su Mian Tang. So, he truly fainted from a kiss? Chapter 142. It sounds a bit perverse.
Tang tang.
To think that she actually released her pheromones towards Yanzhou? So potent that he fainted on the spot? Could it be a marking? Logically, their relationship should not have progressed so swiftly. It must have been Yanzhou's sudden ailment that prompted Tang Tang to act out of desperation to save him. Contemplating this, Madame Qin gratefully grasped the young girl's hand. Tang Tang, thank you so much. You truly saved my son.
Today,
My husband and I found him covered in dense red rashes, his mind clouded and unresponsive. We were nearly terrified to death. His condition has never been this severe. We thought he was beyond help. Thankfully, you were there. I cannot even begin to fathom how I would live without him. Please, madam, do not be sorrowful. It is all in the past now, Su Mian Tang comforted her. But what happened today to trigger such an allergic reaction? I do not know. We have been searching for him and have yet to investigate, the Qin couple replied, turning to their butler. De Meng, you have been with the master. What is the situation? The butler lowered his head, guilt etched on his face, as he recalled the events of the morning. I encountered Abigail today. What? The room erupted in astonishment. My sincerest apologies, sir, madam. This is entirely my fault. I believed the master's condition had improved, so I did not clear the area as per protocol. I never imagined she would appear. Please, punish me as you see fit. Hearing the name after so many years, Brooklyn and Madame Qin clenched their teeth in hatred. That devil. Had she not already become a vegetable? How could she resurface to wreak havoc? I am uncertain. It seems she was well prepared, arriving at our negotiation site ahead of time, using past kidnapping incidents to provoke the master.
I see.
Su Mian Tang glanced at the unconscious man on the bed, her brow furrowing slightly. The very source of his psychological trauma had reappeared. No wonder he suddenly fell ill. Uttering words of disdain and filth. What a naive and foolish leopard. The butler, saying this, glanced at Su Mian Tang, swallowing the rest of his words. Where is she now? I have exiled her from the planet. She will never return. Never return? Madame Qin detected the underlying meaning in his words and waved away the people in the hall.
Tang tang.
I wish to go to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of congee for Yanzhou. Can I trouble you to stay with him for a while? Of course. She and Brooklyn hurried outside, their expressions grave as they questioned De Meng. Where exactly did Abigail go?
She is dead. Dead?
Was it Yanzhou's doing?
Yes.
At the Wind Pavilion, in front of everyone. The couple gasped in shock. That devil, Abigail, had tormented their son once, and now, years later, she had returned like a vengeful spirit. They were determined to eradicate her, yet with 1,001 covert methods at their disposal. Why had Yanzhou chosen to kill her outright? If this news were to spread, they could only imagine the sensational headlines the interstellar media would concoct, especially since a mere child had once been a victim. Why would Yanzhou act so impulsively? This is not in his character. Perhaps Abigail threatened him by mentioning Miss Su, provoking the master. He feared for her safety, which incited his wrath. Now that it was clear Abigail had referenced Tang Tang, Madame Qin nodded in understanding. Yanzhou is utterly besotted with Tang Tang. He loses all rationality when it comes to her. Has the scene been managed? Especially with so many eyes and ears around. Everything must be tightly sealed to prevent any whispers. Otherwise, rest assured, sir and madam, everything has been handled. This time, it will not be like it was over a decade ago.
Good.
Now, reputation is not the most pressing concern for Yanzhou. What matters most is Tang Tang. She must not discover this, lest it frightens her. Moreover, someone like Abigail, emerging from a mental institution, could not possibly have such timely information. She knows about Tang Tang and Yanzhou's private schedule. There must be a mole on the island. We need to uncover them. Understood.
Tang tang. Tang tang. Tang tang.
On the grand bed, the unconscious man suddenly opened his eyes. the first instinct being to seek out his little female companion, fearing that the blissful moment had merely been a dream. However, as he sat up, he beheld the beautiful girl beside him, her long, thick black hair cascading like silk. It was not a dream. It was real, all of it.
His Tang Tang, his deity.
He slowly raised his hand, his gaze fervently brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen across her cheek, revealing her luscious, dewy lips, red as if they had been fiercely bitten. Memories of the moments before his fainting spell flashed through his mind. His slender fingers trembled as he recalled the exquisite sensation that had nearly overwhelmed him. His dark brows knitted together, a hint of frustration evident. Would Tang Tang think less of him? That feeling had been both exhilarating and addictive, making him yearn to experience it again and again. Compelled by some unexplainable force, he succumbed to temptation and leaned in, yet before he could touch her, a soft little hand grasped his firmly. "Mr. Qin, you are awake?" Su Mian Tang suddenly raised her head. Qin Yanzhou's entire body jolted, attempting to withdraw his hand. But it was too late. Before he could utter a cover story, he realized, "Tang Tang, why are you calling me Mr. Qin?"
Why not? Su Mian Tang is mirkid.
Playfully teasing him. "Just moments ago on the warship, you were calling me Su Mian Tang." In an instant, he was transported back to the recent scene of his unhinged behavior, the shameless words he had uttered, and he felt his face flush with embarrassment. Unable to lift his head. "I'm sorry, Tang Tang, I was just crazy. Please forget about it, all right? Or, you may punish me as you wish." Su Mian Tang leaned in slightly closer, her soft laughter ringing like a delicate chime. Oh, the master. So innocent that even a kiss would make him faint. Yet he desires to play the same games as others? She had thought her words would deepen his embarrassment. However, he suddenly lifted his head, his deep-set eyes ablaze with a fervent need to prove himself. "Tang Tang, I was merely overwhelmed with excitement." He had never been in close contact with a female before, unaware of how delicate, soft, and sweet they could be. Moreover, he adored her intensely. Merely seeing her caused his heart to race uncontrollably, let alone give me another chance. "And I promise I will not disappoint you." Su Mian Tang, did she appear to be very disappointed or unsatisfied? "Truly, this time I will unleash my full potential. And I will not faint again. Even if I cannot restrain myself, I will awaken quickly," to continue. Su Mian Tang, that sounds a bit perverse. As Qin Yanzhou spoke, it seemed he recalled that exquisite sensation, his dark eyes narrowing gradually, revealing a primal hunger akin to a famished beast. This time, he would not faint. He would ensure Su Mian Tang felt her face flush at his words. Qin Yanzhou, what are you saying?" The man, belatedly realizing, turned beet red, stammering, "I am sorry." After Madame Qin dealt with Abigail's matter, she led a group of servants into the grand hall, hoping to wait for her son to awaken and host Su Mian Tang for a meal. However, as soon as she stepped in, she was greeted by the sight of two crimson faces, staring at each other in surprise. The handsome man and beautiful woman, the atmosphere thick with youthful awkwardness and ambiguity. Fearing to interrupt their moment, she quickly retreated. "Madam, what is it?" "It's nothing. Your master is simply in love." Chapter 143, hair disheveled, heart even more chaotic. "How do you feel now?" The exceptionally awkward atmosphere was first shattered by Su Mian Tang. "Very well." Qin Yanzhou lowered his head. Su Mian Tang rested her hand on his shoulder, casually glancing at the back of his neck, a faintly warm and fragrant breath cascading down, causing the tall man to freeze momentarily. "Tang Tang, you're looking at his glands, aren't you?" "Indeed, they appear quite well. The membrane has healed beautifully, and no one will ever damage it again. You must promise not to act recklessly. Do you understand? No one will harm it again." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yanzhou's gaze suddenly became tense and restless. Seeing his silence, Su Mian Tang assumed he had other concerns and was about to inquire when she met his slightly lifted, smoldering gaze. "Tang Tang, I want to pierce you." Su Mian Tang. On the planet Ector, in the central exhibition hall, Dr. Lu Silly, who was delivering a lecture, suddenly received a message from Alan. His expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from the live broadcast, leaving behind an audience of hundreds of thousands and countless netizens in a flurry of speculation. Why did Dr. Lu leave in the middle of his talk? Yes, he is usually so dedicated and would never abandon his fans. He looked quite unwell. Something urgent must have happened at home. "Tang Tang, want to stay for a meal?" There is still much work to be done at the institute. "I promise to come another day." "Very well." Su Mian Tang bid farewell to the Qin couple, with Qin Yanzhou closely following her. Tang Tang, I'll escort you. Just as she was about to respond, she spotted a familiar spacecraft in the sky. The director? How did he return? Wasn't he on a lecture tour in the galaxy? No need, the director has come to pick me up. The spacecraft's navigation system indicated that it had arrived at the health monitoring bracelet's location on the central star, Jinsalis Island. Lu Silly, filled with urgency, was about to leap down when he saw the little female he had been yearning for, stepping onto a magnetic hoverboard, appearing before him. Lu Silly, why are you here? Mian Tang, are you alright? The man approached, gripping her shoulders tightly, his gaze scanning her from head to toe with anxious scrutiny. Only relaxing once he confirmed she was unharmed. I'm fine, really well. Did the Institute report something to you? From the moment Qin Yanzhou entered the Academy of Sciences, she had sensed something was amiss, which was why she had hurried back, only to find she was still one step too late.
Yes.
An S-class male with a history of harming females intruded into the academy without permission and abducted her. Upon hearing this news, his heart nearly stopped. What was Qin Yanzhou doing at the academy? What did he do to you? From thousands of meters above, Lu Silly's sharp gaze fell on the male below. His handsome face devoid of its usual calm demeanor. How dare he invade his territory and take Mian Tang? He ought to be punished. Su Mian Tang sensed the battle aura emanating from him, as if he were ready to rush down and confront Qin Yanzhou at any moment, and hastily intervened. He didn't do anything to me. Then why did he abduct you? Because. As Su Mian Tang led him towards the spacecraft, she sat down and began to explain slowly. She recounted the truth about Qin Yanzhou's harm to females and the Qin couple's plea for her help in treating him. After hearing this, Lu Silly's expression not only failed to improve but grew even more somber, albeit with an entirely different implication.
Mian Tang.
You've been with him these past few days?
Yes.
As her words fell, the man turned his face away, but his grip on her hand tightened.
No wonder.
No wonder what? No wonder he looked at you with such intense longing. One can feel it even from this distance. Although he has been on a lecture tour on another planet, he is still aware of the permanent and free military supplies provided by the Qin group to the Central Star. At first, he thought it was merely a government contract. But now he realizes it was due to Mian Tang. The master of the Qin group harbors ill intentions towards you. He raised his hand, furrowing his brow. Previously, he had always believed he would be a magnanimous and composed male, able to face any situation, regardless of who his beloved female was. Yet, seeing another male so attached to Mian Tang, and her not being averse to it, left him feeling quite unsettled. It's nothing. He uttered these words. Yet his grip only tightened, as if to assert his claim. Su Mian Tang inexplicably sensed a sour scent in the air, her lips curling slightly as she reached out to smooth the messy strands of hair from his forehead. The usually gentle and graceful director was visibly agitated and disheveled, signifying his genuine concern. Director, did you rush back from another planet? Your hair is messy. So is my heart. Otherwise, Su Mian Tang would have felt somewhat touched and moved closer to soothe him. Next time you go on a lecture tour, will you take me with you?
No.
Lu Silly flatly refused. Taking her along would mean he could not focus on his work. Is it so difficult to please you? Su Mian Tang raised an eyebrow. Very well then. Sensing her initiative and intimacy, Lu Silly's jealousy and sourness dissipated like smoke, and he longed to transform into a beast, allowing her to groom him. Mian Tang, do you have time later? No time. Su Mian Tang coldly shook her head, trying to withdraw her hand from his grasp. What do you need? I want to invite a male to dinner. Upon hearing the word male, Lu Silly's brow instantly furrowed, and his tone became laden with bitterness. Who is it? Chapter 144. The desire to be toyed with. He is a handsome, elegant, gentlemanly, and intelligent male. Upon hearing such high praise, Lu Silly's eyes turned red with jealousy. When did you meet such a person? So gentlemanly and refined, and yet you're inviting him to dinner? He cannot be a hypocrite, can he? I hope not. Su Mian Tang frowned, thoughtfully propping up her chin. It's been a few months. He has always treated me quite well. Only a few months? You can't see through him? Mian Tang, you are too naive. Males are quite adept at masquerading, especially when they have a specific goal in mind. They can be incredibly patient. Be careful not to be deceived. Is that so?
But.
Su Mian Tang blinked her sparkling eyes, looking at him with confusion. I don't have anything. What could he possibly want to deceive me about? How can you say you have nothing? Lu Silly grew anxious, gazing at her as if she were a dazzling, enchanting treasure, completely unaware of her own worth. You are intelligent, beautiful, gentle, kind, and interesting. You are the most wonderful female in the world, and everyone wants to possess you, including him. His near confession made Su Mian Tang stifle a laugh. You make a compelling argument. It seems he indeed has ulterior motives towards me. Perhaps I should cancel our dinner plans and block his contact information? Yes. Lu Silly nodded, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in the corners of his eyes. The next moment, he received a message on his holographic communicator. Our director says you are a patient hypocrite. Perhaps it's best not to contact her again. Initially stunned, he was soon overwhelmed by a wave of sweet elation. Mian Tang, the outstanding male you just praised as him? He gazed intensely at the girl beside him, who wore a mischievous smile, unable to contain his excitement as he pulled her into his embrace. Mian Tang, you're playing with me again. Again? Oh, dear director, please don't wrongfully accuse me. I won tea. From their very first meeting, she had toyed with him, turning his once mundane heart, untroubled for over 20 years, into a tempest of emotions, completely claiming it as her own. It is you. The girl being accused showed no signs of anger. So, are you going to accept the invitation?
Yes.
Of course. He closed his eyes, holding her tighter, even closer. A patient hypocrite? He remained noncommittal. After all, he did indeed harbor ulterior motives toward her.
Mian Tang.
Do I truly occupy such a cherished place in your heart, as you just expressed? Oh, even more than that. Her simple compliment sent a surge of exhilaration through Lu Sili's mind, eliciting a physiological response as he grasped her delicate hand, gently caressing his chest.
Mian Tang.
Not only did her heart yearn to be teased, but her body craved the same. Hiss. As the words fell, a collective gasp echoed throughout the cabin.
Su Mian Tang.
Startled, turned to see the expansive holographic screen filled with the astonished faces of the members of the new suppressant team, all of whom appeared utterly dumbfounded, as if they had just encountered a monumental revelation. How could they be here? Had they all just witnessed and heard everything? Her radiant face flushed crimson. Sensing the situation, Lu Sili swiftly stood, buttoning his shirt and positioning his tall frame protectively in front of her, his expression serious as he shut off the screen, barking, "Get back to work. My heavens, the director and the team leader are simply too sweet, too saccharine." As soon as the video call ended, the laboratory erupted into a frenzy, especially the director, who, despite his usual demeanor of coolness, seriousness, and meticulousness, had just uttered something so risque that it sent chills down everyone's spines. Who could resist such charm from a leader as beautiful and flirtatious as him?
Whose voice was that?
Ruining such a splendid moment. Did they not see the director's buttons had come undone, exposing his abdominal muscles? What are they thinking? It's not just behind a paywall. What a breach of privacy. They hoped to continue their presence in the institute. This isn't voyeurism. It's simply witnessing the director's excitement in front of his team, forgetting he was on video. Ahem. My apologies, Mian Tang. I was just inquiring about your team members concerning Qin Yanzhou's unauthorized entry into the academy and forgot to turn off the video. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for losing composure in front of his subordinates, Lu Sili turned to see the young girl burying her head in her clothing like an ostrich. And he couldn't help but chuckle.
It was all seen.
Her voice was muffled. The man leaned down slightly, his large hand gently ruffling her hair. His eyes filled with mirth. Do you think anyone in the institute is unaware of our relationship? That's different, she replied. Before, it was mere speculation, but now it might lead to open teasing and banter. Lu Sili, however, remained unfazed, his mind swirling with thoughts of being able to openly show affection for her in the institute. Director, what should we do? Su Mian Tang raised her head, only to be met with the sight of the man's eyes sparkling with warmth, reminiscent of a cunning fox that had just outsmarted its prey. Wait a moment. Lu Sili, you can't possibly have done this on purpose, right? The man chuckled lightly. That's a grave accusation. The young girl gritted her teeth. This is irrefutable evidence. After dining with Lu Sili, Su Mian Tang returned to the laboratory, selecting some potions specifically for treating injuries and enhancing physical strength. Preparing to leave work early. Team leader, are you really leaving early? Am I hearing things? Has the sun risen in the west? Yes. Is there an urgent matter at home? No. Just a little injured bunny that needs companionship and care, or it will surely feel lonely. The image of the boy resting his head on his desk, showcasing his fluffy long ears and those watery, honey-colored eyes, pleading for her affection, brought a gentle smile to her lips. She then detoured to the supermarket to buy some of his favorite snacks, along with a few toys. with his leg injured. He must be quite bored. This carrot looks good. He should like it. She tested its texture. Imagining a floppy-eared rabbit playing with a carrot was simply adorable. Upon returning home, her first action was to call out to the boy, "Little ears? Where are you? Please don't tell me you went out to work despite your injury." She activated her holographic device and found a message from him. "Sister, wait for me at home after work. I have a surprise for you." Even with an injured leg, he remains restless. She chuckled, setting her belongings down, and retrieved 2 letters from her storage cabinet. Chapter 145. He is not Little Ears, but the celestial being of the mid-month. The letters from Fred and Enzo were contained within a single envelope. As she tore it open, a wave of longing washed over her.
Tang Tang.
"I miss you so much. I truly miss you. I think of you every time I eat and sleep." She too missed them dearly. "I've been touching the ankle bracelet. The patterns have worn down." Wasn't it a bracelet she gifted? Had Fred misunderstood something? "I take it off daily to smell. There's no pheromone scent left on my collar. However, I've discovered that it can be worn not just around the neck. But also, what else could it be worn on? Besides the neck, what else had Enzo adorned it with?" "Tang Tang, don't worry about our safety. The war is going smoothly. Under General Yarsland's leadership, we have been capturing cities and advancing swiftly. We will soon reach their central city." For the first time, he felt that battle was quite a joyful affair, allowing him to forget everything. Yet, once it halted, he longed for her, and the absence was excruciating. Initially, the strategists predicted that the war would conclude this month, completely eradicating the X-star system, but unexpectedly, their federal leader, Austin, suddenly evolved into an SS-class combatant, which may require additional time to resolve. "Tang Tang, while we are away, remember to take care of yourself, eat well, and sleep well. I look forward to the end of the war and to being together with you." Su Mian Tang finished reading, warmth filling her heart. Her previous worries about their uncertain safety on the battlefield dissipated completely. She gently set the letter down and opened the one from Yarsland. Since the war seemed straightforward for Fred and Enzo, her combat-capable little sweetheart must be faring even better. Holding on to this thought, she opened the letter, only to be startled by the first few lines. "Master, I'm injured, Master. I seem to have developed insomnia. I can't sleep for nights on end, Master. I'm so hungry and thirsty. There's nothing here. How could this be?" He was the Empire's war god, an SS-class combatant mutant. The last time he was injured was under a gas bomb. And insomnia? Anxiety? No food, no water? Was the war that difficult, with scarce resources, causing immense physical and mental strain? Yet Fred and Enzo's letters exuded ease and warmth. Were they merely reporting good news and concealing the bad? Her heart sank immediately, only to read further. "My heart has cracked a little for missing you so much. I need pheromone treatment to heal, a great deal of it. The army's beds are too hard. The battlefield smells unbearable, without my master's softness and fragrance. Lamon can only sleep while holding on to my master, and the food here is terrible. The water is hard to drink, not even a bottle of milk. I want to drink my master's XXXX, eat my master's XXXXX. Last night, I dreamt of doing XXXXXX with my master. When I return, I want to XXXXXX with my master." The lengthy letter, filled with content obscured by censorship, left Su Mian Tang with a dark expression. Suddenly, she understood why he encrypted the letter with combat power, not to hide it from the golden-haired one, but to prevent him from seeing it. This lewd tiger. Not even the war could exhaust his abundant male hormones. Her face flushed crimson as she reached the end and finally spotted a serious sentence. "Master, I miss you so much." Beside it, he had drawn a simple sketch of a little white tiger, wagging its tail, gazing at her with bright eyes. Just as it did when she cared for him. She couldn't help but smile, gently caressing it with her fingertip, whispering, "I miss you too, Master." In the interstellar battlefield, the Imperial General, imbued with combat prowess, sensed the response of a little female's pheromones. A charming smile graced his lips as he deeply kissed the red bow on his chest. "Master." After perusing the letter, Su Mian Tang treasured it like a precious gem. Placing it into her storage cabinet, contemplating for a moment, she turned back to secure it further, fearing that someone might inadvertently stumble upon Lamon's letter and misconstrue it as her indulging in illicit literature. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. She approached to open it, her heart fluttering at the sight of the golden retriever. "You? What brings you here?" she asked, pleasantly surprised. Recently, he had been preoccupied with political affairs, messaging her at the late hours of the night, and now he seemed to have found some leisure. Just as she was about to invite him in, she noticed his grave expression. Golden retriever, what's wrong? Tang. Jun Qingyin lowered his gaze to meet hers, a flicker of concern glimmering in his azure eyes. I have something to tell you.
Please do not be saddened by it.
What is it? Seeing the distress on his face, her heart sank. Could it be that Fred, Enzo, and Lonlon were in trouble?
No.
A sigh of relief escaped her. Then what is it? The little ear beside you is not an ordinary herbivorous orc, but rather the sovereign of the Moon Comet system, the Moon Sovereign.
What?
Her smile faltered, replaced by disbelief. How could that be possible? It is true. Jun Qingyin fixed his gaze upon her. With a swift motion, he activated the holographic projection screen in the living room, showcasing all the images captured within the divine orb and the heavy eye. In the opulent and familiar Rockefeller Castle, a mech warrior clad in a massive and sharp silver armor descended. He nonchalantly discarded his helmet, reclining languidly on the sofa, his long lashes lightly closed. His face exquisitely crafted as if synthesized by advanced AI. He bore a striking resemblance to the Moon Sovereign figurine gifted by the Little Ear, even sharing the same tear mole beneath his left eye. At that moment, the illustrious Duchess Hilary, mother of the Moon Sovereign, approached him with affection and indulgence, introducing him to various remarkable females, only for the images to scatter chaotically around him. The Duchess lamented, "You do not understand. I have heard that a miracle has arisen in the Central Galaxy, a legendary SSSS-class female, the supreme being of the world. I can hardly imagine how splendid it would be if she were in our Moon Comet system, producing offspring of exceptional genetic quality. What a pity." Enough. He, having listened, impatiently gathered his armor and prepared to leave.
Wait.
I shall bring that SSSS-class supreme female from the Central Star to you, and we shall have a litter of adorable little bunnies.
Tang.
As the playback reached this point, Jun Qingyin handed her the photographs. The Moon Sovereign in the video was none other than the Little Ear, a depiction from before he had transformed into a mech warrior at the age of 18. As Su Mian Tang took the photo, her gaze froze. The youth in the image bore an uncanny resemblance to the Little Ear, yet the background and demeanor starkly contrasted. He sat upon the main seat of Rockefeller Castle, before a strategically arrayed army, traversing a battlefield engulfed in smoke. His expression was wickedly arrogant, disdainful of all. As though he held the reins of the world in his hands, a far cry from the gentle, cheerful boy who clung to her, calling her sister. Chapter 146. She intended to cast him away. Moreover, here is his personal information. Moon Sovereign, leader of the Free Federation of the Moon Comet System, S-Class Combat Male. 22 years old, innate dual form, currently residing in Rockefeller Castle. Upon arriving at the central city, he did not seek employment, but instead traversed between the Central Star and the Moon Comet System. These are the documents proving his entries and exits through the star realm. Jun Qingyin flipped through a pile of stamped documents and ultimately projected the footage recorded from 2 nights prior within the heavy eye onto the screen. And this. Su Mian Tang lifted her head, only to witness a scene unfolding in her quiet garden at night. A limping youth entered, discarding his crutches, tearing at the freshly bandaged wound she had tended to. When Jun Qingyin discovered him, he forced the truth out of him with his combat power, demanding to know his identity and the reason for his disguise while lurking by her side. The youth merely laughed scornfully. "Sister, you are so beautiful, and your pheromones are so potent. What do you think I want?" That light-hearted yet arrogant laughter gripped her heart, leaving her breathless. Just moments ago, as she viewed the photograph, she had been seeking excuses for him, convincing herself that perhaps it was mere coincidence that they looked alike, that the Little Ear could not possibly be the Moon Sovereign. They were entirely different individuals. Yet now, the truth unraveled. Falsehoods. All of them. His appearance, identity, age. From their initial meeting, his assistance, to the injury he sustained 2 nights ago, every word he had spoken, every action he had taken, every gift he had presented, every effort to win her affection was merely a facade crafted to acquire her pheromones. The Moon Sovereign, the foremost commander of the stars, possessing the most advanced and intelligent brain in the world, truly, his reputation was well-deserved. Her thick lashes trembled as her amber gaze shifted from the vibrant green peacock feather in the storage cabinet to the punk figurine that hung from her backpack. During this time, he had indeed revealed hints of his true self, sowing seeds of doubt within her, yet she repeatedly chose to trust him, believing he would not deceive her. In his eyes, she must have seemed utterly foolish, like a naive child, manipulated by him, along with her so-called good friend, Yuling, and Duchess Hilary. All of this was merely a scheme devised by their family. As the footage concluded, Jun Qingyin turned to find the girl clutching the photograph. Her complexion slightly pale, and he embraced her tenderly. Tang Tang, I am sorry. He had gathered this information that very night, delaying its revelation out of concern that she would be heartbroken upon learning the truth. Yet, he deemed it more unbearable to witness her perpetually deceived. Are you all right?
IM fine.
Su Mian Tang fell silent for a moment, gradually regaining her breath and loosening her grip on the photograph. Golden Retriever, thank you for telling me this. Little bee, Master, I am here. The little bee, who had been listening intently, fluttered over, its wings beating with noticeably reduced vigor. Gather the belongings of the Moon Sovereign. Yes. In the Jiqing Villa district, a small flying craft hovered above the lawn. Unlike his usual flamboyant leaps, the Moon Sovereign today exhibited remarkable patience as he carefully emerged, holding a thermos filled with health tea. This concoction, made from red dates, ginseng, ophiopagon, goji berries, astragalus, and rose, was meticulously brewed to nourish and beautify, ideal for females post-menstruation. He had flown all the way to Cairo Star to seek the recipe from a renowned herbal physician, spending an entire day to prepare it. After sampling it, he found it particularly sweet. Sister adores sweetness. She will surely love this. Sister, I'm back. As he stepped through the door, he hurried to change his slippers at the entrance, not even glancing inside. I made something for you. You must try it. Before he could finish, a clear and frosty voice pierced the air, causing him to freeze in place. Sister, sister. He slowly turned around to see the man in the living room, Jun Qingyin, and behind him, the holographic screen replayed his conversation with his mother. His honey-colored pupils widened in an instant, radiating a fierce light. He brought all this to expose me to my sister? He raised his palm, ready to unleash a beam of attacking laser, but was halted by Su Mian Tang's firm words. No fighting in my room.
Sister.
He quickly retracted his hand, his expression fraught with panic as he gazed at her. Do not call me sister.
Tang Tang.
Commander of the Moonlight Stars, it appears we are not so familiar, are we? The girl regarded him with an icy demeanor, her brows drawn tight, and her voice imbued with a chilling undertone that tightened his heart and sent tremors through him, awakening an unprecedented sense of fear.
Sister.
Those were matters of long ago, lies I fabricated to refuse my mother's introductions to potential mates. At that time, I did not know you. And what of these? Su Mian Tang released the documents in her hand, allowing personal profiles, photographs, and transit permits to scatter about. Are these also lies of your making? The Moonlight Commander stared at the evidence, which stood unassailable. His identity had been utterly exposed. Clenching his fists, he confessed, from the moment I first laid eyes on you by the Ghost Lake, I was enamored. Yet you did not recognize me then, as you were eager to return to Central Star. To understand you better, to draw closer to you, I deliberately posed as a mere small-eared creature. I am sorry. I am sorry, sister, it was I who deceived you. But I bore no ill intent. I simply liked you, loved you in the purest sense. His eyes shimmered with urgency as he gazed at her, more earnest than ever. I have never loved anyone before, and I do not know how to act or what to do to win your favor. I just love, had it been in the past. His candid and forthright demeanor might have swayed her belief. But now, his acting was far too masterful. From obstructing her in the City of Sin to accusing John of assault in the restaurant, and his numerous deceptions since tumbling down the stairs. He had misled her time and again. Do you fancy my pheromone level or me? Of course, it is you. Then why did you have so many opportunities to confess, but chose not to? I was preparing to speak, but I had yet to find the right moment. The longer he concealed his truth, the more anxious he became, fearing her anger upon discovery. He had intended to wait for the perfect moment to reveal all, but never anticipated this. Enough. Su Mian Tang lowered her gaze. I can no longer discern which of your words are true and which are false. Buzzing. Nearby, a small drone piloted by a bee approached with her luggage. Esteemed Commander of the Moonlight Stars, my master requests that you take your belongings and leave this residence. Thank you for your cooperation. What? Was she truly dismissing him? The Moonlight Commander's eyes widened in disbelief, engulfed by a wave of sheer panic. His body trembling in the chill of dread.
No.
He cannot leave. He cannot abandon her. Sister, everything I said was sincere. I truly like you, genuinely, profoundly like you. My desire to remain by your side is solely to be with you, not because of your pheromones. Even if you are not an S-class female, even without pheromones, I still like you very much. His expression was desperate, as if he longed to lay bare his heart to prove his feelings. I am sorry. I am sorry for deceiving you all this time, but whatever punishment you deem fit, however you choose to scold me, please just do not make me leave. I cannot be without you. I truly cannot. Sister, I beg you, please. He began to rush toward her, struggling to ignore his pleas. Su Mian Tang instinctively took a step back. In an instant, Jun Qingyin interjected, positioning himself between them. His expression was cold, his tone sharp as a blade. Tangdang has made her position clear. Do you not comprehend? The sovereign of the Moonlight Comet system has lost all dignity. Chapter 147. I was wrong. The Moonlight Commander gazed at him, his eyes brimming with panic, helplessness, and pleading, which transformed in an instant into a chilling ferocity, surging with murderous intent. It was all his fault. He had informed on her, provoking her ire, and now she sought to cast him out. He yearned to crush him into oblivion. With that thought, his neck, arms, shoulders, waist, and legs began to shimmer with the form of silver metallic armor. In the living room, the lights flickered ominously, accompanied by the crackling of electricity, while the temperature control device's readings soared rapidly. The holographic screens, smart furniture, and voice systems all succumbed to paralysis. The small drone buzzed frantically. Even the hovering craft outside began to emit smoke. Everything mirrored the day he had tumbled down the stairs. And the man across from him was similarly incited into combat mode. Jun Qingyin's eyes glinted fiercely as he clenched his fists. Although the high priest had warned him against engaging in battle, he deemed it worth any price if it meant keeping him away from Tangdang. Moonlight Commander? Moonlight Commander. Golden Retriever? Do not engage in combat here.
Su Mian Tang frowned.
She had witnessed the destructive power of 2 SS-class males before. It could easily raise the entire Jiuqing Villa district and result in casualties. However, the 2 males, poised in confrontation and ablaze with fury, seemed deaf to her voice. In exasperation, she raised her palm. A potent wave of tulip fragrance suddenly surged forth. It no longer bore the serene and healing essence of before, but was now laden with an overwhelming authority, effortlessly driving him from the villa, retracting his entire armored form. Was it an SSSS-class warning pheromone? The Moonlight Commander knelt on one knee, clutching his chest with one hand, his gaze cast downward at the rippling folds of his clothing. Confusion and disbelief swirling in his honey-colored eyes. Sister, you actually used a warning pheromone against him? Just as she had done that night in the City of Sin against those ruffians. Although it was merely a gentle wisp, not even qualifying as expulsion. The pain it inflicted was excruciating. The sister, who had always been gentle and indulgent, even when he had intentionally neglected to apply protective film and had been pseudo-marked, was now wielding a warning pheromone against him. She was genuinely angry. She truly intended to cast him away. Sister, I have hurt your feelings. In the hall, Su Mian Tang slowly retracted her hand, her gaze flickering.
Tang.
Are you alright? Jun Qingyin assumed her trembling was due to the intensity of the pheromone, anxiously checking her condition. The girl shook her head. I am fine. I truly am fine for you. She forced a smile to reassure him. Golden Retriever, you need not worry.
All right.
Jun Qingyin noticed her subdued spirit and wished to alleviate her burden, transforming into his beast form and quietly lying at her feet, keeping her company. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed second by second. Within the villa, silence reigned as if no one existed, while outside, dark clouds gathered ominously, the wind howled furiously, and blinding lightning intertwined with deafening thunder, akin to a colossal beast roaring. Before long, torrential rain enveloped the entirety of Central City. The small drone activated the external smart circulation system, sealing all doors and windows, and then flew back to the girl's side. Master, shall I deliver the Moonlight Commander's luggage to him? He has not left yet? She lifted her gaze slightly. No, he has been outside all along.
Su Mian Tang rose.
Standing before the window, gazing through the thick curtain of rain at the boy outside. He was utterly drenched, droplets cascading from his hair down his face, neck, and arms, ultimately flowing through his tightly clenched fingers. In a moment that felt surreal, the water appeared tinted crimson. The Moonlight Fairy gazed intently at her, her honey-colored eyes shimmering with tremors and pleading. Sister, I was wrong. Please, don't cast me away. Grant me a chance to amend my ways, one to you. I promise I shall never deceive you again. Sister, please don't send me away. I could never bear to leave, not even in death. Sister, it's so cold outside. May I come in? Faced with that familiar visage, so filled with desperation, she could no longer maintain her cruelty and turned her head aside, urging him to leave immediately. Very well. Little Honey pushed the intelligent suitcase forward, and upon reaching the entrance, She curiously tilted her head at a new kettle she had never seen before.
Oh,
Master, what is this? Is it also something belonging to the Moonlight Fairy Commander? Su Mian Tang approached and lifted the lid. A fragrant, sweet herbal aroma wafted toward her, revealing ingredients like red dates, ginseng, ophiophagon, goji berries, astragalus, and roses, all nourishing elements designed to invigorate the body and spirit. Chapter 148. All is lost. What was his purpose in all this? Suddenly, the image of a young boy transforming into a floppy-eared rabbit, curling up to warm her during her menstrual discomfort, invaded her mind. Moreover, he had sprawled over her desk. Nudging her hand with his ear, blinking his large eyes to capture her attention, he had tirelessly experimented in the kitchen. Tasting dishes solely to present the most delectable meals before her, he had brought home fresh flowers or small gifts every day, orchestrated drone performances to celebrate her birthday, and even donned a cosplay costume to serve her personally. The esteemed ruler of the Moon Comet Galaxy, the foremost commander of the interstellar realm, had gone to such lengths to secure her pheromones. Truly, what a convoluted effort. Little ear, it seems I have never truly known you, she murmured softly. Her words transmitted through the smart home system to the boy's intelligence core. His throat constricted with emotion, his voice hoarse. Sister, I'm sorry, truly sorry. Little honey, please deliver this as well. Understood. Moments later, little honey flitted outside. Moonlight Fairy Commander, here are your belongings and health tea. The master requests you leave and not return, nor let her harbor any disdain for you. The boy, whose identity had been revealed and who had been expelled by pheromones, cast away with his luggage, crumbled under the weight of those simple words laden with contempt. He longed for her to strike him, to scold him, to punish him, anything to release her pent-up feelings, but he could not bear the thought of her disliking him. What he craved most was her affection. But now, all was lost. A raindrop fell from the sky, tracing a path across his cheek, moistening his lips, warm and salty. The boy, with reddened eyes, turned away. Once the confident commander who believed he could master everything in this world, now revealed a profound sense of despair and helplessness. Su Mian Tang watched his silhouette fade into the distance of the Jiqing villa before slowly closing the window.
Tang Tang.
Jun Qingyin transformed into his human form and took her hand. Stay with me in the palace for a while? No, thank you. She shook her head.
IM fine.
Really, I must return to work tomorrow. I merely uncovered a fraud. It won't affect my life. You should rest early, too. Don't let me delay your duties. Before Jun Qingyin departed, he cast a royal barrier around the Jiqing villa. Although he had not practiced for long and could only control a limited area, it was sufficient to thwart the Moonlight Fairy's pervasive intelligence core from continuing to harass Tang Tang. Moon Comet, Rockefeller Castle. As Moonling played a game, she heard the announcement from a servant and excitedly cast aside her light brain. Brother is back. Brother, did sister-in-law bring me candy this time? She dashed outside, expecting to see a massive, magnificent mech, only to find him in human form, an exceedingly disheveled one at that. He was soaked, his hair clumped together, dripping incessantly. His honey-colored eyes devoid of their usual brilliance, his complexion pale, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Were it not for the familiar aura surrounding him, she might have doubted that this was her brother and instead believed him to be an emotionless clone. Brother, what's wrong? What happened? Don't scare me. Since childhood, her memories of him were of a carefree, spirited individual. He had faced countless S-class males from the Federation without flinching, never exhibiting the lost and dazed demeanor he bore now. What could have transpired? Was the Moon Comet Galaxy doomed?
Impossible.
She had been closely monitoring the interstellar situation. Aside from skirmishes between the Central Galaxy and the X-Galaxy, everything else had been clear, especially in the Moon Comet Galaxy. That was when she noticed the most unusual behavior from him in her lifetime, which had always occurred in Mian Tang's presence. Could it be that his identity had been exposed? Chapter 149. Cannot be without her. Surely not. Her brother's intelligence core was the most advanced and intelligent entity in existence. How could the heart-hunting plan he devised fail? Even if it had, surely he wouldn't react in such a manner. As she pondered, she watched him enter the castle and lock himself in the secret chamber. The last time he had done so, he had transformed into a diamond mech warrior to avoid harming others. Brother, what are you doing in there? Brother? Moonling initially thought he had merely gone in to collect himself, but he remained inside for 3 days and nights. For those 3 days, He neither consumed a morsel nor drank a sip, nor uttered a single word, remaining unresponsive to her calls and pleas, like a lifeless corpse. In the darkened corner of the secret chamber, the boy lay on the ground, fixated on the motionless holographic screen, his lips curling into a bitter smile that resembled a cry. He had implanted his intelligence core into every smart home device in their residence, infusing every gift he had given her with combat power. Yet the intelligence system had been replaced. His gifts had never felt her touch, cast aside as if discarded. Much like himself. Sister, do you truly not want me anymore? Didn't you promise never to abandon Little Ear? He looked down, despondently sniffing a pair of wristbands emblazoned with Little Ear's motif. The scent of tulips entirely dissipated, offering no solace to his frayed emotions. Frantically, he opened his suitcase, searching for any item that bore her scent, only to find an orange carrot roll out silently. Sister, wait for me at home after work. I have a surprise for you. That day, after sending the message, the response he received was, Little Ear, I have a surprise for you too. With trembling fingers, he picked up the carrot, clutching it tightly in his palm, large tears of regret cascading down. May I call you Little Ear? Happy birthday, Little Ear. You're so adorable, Little Ear. Your culinary skills are outstanding, Little Ear. What must I do to appease you, Little Ear? Please stay. I will take responsibility for you over the past few days. Her voice, visage, and presence, every smile and frown, had enveloped his mind, filling his heart. Yet, whenever he reached out to touch her, she would evaporate into thin air, as if she had never existed in his life. Sister, I miss you terribly. All along, she had faced him with the most sincere and forthright attitude, even believing him to be merely a lowly beast man. Yet, he had perpetually deceived her. Sister, I have erred. I am fully aware of my misstep, and I truly comprehend my fault. He buried his head deeply, suddenly bursting into tears, his sobs hoarse and stifled, akin to a forsaken creature steeped in despair. Sister, 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 dear sister. The once exhilarating spark of infatuation led him to believe it was merely an embellishment in the tapestry of life. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she had taken root deep within his heart, sprouting buds, unfurling leaves, blossoming flowers. When the time came for her to be forcibly uprooted, it felt as though his very flesh and blood were being torn asunder, as if his soul were being stripped away. The pain was unbearable, truly excruciating. On the first day of Yu Zhongxian's confinement in the secret chamber, Yuling cried out frantically from outside, and upon realizing her efforts bore no fruit, she resorted to sending video messages to Su Mian Tang, only to discover she had been blocked. On the second day of Yu Zhongxian's entrapment, Yuling enlisted the aid of her parents to persuade him, yet still, there was no response. By the third day, the entire Yu family, fearing for his safety, summoned martial warriors from the military, who forcefully blasted open the door with energy bombs. At last, a ray of sunlight pierced the dim chamber, filtering through the swirling dust, revealing a heart-wrenching scene. The boy lay sprawled on the ground, his gaze vacant, his complexion as pale as parchment, resembling one who had lost all vitality. She gasped in shock and rushed over, only to discover streaks of tear-stained sorrow adorning his face. Brother, have you been crying? The illustrious commander of the interstellar forces, a formidable presence on the battlefield, reduced to tears? For reasons unknown, witnessing this scene made her throat tighten, and she too felt the urge to weep. Brother, what has happened to you? What transpired to bring you to this state? Yuling, brother. Seeing him finally willing to speak, Yuling eagerly leaned closer. Do you truly believe I am invulnerable? Of course. You are the only SS-rated male combatant among the herbivorous faction, a natural mech warrior, the pride of our people. Nothing can destroy you. Yet why does my heart feel as though it might shatter? Wah. Upon hearing this, Yuling could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Brother, is it because Mian Tang discovered your true identity and is angry? It is all my fault for not revealing the truth to her. I will go and explain everything to her, plead for her forgiveness on your behalf. Uncertain how long she cried, before she could rise to take action, he stood up first. Brother, where are you going? To the Free Federation. The government? What business did he have with the government? Was he going to work? Yet. Judging by his current state, that seemed unlikely. Against the light, Yuling could not discern his features or expression, but she faintly sensed a thread of madness within him. Brother, what are you planning? Before she could finish her sentence, he vanished from sight. He desired. He could forfeit everything, but he could not bear to lose her. Central Star, Juqing Villa District. On the first day of Yu Zhongxian's departure, Su Mian Tang continued her routine, washing up, sleeping, eating, working, and returning home, all proceeding with impeccable order as if his absence had wrought no change. However, on the second day, after hanging her bag as usual, she turned and cheerily announced, "Little ear, I'm back." It was only upon gazing at the empty hall that she realized he had truly left. Yet, it seemed he had not entirely departed. She walked into the hall and beheld the boy grasping a ladle, his head peeking out with a smile. "Sister, wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon." She adjusted the thermostat to 24 degrees, retrieved some ice cream, and heard a discontented voice echoing in her ear. "Sister, eating ice cream while blowing air will give you a cold." She pulled out some documents, intending to review experimental data, but a cute floppy-eared rabbit leapt onto her. Nuzzling her hand with its long ears and blinking its honey-colored eyes, "Sister, please pet Little Ear." "Are the documents cuter than Little Ear?"
Sister.
"Sister."
Sister.
She vigorously shook her head, trying to dispel those voices and images. Habit, truly a terrifying thing. She turned, preparing to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Chapter 150. He thought she liked it. Upon opening the internal display screen, she was startled to see a massive leopard, causing her to instinctively retreat a step. Its round head, broad forehead, high nose, and short muzzle gave it an air of majesty, while its eyes were as deep as obsidian. Its coat was pristine white and fluffy, adorned with evenly spaced black and smoky gray spots, its body sleek and muscular, limbs gracefully elongated, and its bushy tail long and thick. At that moment, it sat at her doorstep, exuding an aura of noble elegance, a strikingly handsome figure.
Wait.
A snow leopard? Black eyes? Smoky gray spots? And this distinctive noble demeanor? Could it be? "Qin Yanzhou, is that you?" she inquired tentatively through the intercom. Hearing the small female voice, the snow leopard sprang to its feet, tail swishing with excitement. It was indeed him. She hurriedly flung open the door. "Why have you transformed into a beast? Surely your combat prowess hasn't diminished." Before she could finish her thought, he pounced on her with the swiftness of a phantom, licking her hair and face fervently, pressing his fluffy head against her neck as if desperately inhaling her pheromones, conveying his exhilaration. "Tang Tang, I finally found you."
Haha.
"Stop licking, it tickles." "Qin Yanzhou, cease at once." Su Mian Tang was overwhelmed by his heavy breath and warm tongue, causing her body to quiver with sensations. She attempted to turn and escape, but he seized her collar and yanked her back, forcing her to embrace his head in a bid to control his antics, only to be ruthlessly tossed aside. Realizing she had no other recourse, she reached out to touch his belly.
Indeed.
The enormous snow leopard froze momentarily before retreating to the corner of the room. Though he had transformed into a beast, his body remained sensitive, and Tang Tang nearly touched a very intimate area. Su Mian Tang rose, observing him awkwardly squirming into the small corner, his head slightly turned away in shyness. Unwilling to meet her gaze, she could already envision how flustered he must be. If he were in human form, his face would surely be flushed with embarrassment. Now he knows what it feels like to be bashful. She stood and adjusted her attire. What was with that earlier exuberance? He thought she liked it. This was how Chloe treated her. Each time, she would giggle joyfully, embracing it with kisses and caresses. He too yearned for such affection. Nice physique, isn't it? Su Mian Tang mused, a smile gracing her lips. In a bid to tease him for his earlier disobedience, she decided to playfully torment him, though her compliments were sincere. His body was long and agile, with muscular lines that flowed seamlessly. Each contour exuded strength and beauty. It was no wonder that many top-tier luxury cars on Earth drew inspiration from the form of a leopard. "May I pet you again? Pet her again? Where?" The mood of feline creatures is often discerned through their tails. Seeing him with his head drooped, body tense, and eyes darting, she assumed he was frightened, only to realize his tail was wagging furiously, almost fanning her into a chill. It seemed he was rather eager. Qin Yanzhou was torn between anticipation and fear. He yearned for her to play with him, yet he feared that if she elicited a reaction while he was in beast form, he might not be able to revert, leading to complications. From then on, Tang Tang would dread seeing him. Lost in thought, as the small female extended her mischievous hands toward him, he swept his long tail in a wide arc, ensnaring her completely. Su Mian Tang was taken aback. She knew his tail was long, but she had not anticipated it could ensnare her so thoroughly. With her hands and feet bound, she was powerless to resist. Her amber eyes darted. and she opened her mouth to bite the tip of his fluffy tail. Don't.
Tang Tang.
A warm, fragrant breath enveloped the tail in an instant, accompanied by an incredibly soft, moist touch. The little female, with her sharp teeth, gently nibbled and ground down. In that fleeting moment, the snow leopard seemed struck by lightning, its entire body collapsing languidly to the ground, surrendering to the tingling, electrifying sensations coursing through its being, tormenting it to the brink of madness. The girl, having regained her freedom, looked upon the majestic king of the snow mountains, now resembling a docile little kitten with a hint of pride. Yet soon, anxiety took hold of her. Qin Yanzhou, are you alright? Why does your body keep twitching? She had played with Enzo, Lon Lon, and the golden retriever's tails before. Yet none had elicited such a response. Except for Lu Silly's rather peculiar case. Could it be that his was akin to Lu Silly's? No, surely not. Qin Yanzhou lay on the ground, his body trembling in waves, and faintly, he perceived a white light before him. No, I'm fine. I'm just enjoying it. It surely couldn't be. Su Mian Tang shivered at her own wild imaginings, shaking her head, her cheeks flushed. She reached out her fingertip and poked his large head. You shouldn't have been so disobedient just now, daring to bind me with your tail. Do you realize your mistake? I do, he replied silently. Noticing his lack of response, she grew concerned and called for Xiaomi, intending to take him for a checkup. To her surprise, he resolutely refused to go. She tried soothing him with gentle words, enticing him with lollipops, even attempting to drag him forward by his paws, only for him to pull her into his embrace. Aren't you being disobedient again? It wasn't disobedience. Rather, he feared what the examination might reveal. Qin Yanzhou, have you lost your fighting spirit?
No.
The snow leopard shook its head. Is it because you're in heat? Again, the snow leopard shook its head. Then what is it? Why have you transformed into your beast form? Surely, you aren't intentionally playing with me? It had undergone differentiation. From an S level to an SS level. Initially, the doctors had predicted the differentiation would occur 6 months later. However, due to the delayed differentiation, the process would be exceedingly painful and agonizing. He had long since braced himself for it. Yet, unexpectedly, due to her pheromones, the date had been advanced, and the process exhibited no abnormal reactions. The sole symptom was his transformation into beast form, with no means to revert to human form through his combat power. How long this state would persist remained uncertain. However, it seemed that upon becoming a beast, his senses had heightened. He craved her intensely, becoming agitated if even a moment passed without her. Following the scent, he had sought her out. Su Mian Tang was about to inquire further when her holographic device lit up. Upon opening it, she found a flurry of messages from the Qin couple and others on the island searching for him. When she saw the crucial content, her eyes brightened with delight. Qin Yanzhou, you've differentiated into SS level.
Yes.
Congratulations. Mian Tang, since I differentiated into SS level, I feel as if I've awakened a new ability. Would you like to see? The snow leopard lowered its head, its pair of pitch-black beastly eyes gazing at her with anticipation. Chapter 151. He has gone mad. You want to showcase your ability? Su Mian Tang understood his intentions. Yes. The snow leopard nodded. Is it convenient here? If it was akin to the golden retriever's heavy pupil power, it would be manageable. But what if it was like Lamlin's crimson flame wings? Very convenient. Then let us proceed. She raised an eyebrow, eagerly awaiting the display. In the next moment he transformed, morphing into 2 snow leopards, then 3, 4, and finally 5. She rubbed her eyes, beginning to doubt her vision. Is this a clone? Indeed. He had awakened the ability to create clones, which could currently last for 2 hours at minimum. Once the differentiation was complete, the duration would extend. Wow, that's astonishing. Rather than marveling at the wonder, Su Mian Tang was more captivated. Just a single leopard was already enough for her to enjoy. And now there were 5. Too many to pet all at once. She affectionately stroked one leopard's head, poked another's tail, reveling in the joy of being surrounded by a cluster of beautiful large cats, completely oblivious to the fact that with an increase in numbers, the nature of her attention had shifted. The 5 robust leopards gazed at her with glimmering eyes, simultaneously pouncing upon her. Some sniffed her hair, others licked her cheeks, while a few tickled her sides with gentle nudges, and even her feet were not spared. Mian Tang, Mian Tang.
Me, Alminen.
Haha, that tickles. Don't come near, all of you.
Please stop.
Qin Yanzhou, no, stop it, it's too much. Su Mian Tang found herself utterly defenseless, pinned to the carpet and thoroughly toyed with. bursting into uncontrollable fits of laughter.
Wait.
Suddenly, an idea struck her. Qin Yanzhou, can your beast form create clones? What about your human form? It was merely a curious question, yet all 5 leopards turned beet red. It can as well. The previously proud CEO, who had been overly concerned about his earlier embarrassing incident aboard the battleship, silently lowered his head, contemplating, it won't happen again. Even if my true form is stimulated to faint, my clones can still continue.
Moon Comet.
Rockefeller Castle. In the Grand Hall, Moon Ling paced anxiously, awaiting her brother's appearance. But instead, she was met with an astonishing piece of news. In an instant, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. Not only for her, but for the entire Yu family, the Moon Comet system felt as if the heavens had crumbled. The Star Master, is actually. Moon Ling's first reaction was to seek out Su Mian Tang, but she was an SSSS-level female, a national treasure well protected, leaving her no means to gather any news. Even if she could, she wouldn't be able to meet her. Thus, she turned to Isfini.
What?
Isfini, who was in the midst of applying makeup, nearly smeared her eyeliner upon hearing the news. You mean that little ear is your brother?
Yes.
Your brother is too dark. The image of the cold, abstinent, and ethereal Supreme Commander she had long admired shattered completely. Instead, she felt a strange relief that he was not interested in her. Otherwise, with her intellect, she would have been turned into a plaything, laid bare for his whims. Isfini, what should we do? Your brother deceived Mian Tang. She will surely be upset. But given her soft and kind nature, she wouldn't go to such lengths as to block you out. Isn't there's some misunderstanding between them? I don't know. Moon Ling shook her head, on the verge of tears. I don't want to lose my brother or Mian Tang. Don't worry. I'll make a holographic video call to ask. At the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, Lab 3, Su Mian Tang was analyzing data when her holographic device suddenly chimed. Isfini? Your concert still ongoing? Why is she reaching out to me? Confused, she connected the call, only to see a little rabbit biting her lip. Eyes red and full of grievance. It's Moon Ling instinctively. She almost hung up, but upon hearing her sobs, her fingers froze. Woo woo woo. Mian Tang, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for hiding this from you. Come and hit me or scold me, but please don't ignore me or block me. In my heart, you have always been my best friend and sister-in-law. I never intended to deceive you. It's all right. Su Mian Tang shook her head. I no longer mind. No longer mind? That tantamount to severing ties? Upon hearing this, Moon Ling cried even louder. Nearby, a group of team members, hearing the female's cries, exchanged astonished glances. The leader has managed to make a female cry? And she's crying so heartbreakingly, as if wounded by love. Could it be that her charm has grown to such an extent that not only males succumb, but even the esteemed females are unable to escape its grasp? Su Mian Tang could only clutch her light brain and exit the laboratory. Mian Tang, please don't be this way. Both my brother and I acknowledge our mistakes. Especially my brother. After returning home, he locked himself in a chamber for 3 days and nights without food or water. Upon hearing the mention of 3 days and nights without sustenance, Su Mian Tang paused momentarily, her lips parting, yet no words escaped her. Who could tell if this was merely a facade? He was adept at such tricks. Mian Tang, my brother disguised his identity to approach you and deceive you. Which was indeed his fault. But he only did so to win your favor and harbors no ulterior motives. Please forgive him and grant him an opportunity for redemption. Would you?
No ulterior motives?
To capture an SSSS-grade female and bear a litter of offspring? With her potent pheromones, what else could it signify? These were his very words. Enough, Yu Ling. I do not wish to hear any more of this. Let us cease all contact from now on. As she spoke, the young woman prepared to disconnect the light brain. Yu Ling, sensing the impending disconnection, cried out, Mian Tang, you truly will not care for my brother any longer? He has gone mad.
What? He?
Yu Ling's face was a mask of urgency, her words tumbling over one another. This morning, he suddenly emerged from the chamber, claiming he had matters to attend to. I thought he had finally come to his senses, but unexpectedly, he destroyed his household registration, identification, and all personal records, and submitted his resignation to the federal government, declaring not only his departure from the Yu family, but also his expulsion from the entire Moon Comet system. The entire clan gathered, the parents, siblings, patriarch, all renowned gentry and high officials of the federal government, countless soldiers he once commanded, and even netizens from the Star Network tried in vain to dissuade him. It was all for naught, for his resolve was unshakable. Chapter 152, Loving You Above All Else. To sever ties with his family and the Moon Comet System? Su Mian Tang furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with confusion.
Why?
He the sovereign of the Moon Comet System? I don't know. But I overheard those who tried to persuade him say he was muttering to himself about leaving here. Could it be that you would no longer doubt my intentions? One sentence struck Su Mian Tang's heart like a tidal wave. Could he truly be attempting to demonstrate that his approach to her was not driven by her pheromones, nor the desire to continue his lineage, nor to expand the Moon Comet System? Had he truly lost his mind? She accessed the Star Network and beheld a newly trending orange-hot topic that overshadowed the fervor of war. The Moon Sovereign announces departure from the Moon Comet System. Breaking news. Below, the citizens of the Moon Comet System were in an uproar. I woke up to find the sky has fallen. What nonsense! This must be a rumor. It's true. The population inquiry official of the Moon Comet planet reveals there is no longer any data on Commander. Oh my heavens! What could have transpired that would compel the Sovereign to abandon his planet and his people? I'm in tears. Someone must have incited the Sovereign. Could it be that he was threatened? Who in the world could threaten the Commander? The Free Federation will stop at nothing to prevent this from happening. The Moon Comet System absolutely cannot lose its master. The citizens of Chubo are ready to welcome the Commander. The highest position is prepared. Don't speak of the highest position. If he could come to Blue Star, even a government change would be welcomed. Since you all are ready, Central Star should prepare as well. Mian Tang, you must not understand. My brother is the pride of the herbivorous species, the hope of the entire system. Since his adolescence, he has shouldered the rise and fall of a Yu family and personally established the Free Federation, ushering in a new era of prosperity for the Moon Comet System. I once asked him about his ideals. He said it was to protect the family, the system, and the people. Yet now, he has forsaken everything for you. I know you've been deceived and must be furious with him, but he truly loves you deeply, more than anything else. You must believe in him, all right? Watching the explosive discussions online and hearing Yu Ling's fragmented sobs, Su Mian Tang fell into a daze. Even if he was a master of deception, he could not possibly jest about such matters, could he? After work, she returned to the Jiqing Villa district. In a moment of distraction, she thought she saw a familiar figure flash past, but the speed was too great for her to discern. She initially assumed it was Qin Yanzhou come to find her again, but after waiting for a while, he did not appear. The following day, while feeding stray cats and dogs in the villa district, she suddenly heard a rustling sound from the bushes behind her. Turning around to investigate, she found nothing amiss. How strange. Researcher Su, what are you pondering? Professor Brenda approached, holding a stack of documents. I was just thinking there seems to be a thief lurking around my neighborhood. Su Mian Tang slightly regained her focus. It's nothing, Professor Brenda. What brings you here? He was a professor in the Department of Life and Neural Research, and their fields of expertise did not overlap. Professor Brenda smiled sheepishly. I have a favor to ask of you, if it's not too much trouble. Please go ahead. I'm currently conducting a lecture at the Delhi's kindergarten in Central City, and a portion of the content pertains to a new type of inhibitor. I would like to invite you to deliver a talk. Since this part of the topic is rather complex, I fear the children may not comprehend it or find it tedious. If you, as the founder of the new inhibitor, were to explain it personally, your youth and beauty as a female would surely captivate their attention and yield excellent results. Upon hearing the mention of children, Su Mian Tang readily agreed. She had always enjoyed participating in activities that assisted the elderly and the underprivileged, and it was a rare opportunity to do so here as well. Professor Brenda expressed his profound gratitude. In the afternoon, the two arrived at the Delhi's kindergarten, where the principal warmly welcomed them and guided them to the playground stage.
Wow.
The new female lecturer is so beautiful, like a fairy. Fairy sister. Fairy sister. Thousands of children clamored for Su Mian Tang's attention, some waving their hands, others shaking snacks in an attempt to catch her eye. Standing on the high stage, the young woman imagined their beast forms, all adorable cubs, and was instantly overwhelmed by their cuteness. Good afternoon, children. Could you please quiet down a bit and listen to my self-introduction? Sure. The chorus of youthful voices rang out in unison. My name is... Just as she was about to speak, an eerie and bizarre underground melody suddenly enveloped them from all directions, accompanied by a swarm of black robots resembling spiders rising from the surroundings, obscuring all sunlight. Their protruding abdomens bore a sinister red mark, menacingly threatening to drip blood. The terrifying music and the grotesque spider-like forms sent many children into tears. The principal and teachers were equally flustered, staring helplessly at the robots. What? What are these? Su Mian Tang had never encountered such a situation, but sensed an ominous presence.
Boom.
In the next moment, one of the black spiders hurled an energy bomb onto the playground. Su Mian Tang, almost instinctively, activated her pheromones to shield the children within the blast radius, saving their lives. It's a terrorist attack. A terrorist attack from Planet X. Protect the children, quickly. Only Professor Brenda, being older and having experienced the war between Central Star and Planet X, reacted swiftly. A century ago, a similar terrorist attack had occurred. At that time, on the interstellar battlefield, the situation was dire and at a stalemate. Planet X dispatched a contingent of energy robots to perpetrate acts of terror in central city establishments akin to kindergartens and hospitals, resulting in the tragic demise of countless children, leaving a painful lesson for the Central Star. However, with General Aslante's protective barriers now in place, how could they still manage to invade? Could it be that they had stealthily laid an ambush during General Aslante's period of injury? Professor Brenda, along with the principal and teachers present, activated their combat capabilities, forming a protective barrier above the playground in an attempt to fend off the attacks of the black spiders and shield the children. Yet, their strength was feeble in the face of the formidable energy blasts. It was insufficient to hold out for long. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mian Tang activated her holographic device, preparing to call for external assistance, but found herself met with a complete lack of signal. It was futile. They had already set their trap. The signals here had been entirely jammed, all entrances and exits sealed, and given the remote location, it seemed likely that this place could be obliterated without a soul noticing. As Professor Brenda spoke in despair, the protective barrier was breached, and a descending spider robot seized a child. Overwhelmed with fear, the child transformed into a lynx cub. But the spider robot's claws firmly grasped its forelegs, preparing to tear it apart.
No.
Su Mian Tang's pupils dilated to their utmost. In the next instant, she too was captured by a black spider.
Researcher Su.
A sharp pain surged through her, and as her body swayed, the figurine of the moon fairy, which had been dangling from her backpack, swung down. A clear, youthful voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Sister, I have infused this figurine with combat power. Simply press the button on the right side, and I will arrive at any time and place. Chapter 153. Moon Fairy, I salute you, Your Grace Su Mian Tang. Without hesitation, she pressed it.
Ding.
In an instant, the figurine radiated beams of brilliant light that dazzled the eyes. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The intelligent system sensed its owner's call for combat power and initiated automatic positioning. It detected that high-end attack protocols were in operation. Entering destruction mode, 001S bypassed standard security measures to infiltrate the system. 002S implanted a virus to infect both hardware and software. And 003S altered system data links and control pathways. Just as Su Mian Tang felt the blinding light piercing her eyes, she sensed the twisted spider leg that had gripped her suddenly halt its motion. On the vast playground, a chorus of astonished gasps and praises erupted.
Wow.
So cool. Teacher, look, it's a mech warrior, super handsome and incredibly stylish. The mech warrior has come to save us. She slightly lifted her gaze and beheld a colossal and magnificent silver mech overshadowing everything, the complete mechanical form of the moon fairy, the diamond mech warrior. Behind it were a pair of sleek and swift wings, glistening with metallic sheen under the sun, composed of hard, intricate, and exquisite alloy components. Icons of shields, energy hubs, and laser controls flickered on its chest, while its perfect and elongated form seemed meticulously crafted by an AI according to the golden ratio, seamlessly integrating elements of machinery, technology, and aesthetics, signifying unparalleled combat prowess. Wherever it traversed, the terrifying black spider robots either disintegrated into dust or fell like rain. Despite having seen numerous images and videos of its interstellar battles, Su Mian Tang was still awestruck by the spectacle before her. Sister, I have arrived. Without time to ponder, it was already before her. A cold mechanical hand gently gripped her waist, and upon contact with her delicate skin, it instantly warmed, while its sharply cold eyes radiated an intense glow, seemingly harboring boundless emotions. The speed at which it rushed was so swift it could be measured in milliseconds. Yet upon landing, it descended slowly, as if savoring the moment long yearned for. Professor Brenda stared in astonishment at the scene. In an instant, someone capable of controlling and annihilating all high-end intelligent robots, adorned with such a glamorous and striking mech exterior, could only be one entity in the cosmos, the sovereign of the moon comet system. As they gently touched down, a swarm of children joyfully rushed forth, surrounding them in a frenzy.
Ah,
Mech warrior, let me touch you. Thank you, brave mech warrior. Did the mech warrior come to rescue the fairy sister? The mech warrior is so handsome. The fairy sister is so beautiful. The mech warrior and fairy sister make such a perfect pair. Yet, one of the mech warrior's hands was larger than the fairy sister's waist. Amidst the clamor, the moon fairy released her, taking a couple of steps back.
then,
Placing a hand upon its metallic chest, it knelt on one knee, bowing before her. Since you claim we have never met, let us begin anew. Commander of the Moon Comet System, herbivorous SS-class combat power male moon fairy, I salute you, your grace, Su Mian Tang. As the words fell, the remnants of the black spiders, not yet completely destroyed, suddenly rose again, causing panic among the crowd who feared a new wave of attack. Ascending to the highest point in the sky, they then
boom, 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 boom.
burst into countless dazzling and resplendent fireworks.
Wow.
Such beautiful fireworks. Look here, look there, the sky is filled with fireworks, how romantic. Everyone gazed in awe at the grand spectacle, illuminated by the beautiful fireworks, while the moon fairy's gaze burned with passion as he looked at her. This sudden act of terror now felt like a celebration of their encounter. Not only had he eradicated the black spiders within the kindergarten, but he had also obliterated the robots deployed by Planet X elsewhere. Such a formidable ruler of the moon comet system, protecting the central star. Surely it was because of his admiration for researcher Su. Professor Brenda smiled, as did the other teachers and the principal, all with expectant faces directed at Su Mian Tang, awaiting her positive response and commendation for their heroic savior. However, to their astonishment, she displayed no expression and turned to leave.
Hey, researcher Su.
Sister. The moon fairy immediately followed, fearing her disdain, keeping a distance of 5 meters behind. As Su Mian Tang exited the kindergarten, he trailed closely behind, his massive mech retracting its wings and lowering its head, appearing as if it had committed some wrongdoing, both grand and yet forlorn. Passers-by frequently cast sidelong glances. This robot is incredibly handsome. Indeed, I've never seen one before. I wonder which company made it. How can the owner be so heartless as to ignore him? Su Mian Tang boarded the flying vehicle, and he unfolded his wings, closely following behind, his elegant form captured entirely on the surveillance screens. As Su Mian Tang descended in the Jiqing Villa district, he yearned to enter but halted abruptly upon sensing the barrier. This must be the precaution she had instructed Jun Qingyin to set up, to prevent him. Silently, he moved to a corner of the garden, crouching down, ready to wait as usual. Just as the sun set and night fell, the next morning, when the sun rose, she would emerge, passing by here to feed the stray cats and dogs, lingering for a full 5 minutes. Before long, he couldn't resist glancing up, stealing a last lingering look at her departing figure, before dejectedly averting his gaze. A few seconds later, as if realizing something, he suddenly lifted his head. Sister, the door is still open. This, could it mean? His gaze flickered with intensity, almost frenzied, as he charged forward, shattering the barrier and storming into the 4-story villa. Upon returning home, Su Mian Tang set down her bag, cast a glance at the figurines hanging above, and proceeded into the kitchen. She placed the pre-prepared ingredients into the cookware, programmed the various smart systems with the appropriate timings, washed her hands, and perked up her ears slightly. There was still no sound. Xiaomi master, I am here. I just forgot to close the door. Could you please shut it? With a hint of embarrassment, Xiaomi scratched its head with its antennae. Master, the door won't close. Why not? You'll see if you go outside. Frowning in confusion, the girl stepped outside only to find the majestic and imposing golden mech warrior stuck in the doorway, nearly unable to suppress her laughter. Chapter 154. A Home Invasion. Yu Zhongxian was utterly mortified. His wings and mechanical arms were wedged in the door. He couldn't advance nor retreat, fearing that activating his combat mode might damage the door, while transforming into his human form would risk annoying her. After a prolonged period of struggle, he was seen by her, his embarrassment palpable, wishing he could bury his face in his wings. Initially hoping for a fresh start, he was instead greeted by this embarrassingly awkward scene. Xiaomi flitted about in a panic. Master, why don't you give him a hand? Su Mian Tang crossed her arms, observing nonchalantly, with my strength, how could I possibly help him? She spoke. That melodious voice, which he had longed to hear for days, finally reached his ears. though it was not directed at him. A kick would suffice.
Kick him.
As long as it relieves her frustration, kick him as many times as you wish. Just don't kick him out. Yu Zhongxian gazed at her with urgency, only to see her subtly turn her head away, feigning ignorance. Indeed. Xiaomi spun around helplessly, squatting on her shoulder, lamenting, it's all because the master's house is too small. Before it could finish its sentence, Su Mian Tang swatted it away. She turned gracefully and walked back toward the kitchen. Isn't there a way to change forms? The murmured words, delicate as a whisper, reached Yu Zhongxian's ears, leaving him stunned for several seconds before he realized. Was that meant for him? Did she permit him to transform into his human form? Was she no longer angry or disgusted with him? In an instant, the colossal mech warrior's heart raced with exhilaration, his brain's display screen flooded with hormones. And he transformed into his youthful form, rushing toward her. Sister, sister, sister. Before Su Mian Tang could process the situation, she found herself pinned against the kitchen counter, with him leaning in as if to embrace and kiss her, prompting her to urgently use a spatula to block his chest. What are you doing? Maintain your distance. You're taking advantage. Yu Zhongxian pressed his hands against the cold marble, firmly trapping her, as if fearing she might escape. His honey-brown eyes burned with intensity, matching the fervor of his words. Sister, I miss you so much. I thought you really wouldn't want me anymore. You are the best female in the world.
Stop.
Su Mian Tang felt that if she continued to listen to his sweet nothings, she might just fall for him all over again. Yu Zhongxian, have you been lurking around the villa these past few days? Yes. So it was indeed him. She had suspected that someone so familiar with the terrain around her home could arrive so swiftly. He must have been stalking her. What do you want? To steal something? I want you. I'm nearly driven mad with longing. He could only hide and spy on her. Sometimes, the torment of yearning was unbearable, and he wished to burst in and take her away, to seize her and hide her away forever so that they could be together for eternity. Yet, the thought of her disdainful gaze and cold expression made him falter. I want to steal you. Su Mian Tang thought, sometimes excessive honesty can be detrimental. Why did you leave your family and the Moon Comet system? Because I wanted you to believe in me. Childish. Indeed, it was childish. But he felt utterly powerless. The corners of his eyes glistened with a hint of red, as if he were stirred by the moment. He could still stand here, converse with her, and hear her playful scolding up close. It was a dream he never dared to hope for. He knew he was despicable, shameless, and irresponsible. Yet, he could not control himself. As long as she could forgive him, he would not care if he became the villain of the entire galaxy. In his heart, there was only her. Without her, life felt utterly meaningless. Enough. Su Mian Tang observed his expression, gently tapping his chest with the spatula.
Step back.
Move aside.
Sister.
Upon hearing this, Yu Zhongxian's blazing gaze flickered, and he grew anxious again. What does sister intend to do? Is she going to abandon me again?
No.
Instead of retreating, he tightened his grip, holding her firmly, his countenance reflecting a blend of desperation and longing that made Su Mian Tang want to laugh. When was the last time you ate? I don't remember. He shook his head. He thought of her every day, his heart aching with longing, rendering him oblivious to hunger. Then why not step back? The food will be ready soon. Yu Zhongxian stood rooted in place for a while until he was finally pushed back, only then realizing she was cooking for him. She had not only forgiven him, but was also preparing a meal. Sister, let me help. No need. Do you even know what I'm making? Just wait outside. She turned and lifted the lid. The rising steam mingled with the tantalizing aroma, enveloping the girl's radiant and delicate face in a dreamlike haze. Yu Zhongxian feared this was merely an illusion. Yes. As Su Mian Tang switched spatulas and prepared to stir, she suddenly felt her waist encircled, tightly embraced, as if they were to become one. Sister, how can you be so wonderful? I'm sorry for deceiving you before. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes now. From now on, I will never hide or deceive you about anything. Otherwise, you can kill me. His voice trembled, yet was resolute, as if making a vow to a deity. Su Mian Tang fell silent for a moment before softly replying, I understand. That chapter had been entirely turned. Yu Zhongxian felt this too, overwhelmed with excitement, burying his face in her fragrant, soft neck, fervently inhaling her scent, calling out, Sister, sister, sister.
Wait.
What is it, sister? Do you know what has made me angriest during this time?
What?
His voice unwittingly grew faint. It's... The girl turned, delivering a playful smack to his forehead. You're 22 years old, for years my senior, and you still call me sister? How shameless can you be? Yu Zhongxian's lips curled into a teasing smile. Initially, he had only intended to disguise his identity. However, he became so engrossed in the role that he found it hard to extricate himself, even altering his manner of address. Sister, I only transformed into mech form when I was 18, so I'm only 4 years old this year. Have you ever seen a 4-year-old who is a cold-blooded killer? Your skin is thick enough. They're even thicker. He lowered his head, gently nuzzling her hair, his fervent eyes gleaming. Otherwise, should I call you little sister? My dear little sister, Mian Tang.
Stop.
Su Mian Tang felt her cheeks flush at his slightly hoarse yet intimate utterance of little sister, as if he were calling her a beloved. Let us stick with sister. After she finished cooking, the eager rabbit devoured the food ravenously, then patrolled the vast 4-story villa, as if on a reconnaissance mission. How come after just a few days, you've forgotten me? That is not the case. He marvels at the beauty surrounding him, the table and chairs, the flowers and grass. How could it be so enchanting? It evokes an infinite sense of longing within him. Previously, when he resided here, everything felt so justified, yet now, it seems infinitely precious, deserving of utmost cherishment. He picks up the handkerchief adorned with begonia flowers that the girl left on the table, bringing it to his nose to inhale its fragrance, only to be met with a powerful scent reminiscent of a wild beast.
Sister.
Before long, a small rabbit, its brows furrowed in distress, approaches with a pitiful demeanor and settles beside her hand. What is wrong? Did someone else visit while I was away? In just a few days of his absence, someone has dared to intrude upon their sanctuary? Indeed. Then why didn't he come today? He has entered a phase of differentiation and dormancy. Then his position remains unchallenged. In an instant, too long, snow-white ears sprout from the boy's head, as he nuzzles against her, desperately trying to rid himself of her scent. Scritch, scritch, let it all be gone. Ha ha ha, that tickles. So ticklish. Su Mian Tang laughs heartily as she strokes his furry ears atop his head. Let me touch them. Don't nuzzle me, haha. Is the little rabbit being good? Her voice, tender and imbued with affection, brings a hint of moisture to the boy's eyes. Sister, the little rabbit is not good. The little rabbit wants. With that, he lunges toward her. Hey, what are you trying to do? Su Mian Tang shifts her legs, inadvertently brushing against his, which triggers an immediate transformation into his mecha form. The grand and resplendent mecha warrior envelopes the delicate and gentle girl beneath him, creating a striking contrast in both size and color. Su Mian Tang has always been curious about whether he could. It turns out he not only can, but does so, with great flamboyance. Sister, I want. In his mecha state, his body temperature begins to rise, his voice deepening into a rich resonance. The thoughts laid bare on his cognitive screen send chills down the girl's spine. Think of something. His actions seem intent on causing her demise. Get up. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a flurry of urgent ringing can be heard from outside the door. Chapter 155, A Quiet Contest. The skies over Central City are ablaze with magnificent fireworks as countless citizens emerge from their homes to witness this spectacular sight, believing it to be a celebration of victories from the front lines. However, following an urgent investigation by the National Security Agency, it was revealed that the X-Planet had orchestrated a terrorist attack. According to investigations, after the X-Planet launched a toxic gas attack on General Aslanti in May, they secretly deployed a multitude of energy robots in various hospitals, kindergartens, welfare homes, and other places where the elderly, ill, and pregnant congregate. With the war now at a critical juncture and the military severely depleted, they initiated their operations to incite chaos within the nation, aiming to force a withdrawal from the front lines. Fortunately, the Lord of the Moon Comet System, Yu Zhongxian, intervened and successfully defused the crisis. Jun Qingyin received an urgent report during a meeting, and upon seeing Yu Zhongxian's name, his expression turned to one of shock. How could it be him? The rumor circulating on the star network erupted in a frenzy. The Lord of the Moon Comet System, saving Central Star from peril? Is this real? Absolutely. And some even claim to have seen his mecha form. Utterly stunning. Not even artificial machines can compare. Truly, the galaxy's foremost commander, instantly reducing countless energy robots to ashes. His combat capabilities are simply max. Thank you, Commander, for your assistance. I saw photos online. Do you require a planetary marriage? To foster harmonious relations between our planets, I am willing to wed. Attention, he is no longer the Lord of the Moon Comet System. By aiding Central Star, He may even seek citizenship here. Heavens, is there really such a miraculous turn of events? Could I be on the verge of success? Just imagine. With General Islani, His Highness the Crown Prince, and the Commander all in Central Star, who would dare to challenge us. Ah, the audacity. My moon comet system subjects have breached our defenses. We shall contend with you. Central Star. Quickly return our planetary lord. Does no one feel that since this year began, Central Star seems to be under divine protection? First, the war god resurrected. Then the Crown Prince restored to human form, and now the Qin Group S executive officer is generously funding armaments, with the galaxy's foremost commander intervening. How miraculous. Central Star must have a succubus, without a doubt. Could it be that this succubus is the legendary SSSS grade female? Wait. With so many top-tier combatants suddenly appearing in Central Star and offering assistance, it can't be just a coincidence. Ah, while you all are indeed formidable, you must not covet our supreme female. She is a treasure belonging to all citizens of the galaxy. The final comment quickly garnered over 1 billion likes and was pinned to the top. Jun Chengyin opened the photos from the incident. The first image drained the color from his face and constricted his pupils. In it, there was actually Tang Tang. Ding ding ding. The doorbell rang urgently, as if the visitor were about to burst in. Su Mian Tang gazed at the mecha rabbit hovering above her, nearly overheating, and raised an eyebrow as she approached the door. Sister, but I already. His voice faltered, trembling slightly, clearly in distress. Not listening again? All right, I'll go. Haha, threats are effective. The girl reached for a thermos beside her, taking a sip of water, her expression triumphant. Then, she fixed her gaze upon it, lost in thought.
How could it be more solid than it? Tang.
As soon as the door opened, Jun Chengyin was met with the sight of a massive mecha, his voice abruptly halting. It was him. Upon seeing him, Yu Zhongxian's body parts, which had been on the verge of overheating, instantly regained their composure. It was him again.
Who is that?
For several seconds, Su Mian Tang heard no movement and, curious, leaned her head out to find 2 SS-grade males fiercely confronting each other at the door. Fearing a brawl might ensue, she hurried over. Golden Retriever. Tang Tang, are you alright? Jun Chengyin rushed in, worry etched across his face as he looked at her.
IM fine.
Su Mian Tang shook her head, glancing at the boy beside her. He saved me. Jun Chengyin put the pieces together. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown up so promptly in Central City, nor would he have extended a hand to Central Star. Despite his distaste for him, he had saved Tang Tang. Nothing mattered more than her. He turned to the commander. Didn't you sever ties with the moon comet system? What are your plans now? Su Mian Tang raised an eyebrow, astonished at his shift in tone. Just a few days ago, he was calling him a fraud and a scoundrel. Now he is addressing him as commander? Your Highness the Crown Prince, you have 2 faces, don't you? Do not concern yourself, Your Highness. I will return to the Federation to plead for forgiveness and restore my original citizenship. Little ears, you've become quite polite. That's good. Fortunately, he had no intention of seeking citizenship in Central Star. He did not want to see another Yu Zhongxian appear so soon after Aslante's departure. Jun Chengyin silently tightened his grip on the girl's hand, as if they were a match made in heaven. Yu Zhongxian noticed this detail, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He casually walked over, taking the girl's other hand, leaning in slightly to whisper near her lips. I plan to deploy troops to X-Planet.
What? Su Mian Tang exclaimed in surprise.
He intends to send troops to X-Planet? He is not even a Central Star citizen. Could it be? Yes, anyone who dares to bully my sister, I shall eliminate one by one. With that, he placed a kiss in her palm, his demeanor lingering close, brushing against her temple, lightly nibbling her ear, brazenly and provocatively presenting himself before her, as if to taunt her. After the war, will you reward me, sister? Jun Chengyin's azure eyes narrowed, as if on the verge of unleashing the formidable power of his unique gaze at any moment. With triumphant news from the front lines signaling an imminent end to the war, he felt assured that his extraterrestrial counterparts need not concern themselves any further. He deliberately emphasized the words extraterrestrial, yet the Moonlight Fairy remained unfazed, her tone laced with sarcasm. Are you certain? I've heard that the leader of the X-Galaxy, Austin, has evolved to SS rank, awakening his telekinetic abilities and causing considerable trouble for the soldiers. Do you think he can control the orcs or the mechs?
Hey.
You too. Su Mian Tang looked down to see a male figure tightly embracing her waist while another subtly held her hand, guiding it towards his chest. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine. Why had they suddenly turned competitive? Noticing her impending reprimand, both the Crown Prince and the commander drew closer, their voices dripping with a clingy, almost childish affection.
Tang Tang.
Sister.
Su Mian Tang replied, "Today, we cannot release 2 pheromones simultaneously. It simply won't work." Chapter 156. SS-level combatant, the Serpent King, the Anaconda. At the Imperial National Academy of Sciences. "Please, I beg you, save my son. Please save my son." A distraught Mrs. Una pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "I'm on my knees, begging you. Madam Una, please get up. We simply cannot bear this." The onlookers implored.
Please.
"Our pleas are futile. The serum has run out, and we are powerless to assist." "What is happening?" Su Mian Tang had just finished an experiment and removed her protective gear when she stumbled upon the scene. A young female was kneeling on the ground, her face soaked with tears, cradling a child who appeared to be no older than 5. The boy was swollen and red all over, with blisters on his hands, his lips and eyes darkening with a purplish hue, clearly in a state of poisoning.
Researcher Su.
"You're here. Researcher Su, you must leave this place." Professor Mo Jean emerged from the crowd, intending to escort her away. But the desperate mother caught sight of Su Mian Tang and rushed towards her like a drowning woman grasping at a lifeline, clinging to her leg. "You're the one who developed the new inhibitor, the only female at the National Academy of Sciences, right? You're so capable. You must have a way to save my son. Please, I implore you. Please, rise," she urged, attempting to lift the woman, yet the mother remained steadfast.
No.
"If the Academy doesn't save my child today, I want to get up." What on earth is going on? A month prior, the government had seized a batch of invasive venomous snakes in the Star Realm. Due to administrative negligence, they had escaped into nearby waters. This morning, a group of children playing had been bitten, with an estimated total of around 80 victims. As these snakes were an invasive species, the hospital lacked the necessary antivenom for treatment and could only turn to the Academy for assistance. However, the Academy had depleted its stock, with only around 60 doses of life-saving serum available, prioritized for females according to national law, leaving the remaining 20 or so male cubs to face a grim fate. "Please."
No.
The mother nearly fainted at the mention of death, her eyes rolling back. "Please, I beg you, find a way to save him. He is only 4 years old. So precious. How can he die?" She thrust the child towards Su Mian Tang, resisting all attempts to pull her away, her sanity slipping. Is there really no way to ask for help from the extraterrestrials? All the smugglers have fled, and the source of the snakes remains unknown. Moreover, the defining trait of invasive species is their ability to rapidly mutate according to their environment. Even if the government intervenes, by the time they locate the serum and transport it, these children will have succumbed to the poison. They can last at most 3 more days. 3 days. Doesn't that just mean waiting for death? Su Mian Tang frowned and picked up the child. "Researcher Su, what are you planning to do? Can I attempt to use pheromones?" "Pheromones? That is indeed the most precious and rare remedy in existence. However, what is your level?" The mother, now in a state of panic, exclaimed, "My child is an A-level male. Then your pheromone level must exceed his. Furthermore, this child appears to be severely poisoned, his breathing already faint. If you misjudge the pheromone concentration, it could lead to a rapid influx of toxins into his heart, resulting in instant death." Upon hearing the latter half of the statement, Su Mian Tang immediately withdrew her hand. While she possessed SSSS-level pheromones, she had yet to master their application and could not afford to take risks. Is there truly no other option? None. The crowd despondently shook their heads. Within the Academy, only the mother's anguished wails echoed. After a moment, Professor Mo Jean suddenly lifted his head, as if struck by a thought, but after a brief sigh, he shook his head again. "What is it, Professor Mo Jean? Have you thought of a solution? There may be one individual who could save him, but perhaps it's best to let it go." "Let it go? That's not an option. Even if there's a 1 in a million chance, I would gladly trade my life for his." The mother, upon hearing this, rekindled her hope and grasped him tightly. Su Mian Tang also turned her gaze towards him. "Professor Mo Jean, please share your thoughts. There are not just this one child awaiting treatment, but over 20 others. If there is any hope, I will strive for it. That individual is the king of serpents in the Star Realm, the beast form Anaconda, recently evolved to SS-level combat strength. The antivenom derived from his blood can cure all snake venom in existence. Unfortunately, he hails from the X Galaxy. Is he currently in the X Galaxy?"
No.
"He is imprisoned in the Manchester prison, the most secure prison in the Central Star, housing the most dangerous and severe offenders. Is it possible to request his assistance?" Absolutely not. Professor Mo Jean shook his head. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Central Star inhabitants. To hear of this plight would only bring him delight in our misfortune, let alone extend a helping hand. Years ago, someone from the neighboring medical academy attempted to do just that, seeking to use his blood to create a universal antivenom. However, upon entering the prison, they emerged battered and mentally unstable, endlessly mumbling about how next time they would send in a female, hoping for a gentler treatment. Since then, no male has dared to approach him, and no female has ever ventured forth. Female?
Su Mian Tang murmured softly.
Yes, Professor Mo Jean nodded. Let it go. We have done our utmost. Researcher Su Yu. He raised his head and inadvertently caught her thoughtful expression, pausing for a moment, before his eyes widened with realization. Issuing a stern warning, Researcher Su, you must not entertain such thoughts. He is the most dangerous criminal in Manchester prison, with a vicious temperament, having taken countless lives. The female mentioned previously was merely toying with the medical academy personnel, not out of genuine intent. If you were to go, with such beauty, I cannot imagine what fate would befall you. Above all, you must not go. Otherwise, I will report this to the dean. Su Mian Tang thought back to how, since the last live broadcast incident on the spacecraft, they had begun threatening her directly with the dean. Rest assured, I would never go. Do not inform him. She smiled reassuringly at the distraught mother, then turned and returned to the laboratory to gather her things. Team leader, we have another set of experiments this afternoon. Why are you putting away the equipment? The experiment is temporarily postponed. Alan, you will accompany me to a location this afternoon. Where to? You will know once we arrive.
All right.
Alan replied with enthusiasm. As the first member of the group to be personally chosen to accompany the team leader on a business trip, he felt incredibly honored, almost wishing to document it in his resume. From the moment he learned of this, anticipation bubbled within him. During lunchtime, Su Mian Tang scoured the star net for information regarding the X star system, the Anaconda, and the Manchester Detention Center. The results were scant, revealing merely 2 lines. Tung Layson Esper, Beast Form Anaconda, SS-level combat power, incarcerated 3 years ago for brawling, resulting in multiple fatalities. Sentence: 100 years. Beyond this, his age, identity, profession, familial details, and even a photograph were conspicuously absent, as though he had only been recorded upon entering prison. Some netizens commented that he hailed from the X star system, yet this remained unverified. How should one approach such a figure? Perhaps. For hours later, in the tropical rainforest of Manchester, Alan gazed at the prison ensconced in millions of hectares of dense foliage, cloaked in a shroud of mist. Feeling an involuntary chill creep up his spine. Team leader, are you certain we haven't come to the wrong place? This is reputed to be the most heavily fortified facility in the Central Star, housing the most dangerous interstellar criminals, isn't it? What are we doing here? Indeed. Su Mian Tang nodded. This is the place. We have come to find Tung Layson Esper, hoping to extract some blood from him to save over 20 endangered children. Tung Layson? The legendary king of serpents. The #1 threat in Manchester Detention Center.
Alan,
who had heard the notorious tales of the mad doctor from the adjacent medical academy, felt his scalp tingle with dread, trembling slightly, nearly losing his footing. Team leader. Are you serious? He is an SS-level combatant and a violent criminal. Aren't you afraid? I am afraid, she admitted. Ever since childhood, she harbored a fear of cold-blooded creatures, especially snakes. The vibrant patterns on their scales unsettled her, and now she was about to confront the world's largest python species, the Anaconda King. Although she had never encountered one in reality, she had heard its fearsome reputation, akin to the creature in the film Anaconda, which could devour dozens with a mere flick of its tongue. Yet, thinking of the mother she had seen earlier, cradling her nearly lifeless child, and the 20 other such infants awaiting their fate, she steeled herself. They are merely cold-blooded beasts, not truly unfeeling creatures. I shan't be afraid. Team leader, you are incredible. Su Mian Tang's already lofty image appeared even more majestic in Alan's eyes, as if she radiated a golden, sacred light. Not at all. Su Mian Tang replied with a hint of bashfulness, retrieving a small orb from her bag. I have this. What is it? An aurora disk. In times of danger, it can be activated with pheromones or combat power, emitting a blinding light to obscure others' vision while facilitating a swift escape at double the speed of any current aircraft. I've heard of it. It's a priceless talisman. Only the wealthiest can afford. How do you possess such a thing? It was a gift. And indeed, it came from a top-tier magnate, a certain moneyed leopard. Fearing I would be bored during his hibernation, he sent a plethora of toys, all weapons for self-defense, all of military grade or higher. In Alan's mind flashed the image of the CEO of the Qin Group, the richest individual in the galaxy,
Who had appeared in the laboratory that day.
I understand. I have one as well, intended for you, but if you're afraid, I shall enter alone.
Wait.
Alan instantly regretted his words. I am not afraid. Team leader, if you, a female, are unafraid, what have I, a male, to fear?
Su Mian Tang smiled slightly.
Handing him the Aurora disc. If we succeed, we shall save the lives of over 20 children. If we fail, do not hesitate, just run. By the way, although I know it is unlikely, I must ask, he won't suddenly transform into beast form, will he? Of course not.
Alan.
Transforming in front of strangers in broad daylight would be no different than a pervert stripping in public. That is reassuring. Su Mian Tang nodded, feeling relieved. Other beast transformations were manageable, but his was truly formidable. Let us proceed. The two swiped their access passes and entered Manchester Detention Center. The on-duty guards scrutinized their identification photos, glancing repeatedly at Su Mian Tang. Feeling offended, Alan furrowed his brow. Excuse me, may we enter? Although it was understandable for the guard to admire the team leader's beauty, he had never encountered such rudeness, especially in the Central Star. Apologies. The guard rose, directing his attention back to Su Mian Tang. Esteemed female researcher, are you certain you wish to enter the prison? Indeed. To see Tung Lason Esper?
Yes.
Have you heard of his deeds?
Yes.
Both guards gasped simultaneously, exchanging glances. There is indeed someone unafraid of death. This male may die, but she is a noble female. And so beautiful. What if something were to happen? Should we notify the warden? How would we do that? Have you forgotten the warden was? Before he could finish, he closed his mouth, retrieving a document from the drawer. If you must meet him, please sign this first. Su Mian Tang and Alan leaned in to examine the paper. To merely visit a prison required signing a waiver of life safety. Once signed, the guard brandished a stun baton and guided them further inside. At this hour, the inmates were not in their cells but congregated in the activity area. Making it the most relaxed yet perilous time, caution was essential. As he walked, he advised them to be vigilant.
Su Mian Tang surveyed her surroundings.
Initially expecting the interstellar prison to embody a cyberpunk aesthetic, replete with high-tech and mechanical elements. Instead, it was quite primitive, almost an open-air setting. Perhaps due to its tropical rainforest location, the air was humid and oppressive, with distant sounds of impact and screams echoing through the depths of the jungle. Soon, bodies were being carried out, and the air was heavy with the stench of blood. This place resembled a slaughterhouse, more than a prison. In District 10, the activity area for serious offenders. How dare you crawl over my head, seeking death? This is exhilarating. Bring more, I want more. My leg. I have only 5 left. The air was rife with blood-soaked violence, chaotic darkness, and the stench of depravity. Here, the heinous nature of these criminals was laid bare. Their beastly instincts unabashedly on display. 0117. 2 researchers from the Imperial National Academy wish to see you, 1 female, 1 male, arriving shortly in the activity area. Suddenly, an electronic announcement cut through the clamor, halting the raucous atmosphere. Moments later, a cacophony of uproar erupted. A female? A female? A woman has entered the prison. From the academy again? The last one, a hamster from the medical academy, was so frightened she went mad. Who would dare come here again? Especially a female. Did she really heed our chief's words? Ha ha ha. Perhaps the government has sent her as a reward for us, knowing we are starved.
Boss.
The beastmen, sprawled across the area, leapt down, subserviently gathering at the feet of a man in the northwest corner. Boss, I've been starving for over a decade. What do you think of this female? Get lost. Before he could finish his sentence, a beastman behind him struck him heavily, blood pouring from his head. You filthy lizard. Do you think you deserve to mate with a female? Such a precious resource, and the boss hasn't even spoken. The deceased monkey. You cannot even muster the effort to lick. Are you unaware that the boss has always refrained from mingling with the fairer sex? Otherwise, with so many females queuing to be taken to bed, they would have all been filled with eggs long ago. The boss is uninterested? Then I, too, desire this female. I have heard that the females from the Central Star are exquisitely delicate, and the experience with them is entirely different. I want her. I want her. In no time, the narrow corner became crowded with people, hundreds of eager gazes converging in one direction. The man being scrutinized leisurely exhaled a plume of smoke, its swirling form slightly obscuring his sharply defined features. Do they all fancy her? A smirk curled at the corners of his lips, exuding an air of utmost swagger.
One by one, then.
Chapter 158. Transformed into beast form. Is it true? Splendid. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I shall go first. I shall go first. You, toucan. Get away. Don't open your mouth and faint the little female. I prefer them alive. Stinky crocodile. Do you think you are any better? Rough-skinned and tough. Don't fight. I will use my 44 feet to hold her down firmly. Ha ha ha, you understand me well.
Digne permis passage.
A crisp electronic notification echoed, and the gate to the free activity area swung open. The gathered prisoners turned their attention to the entrance, and upon seeing the newcomer, the cacophony of noise, violent clashes, and fearsome visages abruptly froze in place. What first caught the eye was a hand, delicate and pale, with long, finely defined fingers tightly gripping a metallic medical box. Ascending from there was a chillingly alluring white uniform. Worn by the male in front, it appeared as a mere lab coat, yet on her, it sculpted her alluring curves, igniting the imagination regarding the softness of her bosom, the delicacy of her waist, and the straightness of her long legs. Until one beheld her face. The little female's long, raven-black hair was tied high, cascading down to her waist, while her exposed visage and neck boasted skin so smooth and supple. It was blindingly white. Her luscious lips were a vibrant red, stunningly beautiful, contrasting sharply with her clear, amber-hued eyes. Both innocent and seductive, she was a sight to behold. Her presence here was akin to a pure white gardenia blooming amidst the dark, damp, and sin-ridden tropical rainforest. It felt out of place, yet was profoundly enticing. Inside the 11th block, silence enveloped the area. When faced with ordinary or slightly attractive females, this rowdy group of criminals would shamelessly engage in crude banter. Yet when confronted with such breathtaking beauty, they were rendered speechless, momentarily forgetting how to react. This deathly silence disturbed the man in the corner, the curling smoke from his fingers wafting through the air. He lifted his gaze to the girl at the doorway and found himself momentarily transfixed. Who would have thought that amidst the filth and depravity of this central star, a female such as her would bloom? Beautiful. Beautiful enough to incite destruction. The male, typically indifferent to the entanglements of flesh, suddenly found a thought sprouting in his mind. Even if her soul were tainted, this perfect body was certainly worth the dalliance. Play, and then cast aside. A smear of crimson was crushed beneath his fingertips as he rose from the cold stone wall. Researcher Su, you have arrived. Please be careful. The prison guard opened the door and turned to remind her. Despite having served here for many years and witnessed countless acts of violence and bloodshed, he still felt a pang of reluctance at the sight of her entering. After all, she was a female and so extraordinarily beautiful. If she were to provoke tongue lesson, one could only imagine the consequences.
All right.
Su Mian Tang nodded, casting her gaze into the activity area. She immediately spotted the most striking figure among them. A tall man leaned slightly against the narrow corner in the northwest, a cigarette dangling from his fingers. He appeared to be nearly 6'3", with a buzz cut, his coarse black hair glistening. His deep-set eyes and chiseled brow were sharp, as if capable of inflicting harm with a mere glance. A tattoo snaked down from his left ear, spreading across his neck like a menacing serpent, disappearing beneath his collar. His skin was sun-kissed, his prominent atoms apple-sharp and seductive. He wore nothing but a simple black tank top, paired with loose-fitting work pants. This unadorned appearance only served to accentuate his rugged musculature, broad back, and excessively long legs, exuding an unabashedly primal male allure. My goodness! Is this what the females speak of when they mention palpable sexual tension? As a fellow male, Alan couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of such a man. It suddenly dawned on him what the previous female he pursued meant when she claimed to dislike bookish types like him, as they bore no resemblance to real men. When the little female's starry, vibrant eyes met the stunned prisoners, they erupted into a frenzy, all fixating on her with ravenous eyes, saliva pooling on the ground without them even noticing. To hell with it. I've lived for over 300 years, traversed the stars, and never have I encountered a female so exquisite, simply stunning. He spoke as if under a spell, trembling as he reached out, as though he were already touching her. I wish to tear her uniform to shreds. The centipede beastman's limbs stiffened, while the crocodile beastman licked his lips. Good heavens, she is so beautiful, so fair, so tender. I expected this female to resemble the old and unattractive males from the medical academy, but she is so young and lovely. Could she possibly be newly born? Surely, she cannot be the daughter of Queen Jenny? She is far more beautiful than Queen Jenny. I can hardly contain myself. I want to pounce on her right now, and suddenly, the desire to share with you all vanished. I wish to indulge in this delicacy alone. You think you're worthy? The boss has arrived. The boss. Tung Lesson slowly emerged from the crowd, his muscular arms crossed over his chest, meeting her gaze. His pronounced Adam's apple bobbed as he concealed a glimmer of disdain and contempt behind a lazy smile, exuding the allure of a perfectly disguised venomous serpent, waiting to see his prey, just like all the females who had encountered him before, displaying joy and desire, eager to leap into his arms. However, in the brief moment their eyes met, this little female averted her gaze. It was not the typical coyness or feigned modesty of other females, but rather the indifference one might show towards a flower, a blade of grass, or a roadside creature. Calm and unperturbed, her attention drifted to the surrounding beast men, seemingly in search of something that piqued her interest. The man's jaw tightened, a hint of icy resolve emanating from him. She is simply too beautiful. I cannot contain myself. I'm going in. A long-armed gibbon beastman's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out, poised to leap towards the girl. With a resounding thud, he was thrown against the wall, his skull cracking open, resulting in instant death. The crowd gasped, glancing nervously at the expressionless boss, a chill running down their spines as they hesitated to make any further movements. Boss, wasn't he agreed that we would take turns? Serves him right. Did he not see how beautiful this little female is? Even the boss has made a move. Indeed, few can inspire such action from the boss.
No worries.
Boss can play first. Once he's tired of it, we shall take our turn. With the boss's formidable combat prowess, I fear this delicate little female might faint.
Alan.
Having never witnessed such a gruesome scene, was thoroughly terrified. Team leader, did you just emit pheromones? No, I did not. Seeing a living person meet such a tragic end before her eyes, Su Mian Tang's expression changed. Fortunately, she had encountered enough horrors on her way here to refrain from gasping in shock. She was searching for Tangleson Esper. But why aren't the criminals wearing prison uniforms or bearing identification numbers? The inmate she sought stood directly opposite her, in the most conspicuous position, his sharp and elongated brows slightly furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. Ever since he evolved into an SS-level being, he had awakened a unique ability, telepathy. He had yet to employ it until this moment, yet he felt a peculiar itch to do so. When he raised his head, he heard the thoughts of the girl. Where is Tangleson Esper? He chuckled. To seek him out without even recognizing him. How amusing. He would ensure she became well acquainted with him. A sly smile curled at the corners of Tangleson's lips as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. I am right here. As his words fell, Su Mian Tang turned towards the sound and beheld a colossal python, suddenly rising from the ground like a towering vine, swiftly obscuring all light above the heads of the crowd. Its body was adorned with intricate and vibrant dark clouds, thick enough to rival several persons, and its forked tongue flicked out like a sharp trident, its pair of vertically slit serpent eyes glimmering with a ghostly green light, now gazing intently at the small female below. Most notably, it was a two-headed snake. Wow. The boss is so handsome. The boss is stunning. I want to be the boss's little brother for life. Around them, a throng of beast men, upon witnessing such a magnificent and imposing beast form, expressed their admiration and reverence, some even kneeling in loyalty. Even Alan was left dumbfounded, unable to divert his gaze, marveling. Indeed, the humanoid form was handsome, but the beast form was even more so. Meanwhile, the only small female present, and the sole human being, was fixated upon by the enormous python, waiting to display her astonishment and flattering admiration. In an instant she fainted. What a freak. Tangleson? Why are his two heads unlike those of other snakes? Tangleson? Chapter 159. She cannot leave. From the outset, she harbored intentions towards the male. How lewd! Almost deceived by her pure and innocent exterior. Indeed, this aligns with the essence of the Central Star people.
Researcher Su.
Team leader. The guards and Alan were taken aback. The inmates were also bewildered. How could she have fainted? We haven't done anything yet. Could it be that she was overwhelmed by the boss's beastly handsomeness?
Ha ha ha. Quick.
Take her to the rest area. The guards hurriedly set up protective barriers and locked the door again. As the four figures gradually vanished from the 11th district, The group of inmates grew anxious, wishing to rush forward and seize her, yet wary of the fate of the recently encountered long-armed ape. They all turned their gazes towards the Python King. "Boss, she's gone." "Boss, should we go retrieve her?" "Boss, I'm fast. I'll go grab her." "Me too." "We cannot let such a delectable morsel slip away." The giant python gradually reverted to its human form. Its dark green serpent eyes narrowed as it gazed intently at the slender and delicate figure, its ethereal voice laden with a sense of predation. She cannot leave. Having stepped into his forbidden territory, only death awaited her. What to do? The guards anxiously looked at Alan, contemplating whether to call for the administrative prison doctor. No need. Alan, fearing for her safety, could not wait another moment and reached out to pinch her philtrum. 2 seconds later, the girl opened her eyes, gasping for breath. Her heart racing like thunder. "Team leader, are you alright?" She is in a lot of trouble. Usually, upon seeing a snake the thickness of a rope, she would leap 3 feet high in fright, yet just now she had seen a serpent several persons thick and dozens of meters long, flicking its tongue, adorned with patterns. And it was a 2-headed super python. 2-headed. Why is he 2-headed? Alan? Who is 2-headed? He wore a puzzled expression. The 2 guards also failed to comprehend what she was saying. Didn't he say he wouldn't randomly transform into beast form? Alan scratched his head awkwardly. Perhaps he is a bit of a freak after all? But didn't you also say you weren't afraid? Su Mian Tang. Though Tangleson was cruel and violent, making him hard to decipher, he was not perverse like some inmates. Today was also the first time he had transformed into beast form. It seemed like he was showing off. One guard furrowed his brows, while another brought a cup of water, offering it to her, starting to persuade her to leave. Otherwise, "Researcher Sue, perhaps you should take your leave? Transforming into beast form might be the gentlest fright in this prison." Alan, too, looked worried. "Team leader, can you hold on?" Su Mian Tang slowly rose, massaging her temples. "He is human, not a python. He is human, not a python." She repeatedly reassured herself, and after a few minutes, she stood up.
Fine.
The best way to overcome fear is to confront it. Noticing that the group had not stirred for quite some time, Tangleson was about to unleash his combat power to retrieve her when he saw the little female returning. They had all been frightened into fainting. Her small face was as pale as paper. She had the audacity to come back? Could it really be, as they said, that she wasn't fainted from fear? After all, even before losing consciousness, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of him. She's back. She's back. Ha ha ha, I told you. No one can resist the boss's magnificence. Heavens, her lips were somewhat pale, shattered and fragile, making one feel an overwhelming urge to dominate her. What to do? A group of inmates buzzed with restlessness, while Tangleson sat in the center, arms outstretched, casually resting on the bench, his long fingers rhythmically tapping against the stone slab, as if he were awaiting something. "He is human, not a python. He is human, not a python." The girl, who had repeated this in her mind 1,000 times, flashed back to the moment she saw the man. He is a python, not a human. The best way to conquer fear, after all, was to evade it. She immediately turned her head away. This overtly obvious action perfectly validated the man's thoughts. Shy?
Ha.
Su Mian Tang took a deep breath and walked toward him, trembling as she extended her hand. "Hello, I am Su Mian Tang, a researcher from the Imperial Academy of Sciences." Though she spoke to him, her head was bowed, her eyes fixed on the ground, a few strands of dark hair slipping from her temples, slightly obscuring the flickering light of her amber eyes, enhancing her pale visage with an air of pure innocence that evoked a sense of pity, causing the man who had been staring intently at her to narrow his deep-set eyes slightly. He had always detested others employing beguiling tricks. Yet he could not deny that her appearance was indeed captivating, both fearful and desirous, both fragile and greedy. Her voice was soft and gentle, her snow-white fingertips trembling, provoking a ruthless instinct within him to destroy her utterly. "Cotton candy?" His deep voice carried a hint of teasing swagger, prompting a round of laughter from the surrounding inmates. Su Mian Tang remained unfazed, directly stating her purpose. "Mr. Esper, over 20 children in Central City have been bitten by invading venomous snakes, their lives hanging by a thread." "What does that have to do with me?" Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted her. "I've heard that your blood can produce a universal anti-venom serum. I hope you can lend a hand and save these children." "Lend a hand?" The man suddenly laughed, a rich sound reverberating through the air. Yet his dark green pupils were chillingly cold. Indeed, the Central Star inhabitants are selfish and despicable, delighting in treating others as mere reservoirs of blood to save their own lives. The loathing within suppressed the surging desires that threatened to erupt. Prior to her arrival, Su Mian Tang was acutely aware that he would not acquiesce easily, and thus had prepared herself well in advance. I apologize. This may be somewhat presumptuous. However, we only require 300 cc of blood, well within the permissible limits for a mature male's donation, and we shall offer you a substantial reward in return. A reward? Yes.
Su Mian Tang nodded.
If you can successfully save the lives of these 20-odd children, according to Article 368 of the Central Star Penal Code, it constitutes a significant contribution, warranting a reduction in your sentence.
Ha ha ha.
Ha 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 ha. This time, before he could respond, the surrounding prisoners erupted into laughter, doubling over in mirth, leaving Su Mian Tang perplexed. For a prisoner, is not the greatest temptation the prospect of regaining freedom? Tung Lezin curled his thin lips, retracting his hand from the bench, regarding her with an air of leisure. I have only just arrived. You expect me to leave? Su Mian Tang. Only just arrived? Could it be that he is hiding from pursuers, or has debts to evade? He is an SS-class combatant. There should be no fear of being hunted, which leaves the latter as the only possibility. If you are unconcerned about your sentence, monetary compensation can be arranged. Monetary compensation? How much? Beside her, a particularly avaricious owl beast man leaned in with curiosity. How much do you desire? Her tone was light and carefree, suggesting an abundance of wealth, prompting incredulous laughter from the gathered beast men. What a boast! How could such a small female possess any significant wealth? The rewards within the system are notoriously meager. I wager it does not exceed 100,000 star coins. No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Mian Tang activated her holographic device, her card chiming coldly as a mechanical voice announced, "Your card balance is 99,999,999,999 star coins." A long string of astronomical figures left all present in stunned silence, their astonishment palpable. Who is she? How could she possess such wealth, even maxing out a bank card? Is she intending to support our leader? Surely this cannot be real. Can a bank card even hold so much money? I believe she is merely bluffing. If you doubt it, I can have the bank deliver the funds here. Su Mian Tang glanced at Tung Lezin, initially seeking his approval, but in his deep green gaze, she discerned curiosity and mockery, everything but greed. I had no idea I was worth so much. Unfortunately, I have no affinity for wealth. What then do you desire? She regretted her question as she saw the lazy, lingering gaze he cast upon her, laden with implications.
Lust.
If you wish for my blood, you must first take your place atop me. He reclined once more upon the chaise, an aggressive glint in his eyes, his long legs carelessly splayed. Even in the loosest of work trousers, he remained an arresting sight.
Ah!
The surrounding prisoners immediately erupted in cheers, relishing the sight of a beautiful, noble female being toyed with, pleading for mercy. Chapter 160. Slap him twice. You all. Utterly shameless. Never have I encountered such a disrespectful male towards females, Alan seethed, clenching his teeth, his scalp prickling with rage, wishing to confront them, but halted by the dismissive glance from the man. No matter how exceptional, he was merely an A-class male. Under the might of an SS-class combatant, a mere look could reduce him to ashes, much like that long-armed ape. What? You? A mere little crane. Wish to contend with us? Are you tired of living? Shameless? This is merely the beginning of shamelessness. After spending so long in prison, I see this male is rather delicate. Hyena, are you not the one who delights in targeting the vulnerable? What do you intend to do? Stay away. As they advanced menacingly towards Alan, Su Mian Tang interjected. Her previously clear, polite, and slightly apologetic tone now bore an imperceptible chill. Is there no alternative? Alternative? Tung Lezin regarded her, his fingers rhythmically tapping the chaise. Suddenly, a raucous commotion erupted from the southeastern corner of the activity area. Prisoners from Block 10 were released for fresh air. Go summon that one in the yellow shirt and have him kneel before me, bowing thrice. The crocodile beast man stared wide-eyed. The leader of Block 10, an S-class combatant, while certainly inferior to our leader, was tough, having withstood numerous beatings without yielding, let alone coming to kneel and bow. An absurd notion. Centipede beast man. His beast form is that of a great bear, stained with the blood of countless victims. I fear that if you approach, you may end up with your heart ripped out. Lizard beast man. Seize her card to prevent her from exercising her monetary prowess.
Come now.
Tung Lezin's voice was lazily indifferent, as if he had not considered that she might choose the latter. Yet, No sooner had he spoken than the girl turned and strode purposefully towards the southeastern corner.
Gasp.
An audible intake of breath rippled through the crowd, as the man's inscrutable pupils narrowed sharply. She would rather march towards certain death than comply. Just moments ago, she had been shy, trembling with excitement at his thoughts. What could she possibly be contemplating? Almost uncontrollably, he began to assess her combat prowess, only to stifle the impulse. He was keen to observe just how long she could endure, and how soon she would be crying out for his aid. "Leader, please don't go." In Alan's eyes, this was akin to emerging from a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. The prisoners from Block 11 were equally bewildered. Has she lost her mind? Their leader is so handsome. Why would she not want him? Why seek out that hideous bear? Surely something must be amiss in her mind. I bet that as soon as she repeats the leader's words, the bear will make short work of her, leaving her in a pitiful state. No, such a beautiful female should not perish. The bear is an S-class beast man. They could hardly withstand him, leaving only their leader capable of handling the situation. The monkey beast man furtively glanced at the man, who was fixated on the girl's figure, his gaze profound and inscrutable. Su Mian Tang approached the southeastern corner not because she would acquiesce to the first demand, but rather, she had not yet devised a plan to compel the leader of Block 10 to kneel and bow. However, upon noticing the black dice box he held, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. "Hello." She stepped forward to greet him, and the prisoners of Block 10 gasped in astonishment, some so overwhelmed that they fainted. How could there be such a stunning female? Even the usually indifferent bear was momentarily captivated. "Who are you?" Yet he quickly regained his composure, glancing at the man lounging lazily on the bench, arms crossed, observing the scene with interest. "She has come from the Anaconda King? Could it be that she has devised another scheme to ensnare him? Do not waste your efforts here. I have no interest in females. Can you roll dice?" Su Mian Tang interrupted him, and laughter erupted around them. "Ha ha ha. Of course. Our leader is the king of gambling, unmatched across the cosmos." The bear, flattered, pridefully picked up the dice box, shaking it with a flourish, reciting the mantra of 6 ones, before unveiling the lid to reveal the truth. Indeed, it seemed to be his greatest source of pride. "Do you see?" "I see." Su Mian Tang nodded, noticing his slightly trembling ears. It turned out he relied on his hearing. "I have a friend who can do the same. Why not have a round?" "What?" The great bear expressed skepticism towards his own ears. "Is there anyone in this world bold enough to gamble against him? Absolutely reckless. Your friend, could it be the Serpent King?"
"No."
"Where is he then?" "He isn't here." "But that doesn't matter. I can send a holographic message."
Ha ha ha.
The great bear thought she was jesting, as rolling dice and guessing numbers relied heavily on sound. Without the friend present, how could they play? Nevertheless, since she proposed it, he was certainly up for the challenge. In this vast cosmos, there was no game he couldn't win. "You may wager, but there must be stakes if I win you." He pointed at her, his eyes reflecting a long-held resentment and indignation. "You will go over and slap the Serpent King twice." Su Mian Tang wondered what enmity lay between them. Very well. In the distance, a man with arms crossed casually heard their exchange, his deep gaze slightly dimmed, especially since she had agreed.
Ha.
His gaze inadvertently fell on her delicate, fair hands. "Su Mian Tang. And if you lose?" "I cannot possibly lose." "So, if you do lose, you intend to cheat?" "Of course not. When it comes to gambling integrity, I dare say I rank second, never first. If I lose, you may do with me as you wish." The great bear waved his hand dismissively, never once considering the possibility of defeat, especially to a mere female. "So, who goes first?" "Naturally, it should be you. I am quite curious to see what extraordinary abilities your friend possesses that allow him to guess the numbers without being present. 6 sides, if he can guess 4 correctly. You win." "Very well."
Su Mian Tang smiled.
"Does that mean she is guaranteed to win?" She glanced at the medical kit in her hands, envisioning it filled with the precious essence of snakes. "Let us begin. Meerkat, roll the dice." "Certainly, Chief." As they rolled the dice, Su Mian Tang opened her holographic communicator and accessed a contact in her messaging app. Chapter 161. Little Marshmallow, what level is your pheromone? In the cabinet, during the highest administrative meeting, Jun Chingyin was reviewing newly proposed laws when suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding dong. The ministers exchanged puzzled glances. During meetings, all devices were silenced. Only emergencies or special notifications would trigger a sound. Who could be of such particular concern to the Crown Prince? They watched with keen interest as the youthful heir beaming with joy, opened his communicator, fearing a delay might cause the sender to fret.
Tang Tang.
How rare for her to message him during work hours. Golden Retriever. I am playing a dice game with my colleagues. Could you assist me? The wager is 10,000. If I win, I will treat you to a meal.
Rolling dice.
He understood her intention immediately. All right.
Stop.
At the moment Su Mian Tang called for a halt, the meerkat slammed the dice box onto the table. And the great bear had already discerned the numbers within, his eyes gleaming with triumph. He was certain of his victory. He could hardly wait to witness the proud Serpent King being slapped by a petite female. It would be utterly exhilarating. Wait a moment. The girl waved the meerkat aside and, just before initiating a video call, turned to the bear beast man. From now on, the numbers inside will be the standard. Any use of combat skills to cheat is prohibited, otherwise I will know. Humph. The great bear sneered. Are you questioning my integrity in gambling? I, Bear 3, despise the shameless cheats most. Su Mian Tang, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted her gaze and opened the video call. In just a second, Jun Qingyin utilized his unique insight to see the numbers inside the box. The video was swiftly disconnected. He noted the numbers. 111234. Su Mian Tang lifted her screen and presented it before Bear 3. Is this it? Certainly not. Who would merely glance? Before Bear 3 could finish his confident retort, he saw the numbers and was struck dumb, rising in panic. How is this possible? Who is your friend? He had painstakingly honed his skill of discerning sounds for years to become the gambling king, never imagining there existed someone who could guess the numbers inside the box with just a glance. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Even the god of gambling would lack such unreasonable prowess. I will tell you later. I need to know now. You should be willing to accept the wager and fulfill the terms. Bear 3 clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury as he gazed at her. And after a long pause, he gritted his teeth and asked, What do you want me to do? After Jun Qingyin sent the numbers, he waited a moment, sensing something was amiss. The entertainment facility in the academy is rolling dice? How peculiar. He glanced once more at the numbers, suddenly realizing something. Rearranging them revealed 131,421. Phonetically, a lifetime of love for you. Tang Dang was not merely playing a game with colleagues, she was confessing her feelings for him. His heart raced with excitement. Blood surged, and his mind blanked out. He yearned to rush over and embrace her in return. He loved her. Very, very much. He discarded the legal documents and frantically typed in the dialogue box. 04592, you are my greatest love. 20609, loving you eternally. 04551, you are my only one. 5452830, I think of you at all times.
I want you.
Su Mian Tang slightly turned, glancing towards the 11th prison sector. In the northeastern corner, the robust and imposing great bear suddenly stood, baring his teeth in a menacing snarl, glaring at the petite and delicate girl before him as if he could devour her whole at any moment. Meanwhile, she bit her lip, looking at the man as if seeking rescue. Tung Lezen's lips curled into a cynical smirk. What's this? Have the tactics of feigned retreat backfired? Finally remembered to seek his aid? But this alone is not enticing enough. He flexed his wrists slightly. The prisoners in the 11th sector shared similar thoughts, watching the scene with bated breath, fearing that in the blink of an eye, she would be devoured. Alan, unable to hold back, was about to rush forward. But, unexpectedly, the next moment, the great bear dashed over like a whirlwind, swiftly kneeling before Tung Lezen, repeatedly knocking his head on the ground. A chorus of jaws dropped. The sound of breaking jaws echoed. All present, including the guards, stood in stunned silence, unable to believe that Bear 3, who usually bore all wounds and never bowed to the Serpent King, would kneel and apologize because of a few words from a petite female. Who is she? What has she done? Tung Lezen's lips froze momentarily. His inscrutable gaze did not linger on Bear 3 but instead focused on the girl behind him. She approached him, carrying the medical kit, leisurely walking toward him. It seemed like their eyes met for the first time. In the air, invisible sparks collided and erupted. He finally saw that her pure and clear gaze held no trace of pity or fear, only boundless calm, so serene that it was impossible to discern her thoughts. Uncontrollably, he activated his mind-reading ability. Dear Mr. Esper, may I inquire if we can commence blood drawing now? The little female's eyes sparkled with joy. Her demeanor gentle and courteous, yet inwardly, she thought, is it time to draw blood? You lecherous python. Humph, hypocritical little female. Am I the lecherous one? It is uncertain who it is, yet upon their first encounter, A sense of intrigue envelopes him. What are you staring at? Those two green orbs glimmer ominously, instilling a sense of dread that raises goosebumps all over. Surely, he wouldn't transform into a two-headed python to frighten her again, would he? It turns out that her previous fainting, shyness, and trembling, her inability to meet his gaze, were not born of affection but rather sheer terror. The man's gaze darkened, concealing a glimmer of intrigue within its depths. Fascinating. But a two-headed creature? We should expedite the blood draw, lest he change his mind once more. Su Mian Tang swiftly set down the medical kit and extracted the blood sampling equipment, wrapping it tightly around his arm. Tung Lessen's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. He lowered his head, observing the delicate movements of the young female. Her hands were fair, exquisite, and soft, requiring both of hers to barely encircle his arm. Her slender fingers caressed his sun-kissed skin, entwining like a seductive dance. It stirred a yearning within him. He felt an impulse to grasp her hand firmly, contemplating whether he could elicit any response, his mind wandering to the thought that if she were to hold them, she would need both hands, perhaps not even sufficient. As his dark gaze fell upon her luscious red lips, he was met once again with her unspoken thoughts. What is the purpose of inking such intricate tattoos on such flawless skin? These are my markings.
Ah?
Su Mian Tang suddenly recalled the terrifying patterns that would emerge on his body when he transformed into a serpent, causing her petite hands to tremble involuntarily. The man emitted a low, amused chuckle, as if relishing in a playful trick. Su Mian Tang cast him a sidelong glance, quickly regaining her composure, and picked up the syringe. However, those prominent veins on your arm are rather striking, twisted and visible, a delight for any medical professional. As she pondered this, she felt the man's warm breath brush against her ear as he leaned closer, his deep voice laced with a teasing ambiguity. I have more beautiful veins in other places. Would you care to see? Su Mian Tang was taken aback. How could he possibly know her thoughts? Was her gaze upon his veins too fervent? She raised her head in confusion. Where else? Can I draw blood from there as well? Tung Lessen's expression shifted subtly. No, that would not do. Then I shall not look. Thank you. The man was inexplicably charmed by her response, letting out a low chuckle. His laughter, melodious and captivating, drew the young woman's attention to the resonant muscles of his chest. Given his robust physique, surely it would be harmless to draw a little more blood? Little marshmallow, are you a living llama? Su Mian Tang. Had she been so easily seen through again? What was happening? Was it that obvious? Quite so. As Tung Lessen leaned in closer, he caught a whiff of an ethereal fragrance of gardenia emanating from her, momentarily rendering him speechless. Could it be pheromones? It must be her natural scent. What level are your pheromones? I fear revealing it might terrify you.
Huh.
Tung Lessen scoffed lightly. How frightening could it possibly be? If it were indeed potent, she would have already exerted her dominance over him. After all, isn't that what females do? If the male is resistant, they simply employ pheromones to compel compliance. As he contemplated this, he heard her inner voice. SSSS-level. Chapter 162. Just a game. SSSS-level? She truly dares to dream.
Wait.
Suddenly, something flashed in Tung Lessen's mind, causing his entire demeanor to stiffen, his emerald serpent-like eyes igniting with an indescribable, enigmatic gleam. Recently, the Central Star government had announced a groundbreaking revelation. The Empire had birthed an unprecedented SSSS-level female, hailed as the supreme of the world, rumored to possess the power to control the life and death of any beast in existence. Surely, she cannot be. Su Mian Tang sensed the rigidity in his arm and assumed it was due to her failure to answer his question, fearing his displeasure might lead to his non-cooperation. She lifted her head and offered a faint smile. D-level. Such starry brows and captivating smile, unparalleled beauty, and radiant aura. If she were not SSSS-level, who else in the world could claim such a title? Really? The man's voice deepened, as if tempered by ice. A falsehood. If she truly were, why conceal it? Aren't females typically proud, eager to flaunt their pheromone levels? Why not simply dominate him with her pheromones to compel him to draw blood? Even if she drained him dry, it would be of no concern. After all, aren't the denizens of the Central Star selfish, greedy, and despicable? There would be no need for her to humble herself, tolerating his mocking remarks, or even acquiescing to absurd demands. His gaze bore into her, filled with a profound curiosity. For the first time, he felt as though he possessed the ability to read minds, yet could not decipher this one.
Why?
Why what? Su Mian Tang was perplexed. Why not use pheromones to suppress me? I am D level, you are S level. How could I possibly suppress you? If you could, then I would not. Su Mian Tang lowered her head.
Why?
Are you a walking question mark? Do you know who I am? A criminal. From where? Planet X. Then why do you not use pheromones to suppress me? He showed no sign of restraint. Rather, his voice grew increasingly forceful, cornering her as if intent on driving her into a tight corner, leaving her with no escape. Su Mian Tang was rendered speechless by his relentless questioning. What significance does his hypothesis hold? What if I were to suppress you, then? Tung Lesson, annoyed by her persistence, found himself momentarily taken aback by her childish tone. Deep within, he instinctively replied, fine. He furrowed his brow sharply, preparing to press further when he caught her inner voice. Regardless of your identity or past transgressions, in my eyes, you are merely a savior to over 20 children. I am grateful to you. Why would I suppress you with pheromones? An unfamiliar, enchanting emotion suddenly engulfed his heart, akin to a flame igniting in the dark, burning fiercely until it nearly scorched him, only to be forcibly quelled by the man. He let out a cold scoff, slightly turning away with a frosty expression, insincere. Su Mian Tang was baffled as to why he suddenly uttered such a statement. Yet, it mattered little. She glanced at the lewd gazes and crude behavior of the surrounding prisoners, then at the blood bag gradually filling in her hand. Regardless, once the blood is drawn, I shall take my leave and never return here. Her inner voice betrayed a surge of inexplicable irritation that swept over Tung Lesson. His expression hardened, and an eerie aura enveloped him as he yanked out the blood transfusion needle, fresh blood oozing from the tip.
Su Mian Tang gasped in alarm.
Fearing contamination of the blood sample and hurriedly initiated emergency measures. What are you doing? That's enough. Not enough, this is merely 100 cc. The rest can wait until tomorrow. Su Mian Tang realized he intended to continue complicating matters for her. Mr. Esper, we agreed that as long as Xiongxin comes to kneel before you, you would cooperate with the blood draw. Indeed. Tung Lesson wore a smirk, yet did I specify how much I would draw? What a rogue. Why must you be so difficult? The rogue in question observed her teetering on the brink of fury, a hint of mischief playing at the corners of his mouth. Feeling an unexplainable anticipation. I am quite easy to entangle, especially in my beast form. I could coil around you several times. The young woman envisioned that scene, and all her anger dissipated in an instant, leaving only a profound sense of anxiety. What does he intend to do? Does he wish to terrify her again in beast form? It seems that continuing the blood draw today is out of the question. She should first take what she has to save the children. With that thought, she retrieved a plastic-sealed bag from the medical kit. Tung Lesson had initially presumed that she would be so frightened that she would immediately flee with the blood pack. To his surprise, her first action was to apply a cotton ball to staunch the bleeding at the injection site on his arm. It seemed unexpected that such a minuscule puncture, capable of healing autonomously within seconds, required deliberate care. He gazed at her delicate fingers and the pale yellow cotton ball, his deep-set eyes momentarily lost in thought.
All right.
Be cautious not to let the wound come into contact with water while bathing tonight. After Su Mian Tang had tended to the wound, she rose to retrieve the medical kit, inadvertently allowing several pieces of candy to slip from her pocket. They were white and square. Tung Lesson noticed, picked them up, and inquired, "What are these?" "Marshmallows," she replied, reaching to take them back, only to see him suddenly close his hand, nearly grasping her fingertips. Once he picked them up, they belonged to him, didn't they? She understood. Marshmallows? The corner of his lips curled upward. He had thought he misheard the name. To his astonishment, such a candy truly existed. A little marshmallow eating marshmallows. His gaze held a hint of ambiguity as he looked at her. Su Mian Tang smiled graciously. Consider it a gift. In gratitude for your blood donation to over 20 endangered children. I shall see you tomorrow. With that, she turned and called for the dazed Alan as she departed. Tung Lesson watched her slender, graceful figure until it completely vanished from view. See you tomorrow was far more melodious than never return here again. As he tore open the candy wrapper and tasted the sweetness within, his expression froze. After several seconds, he cast a doubtful glance at his palm. How could these pieces of candy be so sweet? Was everything she possessed so extraordinary? In the 11th prison district, a group of inmates lamented as they watched the unparalleled beauty depart the prison, their hearts clawed at by envy. They had assumed the boss, like them, was fixated on her figure, yet he remained transfixed at the entrance long after she had left, an ominous premonition stirring within him. The last time a doctor from the medical academy had come, he had nearly lost half his life. driven mad before being released. Yet today, this little female had emerged unscathed. Not only had she suffered no harm, but the boss had engaged her in conversation, smiling more than they had seen since their own incarceration. Could it be that the boss had developed a fondness for her? If that were the case, they would be left with nothing. The lizard beast man cautiously inquired, "Boss, why did you let her go? You can't possibly have feelings for her?" Upon hearing the word like, Tung Lessen's smile abruptly stiffened. It was merely a game. That's a relief. The lizard released a sigh of relief and glanced at the candy in Tung Lessen's hand. "May I have a piece of that candy? Let us see if it's as sweet as it looks." However, before he could extend his hand, the man shot him a frosty glare, causing the lizard to tremble in fear. Bitter. Chapter 163. One must not develop affections for her. After departing the 11th district, Su Mian Tang's underlying fear finally dissipated, replaced by another pressing question. Did Tung Lessen possess the ability to read minds? Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly discern her thoughts? From her observations, top-tier SS combat males often awaken special abilities, such as Lamlin's fiery wings, the Golden Retriever's double vision, and Little Ears, a born mech warrior. Then what could be Tung Lessen's ability? Mind reading. Such a skill seemed utterly formidable. Could it be that no thought could evade him? Did that mean he was privy to her recent musings, including her unflattering remarks about him? Why did he not react? Given his brutal nature, one would expect him to devour her whole. She frowned slightly and asked Alan, "Is there a precedent for beast men in the Empire awakening mind-reading abilities?"
Alan?
She turned to find him staring vacantly.
Huh?
Alan snapped back to attention. "What did you say, Captain? What's wrong with you?" I'm just shocked, Captain. How on earth did you manage to convince Bear 3 to kneel and beg in such a short time, and procure blood from Tung Lessen? It's simply incredible. I can hardly believe my eyes." Before entering, he had prepared for a futile endeavor, ready to flee at any moment. He hadn't anticipated such a smooth and seamless process. The two guards had also come to regard her with newfound respect, having expected her entry into the prison to be akin to lambs among wolves. Astonishingly, this little female had simultaneously subdued two of the most notorious bullies within, all without deploying pheromones, a feat that defied belief. Bear 3, stop right there. You stand still. Before he could finish, a booming voice echoed from behind, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of an approaching bear, trailed by a squad of guards wielding electric batons. "You still haven't told me how your friend figured out the count at a glance. Did he cheat? Curious to know?" "Of course." "Then come closer." Su Mian Tang led him to a secluded area and confessed.
Yes. What?
Bear 3's face contorted in rage, his teeth bared in fury. "What's that scoundrel's name?"
How did he cheat?
"Just wait until I get out. I'll settle the score with him." "Are you sure you want to confront him?" "Absolutely. Do you think I, Bear 3, am a coward?" "That's not it. It's just that he's the crown prince of the Empire, you know?" "Of course I know. He's the illustrious leader of the Central Star System, a lion among men with SS-level combat prowess and innate double vision." As he spoke, his voice faltered, and his eyes quivered slightly. "No, it can't be him using double vision."
Su Mian Tang nodded silently.
In the next instant, Bear 3 bolted away as if greased, exclaiming, "Forget I said anything. I'm a coward."
Ha ha ha.
The girl chuckled, recalling that she had yet to thank the Golden Retriever. She opened her holographic terminal only to be greeted by a barrage of messages flashing across the screen. In the afternoon, at the Imperial National Academy of Sciences, the entire biochemical department halted their work to urgently produce an anti-venom serum. Su Mian Tang delivered the serum to the hospital. Although the quantity was limited and not sufficient to heal all the children, it successfully pulled many back from the brink of death, with some even regaining consciousness. "Sister, you're so beautiful." A young raccoon cub nestled in her arms, blinking its shiny black eyes, gazing at her intently. Su Mian Tang reached out to stroke its head. "You're quite adorable as well." "Sister, am I going to die?" "Of course not." "What about my brother?"
Neither will he.
"You and your brother, along with your other little friends, will all grow up healthy and happy. When my brother and I are better, we'll climb the trees to pick berries for you." "All right, I'll be waiting for you." As she exited the ward, she noticed the female mother who had barged into the academy earlier, now approaching her, accompanied by a dozen other females and several hundred males, all with tears streaming down their faces, choking on their gratitude. "Researcher Su, thank you. Truly, thank you so much. You've saved our children's lives. I apologize for my earlier transgression in forcing my way into the academy using my female identity. I was simply too worried about my child's condition." Researcher Su, please allow me to bow before you. Madam, please rise. As Su Mian Tang gazed at their grateful faces and the children awakening one by one, she suddenly felt that all the risks she had taken were worth it. Tomorrow, she would have the strength to confront that great python once more. In Manchester Prison, cell 0117. In the steam-filled bathroom, water flowed down the rugged contours of the man's face, cascading over the taut muscles of his sun-kissed chest, finally disappearing at his narrow waist. His deep-set eyes fixated on the now-vanished injection site on his wrist, replaying the day's events in his mind. That night, he dreamt. In the humid depths of a tropical rainforest, a pure white gardenia blossomed, its fragrance enticing a lurking jungle python. It glided with its colossal form, encircling itself like a loyal guardian, permitting no peril to approach, be it the gusts of wind, the drenching rain, or the searing sun. It was its own little pure white gardenia. It could not help but steal kisses from it in the depths of night. At some unknown moment, that gardenia astonishingly transformed into an exquisitely beautiful maiden who approached from afar, carrying a medical kit, claiming to have come to draw his blood. Yet, as she knelt beneath him, she produced no blood-drawing apparatus, but instead opened her mouth. What she sought to draw was not blood. He clenched his teeth, his brow twisted in a grimace, his visage contorted in agony, teetering on the brink of death as he yearned to seize her and claim her with fervor. Suddenly, she delivered a merciless kick, casting him aside. He fell to the ground, clutching his chest, gazing at her with a pained expression as she emerged from the mist. Her voice sweet and laughter melodious, offering him a piece of white cotton candy, which she placed into his mouth. Was it sweet? Indeed it was. All his anguish transformed into bliss, and he stared at her, entranced, as his heart thundered violently within his chest, so intensely that it jolted him awake. In the confinement cell, darkness enveloped him, an eerie stillness pervading the air, broken only by his labored breaths and the fervent pounding of his heart, nearly bursting from his chest. In the daylight, the strange, hallucinatory emotions that lay buried in the depths of his heart, forcibly suppressed, surged forth with a ferocity 1,000 times more potent, overwhelming him with a thunderous heartbeat that he could not withstand. It was a spring dream. The desires of a male for a female, especially one so beautiful, were utterly normal. Yet, the tremors of infatuation, the yearning for possession, the heartache of feeling unwanted, and the sweetness of being teased, all these were manifestations of love. In an instant, his emerald serpent-like eyes darkened to an abyssal black, devoid of light. Had he fallen in love with her? A central star being. A sinister, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of his lips as he slowly reached for the nape of his neck, where an evident indentation lingered. It itched. An insistent itch. It had suddenly become unbearable. Was it a reminder? Was he an X-being? A wretched, unwanted hybrid. A vermin. Go die. Seek the corpses of your parents on X planet. You, a lowly male, dare to reject my advances? You are truly ignorant of your own worth. Let me show you the potency of my pheromones. A wretched creature, how dare you differentiate?
Watch me uprooted. Ah!
Run, run.
He had still differentiated. Had become SS-level. The X-beings were the most ruthless. They would slaughter everyone. Great Commander Esper, your mother, father, brother, sister, and your 3-year-old brother, 918 lives of your kin, all perished at the hands of the central star beings. Are you certain you do not wish to return to your planet for vengeance? As dawn broke, a lizard beast man routinely opened the door to cell 0117 to deliver breakfast, only to be met with a shocking sight. Boss, what are you doing? Stop, stop. By the bed, the man gripped a gleaming military knife, its sharp blade piercing his skin, slashing upward along the needle mark, creating a long, twisted wound as blood pooled around him. In his darkened gaze, there was no glimmer of light, only a flickering malice, as if he were using this pain to incessantly remind himself, do not fall for her. Do not fall for her. Do not fall for her. Team leader, I am ready. When shall we depart? Early in the morning. Alan waited in the laboratory with a medical kit for Su Mian Tang. She was somewhat surprised. Why are you so enthusiastic today? Aren't you afraid? Not afraid. For I believe the team leader can accomplish anything. Then let us go. Upon arriving at the prison, however, they were informed by the guards that 0117 did not wish to see them.
Why?
Su Mian Tang inquired, puzzled. He had arranged to meet today, only to change his mind? The guard shook his head. Unclear. Then, researcher Su, please do not put us in a difficult position. If it were a regular inmate, We could forcibly bring him to you, but 0117 is beyond even the warden's control. Kindly leave. With that, they shut the window.
Hey you.
Alan furrowed his brow. Anxiety etched on his face. Team leader, what should we do? The children in the hospital are still awaiting the second batch of serum. This Tangleson is too unpredictable.
Do not panic.
Let me think. Su Mian Tang glanced at her bag. Inside were some self-defense weapons and a dwindling vial of void essence. For 2 people. It could only last a mere few minutes, but it would suffice to help them sneak in. In the 11th monitoring area, the cafeteria. The beast men who usually flocked around Tangleson, vying for his favor, today sensed his ominous and terrifying aura from afar, none daring to approach. What's wrong with the boss today? He's been staring at that cotton candy for almost an hour, not touching his food at all. Is he thinking about that little female from yesterday? Surely not. If the boss wanted her, it would be a matter of moments. Why indulge in such innocent infatuation?
But why?
I heard from the nasty lizard that there was a lot of blood in the cell today. Was the boss self-harming? What? Stop speculating. No one can ever truly fathom the boss's thoughts. Mr. Esper. A sweet, melodious voice suddenly pierced through the noisy crowd, standing out starkly. Tangleson slowly raised his head to see a stunning maiden seated across from him, her deep-set eyes widening slightly. Might I ask why you refused to see me? Su Mian Tang questioned, but before he could respond, he reached out a hand to pinch her face, squeezing it again. What was he doing? Pinching her face? Was he being lewd? Warm, soft, delicate, and smooth, her skin felt exquisite to the touch, reminiscent of creamy silk. A gentle squeeze elicited a rosy blush akin to spring cherry blossoms, prompting an irresistible urge to squeeze harder, as if attempting to extract moisture. He inadvertently pressed down. The maiden let out a sharp cry. Ow. That crisp sound, coupled with Alan's sudden appearance, momentarily stunned the man, causing him to retract his hand. His dazed expression swiftly replaced by cold indifference. What brings you here? He had thought it a figment of his imagination, wishing to reach out, only to realize it was indeed her. Use it. The void essence can render you invisible. Su Mian Tang smiled as she held up the empty vial, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted coldly. Asked, why did you come in? Did the guards not inform you that I am disinclined to see you?
Why?
Did we not agree yesterday? Agree? He scoffed, raising an eyebrow. Agree to what? A date? Or perhaps, realizing where he was heading, Su Mian Tang quickly interjected, we agreed to meet here for blood collection. You promise me. Do I strike you as someone who honors promises? The moment those words escaped his lips, Su Mian Tang knew he was about to become unreasonable again. Just as she was about to speak, Alan interjected, Mr. Esper, your blood successfully revived over 20 children yesterday. I am certain they will come to express their gratitude once they fully recover. Gratitude. Tangleson's lips curled in disdain, a savage and erratic glint igniting in his eyes. Is this meant to nauseate me? When the selfish and despicable central star beings have all perished, that will be my gratitude. It would be best if this planet were to be annihilated as well. You, Alan gritted his teeth, his neck flushed with rage. It was one thing to insult him and the team leader yesterday, but to belittle the planet he cherished and its people was utterly intolerable. What right did the X-beings have to insult the central star? For centuries, had it not always been the X-beings who instigated war? Burning, pillaging, committing every atrocity imaginable. Su Mian Tang observed the brewing storm of bloodlust on the man's face and wished to speak out to deter him. But it was already too late. With a resounding thud, before Tung Lesson could unleash his fury, a subordinate threw a lunch box directly at his head. What are you? A pretty boy daring to provoke our boss. Truly audacious. And what are you? The sauce-soaked white coat of the disheveled Alan ignited his fury, compelling him to charge forward and grapple with them.
Oh,
he really dares to come? The men rallied, eager to teach him a lesson. Su Mian Tang sprang to her feet. Although he was an A-class male, possessing strength that surpassed the majority, there was no guarantee that among these prisoners, there weren't any of equal caliber. Indeed, a powerful blow from a crocodile felled him, and the law-abiding Alan found himself powerless against these ruffians. Without hesitation, she activated her pheromones. In the next moment, a chorus of anguish screams erupted in the cafeteria as excruciating pain coursed through the prisoners, who could barely stand, their eyes wide with terror as they trembled and retreated from her. They no longer viewed her with lustful eyes. Who is she? How could she possess such terrifying pheromones? This power seemed to surpass even that of the S-class females they had encountered, manifesting a strength 1,000-fold greater. Alan, too, was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed the leader harnessing her pheromones. Hadn't she claimed there were none within the institution? Yet now, not only did she possess them, but they were overwhelmingly potent. While the crowd was engulfed in shock and fear, they failed to notice the man across the table, whose eyes had already darkened with a chilling storm, emanating an aura of icy menace. Alan, you're fine. Just as Su Mian Tang was about to rush over, a hand seized her, pulling her into a solid embrace. As she struggled, he coiled around her like a lethal serpent, tightening his grip. Tongue lesson. His muscular, sun-kissed arm barred her chest, contorting her softness as his warm breath brushed against her cheek, laced with an unnamed, wicked fire, threatening to spill over into her neck. Revealing his fangs, injecting her with venom. Little marshmallow, after being bullied yesterday, you didn't activate your pheromones, but today you can't hold back for this pretty boy? Just who is he to you that you protect him so fiercely? With that, he unexpectedly opened his mouth and bit down on her slender neck, his sharp fangs pressing against her delicate skin and pulsing veins. It seemed that with a mere misstep in her words, he would unleash his venom. Chapter 165. Hate him. Let go of me. Su Mian Tang trembled all over, uncertain whether it was due to overwhelming tension or the searing heat of his lips and tongue. Her voice quivered slightly. Yet the man's tone was fierce and commanding. Answer me. What does it have to do with you? Why should I answer you?
Su Mian Tang's grip tightened,
wishing to activate her pheromones, but the remaining 200 cc of blood kept her rational. Tunlessen's gaze fixated on her hand, his pupils darkening with a chilling intensity. Did she still intend to activate her pheromones for him? Does my life rest in your hands? As his words fell, Alan, on the ground, found his neck abruptly ensnared, lifted high against a beam. The man's glare, sharp as a blade, showered upon him like a barrage of cannon fire, inflicting pain throughout his body as he struggled, nearing suffocation. Yet he showed no signs of relenting, as if intent on bringing him to his demise. At that moment, the girl spoke up. He is my colleague, and we work together, so, of course, I must protect him. Tongue lesson, skeptical, activated his mind-reading ability. Realization dawned. Her heart and mouth were in sync. She spoke the truth. He was not her pretty boy. In an instant, the shadows clouding his eyes dissipated, and Alan dropped to the ground. The man's tongue brushed against her slick neck with satisfaction, relenting his grip while emitting a low, throaty chuckle. Ah, I see. Su Mian Tang was perplexed by his sense of pleasure, her chest seething with anger. Now, can you let go of me? She looked down at the way he clutched her waist, his fingers pressing into her flesh, a possessive posture that felt akin to lewdness. Yet the man seemed to relish it, tightening his hold, lowering his head to murmur against her ear. Little marshmallow, do you desire my blood? Blood? Hope surged within Su Mian Tang. She nodded softly. Then let me have a taste. I want as much as you can give. This audaciously flirtatious remark ignited a blaze of fury within the girl, extinguishing the last vestige of her rationality as she raised her hand to activate her pheromones. In the past, just a second, often less, was sufficient to yield results, but today 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The concentration of the warning pheromones escalated. Yet it bore no effect. How could this be? Her amber eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to him. Anton Lesson was momentarily captivated by her dazzling glow, his breath halting. Did you agree? What kind of agreement is that? The pheromones ineffective. She bit down on his arm. Expecting him to scream and recoil, she was instead met with a more raucous, wicked laughter, hinting at a hint of enjoyment. Little marshmallow, your bite is so soft and tender, it feels delightful, especially your tongue. Is he truly a pervert? How does my arm feel? Freshly shed skin. The scales are still new. Ah! A wave of horror crashed within Su Mian Tang, sending shivers down her spine. She was indeed biting a snake, a massive constrictor. She stomped heavily on his shoe. Tongue Lesson loosened his grip slightly. The girl quickly retrieved a luminous frisbee from her pocket. Alan, let us go. In an instant, the two vanished from the prison. The man stared at the cafeteria exit, his expression frozen, the mirth in his eyes gradually dissipating, his smile twisting into something ghastly. Little marshmallow, hate me forever. We can only be enemies. His hand unconsciously clenched tighter, the veins bulging, knuckles turning pale. As fresh wounds on his arms split open, crimson blood trickling down his trembling fingertips. Upon returning to the research institute, Su Mian Tang felt a wave of despondency. The remaining blood had not been recovered, and Alan had been injured, guilt-ridden, She locked herself in the laboratory. Professor Emojin knocked on the door.
Researcher Su.
You haven't tea finished for the day? There's no need to blame yourself too harshly for today's events. You did your best. To be honest, I can hardly believe you managed to retrieve 100 cc of blood from Tung Lesson unscathed on your first attempt. It's a miracle. Without you, those children poisoned by the snake might not have had a chance to awaken. The rest is up to fate. As for Alan, the doctor said he is not seriously harmed. Being an A-class male, his body is robust and will recover in a couple of days. Fate? The snake venom had not been eradicated. Its onset was merely a matter of time. She had given them hope, only to snuff it out with her own hands. Su Mian Tang lowered her gaze, recalling another matter. Professor Mo, under what circumstances would a female's pheromones have no effect on a male? Quite simply, when the level of the female's pheromones is lower than the combat power level of the male. Yet she is an SS-grade female, and he is an SS-grade male. Akin to Lanlan, the golden retriever, Xiaoerdwa, and Qin Yanzhou. Why do they all succumb to the influence of their pheromones, while he does not? Is there truly no other possibility?
None.
Just as Professor Emojin was about to shake his head, his rigorous scientific mindset swiftly traversed through all conceivable scenarios. Perhaps there exists one more possibility.
What?
The male lacks glands. Lacks glands? This was the first time Su Mian Tang had encountered such a notion. Could there be beast men without glands? No, every beast man is born with glands, even those who are deformed. However, being innately equipped does not guarantee their continued existence. A particularly heinous murder case once transpired on the planet, where a criminal vivisected a man's glands and the victim perished shortly thereafter. Perished?
Indeed.
When a beast man loses their glands, their lifespan drastically shortens, seldom exceeding 40 years. Either due to a collapse in combat prowess, where the female cannot soothe them with pheromones, resulting in death, or even a powerful combatant may succumb when entering their mating season, unable to be marked by the female's pheromones, ultimately suffering a torturous demise. Thus, having one's glands excised is the cruelest punishment imaginable for a beast man. Not only is the process excruciating, but the manner of death is equally tragic, rendering a swift execution preferable. By the way, researcher Su, why do you inquire about this? It's nothing. Su Mian Tang furrowed her brow slightly as a thought flitted through her mind. Tung Lerson could not possibly have had his glands removed, could he?
Let us not dwell on this.
The Dean, currently on Blue Water Star, recently sent you a message via the Light Brain, and since you did not respond, he asked me to check on you in the laboratory and deliver this. Professor Emojin lifted the box in his hand. What is this? He stated it is the botulinum toxin you both developed together, which is now complete and ready to be delivered to the client. Here is the address. Very well. Let us place it here for now. Su Mian Tang reached out to take it, her eyes catching the name inscribed upon it, Amy Esper. She recalled Amy, the female who had suffered burns on her left cheek in childhood, leaving behind a large scar. But does she also share the Esper surname? What a coincidence. Perhaps the shared surname reignited her competitive spirit. She had initially intended to deliver the botulinum toxin later, but now, with nothing pressing, she thought it prudent to deliver it while also contemplating how to procure the remaining 200 cc of blood from Tung Lerson. Following the address, she swiftly arrived at Misty Town in Water City, standing at the gate of Amy's residence when a pair of concealed, dark green serpent-like eyes suddenly sharpened. How could she be here? Chapter 166. She will never be let go again. Standing before a European-style country house with a large courtyard, Su Mian Tang was somewhat taken aback. Initially, the Female Protection Agency had arranged for her to reside in the 9 Clear Villa district, which had incited considerable dissatisfaction from Fred and Enzo, who had persistently demanded a change of residence for her. Subsequently, every male who entered the area had echoed the same sentiments, yet, compared to the house before her, her previous residence felt like a life of luxury. How could a female live in such a place on Central Star? Puzzled, she pressed the doorbell. Ding dong.
Moments latte.
The door was opened by an adorable little boy. Behind him was a group of chattering children joyfully engaged in play, all of whom were male. Hello, little friend. She bent down with a smile, greeting him warmly. To her dismay, upon seeing her, he recoiled in terror as if he had encountered a ghost, causing the other children in the yard to scatter in fright, retreating into their rooms. Am I truly that terrifying? The children had always adored her in the past. She scratched her head, lifting her face only to find an elderly man from the second floor observing her. He scrutinized her briefly before furrowing his brow and descending slowly. as if he had encountered a significant dilemma. Good day, esteemed and beautiful female. May I inquire as to whom you seek?
Greetings, I am Su Mian Tang.
A researcher from the Imperial Academy of Sciences, here to visit Miss Amy Esper. The Imperial Academy of Sciences? Upon hearing such a prestigious affiliation, the elderly man hastily set down what he was holding, his demeanor becoming increasingly anxious. May I ask if Amy has committed some transgression or offended you in any way? Certainly not. Su Mian Tang was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why he would pose such a question. She wished to clarify her intentions, but, out of respect for the client's privacy, rephrased, I am her friend, here to pay her a visit. A friend? The elderly man's jaw dropped in astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom that his great-granddaughter could have a friend of such beauty and noble status. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously invited her inside. Well then, please come with me. She is upstairs, and her condition has not been well lately, so I ask for your understanding. Very well. As Su Mian Tang followed him into the courtyard, she overheard whispers from the children hiding in their rooms. She is just too beautiful. I've never seen such a stunning sister. She looks like a fairy. The more beautiful the female, the more dangerous. Yes. Quickly hide. Be careful she doesn't capture you, with her pheromones. She couldn't help but chuckle. Who instilled such notions in them? As she ascended the stairs, the children peered out their heads. She's going upstairs. Is she going to bully Sister Amy? What shall we do? She's so beautiful. Her pheromones must be formidable. And, with Sun Go absent, we have no one to protect us. Upon reaching the attic, the space suddenly felt constricted as she treaded upon the creaking wooden steps, concerned that the elderly man might fall. Grandpa, it's a bit steep. I'll go up by myself. The elderly man paused momentarily, uncertain whether it was her address or his concern that alleviated his tense expression. It's fine, you go on ahead. She may not open the door. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door, and a low, listless voice drifted from within. Who is it? Amy, it's grandfather. The door is unlocked. He pushed it open and gestured for Su Mian Tang to enter. Thank you. The young woman nodded, about to step into the room when she was met with a startling sight. Her memory had always been sharp, and coupled with the distinctive scar on Amy's face, she had a clear recollection of her appearance, which was now entirely transformed. Amy had lost significant weight, her chin sharpened, her complexion tinged with a yellow hue. It was broad daylight, yet she was clad in a nightgown, her unkempt hair left untended, her eyes vacantly fixed on the leaves falling from the trees outside. Exhibiting a woeful state of mind, she didn't even glance at Su Mian Tang upon her entrance. Attempting to call out Miss Amy, only then did she exhibit a slight reaction. Turning her face to see her, as if in the dreary weather, she had glimpsed a piercing ray of sunlight. It's you. You remember me? Of course. You lack pheromones, but she averted her gaze, speaking with self-deprecation. You're so beautiful. Even without pheromones, many must be drawn to you, unlike me. I am now working at the Academy of Sciences, and this is the botulinum toxin scar removal agent specially tailored for you, by Dean Liu. She set down the box of medication. To her surprise, upon hearing powerful scar removal, Amy's expression shifted to one of disgust, her voice suddenly sharp. Take it away. Su Mian Tang was taken aback.
Why? Why?
Because it's useless. Throughout my life, how many medications have I taken? How many ointments have I applied? None have worked. Not even the most expensive scar removal lotion on the planet has had any effect. Quickly, take it away. But this, what of it? Is there anything different? Does it act immediately? Can it make my scars vanish instantly? While botulinum toxin is currently the best method for treating scars, it cannot act instantaneously. Then hurry and get lost. Miss Amy. I said get lost. Amy was in a state of agitation, shouting as she rushed from the bedside to seize the vial of potion, hurling it down from the loft with a heavy thud. The sound of shattering glass echoed, causing Su Mian Tang to feel a pang of sympathy. However, the most pressing concern was her current state. Her eyes brimmed with hatred, her body trembled, as if ensnared by some form of madness, or perhaps exhibiting severe depression and anxiety. Get out. You too. Are you standing here to mock my ugly visage like everyone else? Miss Amy, you need not concern yourself with the opinions of inconsequential individuals. She feared that any attempt to leave would provoke Amy to leap from the window in her current condition. Not concern myself? Amy suddenly erupted into laughter upon looking at her. You don't care because you possess innate beauty and are lavished with admiration, completely oblivious to my torment. unaware of how I have endured these years, with everyone mocking me, everyone detesting me. I feel as though my existence is a living hell. As she spoke, she abruptly turned, genuinely intending to leap from the window. Su Mian Tang, quick-witted, seized her just in time. Let go of me. Release me. Miss Amy, if you would permit me, may I attempt to use pheromones?
What?
Amy paused, her expression momentarily stunned. But you must keep it a secret. A loud crash of glass from the loft interrupted them, causing the elderly figure who had just descended to halt, and the concerned children hiding in the room rushed out. Even the pair of emerald green serpent-like eyes lurking in the shadows became tense. What happened? What happened? There must be a fight. That beautiful fairy must be bullying Sister Amy.
Charge.
Hurry and protect Sister Amy. It's the scent of pheromones. She has come here to investigate his background. Intending to use them as leverage against him? Tung Lesson almost instantaneously transformed into his human form, dashing towards the loft. As he attempted to break through the window, he beheld the scene within. The girl was directing pheromones towards Amy. The scars that had marred her face for years, twisted and entwined with flesh, impervious to even the most expensive potions, were gradually healing, becoming smooth once more, as if by some miraculous magic. His gaze, initially stunned, gradually deepened with an intense, fervent heat, as if he intended to penetrate and consume her entirely. Little marshmallow, you have persistently provoked me. I let you off once. This time, I shall not release you. All right. My face, it's healed. With a crash, the mirror in Amy's hand fell to the ground, her excited cries reverberating throughout the misty town. Thank you. I can scarcely believe my eyes. Overcome with joy, she embraced Su Mian Tang, fervently expressing her gratitude. Su Mian Tang smiled gently, patting her back. Congratulations. Tears of overwhelming happiness streamed down her face as the burdens of 20 years of suffering and grievance were released. She dashed downstairs, exclaiming, Great-grandfather, my face is healed. Xiao Kai, de Lo, Sister Chio's face is healed. Sister's face is healed. Really? Amy, let grandfather have a look.
Yay!
Sister Amy's scars are gone. Sister Amy has become beautiful. As Su Mian Tang exited the loft, she observed the jubilant atmosphere in the courtyard. Feeling a sense of solace, she bent down, preparing to clean up the shattered remnants of the potion when she caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. It was somewhat familiar. Following the scent, she approached a slightly ajar door. Gently pushing it open, she discovered a masculine chamber, adorned in a minimalist black and white design. Each corner impeccably tidy, though it appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time. The scent seemed to emanate from the bedside, beneath a pillow. Unable to resist, she approached. Just as she was about to call out to Amy, a deep, magnetic voice suddenly resonated from behind her. What are you doing?
Ah!
Su Mian Tang jumped in surprise and stumbled onto the large bed. In the next moment, a tall, imposing masculine figure loomed over her, firmly pinning her wrists, pressing her down beneath him. Chapter 167. This side of the face also needs a slap. Tongue lesson. Su Mian Tang's amber eyes widened in shock. What are you doing here? That question should be directed at you. Tung Lesson smirked, his chiseled nose nearly brushing against her delicate, pale face. His warm breath mingling with hers in an intimate manner that stirred her heart. Why are you on my bed? This is his bed?
Wait.
The same surname. The familiar scent. He truly has a connection to this family? Has he decided to embrace me, as I suggested this morning? As he spoke, his gaze darkened, unable to resist temptation, lowering his head to kiss her. I wouldn't. Su Mian Tang quickly turned her head, recalling his earlier teasing remarks that had insulted her. Her heart swelling with anger. She attempted to resist, but her hands remained firmly pinned against the headboard, rendering her motionless. She tried to shift slightly, but his rough palm grazed her tender wrist, causing pain. Upon hearing her cry out in discomfort, the man immediately loosened his grip. Seizing the opportunity, she pushed him away with all her might, managing to strike the top of his head. His buzz cut was short and coarse, akin to a hedgehog, and she shook her hand in discomfort. She then shifted her focus and pushed down again, producing a loud slap that echoed, resembling a resounding slap across his face. Su Mian Tang's breath hitched as she gazed at his slightly turned head, thinking to herself, it's over. She merely intended to push him away, yet inadvertently struck him. Although he was a rogue and a scoundrel deserving of a slap, he was nonetheless the most dangerous criminal leader in Manchester prison. Would he not be enraged enough to transform into a giant python and swallow her whole?
No.
As she pondered whether to apologize to save herself, the man lightly brushed his tongue against the left side of his face where she had struck him, turning his head slightly. His lazy yet enticing gaze revealing a hint of mischief that blurred the line of his emotions. Little marshmallow. Why yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Haven't eaten? Su Mian Tang. This side too. As he spoke, he brought his sharply defined, smooth right cheek closer to her. Su Mian Tang. After a moment of confusion, a thought burst forth in her mind. He is truly a pervert, confirmed. Humph. The man chuckled at her remark, his voice rich and magnetic, resonating with a captivating timbre. Is this what you call perversion?
She was at a loss.
Lying on his bed, pinned beneath him, she was acutely aware of his alluring physique, marveling at his strikingly beautiful face, inhaling the enchanting, lethal scent of his pheromones, which challenged her sanity and boundaries, conjuring 1,001 more perverse, stimulating thoughts she wished to impose upon her. It was a perversion that feared she might not endure it. You used mind reading again? Again? Tung Lesson appeared slightly surprised. You already knew I could read minds? No wonder you are an SSSS grade female, the only male researcher in the academy. Not only beautiful and sensuous, but also so astute. Thank you for the compliment. Su Mian Tang smiled faintly, realizing that his rogue way of complimenting was indeed unique. But please close it. This constitutes an invasion of privacy, which is exceedingly impolite. Invasion of privacy? Tung Lesson raised an eyebrow, glancing at her before surveying his room. Su Mian Tang discerned his intentions, and her face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. I didn't mean to intrude into your room. The door was ajar, and I caught a whiff of a particularly familiar scent. In retrospect, it must have been his. Particularly familiar? Her inadvertent remark deeply pleased the man. After just a few encounters, the little marshmallow had already grown so familiar with him. My fear of snakes is ingrained in my very bones. Tangleson paused momentarily. Well, I certainly did not intend to read your mind. It's just that you always leave me guessing. What made her so inscrutable? For instance, at this moment, he was exceedingly curious about what thoughts lay hidden beneath her facade of a forced smile. Su Mian Tang immediately retracted the artificial curve of her lips. I am not thinking anything, nothing at all. Her adorable reaction elicited a muffled chuckle from him. You closed it. Really? Indeed. You clearly didn't close it. I caught you. That expression of yours is far too transparent. Little marshmallow, weren't you just curious about what lies beneath my pillow? Would you like me to retrieve it for you? He suddenly extended a generous invitation, a hint of wickedness gleaming in his eyes, which filled Su Mian Tang with an ominous premonition. What could it be? An item imbued with the essence of a solitary male, a well-used bedding accessory. What do you suppose it might be? His devilishly wicked description successfully led the innocent girl's thoughts astray. It couldn't possibly be that cup, could it? I don't want to look. She immediately regretted saying. Oh, aren't you curious? You should take a look. As he spoke, he reached toward the pillow. Alarm bells rang in Su Mian Tang's mind, and she grasped his arm, repeatedly protesting. Don't look. I said don't look.
Take a peek. No, no.
Just a little glance. In the tug-of-war, the girl inadvertently shifted from clutching his arm to tightly embracing him, the tautness of his muscular form brushing against her softness. The sensation almost overwhelming. His deep, heated emerald gaze fixated on her, the pronounced Adam's apple moving restlessly. Suddenly, he craved sugar. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. Yet, more unbearable than desire was the insistent itch on the nape of his neck, even more intense than last night. He furrowed his brow tightly, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled against the irritation. What was happening? Since encountering her, his wound had begun to itch. Su Mian Tang noticed his discomfort. What's wrong? Itchy, very itchy. Where is it itchy? The nape of my neck. The nape of your neck. As she spoke, she suddenly recalled her earlier suspicion. Had someone removed his gland, leaving behind a wound? May I take a look? She slightly lifted her head to glimpse the back of his neck, only to be pinned down in the next moment. No. All right. The suspicion deepened. Itching usually indicates a bacterial infection in a wound or tissue regeneration. What? Tangleson froze for a second, then fixed her with a penetrating gaze, his molten eyes radiating unparalleled shock and astonishing brilliance. His nape was covered with a protective layer. It was impossible for bacteria to thrive. The wound had existed for years, making tissue growth implausible. So now, with such intense itching, was it the glands attempting to grow back? Ha! Ha ha ha! Years of pain, despair, and despondency, akin to a barren wasteland of a body, suddenly sprouted hope, like a small white gardenia blossoming in the shadowy depths of his heart. Everything had changed because he met her. A whirlwind of complex emotions intertwined, making his expression appear as if he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. His gaze slightly distorted with madness. Little Marshmallow, you are truly a treasure. Why were his eyes so bright? So unnaturally bright, and his laughter was somewhat unsettling.
Indeed.
In the next moment, he leaned down to kiss her. She belonged to him. Entirely his. He sought to possess her completely. No one would dare to pry even a fraction away. Chapter 168. Tangleson, he is bullying me. Su Mian Tang. She kindly informed him of medical knowledge, and he dared to act lewdly. That despicable and lascivious python. As the sharp contours of the man's face loomed closer, the girl swiftly covered her mouth. Yet this did nothing to halt the beastly behavior of the constrictor. Unable to reach her lips, he pressed his kiss to her pert nose. The delicate skin of her face, her sparkling eyes, and her lush black hair. The dominant and heated kisses fell like meteors, igniting her tender, fair skin. And Su Mian Tang felt utterly overwhelmed. Little Marshmallow, you are so beautiful, so fragrant, so soft. Tangleson's voice was deep and hoarse, laced with heavy breaths and tumultuous desire, inexplicably exuding a seductive allure. Help! I am being kissed by a giant python.
What?
You desire a French kiss? You idiot! His thin lips curled, wickedly playful. I have no sisters, but you could be my little marshmallow sister. As he spoke, he grew unsatisfied with merely kissing her cheeks, allowing his gaze to descend, fixating on her neck and the particularly prominent fullness. That was what he had long coveted. Su Mian Tang. What did he intend to do? Her nerves tensed, and through the tightly sealed mouth, muffled sounds escaped. Tangleson. Python, don't even think about it. How did you know what I was thinking? Do you need to ask? Your thoughts are written all over your face, and your gaze is muddled. Little Marshmallow. The man leaned in slightly. A dangerous aura and overwhelming sense of intrusion washed over her, prompting the girl to release her grip and shout, 0117. Be quiet. As the words fell, the man's movements indeed halted. He looked up in astonishment, his eyes shining brightly. Do you enjoy this tune? Su Mian Tang, what tune? She had called out his prison number merely to intimidate him, hoping to instill fear. How do you wish to play? The man's lips curled into an intrigued smile. You play the warden, and I will be the prisoner. I committed a crime, and you shall punish me. Do you need handcuffs and a stun baton, warden? Su Mian Tang. How depraved could he be? Tangleson, I merely want to remind you not to forget your identity as a convicted felon. By the way, how did you get out? She was so astounded by his sudden appearance that she had neglected to inquire about such an important question. Prison break. How could he make escaping from prison sound as simple as eating or drinking? Wasn't T Manchester Detention Center reputed to be the most heavily fortified prison on the planet? Indeed, Tangleson, but do you think that's why it's so heavily guarded? As if the prison is under your protection. Tangleson laughed, his mirth reaching his eyes. Little Marshmallow, you are undoubtedly the most intelligent female I've ever encountered. No, the most intelligent beast. Su Mian Tang. Did I really guess right? It's over, it's over. He was undoubtedly a rogue, shameless, coupled with an overwhelming physical prowess, a terrifying existence impervious to pheromones, leaving her as vulnerable as fish on a chopping block. Entirely at his mercy. It was all her fault for being curious and entering this room.
Wait.
This room. Earlier, he mentioned that this was his bed. Did that mean this was his home? A flash of inspiration struck her. Giant Python, if you dare to act lewdly again, I will call your family. Sometimes she could be a bit silly, but adorably so. Tangleson leaned down and couldn't resist kissing her again. Do you think that even a prison couldn't contain me? And my family would? Before Su Mian Tang had the chance to scream for help, a sharp female cry erupted from the doorway, shaking the air itself. Tangleson and the girl turned their heads. Amy stepped out of her joyful reverie of restored beauty, intending to express her heartfelt gratitude to Su Mian Tang, when suddenly, she heard a rustling noise emanating from the adjacent room. As she approached, she was taken aback to witness a tall and familiar figure with a commanding presence, pinning the elegant little female firmly against the bed, enveloping her in his embrace. It appeared as though he was. His broad back nearly obscured her petite form, and the stark contrast of their sizes, coupled with their intimate posture and tender kisses, led her to believe it was an illusion. Blinking in disbelief, She scrutinized the scene several times before realizing the reality of it, and she let out a piercing scream. They both turned to her, seemingly disturbed by the interruption. Her face flushed crimson, as if she had stumbled upon something she ought not to have seen, and she hurriedly covered her face and fled.
Hey,
Amy. She s gone. Let s continue. Continue my foot. Amy, what s wrong? Just as Amy dashed away, her great-grandfather entered the room. Curious. Only to be met with the identical scene she had witnessed, wearing the same expression, yet his reaction was entirely different. A little son. When did you return? What are you doing? Little son? Su Mian Tang noted the term of endearment, and observed the change in the man's demeanor. Not only did he change, but he also released her, rose to his feet, and called out, Great-grandfather. Grandfather. Another grandfather was proclaimed even more swiftly. The young girl sat on the bed, her hand covering her mouth, her throat slightly choked with sobs, her expression one of impending tears. Tongue lesen, he bullied me.
Tang lesen regardet her.
His expression shifting in an instant. Little marshmallow, your beast form is a fox, right? What? At this, the elder's eyes widened in fury as he approached and twisted the boy's ear. Little son, when did you become so wicked? How dare you bully a female? Come here. Great-grandfather, there are people present. Have some respect for me. Respect? Let me teach you a lesson today. He dragged him downstairs by his ear. Su Mian Tang watched as he awkwardly bent over, leaving the room in a state of disarray, a smirk of vindication curling at her lips. Who would have thought that this insufferable python could display such cowardice? Was it not said that family could not control him? Chapter 169. He was wronged. Su Mian Tang straightened her clothes, descended from the loft, and spotted Amy standing by the riverbank, prompting her to walk over. Upon hearing her footsteps, Amy swiftly turned her face. I'm so sorry, Miss Su. I didn't mean to interrupt you. No, you've misunderstood, she exclaimed, waving her hands vigorously. How could it be a misunderstanding? Sun has always been aloof, indifferent to beauty, and particularly disinterested in females, not even sparing a glance, let alone behaving as he just did, pinning someone to the bed, holding them in his arms. The gaze filled with affection and possessiveness seemed as though he wished to devour her whole. It was a sight she had never witnessed before, rendering her utterly bewildered. Even in the face of being interrupted, there lingered a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Su Mian Tang, hearing of his aloofness and disinterest in beauty, began to doubt if they were indeed speaking of the same person. The son you refer to, is it Tung Lezin?
Yes.
Then why does he seem so entirely different from the person I know? Are you familiar with him? Of course, we grew up together, though we haven't seen each other for several years. As she spoke, a trace of imperceptible melancholy flickered in her eyes. It was precisely due to their familiarity that she recognized how compatible Miss Su was with him. He was an S-class male, and just moments ago, she sensed that Miss Su's pheromones were remarkably potent and powerful, at least S-class or above. You've truly misunderstood. I am a researcher at the Academy of Sciences. Due to some children in Central City being afflicted by snake venom, their parents sought help from the institute. Which is why I went to the prison to draw blood for him, and we have only just recently met. Prison? Did she know about Sin being imprisoned? Hearing this, Amy grew alarmed, fearing that Su Mian Tang was looking down on him, and hurriedly explained, Please, Miss Su, don't misunderstand. Sun is a good person. His imprisonment was due to unavoidable circumstances. Unavoidable circumstances? Su Mian Tang inquired, curious about what those might be. Since Amy had grown up alongside him, she must know a great deal about his past, as knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Perhaps she could uncover an effective method for a second blood draw. Amy, could you tell me more about Tung Lezin? Amy lifted her head, her gaze resolute. Yes. He is the savior who pulled me from the abyss, and he is also the one Sin cares for. I am willing to share this with you. Please, Miss Su. Have a seat. She settled into a nearby cool chair and began to recount the tale. Actually, Sun, like the children in the institute, is also adopted by great-grandfather. The difference is that he hails from Planet X. I remember great-grandfather once mentioned that on a winter morning, he heard a sound of crying by the river and found an infant lying in a cardboard box adorned with the flag of Planet X. Although Planet X has been a long-standing adversary of Central Star, the infant was innocent, and great-grandfather, being kind-hearted, could not bear to let him freeze to death. So he brought him home. He was raised smoothly until the age of 8, but for some unknown reason his identity was suddenly revealed, and in an instant, everyone knew he was from Planet X. Prior to that, Sun believed he was a Central Star citizen and cherished this planet dearly. I recall he even taught our group of children to sing the national anthem and draw the emblem. Yet after that, his household registration was revoked. And his identity was destroyed, subjecting him to discrimination, bullying, and abuse wherever he went. Every day, high-ranking males would block his door, hurling insults at him, calling him a filthy bug, a worthless scum of Planet X, exhausting every vile term imaginable, and they would gang up on him, attacking him with weapons, wishing him dead. His temperament gradually grew reclusive, cold, and violent, eventually fostering a hatred for this planet. The females fared slightly better. Their lives were comfortable, and they were oblivious to these matters, but as Sun grew older, they coveted his looks yet could not possess him, resorting to suppressing him with pheromones, tormenting him, which instilled in him a profound aversion, leading him to reject females entirely. I see. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Mian Tang's eyes. No wonder he harbored such disdain for Central Star citizens and females, uttering many harsh words and questioning her as to why she did not suppress him with pheromones. It all stemmed from his experiences. Despite being mired in the filth of life, Sun had persevered. But the true turning point came from an incredibly cruel event that transpired several years ago. Sun was exceptionally intelligent, possessing a rational mind and keen instincts. He aspired to become a resource explorer from a young age, and at the age of 18, astonishingly transformed from a B-class male into an S-class male. The doctors mentioned the possibility of further evolving into an SS class with peak combat capabilities. We were all overjoyed, believing he would no longer be bullied. However, that very night, a horde of black-clad individuals suddenly appeared in the courtyard, seizing great-grandfather, restraining Sun, and brutally excising his glands with a dagger. As she recounted this, it seemed the memory overwhelmed her, causing her voice to tremble uncontrollably. Su Mian Tang felt a chill run down her spine. She had surmised correctly. His glands had indeed been removed, which explained his immunity to her pheromones. Her mind flooded with Professor Mo Jin's words about the excruciating pain and severe consequences endured by beast men when their glands were excised, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She should not have scolded him as a scoundrel. Had he not endured such trials, he should have been thriving, not reduced to a criminal. Amy, do you know who those people were that removed his glands? I don't know. Amy shook her head. I only know that the leader was named Kueong, claiming to be sent by the Central Star government, adamantly opposing the emergence of an SS-class male from Planet X and cursing profusely. Indeed, the surveillance cameras in the courtyard captured half of his face, yet it proved to be of little consequence. In recent years, Brother Sun has been relentlessly pursuing them, nearly eliminating all of his associates. But he has yet to extract even a morsel of information regarding the instigator from their lips, nor has he located Kueong. His imprisonment was also a means to seek news of him.
Kueong.
Could you provide me with his photograph? Certainly, but Miss Su, may I inquire as to your purpose for wanting it? It's nothing really. I know quite a few people at the Academy of Sciences. Perhaps they could assist in gathering information. That's splendid. Shall we connect on the light brain? Of course. After establishing the connection, Su Mian Tang turned to her. Are you also one of Grandpa's adopted children? I am not. I am the great-great-granddaughter of my paternal great-grandfather.
Ah.
I understand what Miss Su is curious about. The Empire has always prioritized the protection of females, yet I find contentment here and cannot bear to leave Grandpa. Despite the antiquity of these houses, our lives are quite affluent. The funds Brother Sun has secured from his ventures are sufficient for a lifetime. Consequently, as my great-grandfather ages, he seems to adopt more children. As she spoke, she realized something and quickly added, please do not misunderstand. Brother Sun's wealth is derived from legitimate sources. He has aided resource exploration agencies in locating energy mines. I am aware.
Su Mian Tang nodded.
Observing a humorous scene nearby where an elderly man was forcibly tying an apron around a man while reprimanding him as he sliced fruit in the kitchen. I want to play with a beautiful sister. I also want to play with a beautiful sister. In the courtyard, a group of children, having learned that Su Mian Tang was not a villain and after assisting Amy in restoring her appearance, revealed their true natures, clamoring to play with her. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets to play with the beautiful sister first.
All right.
As two children engaged in a fierce contest, Tung Lusin suddenly approached, carrying a plate of fruit. The two children looked up in unison. Brother Sun, why are you cutting in line? With a slight smirk, he gazed at the girl. I also wish to play with the beautiful sister.
Su Mian Tang?
With a crack, the carefully constructed illusion shattered. Although a rogue, he might have been wronged, but a scoundrel he certainly was not. Chapter 170. My Little Ancestor. Then let's all play together. Beautiful sister, Brother Sun will join us. Brother Sun. It's been ages since you returned. Delu has missed you dearly. Little Kai too. Brother Sun, I have yet to see your beast form. An S-class beast form must be incredibly impressive. Could you transform for us? Yes, yes. Transform. 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 In the crowd, it was unclear who initiated the cheeky suggestion. But Su Mian Tang's expression immediately shifted. She pulled aside the most boisterous child and whispered, "Let us not. The two-headed snake is quite fearsome."
Huh?
What two-headed snake? The little boy blinked in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. The two-headed snake? Tung Lusin raised an eyebrow. Did you see me in prison with two heads? Su Mian Tang. What else could it be? Is he unaware of his own appearance?
Huh?
The man chuckled. Little Marshmallow, it seems you were truly terrified, seeing double. It was no wonder she would utter such a phrase. Did you see wrong? Would you like to take another look? He leaned slightly, his deep, burning gaze fixed intently upon her. The girl stiffened slightly, quickly declining, no need. There's nothing worth seeing. Indeed, there was nothing particularly spectacular to behold. However, apart from the two heads, I possess two others. Anticipating his response, Su Mian Tang swiftly grasped a piece of mango from the fruit platter, silencing him. It suited him quite well, being golden yellow from the outside in. Amy returned from the riverbank, witnessing this scene. The tall, elegant man leaned closer to the girl, casting her entirely in his elongated shadow, his smile playful, yet his eyes harboring an intense, unbreakable affection. The girl reclined slightly, mockingly annoyed, feeding him a piece of mango, which caused his eyes to brighten, as if in this vast universe, he could see only her. Since she was 8, she had never seen Brother Sun so genuinely happy. Especially towards a female, the scene was so beautiful it felt like something out of a soap opera. She averted her gaze slightly, weaving through the crowd. Tung Lusun quickly swallowed the piece of mango, and before she could react, his warm, wet tongue deftly brushed past her fingertips, as if he had savored it thoroughly. Su Mian Tang shivered all over, feeling an electric jolt, hastily withdrawing her hand, wondering why it felt akin to being licked by a snake's tongue. So sweet. How utterly perverse. Where is the perversion in this? Isn't this precisely what little Marshmallow thinks?
I'm not.
I didn't. You don't wrongfully accuse me. Before he could finish, the girl stomped heavily on his foot, twisting it mercilessly. Just then, the elderly man emerged from the kitchen.
Xiao-sen.
I instructed you to apologize to Miss Su. What are you doing? Grandpa. Su Mian Tang immediately retracted her foot, feigning a pitiful expression. Biting her lip as she hid behind him, Brother Sun not only failed to apologize but also threatened me. What? The elderly man fumed, puffing up in anger. Tung Lusun lowered his gaze, observing the cute footprints on his shoe, amusement dancing in his eyes. What a little fox she was, and a feisty one at that, willing to complain. Xiao Sun, you must promptly apologize to me. All right. He ambled over, holding the fruit plate, languidly bowing at a 75-degree angle to the girl. I apologize, Miss Su, for my earlier offense. Su Mian Tang crossed her arms, reveling in the fact that someone could finally reign in this unruly giant python. She was positively delighted. Will you behave next time? Tung Lusun raised his eyes. I will not. Next time, he would ensure no one else witnessed his antics.
Miss Su.
Are you satisfied with this apology? If not, I can have him apologize again. Quite satisfied. Thank you, Grandpa. Generations apart. Tung Lusun regarded the sly expression and radiant smile of the little fox, reminding her. She was aware. Su Mian Tang raised an eyebrow slightly. However, she was being deliberate. Was it permissible for him to take advantage of her while she could not reciprocate? Very well.
Tung Lusun chuckled.
My little ancestor. The elderly man observed the persistent smile plastered on Tung Lusun's face and the way his gaze clung to the girl, astounded.
Xiao-sen.
You must be exceedingly fond of Miss Su, Aside from their childhood, he had never seen him smile so genuinely, so from the heart. Tung Lusun. As an act of contrition, what fruit would you like? Lychee, please. Lychee? It does indeed suit you. White and tender, bouncy and smooth, yet full and juicy. Just as the girl was about to reach for some, the man peeled a round, large fruit and held it to her lips, which was slightly nauseating. Her lips twitched as she ignored him, taking 2 for herself and walking directly to a nearby lounge chair to sit down. Tung Lusun followed suit. Delu, pass the ball. Watch my incredible outside kick. Ha ha ha. It went in. Wei Wei is amazing. In the courtyard, a swarm of children chattered excitedly, cheering and having a splendid time. Watching the warm scene, Su Mian Tang couldn't help but think of the children lying in the hospital, poisoned and clinging to life, the parents keeping vigil outside the wards, and the little raccoon who had promised to recover and pick berries with her brother. In truth, upon seeing Tang Le's son earlier, the first thought that blossomed in her heart was one of joy. Joy at his presence here. Joy at the possibility of a second blood draw. However, after hearing Amy's account, she found it utterly impossible to approach someone who had suffered such atrocities at the hands of the Central Star people, a person whose very glands had been cruelly excised, and ask for his assistance. The smile that graced her lips faded as she lifted her gaze to the sky, inadvertently catching sight of a pair of eyes peering from the attic's bay window, quickly withdrawing as if caught in the act. Why was Amy spying on her?
No, that couldn't be right.
She turned her attention to the man beside her, who was silently peeling lychees with his head bowed. It couldn't be her he was observing. She was certainly not worth such clandestine scrutiny. Could it be Tang Le? She recalled how, moments earlier, Amy had looked at him with a mix of concern and admiration when she mentioned brother-son, and only then did it dawn on her, surely. Amy couldn't harbor feelings for him. Could she? Or was it unrequited love? How perplexing. Her astonishment directed her gaze back at the man. Tang Le placed the perfectly peeled lychees before her, creating a small mound akin to a fluffy cloud. If you keep staring at me like that, I might just lose my composure, he teased. Tang Le, could you not employ your mind-reading abilities in such a manner? She retorted, gesturing towards the attic with her eyes. Yet, he merely lifted his head slightly, not following her gaze, but rather locking his intense stare onto her. Do you think I can read everyone's heart? Su Mian Tang was momentarily stunned by the searing brilliance of his gaze. What do you mean? Without any pretense, Tang Le bared his affections for her, laid out before her like the sun's scorching rays, too radiant to behold. He offered her the last lychee he had peeled, holding it to her lips. Eat this, and I shall agree to donate blood. Really? The girl's eyes shimmered with disbelief. If you doubt me. In the next moment, she took a bite of the lychee, and Tang Le observed as her cheeks puffed adorably, inadvertently trapping his fingertip between her lips. His gaze darkened, his throat constricting with a desire to pull her closer. As Su Mian Tang savored the sweet, juicy lychee, a smile, even sweeter than the fruit, graced her face. You promised you wouldn't act shamelessly this time. Otherwise, I shall inform grandfather. All right, Tang Le replied, retracting his finger, now damp against his palm. However, I can only spare 100 cubic centimeters this time. Why not more? Don't rush, I will provide the rest soon. A fleeting smile graced his lips, yet it quickly vanished, overshadowed by a darkness lurking within his eyes. Once I complete my final task. Su Mian Tang chose not to press further, simply nodding in agreement. Then, might I request some form of compensation? What do you desire? Anything I wish for? Sensing something unusual in his playful tone, Su Mian Tang firmly rejected him. Absolutely not. Such stinginess? You can't part with a few pieces of cotton candy? Realizing her own mischievous thoughts, Su Mian Tang retrieved a handful of cotton candy from her pocket and handed it to him. Do you truly enjoy cotton candy that much? Indeed, he replied, his brow arching playfully as his gaze burned into her. I adore it, especially the little ones. After donating blood, Su Mian Tang returned home and accessed her light brain, perusing the information and photographs Amy had sent concerning Qian. In the surveillance footage, only half of a man's face was visible. He appeared to stand around 6 feet tall, approximately 40 years of age, with a small scar the size of a grain of rice on the right side of his nose. He claimed to be employed by a Central Star government agency. However, despite Tang Le's exhaustive search across the entire star system over the years, even entering prisons, he had failed to locate him. Was it possible that this information was fabricated? If only Little Ear were here, his intelligence brain could unearth the most advanced and clandestine information in existence. With such detailed characteristics, it should have been enough to find him. Alas, he was currently on the battlefield. Cradling her face in her hands, she furrowed her brow lightly. Observing this, Little Bee buzzed over, flapping its wings. Master, do you have any concerns I can assist with? You cannot. Only Little Ear's intelligence can. I can too. Little Bee protested, raising its antennae slightly. When Commander Yu Zhongxian left home, he upgraded Little Bee's system, transferring all the information from his intelligence brain for the sake of assisting the master in data retrieval. However, due to local network restrictions, it could only access information within the central star system, and even that was outdated. Really? Su Mian Tang's eyes lit up at the revelation. Little Ear is so considerate. That will suffice. She hastily input all the information regarding Quian and clicked search, only to be met with the disheartening message, no such person found. How could this be? In this world, no one's information could possibly evade little ear's intelligence. This left only one possibility. This individual was not from the central star system. That night, in what city's misty town, lights in the rooms of the elderly and children extinguished one after another, while solitary. Flickering light in the attic illuminated the shadows of adults who had grown up together over 2 decades, now each leading their own lives. Brother, are you truly set on returning? Yes. We are not here to impede your vengeance, but the central star is on a winning streak. The X-star system has fallen by 80%. Not only is General Aslanti advancing on the capital, but even the first commander of the star system has joined the fray. Defeat is inevitable. If I go, I will change that. But your gland. It has already begun to grow. Grow? The others exchanged astonished glances, while only Amy, covering her face, cried inconsolably. Brother son, if you fail, will we never see you again? If you succeed, will we become enemies of our great-grandfather? I will only target the government. I will not stoop to their despicable levels and harm the citizens. With that, he turned away, his tall figure melding into the darkness. Amy chased after him, tears streaming down her face. Even if you abandon us, what about Miss Sue?
She.
The man raised his head slightly, his eyes, despite being illuminated by the most dazzling stars, appeared even deeper than the night itself. In the Chiching Villa district, Su Mian Tang pondered the identity of Quian, questioning why he sought to remove Tang Lezin's gland and why he would misrepresent himself as a member of the Central Star government. Just then, a rapid series of doorbell rings interrupted her thoughts. Upon checking the electronic peephole, she was taken aback. The python? What brings him here? Tang Lezin, what are you? She began as she opened the door, only for her words to falter upon seeing him. The man stood with his head bowed, dripping wet, water cascading down his tattooed skin, soaking his clothes, which bore an oddly familiar scent, like that of the lake within the villa district. Could he have transformed into a python and swum over from the lake? A shiver coursed through her. Upon flipping on the light, she noticed several wounds on his body, some oozing blood. You're injured? At the sound of her voice, he slowly raised his head. His sharp, battle-worn visage bore no emotion, yet his deep-set eyes glimmered with an unsettling intensity as they fixated on her. Come in quickly, I'll help you bandage those wounds. As she turned to fetch the medical kit, he gripped her wrist tightly.
Blood. What?
Had she misheard? He demanded blood? No, your condition isn't suitable right now.
Blood.
He repeated, his voice low and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent, as if this was her last opportunity. Su Mian Tang hesitated for 2 seconds before acquiescing.
All right.
But you must come inside first. She adjusted the temperature indoors, provided him with a fresh pair of slippers and a towel, and instructed Little B to fetch the medical kit and blood-drawing equipment from upstairs. Throughout this, Tang Lezin's gaze remained fixated on her unwavering. Su Mian Tang couldn't help but find it amusing. In his current state, how resembles the clingy Lon Lon after transforming into a cub and the fearful little ear after disguising? A terrifying giant python, several dozen meters long, wouldn't dare to feign pitifulness, would it? Tang Lezin, how did you end up in this predicament? Did you engage in a brawl? Let us first attend to your wounds, shall we? Do you need a sip of water? She posed 3 consecutive questions, receiving no response from him, and subsequently fell silent. Opening her equipment, she quietly drew his blood while tending to his injuries, awaiting his words. Eventually, he averted his gaze from her, casting a glance at the villa. Is it really this small? Su Mian Tang replied, perhaps it's best if you refrain from speaking. The 100cc was quickly extracted. She removed the needle and instructed Xiaomi to urgently deliver the blood bag to the academy. The snake venom incident that had troubled her for several days was finally resolved, alleviating a weight from her heart. Gratefully, she glanced at the man, concerned that his earlier bout of exertion and significant blood loss, combined with the immediate extraction of another 100cc, might overwhelm him. Therefore, she prepared to administer a restorative injection. What is this? A rapid recovery agent. Su Mian Tang, or, if you prefer to avoid the injection, I can prepare a meal for you. Upon hearing the mention of a meal, his eyes, glimmering with an unusual intensity, widened in disbelief. You would cook for me? Indeed, is there a problem?
Ha.
Nothing at all. He lowered his head, concealing the inexplicable absurdity reflected in his eyes. Shall I go then?
Please wait a moment.
She turned to leave, But as she took a step, her wrist was pulled back. The man, who had been in an abnormal state all night, seemed to reach a peak of peculiarity at that moment. He gazed at her, his thin lips curling slightly, as if he were smiling. Yet the depths of his eyes bore no trace of mirth. "Little cotton candy, do not be so kind to me. You know, I am not a good person." "What?" Su Mian Tang was perplexed, struggling to comprehend his words. But in the next moment, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. The lights in the four-story villa were extinguished. The girl was carried out of the villa. "I will take her away." Chapter 172. I have fallen for you, little cotton candy. When Su Mian Tang awoke, she found herself staring into a pair of deep green serpentine eyes, causing her to tremble in fright. "Tung Leisin, you are awake. What just happened?" "It seems I fainted suddenly." As she attempted to raise her hand, she sensed something was amiss. Her body felt as though it were bound by an invisible force. Lying helplessly on an expansive sofa, the surrounding furniture, decor, and rows of robots wielding high-energy weapons, along with the opulent palace, were unfamiliar to her. The man before her wore not the battle-worn casual attire from earlier, but a formal military uniform. He donned a military cap, his polished boots gleaming, clad in a crisp black combat suit. The insignia on his shoulder bore the emblem of the Federation's fleet commander, and the metallic belt at his waist shimmered, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. "Where is this?" Tung Leisin rose and fetched her a glass of water. "X-planet."
"What?"
As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Mian Tang caught sight of the prominence emblazoned on his right sleeve, identical to the markings on the robots nearby, causing her pupils to dilate. "Is this truly X-planet? How did I end up here? And why is he dressed in X-planet military garb, adorned with the highest rank?" The worst thoughts flickered through her mind. He had joined the military of X-planet, become a fleet commander, and kidnapped her. Instinctively, she glanced at her wrist, her pockets, trying to activate her pheromones to sense the little ear figurine and the array of defensive weapons gifted by Qin Yanzhou. However, there was no response. "Are you searching for them?" Tung Leisin approached her. The new health monitoring bracelet, the moon fairy figurine, and the assortment of small defensive weapons lay scattered around. No wonder she couldn't sense them. He had removed them all.
"Drink."
The man leaned down, bringing the cup to her lips as if to feed her. Su Mian Tang tilted her face upwards, frowning slightly, gazing at him with confusion. She had numerous questions swirling in her mind, yet she ultimately settled on one. "Why did you abduct me?" Tung Leisin's movements faltered slightly as he set the cup down, seemingly reluctant to answer her question. She repeated it, initially expecting no response. Yet this time, he suddenly lowered his head, his long, powerful fingers gripping her chin, compelling her to look up at him and meet the fervent flames burning in his gaze. "Because I love you. I have fallen for you, little cotton candy." He had never anticipated that he would fall in love with a Central Star inhabitant, one he had loathed for so long, selfish, despicable, shameless, and yet so crazily infatuated that it jeopardized his reason and judgment, even undermining his long-held beliefs. Regardless of her being from the Central Star, she must be with him. Su Mian Tang felt her heart race as the intense fire in his eyes scorched her. Earlier in the courtyard, he had claimed he could not read anyone's heart and had looked at her with such direct and candid eyes that she had sensed something amiss, but had dismissed it as a mere illusion. She had not expected it to be true. However, before she could finish her sentence, her voice was silenced by his forceful grip. "I do not wish to hear any words of rejection from you. Nor do I want to hear you speak a single word in defense of the Central Star." Even if she were to refuse him, he would never let her go. Nor would he spare the Central Star. He intended to bring ruin to that world himself. He turned to leave, but heard the muffled sounds of the girl struggling behind him, her fingers tightening into a painful grip, veins protruding. "Little cotton candy, you must loathe me, don't you? Loathe me for bringing you here and for my intentions toward your homeland, yet it was you who first provoked me." He suddenly closed the distance, emotions erupting as he pulled her tightly into his embrace, fixating on her delicate, rosy lips as if he meant to consume her whole. Seeing the flicker of fear in her eyes, he restrained himself. "I have let you off once. Why did you seek me out in Misty Town? Do you understand how much I long for you? It is an obsession that borders on madness. I want to tear you apart and meld you into my being, so we can never be separated. Therefore, this predicament was self-inflicted. From now on, remain obediently by my side. You cannot go anywhere. You belong solely to me." His expression turned fierce and wild, revealing a side of himself that had been carefully concealed. "If you favor the Central Star, that is of no concern. I shall soon conquer it and present it to you. At that time, I will slay Jean and I and make you queen. Su Mian Tang felt a chill run down her spine and shook her head. Do you not like it? The man smirked, a teasing glimmer dancing in his eyes. Then what do you like? Once the war concludes, I shall remain by your side, and together we shall pursue whatever you desire. Go wherever you wish. The girl continued to shake her head. He was about to speak again, but before he could utter a word, she shook her head vehemently. Her reaction was not merely a disinterest in preferences, it was an outright aversion to him, and her blatant disdain ignited his anger. His deep gaze narrowed, his demeanor shifting to one of danger as he leaned down to kiss her. Yet, she evaded his lips, dodged his forehead, turned away from his cheek, nose, and mouth. There was no escape. She exerted all her strength to flee, seemingly repulsed by his touch, every move she made piercing his eyes and driving him further into a frenzy, to the point where he could hardly restrain himself, yearning to tear her clothes apart and claim her. Yet, he could not bear to see her cry or hate him.
Why?
Why do you despise me? He held her tightly in his embrace, the force so intense it felt as though he sought to meld her into his very flesh and bone, causing the young girl to wince in pain. Is it because I am an X-planet being that I must attack the central star? Su Mian Tang, in agony, dared not move an inch. Tung Lezin sensed her stillness, and a smirk of derision slowly formed at the corners of his lips.
Ah.
As expected, the crimson hue of his eyes gradually faded as his frenzied emotions began to stabilize. Cradling her, he gently closed his eyes, casting a shadow with his long, dark lashes upon her face. Did Amy speak to you of my origins? The girl nodded. Little Marshmallow, do you realize that I am not, in fact, an X-planet being, nor an abandoned orphan? I have a family.
What? Su Mian Tang gasped in astonishment.
He is not an X-planet being, not an orphan, a family, only to have been slaughtered entirely by the forces of the central star. The girl lifted her chin defiantly. He gently pressed his forehead against hers, his gaze shrouded in depths of unspoken secrets. Do you wish to know why? Chapter 173, Brother Snake. Over 20 years ago, I was born into the Cosamadro family, on a planet known as Selva, which harbored immensely precious ice crystal deposits, protected for generations by my father and the Python clan. There, the nation thrived in freedom, equality, and neutrality, refraining from any political or factional conflicts with other planets. Yet, we were often coveted by various celestial bodies, including the Central Star. Amidst a war between the Central Star and the X-planet, facing shortages of military resources, the government approached my father to negotiate the purchase of our ice crystals. Upon his refusal, they bore a grudge and clandestinely abducted me shortly after my birth, branding me with the X-planet label and casting me into Misty Town, where I endured relentless humiliation and torment as I grew. My father and family searched tirelessly for over a decade, and when they finally unearthed a clue, they confronted the Central Star government with evidence, only to be met with a unified denial. In a fit of rage, my father accepted Austin's invitation and led our entire planet into the X-Planet Alliance, seeking revenge for me, yet they had not yet deployed their forces. Your Central Star's renowned war god, Yasi Lanti. As he spoke, his jaw clenched tightly, his eyes burning with a fiery intensity. That night, they launched a surprise attack on Selva, bloodily cleansing every corner of the Hera Temple, sparing none. 981 lives in total, including my father, mother, siblings, and even my newborn brother, who was less than 3 years old, slaughtered in his cradle, leaving no corpse intact. Lan Lan? Su Mian Tang's expression quivered. She had believed him at first, but as he continued, her faith wavered entirely. She recalled Fred and Enzo discussing national affairs with her, mentioning how the Central Star's laws regarding enemies and captives were once harsh, but had changed under the command of the general, no longer punishing family members, especially the elderly, women, and children, nor annihilating them before a war commenced. Moreover, when Lan Lan boasted of his exploits aboard the warship, he had never mentioned a planet named Selva. Such brutal tactics of ambush and the slaughter of the vulnerable were more akin to. In her mind, fleeting images surged forth, using the lives of an entire city as leverage, orchestrating Lan Lan's exposure to a toxic gas bomb, ambushes lurking in hospitals and kindergartens, and drones raining down energy bombs, all aimed at eradicating roots like Black Widow spiders. Just like the X-planet. Could it be that the true instigators behind this were, in fact, the X-planet beings? After slaughtering my entire family, they even sent Qian to extract my glands. Su Mian Tang, initially merely suspicious, found her conjectures perfectly validated upon hearing this. For Qian was certainly not a Central Star inhabitant. This strongly suggested he was from the X-planet. If the Central Star truly sought to retaliate against the Python clan, they need not have gone to such lengths to abduct him, branding him with an X-planet label and subjecting him to inexplicable torment, let alone making enemies during a time of war. Ultimately, the ice crystal deposits, Selva, and the SS-level combatant Tung Lezen, filled with enmity towards the Central Star, all belong to the X-planet. While the Central Star gained nothing at all, the true beneficiaries were indeed the instigators. This was nothing short of a conspiracy by the X-planet. She struggled, yearning to convey all this to him. Yet, Tung Lezen's profound gaze was entirely consumed by an unparalleled hatred, radiating an astonishing light. And this, I have only just come to learn. Little marshmallow, the grudge of my gland extraction. The hatred for the annihilation of my entire clan. How can you expect me to find peace? How can I forgive? I must have my vengeance. They must pay in blood for their crimes, and no one can stop me. His voice, hoarse and deep, jolted her back to reality. He had become completely engulfed in his anguish, blinded by hatred towards the Central Star, a loathing etched into his very bones over the past 2 decades, and an anger at the slaughter of his entire family in a single night left him incapable of believing a word from a Central Star inhabitant, even from her, which would be perceived as mere rationalization and slander. Otherwise, he would not have silenced her. Only the most direct and compelling evidence could sway his belief. What should she do? Her eyes flickered with thought. Just then, a voice from outside announced, "The Star Lord has arrived." Tung Lezen held her tightly, calming his emotions for a moment, kissing her forehead. "Sit tight and wait for me."
Ha ha ha.
Ha 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 ha. Even before the figure appeared, a resounding laughter echoed through the grand hall. Austin had just descended from the battlefield, racing towards the Villeray Palace, and upon seeing Tung Lezen, excitedly removed his military cap, performing the highest honorific of the X-planet. "Welcome. The great Commander Esper, your return is a blessing for our nation, a lifeline for the entire galaxy. No need for such formality. What is the status of the war?" The situation is dire, especially since the galaxy's foremost commander has joined the enemy ranks, complicating matters further. However, as Austin looked at him, a determined glimmer ignited in his eyes. "Now I have awakened my ability to control thoughts, capable of influencing the consciousness of all beastmen across a vast expanse. And now that you have also evolved to SS level, our brotherhood will surely triumph." Thought control? Su Mian Tang, hearing this familiar term, slightly raised her head to glance towards the entrance. She recalled Fred and Enzo's letters mentioning that the leader of the X-planet, Austin, had suddenly evolved to SS level, awakening thought control, impacting many soldiers and significantly slowing the war's progress, which is why Little Ear had rushed to the battlefield. "Is it him?" Austin turned his gaze towards the hall at the sound. Upon a single glance, he froze. With raven hair and porcelain skin, her stunning beauty radiated an alluring charm as she reclined on the sofa, exuding an irresistible allure. Such beauty existed in this world. He was utterly captivated. The sound of him swallowing hard was distinctly audible. Su Mian Tang met his gaze, slightly frowning. The Central Star people were inherently reserved, respecting femininity. Even when expressing admiration or affection, they would not gaze with such unabashed desire, like a ravenous dog fixating on a bone. A thought struck her. Who is she? Why is she here? His thoughts were interrupted by a cold, menacing voice. Tung Lezen glared at him, his eyes dark as night, his tone icy and threatening. "She is my esteemed female lord. If you gaze upon her any longer, I shall gouge out your eyes." "Oh, ha ha ha." Austin, a master of disguise, quickly redirected his gaze. "I was merely curious as to how a female came to be in this grand hall. It turns out she is my sister-in-law. A misunderstanding indeed. At dawn tomorrow, a momentous battle will unfold at the gates of Florentha City. Yslandi has summoned all military forces from the Central Star, and the enigmatic Moonlight Fairy, who has been orchestrating events from the shadows, will personally emerge to partake in the fray. Should the battle favor us, it may well turn the tide of the war. Conversely, a poor performance could lead to our ultimate demise. At this critical juncture, I find myself in dire need of your presence, Commander Esper. However, time is of the essence, and I regret that I cannot extend the customary welcome. Hofburg has already arranged a banquet, and I implore you to make your way there."
"No need for that," he replied.
"It is imperative," she insisted, "for to neglect such a gesture would be exceedingly remiss. Consider it an opportunity to recuperate and prepare for the impending conflict, if you would." As Tangleson contemplated declining once more, a faint struggle from the girl behind him caught his attention. Austin glanced back. You should return. I will join you shortly. Very well, Austin acquiesced. But as he turned, the glimmer of amusement in his eyes was overshadowed by shadows of greed. This little female would soon be his. Tangleson approached the sofa, gently lifting the girl into his arms as he strode towards the bedroom. In his embrace, she squirmed and whimpered desperately, signaling him to release her. The girl, her voice now unbound, gazed at his calm visage in bewilderment. Is he blind? Tangleson, you serpent. Deprived of her freedom of movement and speech, even her usual mind-reading abilities seemed to have vanished. Rest here. I shall return to keep you company shortly. He placed her upon the soft bed, tenderly covered her with a blanket, and, before departing, bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Warm, humid breaths enveloped her as Su Mian Tang quietly stared at the ceiling. The battle was imminent, and tonight represented her final chance. She must seize it. Otherwise, the losses would be insurmountable. As Tangleson rose to leave, he felt a tug at his coat. Turning, he found the girl on the bed, her delicate fingers entwined in his military uniform, her lips gently biting her red lip, and her amber eyes shimmering with a pleading light, exuding a vulnerability that required no mind-reading to comprehend. Brother Serpent, I beseech you to release me. May I speak a single word? Her earnestness suggested that should he refuse, she would dissolve into tears at any moment. Tangleson, observing her plight, felt his blood surge, and the primal instincts within him surged forth, nearly overwhelming his reason. He had prepared for her to strike, curse, despise, or even loathe him, yet never anticipated she would resort to such tactics of seduction. What a convoluted effort, he mused, though he found himself unable to resist her allure. Witnessing her in such a state softened the once stone heart within him. His throat tightened, fingers clenched into fists so tightly they threatened to break skin, yet he relented. You may utter but a single sentence. If it pertains to the central star, you must cease immediately.
Su Mian Tang nodded vigorously.
With her combat abilities stripped away, the girl regained her freedom to speak. She sighed with relief. I also wish to dine. Tangleson was taken aback. Was her desire to converse merely due to hunger? Are you hungry? Of course.
Su Mian Tang eklaymet, rubbing her stomach.
Upon returning home last night, I had blood drawn and my wounds bandaged. I scarcely had time to eat. Her tone, laced with a hint of playful complaint, lifted Tangleson's spirits. Very well, I shall arrange for dinner. Not at all, she immediately protested, moving closer to him and blinking her large, sparkling eyes. I wish to eat with you. Her sudden intimacy and initiative stirred something within Tangleson, captivating him. Yet a flicker of suspicion arose as he activated his mind-reading abilities. Indeed, he discerned her true thoughts. I want to dine with Austin. His expression swiftly darkened, jealousy igniting in his deep-set eyes as he narrowed them dangerously. Little marshmallow, do you fancy him? Su Mian Tang retorted. And now you choose to employ your mind-reading skills. Answer me. What if I said I did fancy him? I would kill him. How splendid. Indeed, I do. He ominously appended that last remark, rendering Su Mian Tang speechless. Her words stifled. Forget I said anything. In truth, I wish to undertake a certain endeavor. But rest assured, this matter is entirely unrelated to the Central Star or the war.
You shall not escape my grasp.
Tangleson's demeanor remained cold. Neither is this affair connected to it. What is it? It is of utmost importance. Su Mian Tang's gaze held firm. If you cooperate with me, I shall agree to remain here. Really? Tangleson's pupils constricted suddenly. This declaration was an unparalleled temptation for him. Her willingness to stay on Planet X equated to a desire to be by his side, to remain with him for eternity. No backing out. Fearing her reconsideration, the serpent readily acquiesced. Rest assured, I shan't retract my word. The girl's lips curled into a smile. From this moment forth, you must obediently heed my instructions. Very well, Tangleson raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing yet casual. My commander-s lady. Serpent, do not be overly confident. I wish to accompany you to the banquet at Hofburg. One cannot attend in loungewear, can they? Please help me select an outfit. On Helker Star, during the final address of a futuristic technological symposium, Lucy received a notification from his holographic device. Alert! Your new health monitoring wristband has been violently dismantled. His deep purple eyes widened in shock, his complexion paling. At this hour, Mian Tang should be asleep. How could her wristband have been destroyed? Something must have happened to her. In the cabinet, the highest administrative meeting was interrupted as the holographic screen, initially displaying the country as updated legal statutes, suddenly flashed 3 urgent red exclamation marks. The signal was quickly cut, and a senior planetary prosecutor, hastily adjusting his hat, rushed to report. Report. Level 1 alert. An SS-class combat male has just abducted a female from the planet, forcefully crossing borders. The adversary is overwhelmingly powerful, having destroyed multiple warships, and has fled the airspace of the central star, heading towards Planet X. Now broadcasting footage captured by TM-4087. As the unconscious girl's face appeared before the assembly, the prince standing before the holographic screen was struck as if by lightning, rendered momentarily incapacitated, documents scattering around him. Simultaneously, on the island of Ginsalis, the snow leopard, roused from its dormant state upon sensing the destruction of the tracking photon gifted to the little female, opened its eyes with a sense of foreboding, its dark gaze almost consuming the night sky. Tang was in peril. 3 figures vanished simultaneously from their locations. Within the Valori Palace, there were no garments fit for a female, only various sizes of robotic attire. Tangleson intended to have a custom gown delivered from his private workshop, but the girl declined, asserting it was too late for such inconvenience. I find the attire worn by these robots quite unique. Those are unsuitable for you. Is that so? Su Mian Tang raised an eyebrow, unperturbed, selecting set in her size as she entered the room. Tangleson was certain of his position. He knew how enchanting she appeared in a lovely dress. Even a simple, unadorned nightgown would leave him breathless. As the girl emerged from her room clad in an elegant, striking robotic outfit, Tangleson was momentarily entranced, nearly forgetting to breathe. She resembled a mechanical maiden, a creation of AI from a fantastical future, breathtakingly unreal. A pair of silver elven earrings emerged from her voluminous dark hair, adorned with a filigree of begonia flowers gracing her forehead, adding an air of mystery and ethereal grace to her already enchanting features. Around her neck, a serpentine necklace wound its way from her chin to her waist, while soft metallic embellishments adorned her wrists and ankles, emanating a subtle iridescence. Superfiber materials elegantly traced the curves of her exquisite figure. From head to toe, every aspect was flawless, every detail captivating. This was not merely delightful, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Little marshmallow, you are stunning, Tangleson uttered, spellbound, driven by a primal urge from the depths of his heart. I think so too, Su Mian Tang replied, although she had been here for quite some time. Her attire had remained unchanged from her life on Earth. This was the first time she felt an overwhelming sense of technology enveloping her in this futuristic interstellar era. As if she were a dashing female warrior. She reached for the energy sphere beside her but hesitated. Tangleson extended his hand towards her, but Su Mian Tang nimbly evaded. It's beautiful, but it's not for you. Let's go to Hofburg. Upon hearing Hofburg, Tangleson's brow furrowed slightly. He suddenly regretted agreeing to her request. Her beauty made him wish to keep her hidden away, to possess her entirely, to have her bloom beneath him, away from the gaze of any male. Hofburg. Austin prepared a feast, awaiting Tangleson's arrival to discuss the morning's battle plans. However, he was taken aback when the attendant announced the commander and his lady had come together. He was even more astonished when the little female appeared in a different outfit, so breathtaking that even though he constantly reminded himself to remain composed, he couldn't help but stare, utterly entranced. The style of Planet X suited her far better than that of Central Star. She ought to remain on Planet X. But not as the commander's wife. She should be the lady of Austin, his lady. Austin. Tangleson interrupted his gaze and fantasies with a dark expression. Austin noticed the stern warning in Tangleson's eyes and quickly redirected his gaze, plastering a smile on his face. Commander Esper, Lady Commander, please take a seat. At the table, the 2 males engaged in discussions regarding military strategies, tactical maneuvers, command deployments, and equipment supplies, while the young woman sat beside them, diligently enjoying her dinner. Midway through, she discreetly extended her hand from beneath the table and tapped the man's leg. Tangleson received the signal and raised his hand to glance at his beeping monitoring bracelet. I apologize, my training time is up. I cannot stay long. Training time? Austin asked, intrigued. After my differentiation to SS level, I awakened infinite energy. Although this ability is powerful, it remains unstable, requiring an hour of practice each day. Infinite energy. Austin exclaimed in astonishment. This capability is fantastic. This means he can be trained into a permanent combat machine. Su Mian Tang stifled a smile at his spontaneous fabrication, amused by his notion of infinite energy. Then, Commander, please do hurry. Honing your combat skills is paramount, and we can't afford any delays. Yet, Su Mian Tang set down her cutlery, looking somewhat shy.
Xinyi.
I'm not full yet. The way she addressed him sent a jolt through Tangleson, nearly causing him to lose his composure. He had heard countless people call him that, but her voice was uniquely sweet, soft, and sticky, igniting an overwhelming desire to tease her. Steadying himself, he turned to Austin. Might I trouble the esteemed Star Master to escort my lady back to the palace once she has finished her meal? Austin was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected favor, quickly masking his delight with a calm nod. Of course. Then I shall take my leave. Tangleson stood. According to plan, he should have exited swiftly, but instead, he suddenly leaned down and pressed a fleeting kiss to the girl's soft lips, stained with fruit juice. Enjoy your meal, my lady. The kiss was as light as a dragonfly's touch, leaving Su Mian Tang momentarily frozen. While he may not possess infinite energy, attending to one little female was more than manageable. After the kiss, his deep, magnetic voice brushed past her ear, leaving a barely audible word of labor. Su Mian Tang's cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip. Watching his retreating form, this cunning serpent had brazenly taken advantage of her. Tangleson lightly traced his lips with his tongue, a satisfied smile blooming.
How sweet.
Once he had completely vanished from the grand hall, Austin cautiously directed his gaze to her, finally allowing himself to admire her unabashedly. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Every gesture and movement was elegant and enchanting, like a painting that transcended the existing world and dimensions, a goddess from the future. Alas, she was not yet his to claim. Not until the war was over. Not until he had complete control over Tangleson. She would be his, to toy with, to ravage. Unable to resist. As he unabashedly fantasized about the young woman, his gaze suddenly met hers, and just as he was about to look away, he caught sight of her smiling lips, curving into a delicate, enchanting smile. She was smiling at him. Her previously expressionless, reticent demeanor had already been captivating. Now, her smile rendered her even more stunning and bewitching. Star Master. Su Mian Tang not only smiled at him but also spoke, her voice soft and alluring. Thank you very much for your generous hospitality today. I enjoyed my meal immensely. It is my duty. Lady Commander need not be so courteous. No. It is the Star Master who is being too polite. Calling me Lady Commander feels too distant. You may simply call me Nemesis. Nemesis? I can call you by your name? Austin's excitement surged, his voice shifting in pitch. What a beautiful, unique name. Do you like it, Star Master? Su Mian Tang raised an eyebrow, lifting a glass of wine as she approached him. As the young woman, graceful and alluring, drew closer, Austin's heart raced, and his soul trembled with uncontainable excitement. His doubts were thoroughly dispelled. Could it be that she liked him too? Ha ha ha. It seemed she was not only beautiful in appearance and voice but also had impeccable taste in men. He was far superior to Tangleson. In the grand hall behind the curtain, an SS-level combat male concealed his presence, fixated on the scene before him. The greenish hue of his eyes gradually ignited with flames, his cold visage cloaked in frost, resembling a jealous lover in the darkness. Little Marshmallow, what are you truly up to? Nemesis, a name he had heard before, belonged to the legendary goddess entwined with venomous serpents, often heralding retribution. In our first meeting, I raise a toast to you, esteemed Star Master. Su Mian Tang extended a glass towards him. Austin followed the wineglass, captivated by her delicate arm, her fair neck, her full bosom, her soft waist, and her long legs. Utterly entranced, unable to command his movements.
All right.
Just as he reached out to take it, the young woman's glass tilted slightly, spilling wine onto his clothing, a deliberate act. I apologize, Star Master, for staining your attire. Let me help you clean it. As she spoke, she pulled out a handkerchief, but before it could touch him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah!" Being favored and touched by such a beautiful female was utterly delightful. He had never encountered such a daring young woman. She showed no desire to engage with him, bluntly stating her lines. I heard that your beast form is an octopus, a cold-blooded creature. Yet, why do I feel that your body is so warm? As she uttered those words, her demeanor radiated shyness, allure, and seduction, igniting a raging jealousy within the man concealed behind the curtain, nearly compelling him to burst forth and violently tear apart the one who had ensnared her. The little cotton candy, typically appearing before him as pure and white as a gardenia, as innocent as an otherworldly goddess, unexpectedly possessed such a knack for flirtation. It seemed he had been overly restrained. His long fingers cracked ominously as he gripped tightly, incessantly reciting her prior assurances and promises in his mind, barely managing to contain himself. Great Python, I wish to undertake a certain task. Should you cooperate, I shall permit you to remain here. Rest assured. This endeavor bears no relation to the Central Star or the war, nor shall it place me in peril. At the upcoming banquet, find an excuse to depart early. Then conceal yourself and initiate mind reading with Austin. He clenched his teeth in restraint while obediently following the girl's directive, activating the mind reading ability directed at Austin. Nemesis. You are exquisite and utterly captivating. Austin was utterly entranced by her words, his desires ignited, devoid of any rational thought, as he pulled her closer, intent on pinning her beneath him. Yet the girl, startled like a frightened fawn, swiftly evaded his grasp, exclaiming, Lord Star Master, what are you doing? Please, maintain your decorum. If Sun discovers this, there will be consequences. He won't discover anything.
Why not?
Because he is foolish, as are all members of the Serpent Clan.
To this day,
even the ex-people who stealthily took him away and cast him onto the Central Star remain oblivious, just as he and his duped family do, who not only foolishly offered up the Selpha planet and the crystal mines but also naively serve as my blade against the Central Star. How could he possibly discern that his beloved little female is about to be claimed by me?
Ha ha ha.
His triumphant thoughts detonated in Tangleson's mind like a thunderclap on a clear day, engulfing him in an overwhelming white light, drowning out all sensation. Chapter 176. Assemble. Prepare for team battle. For I understand him. Austin reached out, attempting to encircle her delicate waist, only for the girl to deftly evade him. However, she bit her luscious lips, her thick lashes fluttering as she gazed at him with concern. I am still quite frightened. Sun possesses SS-level combat prowess. Under the gaze of the extraordinarily beautiful little female, whose eyes seemed to plead for protection, Austin felt a surge of strength, yearning to display his full might before her. What is there to fear? I, too, am an SS-level combat male, and should a confrontation arise, he would not stand a chance against me. Really? Of course. Lord Star Master, why are you so confident? Sun has boundless energy. What does boundless energy signify? He replied dismissively. To prevent his rebellion. I have long since extracted his glands. Once his combat power is fully unleashed, he will collapse into his beast form. Even boundless energy would be of no use. Behind the curtain, as the man absorbed every word, it felt as though he had been sliced by a poisoned blade, blood gushing forth, fury igniting within him. Nearly bursting from his chest, his bloodshot eyes brewing a murderous intent. His very essence trembled with ferocity. It became apparent that it was the ex-people who had stolen him away, annihilated his entire clan, seized the crystal mines and the Selpha planet, and even extracted his glands. How absurd that for so many years he had been desperately seeking vengeance against those unrelated to him, nearly mistaking thieves for his true enemies. If not for the little cotton candy.
Ha, ha ha.
A tide of hatred finally engulfed Tangleson.
Boom.
A thunderous crash reverberated through the grand hall, akin to a statue collapsing, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust. Su Mian Tang's expression stiffened. She turned to see a massive serpent rising from the ground. It tore through the curtain and shattered the ceiling, its colossal form sending countless attendants into terrified screams as they scattered. Its once beautiful emerald eyes now glowed crimson. Fixated on Austin, exuding a wild and ferocious intent, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. It appeared he was already aware. Originally, she had intended to gradually guide Austin to unveil the truth, but now that effort seemed unnecessary. Tangleson had never truly left. Upon seeing him, Austin's expression shifted dramatically. Sensing the overwhelming aura of malice encroaching around him, he immediately activated the defensive system of the hall. As Su Mian Tang turned again, she noticed he had vanished from sight. The creature was remarkably swift. With no time to ponder, blades of steel began to rain down from all directions, accompanied by a haze of poisonous gas as robots launched energy bombs. The massive python unleashed its combat prowess, shielding the little female beneath a golden barrier. Then swiftly pursued Austin's silhouette. Wherever they passed, guards and soldiers were knocked aside, and robots were reduced to mere dust. Standing atop the serpent, Su Mian Tang steadied herself while overcoming her psychological fears. It dawned on her that her previous fright had been exaggerated, creating an illusion. The great python did not possess two heads, but one was sufficiently daunting. Its speed was unparalleled, its targeting precise. In no time, Austin's presence resurfaced nearby. Great python. I believe I can sense Austin's scent. It's within the city ahead, Su Mian Tang alerted it. The colossal serpent promptly slithered toward the city.
Kill, kill, kill.
Suddenly, An elderly man, appearing several centuries old and limping, emerged from the city, his eyes swirling with dark energy, wielding a blade as he approached them. With a mere flick of Tangleson's tail, the old man vanished without a trace, utterly powerless. Next came a group of children no older than 7 or 8. Following them were a collection of unarmed females, their eyes glowing with dark energy, expressions vacant, resembling mindless zombies rather than attackers, merely offering themselves as sacrifices to buy time.
Su Mian Tang furolet herbrol.
Is this Austin's mind control technique?
Indeed.
His continued survival was not due to exceptional strength or tactical prowess, but rather his despicable and ruthless nature, devoid of morality. This strategy was not only employed against the Central Star citizens, but also against his own people. Great Python, do not harm them, they are but puppets, she cried. Yet the massive serpent seemed to have lost its reason, its eyes ablaze with hatred and fury, devoid of any semblance of emotion, only the lust for blood. It sought to annihilate every obstacle on the X-planet, to obliterate every inch of land and corner, ensuring that this world, rife with evil, vanished alongside Austin into the vast cosmos, accompanying its family to the grave. Observing its frenzied state, Su Mian Tang feared that, in a moment of instability, its combat power might truly escalate to the extreme, devolving into its beast form, never to return. In desperation, she closed her eyes, steeling herself, and firmly embraced its serpentine head, soothingly whispering, "Great Python, calm yourself. Let us proceed to the gates of Florenfa and meet with Lamon, so we may together vanquish Austin. The X-planet is vast and its inhabitants numerous. Do not fear that your combat power may collapse, reducing you to your beast form, thus preventing you from remaining by my side." Her final words struck a chord within the great Python, momentarily restoring some semblance of reason and consciousness. Indeed, he still had the little cotton candy, his beloved, his singular treasure, and his future. He could not perish. He wished to share countless beautiful days with her. He gently flicked his tongue against the girl's arm, as if expressing his submission, a willingness to heed her every command. Su Mian Tang gently caressed it, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Then, let us embark. At the gates of Florenth's city, amidst the early morning haze before dawn, colossal warships loomed. Energy cannons were poised, and rows of disciplined soldiers stood ready, a formidable presence surrounding the city. The somber and chilling spectacle of warfare sent shivers down one's spine, as a frigid wind swept through, carrying an air thick with a fierce and unrelenting aura of slaughter. Before the thousands of soldiers, an imposing figure descended from the heavens. A man of striking stature and elegance. Clad in the uniform of the Central Star Army, his moonlit white hair was slightly pressed by the dark-patterned brim of his hat, its tousled strands sharp and fierce. The insignia of a 5-star general adorned his epaulettes, and a battle cloak billowed dramatically behind him in the morning breeze. Resembling a flickering flame, wild and unrestrained, exuding utmost charisma. To his left and right stood 2 equally stunning figures. "General, it is not yet the appointed time." "Why are we advancing early?" Fred inquired. "Appointed?" Ystrandy's thin lips curled slightly. Austin was far too cunning to adhere to any agreement. Moreover, he lowered his gaze, biting down on his glove, his fingers lightly tugging at the bow tie on his chest. He longed for his master, a yearning that was driving him to madness. Swift resolution was paramount. He wanted to return home to embrace his master. By conquering Planet X before night, we could indeed set sail for home, Enzo exclaimed with excitement. He too yearned to see Tang Tang, an overwhelming desire engulfing him. Following this fierce battle, the Central Star would surely enjoy many years of peace. He wished for nothing more than to remain by Tang Tang's side, forever her little wolf. It might happen sooner than expected. As Ystrandy loosened his grip on the bow tie, he unexpectedly detected 2 distinct powerful presences, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. How could there be 2 SS-level male combatants within Florentha City? Had Austin summoned reinforcements? He slowly donned his gloves, his gaze sharp and ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. Suddenly, a massive serpent erupted from the vast lake, sending towering waves crashing forth. Yet, it was not the serpent's imposing size that captured attention. Rather, it was the young girl, ensconced within a golden force field atop its head, that drew the eye. In the crisp morning breeze, her flowing ebony hair danced, and her meticulously tailored ultra-fiber attire made her appear as though she had emerged from a rift in time, a resplendent AI mechanical maiden. She radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, accentuating her alluring curves, resembling a dazzling star illuminating the night sky, a breathtaking sight that entranced millions of soldiers. Ystrandy's gaze snapped to her, and in an instant, his fiery eyes ignited with passionate intensity. Master? 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 In the blink of an eye, he teleported before her, wrapping her tightly in his embrace. As if he wished to merge with her entirely. Master, why have you come? Did you miss Lanlan? I missed you so much. The once formidable and decisive war god instantly transformed into a wounded cub, eagerly nuzzling against his master, wagging his tail in exuberance, a sight that astonished the entire army. Was this truly the general who reprimanded them for indulging in feminine distractions? Su Mian Tang, having just emerged from the lake and still slightly dizzy, was startled by the sudden, heated embrace of a towering masculine figure, only to recognize the familiar aura of her little sweetheart. A gentle smile graced her lips as she wrapped her arms around his powerful waist. Lanlan, Master has missed you too. As the giant serpent surged forth, intent on seeking out Ystrandy, it suddenly felt a heavy footstep upon its head. An audacious male dared to tread upon it while professing his love for the little cotton candy. Just as it was about to unleash its fury, two more thuds echoed. Fred and Enzo had arrived. After a separation of over 2 months, the brothers had been consumed by longing. No longer subtle, they knelt on one knee, taking her hands in theirs, showering them with fervent kisses. Every ounce of longing and sentiment was expressed through their actions. Su Mian Tang was taken aback. Although the Central Star traditionally revered females over males, it was unheard of for high-ranking officers to kneel before a female, let alone a guardian, before the one they protected. Their posture and fervent gazes unmistakably welcomed her as their female sovereign, sending tremors of emotion through her heart. Tang Tang, Tang Tang, Fred and Enzo. Her little golden eagle and little snow wolf called out. The serpent's dark green eyes churned with brewing storms, yet before it could erupt, another heavy thud resounded. Upon learning that the little female had been abducted by the X-planet inhabitants, Jun Qingyin had raced to the battlefield, prepared to lay waste to Planet X in a bid for her rescue. To his astonishment, upon arriving at the scene, he found her standing there unharmed, her blood flowing normally once more and reason gradually returning. Unable to contain his overwhelming emotions, he dashed forward and embraced her tightly from behind. Golden Retriever? Su Mian Tang turned to him, her curiosity piqued. What brings you here? Not only did she see Jun Qingyin, but also Lucy Li? The director stood a short distance away, breathless and pale, as if he had suffered a grave shock. Upon seeing her, his spirit gradually returned. Thank goodness she's safe. With a loud thud, he joined them. Tangleson was furious, poised to strike them all down, only to realize he was utterly powerless. Above him, 2 SS-level male combatants, including a mutant, along with 3 S-level males, bore down on him with sheer force, rendering his beast form helpless without the need for any special abilities. Yet this was not the end. Within the God S Might-class warship, a youth, idly reclining with legs crossed and tossing cotton candy into his mouth while awaiting Austin's arrival, chanced upon the surveillance footage. There, he beheld a breathtakingly beautiful girl surrounded by a pack of wolfish males. Sister. It's Sister. Why has she come? He instantly transformed into a mech warrior, bursting forth from the ship towards the girl, his voice preceding him. Sister. Another one. An SS level. Flames of fury ignited in the serpent's eyes. Ystrandy's brow furrowed, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the newcomer. Sister? Who does he call sister? In the air, the moonlight fairy alighted, planting an excited kiss on the girl's cheek before folding her wings and landing atop the serpent's head. Little Ear. Sister, why are you here? Did you miss Little Ear? Commander Moonlight Fairy. Shouldn't you explain something to me? Su Mian Tang began to speak, but Ystrandy interrupted, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Let the others be, but what is your involvement? It became clear why the renowned, formidable commander of the stars had suddenly become so enthusiastic about forming an alliance with him. It was merely another opportunist eyeing his master. What does the general wish to hear from me? My relationship with Sister? The Moonlight Fairy's lips curled in a teasing smile, her demeanor playful, her tone deceptively polite. Yet her triumphant expression seemed to declare, as you can see, I am the new favorite of Sister. Before the tension could escalate between the two, a figure streaked past them, halting abruptly several meters away. Qin Yanzhou, frantic with urgency, arrived just in time to witness the unfolding scene. Left utterly stunned as if struck by a lightning bolt, Tang Tang, so stunningly exceptional and a great SSSS female, must surely have an entourage of formidable males surrounding her. He had long steeled himself for such a reality. Yet, upon awakening, he was astounded to find himself confronted by a plethora of rivals. Preparing oneself mentally was one thing. Witnessing them in close proximity to Tang Tang, embracing her so intimately, was another ordeal entirely. A pang of bitterness surged within him, igniting a fierce jealousy that urged him to obliterate them all with the artillery from his arsenal. "Qin Yanzhou, you're awake?" The gentle and surprised voice of a petite female stirred him from his tumultuous thoughts. With a resounding thud, yet another figure joined the throng atop the colossal python. Chapter 178. The SSSS-5 Pheromone Massacre. Qin Yanzhou, unwilling to be outdone, wedged himself into the crowd, seizing the girl's arm and meticulously inspecting her from head to toe. As Aslanti observed his affectionate gestures, his brow furrowed even deeper. "Who is he?" The combat mechanical headset chimed, revealing that Qin Yanzhou, the CEO of the Qin Corporation and the principal benefactor of military arms for the troops, had just awakened. Another petty thief. Indeed. There is no such thing as a free lunch. He would later dispose of those weapons, confident in his own abilities. But his master would never permit those with ulterior motives to covet her. "Tang Tang, I sense the tracking photon I gifted you shattered during your dormancy. It is composed of extremely hard material, only shatterable by combatants of S grade and above. What transpired? Are you injured?" "Indeed." At this, Lu Silly's expression grew grave.
Mian Tang.
"The new health monitoring bracelet I gave you, which you've never parted with, how could it be violently dismantled?" Jun Qingyin, equally unsettled, loosened his grip slightly. His gaze intense. "Tang Tang, who was the X-species that kidnapped you? Tell me, and I shall hunt him down." "Tang Tang was kidnapped? The master was kidnapped. My sister was abducted." The other four males nearby echoed in unison, their voices laced with tension and ferocity, imbued with a profound murderous intent. It was as if, the moment she spoke, they would charge into Florentha's city and obliterate the captor.
Ah.
Su Mian Tang lowered her gaze to the enormous python beneath her. The once volatile Tanglerson fell silent, calculating the odds of defeating these 4 SSS-grade males and 3 S-grade males. The likelihood was nearly non-existent. With a stroke of fortune, he might take 1 or 2 down. With ill fortune, he would not only face utter defeat, but also witness them reclaiming their precious cotton candy. A fate he could not bear. The once arrogant and imperious king of serpents, for the first time, found himself beneath the feet of so many. Yet he bore it silently. This matter, however, was lengthy to explain. Su Mian Tang pondered how best to elucidate the situation to them. A sudden, ominous wind swept across the lakeside, accompanied by a dense, inky mist that gradually obscured everyone's vision, while the vast lake surged with tumultuous waves. Fred immediately sensed the danger. It was the ink spewed forth by Austin. Enzo, his recently awakened telekinetic abilities are formidable, affecting all beast men. To minimize the impact, we should transform into our beast forms. Seeking death. Aslanti glanced sideways, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Anyone daring to disrupt his reunion with his master would find themselves with their 8 legs severed and served on a platter.
Protect Tang Tang.
The group activated their combat powers, reinforcing the golden shield atop the colossal python. With 4 SSS grade and 3 S grade warriors, even the world's sturdiest weapon would be rendered ineffective. "Sister, take this." The Moonlight Fairy handed her an object. Su Mian Tang curiously accepted it, expecting a weapon for self-defense, only to find it was a bag of sunflower seeds. "If things get dull later, you can snack while enjoying the spectacle." She couldn't help but chuckle. Super Energy Purification Liquid. Qin Yanzhou hurled several energy bombs, swiftly dispersing the battlefield's fog. Austin erupted from the lake, believing he had successfully evaded Tanglerson, only to look up and behold the imposing figure of a strikingly beautiful girl standing atop the giant python. Above her, an SSS-grade mutated white tiger with scarlet winged sword, while a magnificent lion, embodying the power of the dual-eyed force, stood before her. To her left was a golden feathered eagle and an Arctic snow wolf, and to her right, a unique armored warrior and the king of the snowy mountains. Behind her was a fiery red fox adorned with a phoenix tail mark. She stood at the center, akin to a noble beast master commanding legions, a breathtaking visual feast that stunned all, leaving Austin paralyzed with terror. 3 S-grade males and 5 SSS-grade males. Not only could he not fight, but even fleeing was no longer an option. Today marked an apocalyptic battle for Planet X, and for Austin. It was a calamity he could not escape. Then he suddenly threw back his head, a monstrous snarl escaping his lips as he gathered all his energy for a self-destructive surge of combat power. Mind control. The self-destructive display of SS-grade combat power was akin to apocalyptic devastation, inflicting immeasurable harm to all. The crowd heightened their vigilance, while Tanglerson's serpentine tongue flickered. His crimson eyes ablaze with fury, longing to charge forth and perish alongside him. Su Mian Tang sensed his agitation. Gently bending down to stroke his head in a soothing gesture before standing tall, her gaze unwavering as she beheld the gigantic, tentacled creature looming above. With resolute determination, she slowly raised her hand. Great Python, I come to avenge you, to avenge the 981 lives of your kin. To seek retribution for the countless females who perished beneath the toxic gas bombs throughout the ages. The SSSS-5 pheromone massacre. This was the deepest, most dormant pheromone within her. One she believed would never be unleashed, yet now it surged forth uncontrollably. The rich pheromones emanating from the girl spread silently, like vines through the air, blossoming into a colossal flower that devoured Austin whole as it reached him.
Boom!
A thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Austin, having gathered his entire energy for battle, had not even manifested his telekinetic powers before he was utterly pulverized, dissolving into a sanguine bloom that rained down from above. How is this possible? In his final moments, his eyes brimmed with unparalleled confusion and shock. In this world, there existed a power so formidable that it could effortlessly annihilate a self-destructive SS-grade male. Could it be that she is the fabled SSS-grade female of Central Star, the supreme being of the realm? This sudden shift left the 8 males nearby in stunned silence, and the monumental commotion even caught the attention of a hellish dragon soaring through the skies, which paused to observe the unfolding scene. On the smoke-filled battlefield, an exquisitely beautiful girl wielded her pheromones, her flowing black hair dancing in the wind, exuding an aura of cool elegance, much like a beguiling flower blooming amidst barren lands, enticing all who beheld her. In her eyes flickered a fleeting glimmer of intrigue. Chapter 179. A Sweet Burden. The Star Master is dead. The Star Master is dead. Planet X has fallen. Run. Flee quickly. In the skies above, the explosion of Austin S. sanguine bloom sounded like the clarion call for the cessation of war, a firework heralding the dawn of peace. Staining the cold and merciless battlefield crimson, the X-army swiftly raised white flags, collapsing in disarray as they fled, while the Central Star forces erupted in jubilant song, celebrating the annihilation of their adversary in this grand and exhilarating moment. At the forefront of the battalion, the 8 males encircling the petite female gazed in astonishment at the girl who was slowly retracting her hand, their eyes brimming with disbelief. They had long prepared themselves for battle, yet they never anticipated that the final blow would be delivered by her. She was the first female to step onto the battlefield in millennia, and the first to vanquish an enemy leader. In their eyes, she transcended mere recognition as their chosen female sovereign. She resembled a deity they worshipped from the depths of their hearts. Yslandi was the first to regain his composure, excitement flickering in his eyes as he folded his wings and lunged toward her. "My lady, are you here to stand up for Lan Lan?" he exclaimed. "Hey, Lan Lan, you're too big. Don't come any closer." Su Mian Tang was suddenly knocked to the ground. The usually composed prince could no longer contain his elation, failing to revert to his human form in time as he shook his golden mane and leaped toward her. Tang Tang was fighting not just for the Central Star System, for this nation, but for him, the future king. Su Mian Tang's outstretched hand was pressed down. The eagle and wolf by her side exchanged glances, their eyes filled with pride and affection. They quietly crouched beside her, behaving far more like loyal companions than the decisive, high-ranking officers they were on the battlefield. As Su Mian Tang struggled to rise, her hands brushed against the wing of a golden-feathered eagle and the fluffy tail of a snow wolf. "Sister." The Moonlight Fairy observed the situation, grinding his teeth. His sister was clearly worried about him, fearing for the safety of a little rabbit in battle. Hence her arrival to assist. They were being overly sentimental. He too wished to rush over and embrace the girl, but his massive mechanical form was too cumbersome to navigate through. An idea sparked in his mind, and he transformed into a small floppy-eared rabbit, hopping onto her. Little ears?
Don Telik, ah.
The red fox and snow leopard eagerly followed suit, nudging her with their round heads, their fluffy tails entwining with her arms and legs.
Ah, Tatiklas.
Enough, enough.
Stop it.
Surrounded by an array of affectionate and beautiful creatures, all clamoring for her attention, Su Mian Tang felt both sweetly flattered and burdened. Only the giant python stared vacantly at the cascading droplets of blood, lost in thought. Austin was dead, the X-planet had perished. He had avenged the lives of his 981 kin, and the Surfa planet would be liberated. All of this had been bestowed upon him by the little cotton candy, the female sovereign who reshaped his glands, the divine being who saved his soul. Henceforth, his life would solely belong to her. In his deep emerald eyes, fervent love burned, and a glimmer of tears shimmered within. As he became immersed in his emotions, he noticed a throng of beasts vying for the girl above him, and fury surged through him. He shook his head violently, determined to dislodge anyone who approached her. The little cotton candy was avenging him. What were they all doing? The defeat of the X star system spread rapidly throughout the cosmos, with news of the Central Star Army officially taking control of the capital, Florentes, replacing the national flag and annexing territories. On Central Star, the streets were filled with jubilant citizens, all bursting with excitement, singing and dancing in celebration, eagerly anticipating the triumphant return of their army. Did you hear? The final battle saw an SSSS-level female arrive and personally bring an end to Austin. Is that true? The SSSS-level female is indeed the treasure of the planet, a deity safeguarding the entire star system. Absolutely. My brother was on the battlefield. He even took photos, though they're not clear JPGs. Not clear? It's just a circle of golden light. Could it be that the aura of the SSSS-level female is too overwhelming? Ah. Did you not see who surrounded her? The prince, the general, the Gemini, the commander, the dean, the wealthiest individual, and an unknown but seemingly highly capable forest python, each a top-tier figure. Who could resist the allure of an SSSS-level female? It's a pity I'm of low rank. Otherwise, I would willingly serve as her loyal companion. Suddenly, I'm a bit worried. Can her body withstand it? All these top-tier males together can be quite overwhelming. You should be more concerned for those males. My lady is an S-level female. Just a slight release of pheromones sends me into a frenzy. I can't even imagine how pleasurable it must be for them. Queen Jenny received the news immediately, her astonishment palpable. Before Tang Dang awakened her 4S-level pheromones, she had been the highest pheromone level holder in the cosmos, yet she had never dared to step onto the battlefield. Even amidst the dire straits of the central star system, she feared perishing beneath machines and artillery, worried that no S-level female would remain to protect Central Star. She had too many fears, while the girl before her was filled with earnestness, resilience, and bravery, embodying the spirit of a true sovereign. She resolved to personally welcome her and the army. After dominating the capital of Florentes, the billions of Central Star soldiers embarked on their grand journey home. Within the leading Thunder warship, the external battles had concluded, yet the reckoning within was only just beginning. Su Mian Tang sat on the sofa, legs crossed, her amber eyes sparkling as she gazed up at the males surrounding her, forming an impenetrable circle. They drew ever closer. You all. In the air. Sparks flew and currents surged. Something felt amiss, as if a confrontation were brewing. She faintly caught the scent of gunpowder. Before she could speak to intervene, the Gemini stepped forward, declaring their allegiance in unison. We are Tang Tang's guardians. We have sworn an oath in the Central Star government, leaving our marks, promising to cherish and protect her for life, unwavering until death.
Su Mian Tang nodded, indeed.
PFF, what do guardians even mean? Yslandi scoffed, his brows arched defiantly. Am I not the most beloved of my lady, her little sweetheart? She has said she will always be with me. He glanced at the girl, his brows raised, as if asking, Isn't that right, my lady? Su Mian Tang replied, that is indeed true, but at the time, she thought you were merely an ordinary little tiger cub. Yslandi basked in his affection. If she were to deny it, he would recount every moment they had shared, how he had seen her body, slept beside her, kissed her for 2 hours, and their sweet honeymoon in the cosmos. He would narrate it all in exquisite detail to jog her memory. That mischievous tiger. Su Mian Tang braced herself and responded. Chapter 180. Breaking Defenses. Most beloved? The moonlight fairy smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You were merely taken in by my sister out of kindness, kept as a pet for a while. The general may be a bit too self-assured, don't you think? If a beloved pet counts as the most beloved, then what does that make me, having lived and shared everything with my sister for so long? A male sovereign? Su Mian Tang retorted, you clever little rabbit, as deceitful as that troublesome tiger. Moreover, he continued, gently tapping the radar on his head with his knuckles, winking at the girl, a satisfied smile gracing his features. My sister traveled from afar, undeterred by hardship, to see me, even deliberately wearing matching outfits to signify our bond. Matching outfits? Su Mian Tang looked down at her mechanical attire and the radar on her elfin ears, realizing that it did indeed coordinate well with his armored warrior form. Qin Yanzhou's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, a fierce possessiveness stirring within him, making him feel a pang of jealousy. No matter whom Tang Tang loves the most, my love for her remains unparalleled. She is my salvation, my deity, the female sovereign I am destined to adore in this lifetime, and the sole female I can truly embrace. The only female I can touch? Su Mian Tang turned her face, astonished as she gazed at him. Qin Yanzhou, is your condition still not resolved? I do not know, he replied, shaking his head. Perhaps it has improved. Perhaps not. But that is of little consequence, aside from her. I desire no other female. I only wish to entwine myself with her for eternity. Contemplating this, he activated his doppelganger technique. 5 identical, tall, and handsome men encircled her, attempting to claim a bit more space beside her just a little more.
Su Mian Tang stared in bewilderment,
Momentarily unable to distinguish which was the original and which were the duplicates. It seemed that his human form could indeed employ the doppelganger technique. Alas! Falling in love with one's own doctor is not an ideal circumstance, Lu Silly gently interjected, offering a kind reminder. Yet, he had no intention of contending with them. For regardless of how formidable their combat prowess or how fierce their methods of rivalry, they could never possess the shared interests, aspirations, and dedication to the same professional realm that he and Mian Tang shared, allowing for profound soul connections and exhilarating physical exchanges in their work environment, such as in the laboratory. Director, the girl interrupted his splendid reverie, slightly raising her delicate brows, as if to say, is it truly a good thing to fall in love with one's subordinate? Lu Silly's brows knitted slightly. Mian Tang, why do you always retort at me? Though he was her superior in their relationship, he had always been the subordinate. Unable to suppress his fervent and devout love for her, he relished this playful banter, enjoying it to the point of almost floating away. Mian Tang only sparred with him, indicating that he held a uniquely special place in her heart. Thud. As the group of males engaged in their psychological warfare and spirited arguments, a sudden, intense crashing sound echoed, prompting them to turn and behold a massive anaconda at the entrance of the battleship. Right, Tang Tang, Fred had long wished to inquire. Is this colossal serpent your new steed? Ah? Su Mian Tang was taken aback. The giant python hissed and transformed into human form, a faint aura of menace radiating from his pronounced brow. Who are you calling a steed? Is it you? Jun Qingyin instantly recognized him as the kidnapper of Tang Tang and was about to charge forward, only to be halted by the girl. Big golden hair, no. Su Mian Tang interposed herself before him. He is also a victim of Planet X. Indeed, I am the beloved of Little Cotton Candy, Tangleson proclaimed, extending his arm and enveloping the girl's slender shoulders with a possessive gesture, his demeanor radiating arrogance. If you still want that hand, you better remove it quickly. The Moonlight Fairy's gaze turned icy, issuing a chilling warning. Qin Yanzhou's 5 doppelgangers swiftly materialized, surrounding him with hostility. Su Mian Tang sensed the unsettling atmosphere. Hey, you all. Yaslanti struck first. The Master's beloved? Does he even deserve that? Tangleson dodged slightly, a scratch on his bicep revealing a tattoo. Su Mian Tang, let us not fight. Humph. The man smirked, flexing his wrist. You wish to brawl? I shall oblige. Those scheming individuals not only sought to deceive the innocent heart of Little Cotton Candy, but had long been riding high on his back. He had been itching for a fight. Lon Lon Little Ear, Qin Yanzhou, Big Python. Su Mian Tang frowned. Did you not hear me speaking? However, the males, caught in a fierce battle and thick with jealousy, were impervious to any admonitions. Master, come behind me, be careful not to get hurt. Sister, step aside. Let me teach this oblivious python a lesson. Mian Tang. Lu Silly pulled her close, shaking his head in resignation. They were always so violent. The Gemini twins also approached, steadfastly protecting her. This is bad. Su Mian Tang felt a flush of embarrassment. Why does it feel like a fire has ignited? The momentum was rapidly escalating, spiraling out of control. With 4 SS-level males clashing, would this battleship not be obliterated? It seemed that only pheromones could quell the chaos. Just as she was about to raise her hand, her gaze fell upon the chaotic scene involving Jun Qingyin, and she let out a cold laugh. What are you all arguing about, when none of you have even marked her completely? As the words left her lips, the males aboard the battleship froze. Even the air itself seemed to solidify. They all turned to look at him, their eyes burning with fury and breath ragged. It was evident they were on the brink of a breakdown.
Su Mian Tang.
Big golden hair, are you not afraid of igniting the flames upon yourself? Just as she feared the conflagration might shift entirely to Jun Qingyin, inexplicably, the fire blazed upon her. Fred and Enzo both lowered their heads, taking her hands, their eyes shimmering like pitiful little dogs. Tang Tang, you promised us a complete marking upon your return. Complete marking? Lu Silly grew anxious. Mian Tang, I haven't even received a temporary marking. Sister, I want one too. The moonlight fairy dashed over, inadvertently pinning the girl onto the sofa. Master, give me one first. Yaslanti forcefully surged into the crowd. Qin Yanzhou, accompanied by his doppelgangers, squeezed in as well. He had dreamt of being marked by Tang Tang. You all move aside. Tangleson-s temples throbbed, wishing he could strangle each of them. Seeing the situation, Jun Qingyin could no longer contain himself. Tang Tang, I want more. Hey. You all. The Queen Jenny arrived. As Queen Jenny entered the battleship with a radiant smile, she was met with quite the scene. The little female was besieged on the sofa by 8 top-tier combat males, some holding her hands, others sniffing her body, and yet others caressing her. Especially her own son, pleading with urgency and desire, wanting more. The sight, the posture, could it truly be?